Chapter 1 Lotus Pavilion 1. Standing within the confined soft T-system-like space, Hanya's mood was anything but delightful. Whoever had just been dispatched would undoubtedly feel upset, especially as a mere collateral victim. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, for after numerous deaths, he no longer attached much significance to it. Raising ish to summon the system-ice interface, the prominently displayed acquisition of count stood at a mere 210 at the top, calculating it could probably exchange for 2 days of survival time. What couldn't accomplish in 2 days? Return to bid farewell. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of cynicism flickering in his eyes. Turning to the system, it quivered slightly and silently raised its tiny paw. Host, don't give up so soon. The first 5 World Serenavis missions, Sophia Identicard say you need to portray our mere like cannon fodder roles. You learn more in the future. Han Yi, I suspect you are perpetrating fraud. Recalling the system's previous words about really portraying the drawn Identicard Dina's malworld to enhance recognition, he couldn't help but contrasted with the Identicard she had drawn in this world's own sectavator whose father had done was betrayed by his abort, sent to Han his father in the afterlife aristocratician master overdosed in our creation aldrib indeed in extasia cannon fodder pushiden to. Han Yi, so, you intend for me to experience 365 wastedy? System, host, it's sal because of your bad luck. Han Yi, you druthid Identicard is titty our fall for the bad luck? System, host, that's not important. Just now, the main system has announced dream fulfillment plan. Let check it out. It guarantees definitely not an Identicard that guarantees death this time. Sighing, Hanya said, alright, I'll trust you again. What is this dream fulfillment plan? Upon hearing that the host was interested, the system immediately excitedly introduced it. Host, have you watched TV dramas? Many drama fanship to manual resolve the emotional issues after finishing gadroma. Therefore, we plan to dispatch a group of hosts to various small worlds derived from TV dramas to change some of the original endings of historias and sevathese the unresolved issues. Understand? You understand, Hanya said calmly. However, I don't watch many dramas. The system replied, it doest matter if I don't watch dramas. Host. Let's participate in this dream fulfillment plan. The mission rewards are ever generous. Moreover, if special loaded Identicards from the martial arts section, they're definitely not those cannon fodder Identicards and Diokandra 3 times. How about it, host? Ario you tempted? Han yeast, so you'll ready heavy out of skin mind? The system eagerly replied, yes. I recently finished watching Lotus Pavilion. The protagonist is really great and event rank head first in the world. Host, let's guess the task from Lotus Pavilion. Han Yi agreed, alright, then take the task on draw the Identicard. Thinking about seeing his favorite characters, the system happily began to draw an Identicard for the host. Ding, congratulations on drawing the Identicard Sasi Kongjashing, Wan Lianhua, and Zhang Yuyan. Hanya Filsalintashia peen the 3 golden Identicards. The system exclaimed, wow, host, where is a luck at this time, theory real golden cards. Han yeast, don't you differentiate between genders in our card pool? The system replied, of course Wado, isn't the gender of the Identicard state in the card details? Hanya clarified, no, I mean didn't you consider the host's gender? The system responded, host, those are just me nor details, let's start the mission. When Hanya Penadizes again found himself in Themid Stofe forest, fortunately it was a forester wise, he would have to explain how a person could suddenly appear. System, what are the missions? Host, we have 2 missions in this world. The first is to detoxify the Lianawat, and the second is to save the people length women's residence. Moreover, it hasn't been long since that battle off these seen did. Let Shirida rescue Li Shangi. After some contemplation, Hanya Kazitoik the Identicard Dasi Kongjashing, the Ruas knew their choice since the other to vary either a crossdresser or a family, he decided to postpone those options. Host, you know you have to the drawn Identicard, right? I didn't say I wouldn't. Looking at the system map marking the direction of Disian comparinja to his current location, it's imed quite far. System, do you have a horse? The system suggests that the host relies on his own abilities. After a moment of silence, Hanya exerted his strength hands lightning fast movements to head towards the nearest town. He hoped there would be Zomioni and the tone wokud barabad for their wealth to help the poor. Lizayan Giilian from Walithatis poison had done living temporarily suppressed, and he had no more than 10 years left to live. Nuna cared about Lizayan Gianamor, so he was planning to leave with Abro Kenhart. Leaderly, someone called. Lizayan Hasperishedan the sea from no one, there isn't Lily Lion Wayne world, he said, feeling a sense of serenity. Wherever I go, the lotus blooms, how vast the world is, yet there is no place for him. As Lilayan will walk off to a temple, he did know where to go and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Hate hot about returning to the East Coast, his elder martial brother's body hadn't been recover a diet, and perhaps they could find some ecluis in the damaged ship off the Golden Swan Alliance. After struggling to return to the East Coast, Lilian Huahan found an ecluisite before fainting mysteriously again. When he woke, he found himself lying on a bed, feeling a bit better. Lilian Huasatupan looked around, the room was sparsely decorated, containing his a bed sedetable, eatable, 2 benches, and a wardrobe. He could smell the fragrancy of various herbs, could it be thought Simeon had brought him to clinic after hafented, it did look like it. Is the auk, a voice east. Lilian who looked dupandment a pair of expressive ice filled with word Siatoba spoken. Chapter 2 Lotus Pavilion 2. He saw a retroly beautiful and expressive eyes, the person wearing a floor-length of aura-weighted reswasta land slender, as the breeze below, her light veil fluttered, and her black hair was adorned with a step swing that swayed gently with hair movements, accentuating her delicate appearance. Fortunately Lilian Hoa had seen many beautiful women and Devon Hadafayansa was considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become slightly distracted. Young master, the woman asked. Snapping back to reality, Lilian Hoa accepted the medicine from her hands. I'm Li Lianhua. May I ask where, and also, why am I here? With the Yawing Masterisher, that's a longstory e found the unmasteron thibicha you are poisoned and ditsa veripatin poison I can't detoxiforiano, so I brought you out of the small fishing village, not far from where you fainted. As for Hoyam. The woman paused and shouted in tough bitterness in her face. I'm Wan Xiaohua, but doctor, please drink your medicine, young master. Lilian Huidat was bitter because she couldn't detoxify his poison and comforted her. You don't have it to be so formal, calm a bima name. Regarding the poison I'm suffering from, it's the bitter tea poison, you don't need to be too troubled. After finishing his words, he drank the medicine in a gulp. Alright, young master, beauty misunderstood, it's not the cough that, she clarified. Let's no talk about hotno, it's been marathinide, imshari almost bahungry ilgojeti asampridge.o, and here shito akata pakatov candy and handidi to Lilianoa, the medicine is a bit bitter, have a candy, she said before turning gone leaving. After taking the candy and gone, Lilian Huai couldn't help you feel a mix. Chapter 3 of the Lotus Tower 3-inch host, when do you plan to utilize another identity card? Han Yi replied nonchalantly, let's talk about it later, there's simply no time, and I cannot be in two places at once. The system interjected, who says you cannot? Host, would you like to spend some points? The system shop has just launched a new duplication skill. Don't miss out, it's not 998, not 598, it's only 198 to purchase. Han Yi responded, it seems I only have 210 points. The system confirmed, indeed, host, just enough to acquire one duplication skill. You have now surpassed the novice period, and you will surely earn more points in the future. Moreover, the upcoming worlds may be filled with multiple identity card opportunities. Do you truly not want it? This is all for your benefit. Feeling the system's enthusiasm, Han Yi glanced at Li Lianhua, who was constructing a carriage in the distance, and casually replied, let's discuss it later. The system continued, furthermore, the duplication skill can enhance the host's mental prowess, allowing you to select one skill to learn alongside your identity card. Han Yi interrupted, wait a moment. You mean I can choose one skill to learn from the identity card, it shouldn't be the duplication skill's ability, right? The system stammered, well, this matter is actually, Han Yi queried, did you forget? The system immediately feigned tears, whoa, host, I didn't mean to. I was just watching the grand finale of Lotus Tower that day, and I was so heartbroken. Han Yi sighed, fine, I won't hold it against you this time, but this duplication skill, it's only 198 now? Are you certain? The system hesitated, not exactly, considering our friendship, I can offer it at an internal price of merely 150, it's truly the lowest. Then let us proceed with the purchase, Han Yi declared, striding towards Li Lianhua. Young master, are you constructing a house? Wang Xiaohua inquired, observing Li Lianhua's creation resembling a small building. Indeed, Li Lianhua replied. I thought it would be better to build a mobile house while I have the time. When we go to gather herbs later, we won't have to endure the elements or spend extra money. Wang Xiaohua inspected the small building and remarked, your craftsmanship is truly impressive, young master. May I take a look inside? Of course, Li Lianhua answered. The house featured 2 levels, the first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, and a large medicine cabinet, along with a small table for processing herbs. The second floor housed 2 rooms, a spacious balcony, a stone mill, and a place for drying herbs, with the eaves suitable for growing vegetables. After touring the small house, Wang Xiaohua sat at the table and pointed to the large medicine cabinet occupying an entire wall. Are you planning to become a doctor, young master? Li Lianhua replied, not at all. It's for you. You are a doctor, are you not? We can travel together to practice medicine. Li Lianhua spoke with utmost sincerity, causing Wang Xiaohua to lower her head in silence for a moment before looking up again, her eyes glistening with tears. I never expected young master to trust me so much. It truly makes me happy, yet I am somewhat concerned. What troubles you? Li Lianhua asked. Wang Xiaohua hesitated. I worry about those who might spread rumors that young master is living off me, which saddens me greatly. Li Lianhua reassured her, no need for concern. I do not mind such matters, I can live off you if needed. His tone was resolute, revealing that he had discerned Wang Xiaohua's strength during their time together. Do you care about this, miss? I believe you are indifferent, especially since I have been living off you all this time, Li Lianhua remarked. Wang Xiaohua held back her emotions, realizing he was still unaware of her true identity as a cross-dressing gentleman. Regardless, she was indeed acting as a doctor alongside him. After wiping away her tears, she expressed, as long as you are unconcerned, I am relieved. Pointing ahead, she asked, young master, are we going to keep horses there? Do you have the means to purchase them? Li Lianhua responded, are you not wealthy? Wang Xiaohua chuckled softly, shaking her head. Young master, I still need to buy herbs and make medicinal dishes for you. Li Lianhua pondered for a moment before retrieving a token from his possession and handing it over. This should be able to fetch some money for the horses. Wang Xiaohua accepted the token, glancing at Li Lianhua. Is this all right? It seems to be something very important to you. Not at all, it's merely a token. Not if it can exchange for silver, I could use a change of flavor, Li Lianhua remarked, recalling the bitter taste of the medicinal dishes he had been consuming lately, momentarily forgetting his sorrow. Wang Xiaohua insisted, young master, you must take care of yourself, medicinal dishes are essential. The system chimed in, could it be that your culinary skills are lacking? Han Yi retorted, silence, don't speak nonsense. Wang Xiaohua, with a radiant smile, gently suggested, the medicinal dishes should be nearly ready. Shall we return, young master? Li Lianhua gazed at Wang Xiaohua, sensing an ulterior motive in her smile, and replied while feeling the candy in his pocket, then let us return. Chapter 4. The Lotus Pavilion. As twilight descended, the sky was enveloped in a profound shade of blue, while the moon gently cast its silvery glow, draping the night in a delicate veil. Upon returning to his chamber alone, Han Yi began to experiment with the duplication skill he had acquired. The initial experience proved rather unsatisfactory, and just as he felt his mind was about to fracture, he finally succeeded, muttering an exclamation of dismay. At that moment, the voice of Li Lianhua reached his ears. Li Lianhua, somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Pardon my intrusion, please, continue." Han Yi inquired, "Why would you deploy a doppelganger equipped with an identity card directly before me?" The system responded, "Host, you did not specify a location, thus it could only appear randomly. It is entirely possible for it to manifest before you." Xikong Zhaixing retorted, "Do not speak nonsense, we are merely in a contractual relationship, I have no fondness for men." Wang Xiaohua quipped, "With so much chatter, do you feel as though you won't have another opportunity to speak?" Xikong Zhaixing quickly replied, "No, I shall take my leave at once." Wang Xiaohua tossed a jade token, which Xikong Zhaixing caught before departing. Li Lianhua felt as though there was something amiss with his hearing. Could it be that the aftereffects of the bicha poison had manifested so swiftly? Did he just say you are? Wang Xiaohua confirmed, "Indeed." Li Lianhua gazed at the enchanting Wang Xiaohua before him, who spoke in a clear, resonant voice, and felt the need for a moment of quietude. Wang Xiaohua noticed that Li Lianhua seemed somewhat dazed and decided it best not to provoke him further that evening, opting to defer the matter until the morrow. Upon awakening, Li Lianhua felt as though he had experienced a dream in which Wang Xiaohua was a man. Upon pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard, he beheld a young gentleman with a jade-like visage and ruby lips, possessing exquisite features that bore no trace of femininity. Who could this be? "Ah, you're awake?" The gentleman, seated beneath a grand tree in the courtyard while brewing tea, seemed to have noticed the question swirling in Li Lianhua's eyes and spoke again. "It appears your memory is rather poor. You seem unaware of recent events." The melodic quality of his voice caused Li Lianhua's eyes to ache. Li Lianhua managed to maintain a composed expression. "Miss Xiaohua? It is I." The gentleman, Wang Lianhua, no longer resembled the delicate willow swaying in the wind. Li Lianhua marveled at the astounding realism of such disguise techniques, realizing that his prior experiences had left him rather uninformed. He pondered how such a skilled healer and master of disguise could have appeared on the East Coast and fortuitously saved him, leading him to pose the question. "May I ask, why did you rescue me?" The jade-faced gentleman replied, "I was merely passing by and had no intention of saving you. However, upon examining your pulse, I discovered the poison still had some potency, compelling me to intervene." Li Lianhua found himself at a loss for words, experiencing a tumult of emotions. After all, during their time together, he had sensed something of this gentleman's character, and indeed, his health was improving, yet, he was curious about one matter. "Is your name truly Wang Xiaohua? Is that the only thing you are curious about?" The jade-faced gentleman's eyes sparkled with amusement, finding Li Lianhua intriguing. He then revealed, "My name is Wang Lianhua." "Wang Lianhua, just like me?" Wang Lianhua clarified, "No, it is human Lianhua, reminiscent of the past, flowers are unaware of the human's frailty." Meanwhile, Xikong Zhaixing, having left the small courtyard, ascended a nearby mountain to retrieve the horse he had left behind, hastening towards the closest stronghold. Fortunately, while securing Wang Lianhua's identity card, he had gathered intelligence and developed a cadre of personnel, or else he would have been left without recourse, unable even to tend to Li Lianhua's ailment. The system inquired, "Host, what are your plans moving forward?" Han Yi mused, "This martial world is much more lively when there is commotion." Xikong Zhaixing declared, "It is time for them to witness what it truly means to steal from the King of Kings." Chapter 5. The Lotus Pavilion. The next day, Li Lianhua learned from Wang Xiaohua, who was dressed in a gown, that they now had horses and could set off for Tianji Villa. "Tianji Villa?" Li Lianhua echoed, pondering the frail constitution of the young lord before her. Gazing at the delicate beauty, she was acutely aware that this was a master of disguise, yet she could not help but be impressed by Wang Gongzi's performance, with such grace and poise. Who would believe this was a man? Who could possibly believe that? Li Lianhua thought to herself, feeling a slight headache. She interrupted Wang Xiaohua's discourse, asking, "So, what is our purpose at Tianji Villa?" Wang Gongzi replied, "The medicinal herbs needed for treating my lord's ailments are quite rare, and we naturally seek assistance." Li Lianhua recalled a frail child who was not fit for travel. "You don't mean to go to Tianji Villa to treat their young master, do you?" Wang Gongzi, clearly lost in his character, responded, "You are truly astute, my lady." Li Lianhua wanted to express her desire for him to drop the act but realized that speaking candidly would ultimately be to her detriment. She reframed her inquiry, "When shall we depart, then?" At once, he declared. Though Li Lianhua already had a grasp of the driving situation, she felt compelled to voice her thoughts as she observed the elegant figure across from her, engrossed in a game of chess. "If you have nothing to do, why not come and drive the carriage?" Wang Gongzi immediately fell back into character, and before he could utter a word, tears brimmed in his eyes. "How could you think such a thing? Have we spent so long together that you have grown weary of me? Has our bond faded?" Li Lianhua retorted, "I am not, I must drive the carriage, so please do not disturb me." What else could she do? She could only cut him off and turn away, choosing silence instead. Alas, she had no choice but to continue driving the carriage within Tianji Villa. Master, he gazed sorrowfully at his son, Fang Duobing, who was enduring physical therapy. His son had been frail since childhood, reliant on a wheelchair for mobility, yet, driven by a single remark from Li Shangyi, he persevered here, refusing to give up even in the face of death. Master, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a servant approached, reporting that a miraculous physician awaited outside, claiming to be able to cure the young master. Cure? What ailment? Master, he pondered, recalling his son's poor health. Realization dawned upon him, and he nodded. Very well, let them enter. I wish to see what sort of miracle worker this is. He instructed his servants to attend to his son. As Master He and his sister, He Xiaofeng, entered the reception hall, they beheld a statuesque beauty clad in simple attire, her elegance illuminating the room. What a stunning young lady! He Xiaofeng, still young and enamored with beauty, could not help but murmur. Is this the physician who claimed to treat my son? Upon seeing such a beauty, Master He's demeanor softened considerably. After all, such a lovely person could hardly be a fraud, could they? Meanwhile, Li Lianhua stood to the side, feeling overlooked. It is I, she thought silently. Master He scrutinized the woman before him. Can you truly treat my son's illness? The woman shook her head. No, I cannot. Master He retorted, are you here to mock Tianji Villa? Why not summon your young master first? I must examine him to determine the appropriate course of treatment, she suggested. He Xiaofeng tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, we must allow the doctor to take his pulse first. Master He considered this and agreed, sending someone to fetch Fang Duobing. Are you the doctor who is to treat me? Fang Duobing inquired as he was called into the reception hall. Li Lianhua remembered the child and shook her head. Before she could speak, He Xiaofeng immediately denied it, pointing towards the woman seated in the chair. Of course not, she is the true physician meant to treat you, He Xiaofeng clarified. Fang Duobing glanced in the direction his aunt indicated, bemused by the beauty before him. However, after she took his pulse and spoke knowledgeably, the entire assembly at Tianji Villa felt inclined to give her a chance. Indeed, I am He Xiaofeng, and this is my nephew, Fang Duobing. May I ask for your name, young lady? Oh, how rude of me, I am Bai Lianhua, akin to the lotus blooming amidst the bamboo, adorned in soft hues. Bai Lianhua smiled apologetically and turned to Li Lianhua, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. This is Li Lianhua, who, like me, has turned red in the face. Li Lianhua sensed the teasing glimmer in Wang Gongzi's eyes and felt a sense of impending doom. Sure enough, upon hearing the introductions, her heart sank, realizing the implications of the situation. The assembly at Tianji Villa exchanged knowing glances, their expressions suggesting a mutual understanding of the unspoken truths. He Xiaofeng exclaimed, what, so you share such a relationship? She and Fang Duobing scrutinized the pair, regarding them with the bemusement typically reserved for flowers blooming in dung. Li Lianhua's smile faltered, and her hands tightened within her sleeves. Surely, even with her disguise, she could not be perceived as so unremarkable, yet, upon a moment's reflection, she reconsidered, they were not in any relationship at all. Chapter 6, Lotus Tower 6. Recently, several significant events have transpired in the martial world. The foremost among them is the audacious theft from the Imperial Palace. It is said that the Emperor was infuriated, as though he had lost something of great importance, although the official reports merely stated that a cherished luminous pearl belonging to His Majesty had gone missing. Subsequent rumors suggested that the disappearance involved a hidden treasure from the Bliss Tower. Furthermore, the Baichuan courtyard also fell victim to a burglary. Everyone is well aware of its origins. It was established by the former world's finest, Li Shangyi, and comprised the remnants of the Four Gu men, having since forged a partnership with the authorities to oversee martial affairs. It is rumored that Yun Bishou, the steward of Baichuan courtyard, found his possessions entirely stripped away. You might wonder why. It is because, on the very day of the theft, many witnesses observed that Yun Bishou was reduced to sleeping on a wooden plank. One cannot help but ponder which nefarious household was responsible for such a transgression. Additionally, it has been reported that the Yuanbao Mountain Manor and several other locations also lost precious treasures. Initially, the idle folk of the martial world speculated whether the infamous master thief, Miaosho Kongkong, was behind these incidents, for he is the most renowned figure in this line of work. To their surprise, this was not the case. As a multitude of martial artists gathered in a tavern in a quaint town, they eagerly awaited the storyteller to take the stage, applauding fervently upon his arrival. Some even volunteered to act as his assistants, keen to glean insights into the recent theft at Baichuan courtyard, or perhaps the happenings within the palace. Is it true that Yuanbao Mountain Manor was also robbed? One exclaimed. Indeed, who would have thought, replied another. The storyteller, satisfied with the audience's engagement, silenced their chatter and posed a question. Since you are all aware of the events, do you know who the perpetrator was? It must surely be Miaosho Kongkong, they chorused, convinced that he was the only one capable of such feats. Not at all, my dear listeners, the storyteller replied, shaking his head gravely. The individual responsible for these misdeeds is none other than the Thief King, Xikong Jiaxing. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Thief King? Who is that? I've never heard of such a title. What, the Thief King, such audacity? The storyteller, unfazed by the murmurs, cleared his throat and continued, do you wish to hear more? The crowd fell silent, their curiosity piqued, eyes fixed on the storyteller. On that fateful night, under a shroud of darkness, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the palace, remaining undetected for days. It was only on the day of the commotion that a letter was discovered within the emperor's chambers, he recounted slowly. What did the letter say? The audience inquired eagerly. The letter proclaimed, the items are now in the possession of the thief king, Sikong Jiaxing, the storyteller declared, enunciating each word with gravitas. Gasps filled the room. How brazen, to leave his name. And what of Baichuan courtyard, they pressed. Indeed, a similar letter was found there, signed once again by the thief king, Sikong Jiaxing. The storyteller pounded the table, bringing the tale to its climax. Some among the audience, having heard whispers of the letter, nodded in agreement. The storyteller relished the attention, pleased that his audience was captivated, yet, time was fleeting, and he had only scratched the surface of the tale. The listeners were left wanting more. Regardless of the truth of the matter, it was undeniably an enthralling story. The tavern keeper was equally delighted, for the influx of patrons promised a bountiful day of earnings. Host, why do you tell this story? The system queried, observing its host engrossed in the narrative. To ensure that the name of Sikong Jiaxing reverberates throughout the martial world, Han Yi replied. Indeed, Han Yi, donning the mantle of the storyteller, was determined to disseminate the infamous reputation of Sikong Jiaxing. Before long, the majority of the martial world had heard whispers of the thief king. Rumors spread from Baichuan courtyard, confirming the existence of the letter, and soon enough, tales of the thief king began to emerge, inciting Miaoshu Kongkong's ire and prompting him to issue a challenge to Sikong Jiaxing, a tale for another time. Chapter 7 of the Lotus Pavilion. Have you heard? Recently, a figure known as the King of Thieves, Sikong Jiaxing, has seemingly emerged in the martial world. Oh, you mentioned that you just forgot to pick the apricots? Meanwhile, Li Lianhua at the Tianji Villa also caught wind of this matter from the servants, the King of Thieves. Li Lianhua, there you are, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Before Li Lianhua could ponder further, Fang Duobing approached. Ever since a certain individual had expressed a desire to befriend him, albeit shyly, he had become rather attached to the servants. Noticing Fang Duobing, hastily bowed in respect. He waved them off, dismissing their greetings, and wheeled himself over to Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua, what do you seek my company for? Fang Duobing replied, what do you mean by what do I seek you for? And please, do not call me Xiaobao, address me by my full name. If it weren't for Sister Bai mentioning how lonely you appeared, I would not have come to find you. It truly baffles me how someone as exceptional as Sister Bai could have her sights set on here we go again. In just a few days, Li Lianhua had transformed from a frail man reluctant to grant his fiancée a title, into a noble individual grappling with a grave illness, unwilling to burden his fiancée, swallowing all hardships alone. Truly, rumors spread like wildfire, while refutations require one to run tirelessly. Li Lianhua sighed, is it possible that our relationship is merely that of a physician and a patient? Fang Duobing looked skeptical. Are you implying that you are not being supported by Sister Bai? That the small house outside is not a shared abode built by the two of you? Is it not true that Sister Bai's name was altered to Lianhua in honor of you? Li Lianhua admitted, though we reside in that small house together, I am indeed penniless and entirely dependent on her support. The garments I wear are crafted by her hands, yet she does not call me Lianhua. Fang Duobing appeared taken aback, his expression one of disbelief, akin to that of a scorned man discovering a faithless partner. Li Lianhua fell silent, pondering how one could possess such remarkable skills in disguise, able to pass as a woman without detection, and yet excel in embroidery, laundry, and culinary arts, embodying the ideal of a virtuous wife. Oh no, Li Lianhua thought, perhaps I should not have clarified. Fang Duobing, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely felt that Li Lianhua ought not to behave in this manner. If you truly do not harbor feelings for Sister Bai, you should clarify your stance with her sooner rather than later. If you are in need of funds, I can lend you some. Li Lianhua pondered whether this period was merely a dream. Since the battle at Donghai, had he been in a state of perpetual slumber? Unaware of Li Lianhua's distraction, Fang Duobing prepared to introduce his idol. Thus, in this world, the finest gentlemen are represented by my master, Li Xiangyi. In his youth, when he admired the valiant Xiao Enxia, he dazzled the streets of Yangzhou with his red silk sword dance, captivating countless onlookers. The mention of his master jolted Li Lianhua back to attention. Just as he was about to interject with a counter-argument to Fang Duobing, he was interrupted. Young master, so this is where you are. What delightful conversation are you having? May I join? Li Lianhua appeared seemingly from nowhere, approaching Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at her. Do you truly believe this conversation is delightful? Li Lianhua smiled gently, nodding, of course. Fang Duobing, oblivious to the unspoken tension between them, eagerly continued, let me tell you more about my master, Li Xiangyi. Oh, your master, Li Xiangyi? Li Lianhua inquired. Indeed. My master, Li Xiangyi, wields the swiftest sword in the realm. At nearly 15, he triumphed over the Blood Domain Demon, earning the title of the world's foremost warrior. He later founded the Sigu sect, upholding justice throughout the martial world, and his sword dance in Yangzhou drew thrones of admirers. As Li Lianhua listened to Fang Duobing extolling Li Xiangyi, he recalled his own brother, whose body had yet to be recovered, along with the 58 fallen elites of the Sigu sect. Even his own fiancée found him difficult to relate to. He felt that Li Xiangyi was unworthy of such admiration. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Li Lianhua speak up. Although I have never met Li Xiangyi, seeing how you, young Master Fang, revere him, your eyes seem to sparkle with admiration when you mention him. He must undoubtedly be an extraordinary figure. Having endured much criticism from his mother, Fang Duobing was thrilled to encounter someone who shared his sentiments, prompting him to continue the conversation. Of course. My master, before he could finish, Bai Lianhua interjected, I wish I could meet him, but alas, the time for my medication draws near. It seems we can discuss your master another time. Fang Duobing considered this and agreed, grateful to have found someone who shared his views. He promised Bai Lianhua they would speak further on the morrow and then wheeled himself away to take his medicine. Why did you interrupt me? Li Lianhua turned to the person beside him, feeling somewhat exasperated after being cut off multiple times. Some things, if spoken, might not lead to happiness. Perhaps it is best left unvoiced. Chapter 8 The Lotus Pavilion. On the following day, Fang Duobing, brimming with enthusiasm, sought out Bai Lianhua, blissfully unaware of the conversation that transpired after his departure the previous day. He was eager to continue introducing his master, Li Shangyi, to Bai Lianhua, relishing the rare opportunity of having someone who did not dampen his spirits. Bai Lianhua, alongside Li Lianhua, listened intently, and as she observed Fang Duobing's eyes gleaming with admiration at the mere mention of Li Shangyi, she suddenly posed a question. Xiao Bao, I am quite curious, though you have only met Li Shangyi once, what fuels such profound admiration for him? Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's inquiry, Fang Duobing fell silent for a moment before softly elucidating, indeed, it is true. I have suffered from a peculiar ailment since childhood, rendering my body frail and incapable of even walking, let alone practicing martial arts. My uncle had high hopes for me, yet I was unable to lift a sword, and as time passed, his disappointment grew. I found myself alone in a corner, ceaselessly attempting to rise to the challenge, but I still could not manage it. It was during this bleak period that a radiant youth entered my life. He told me that if I could master a particular sword technique, he would take me as his disciple. That day, I witnessed the unparalleled Li Shangyi savoring candy, laughing like a child. Thus, even when all claimed that Li Shangyi had perished in the East Sea, I refused to believe it. He is the greatest of all. How could he possibly die? Once I am healed, I shall certainly seek him out. Li Lianhua was taken aback to realize that what was initially a mere jest had been etched into Fang Duobing's heart, compelling him to diligently hone his skills as a result of her light-hearted words. Yet, observing Fang Duobing's unwavering devotion to Li Shangyi, Li Lianhua found herself at a loss for words, as if a stone had been cast into the tranquil waters of a lake, creating ripples of emotion. Fang Duobing felt confident that his mission to extol the virtues of Li Shangyi had been a resounding success, and with a sense of satisfaction, he departed, leaving behind a bewildered Li Lianhua and an amused Bai Lianhua. Was that intentional? Pondered the conflicted Li Lianhua as she glanced at Bai Lianhua, who was busy preparing medicinal herbs. What is the young master referring to? Intentional? Bai Lianhua, still enveloped in her persona, could hardly respond, feigning surprise. Could it be that the young master has discovered I added more Huanglian to the medicine? Nay, it is nothing, replied Li Lianhua, recognizing that the seemingly oblivious Bai Lianhua would reveal no truths. Yet, she seemed to have stumbled upon something unexpected. What do you mean by Huanglian? Is that why my medicine is so bitter? Have you deliberately added an excess of Huanglian? Bai Lianhua blinked, feigning ignorance, before adopting a serious demeanor. What Huanglian? Who mentioned Huanglian? It appears the young master's poison has intensified. It is imperative to procure medicinal herbs promptly. No, you. Before Li Lianhua could finish, Bai Lianhua hastily exited the scene, leaving Li Lianhua, who intended to voice a protest, utterly ineffective. Ultimately, Li Lianhua remained rooted in place, a smile unexpectedly gracing her features, as her tumultuous thoughts transformed into an exasperated acceptance of Bai Lianhua's antics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xikong Jiaxing, who sought to establish his reputation in the martial world through storytelling, contemplated his tasks, one of which involved detoxifying Li Lianhua. It was time to consider his second mission. As Han Yi pondered, he realized that disguising himself to enter the women's quarters using makeup might prove rather inconvenient. Host, you still possess an identity card, the system interjected. Han Yi fell silent, aware that this identity card was renowned. Even to those who seldom followed the narrative, it could potentially lead to the demise of a woman whose name had become synonymous with the tale. Host, you have donned women's attire. Why concern yourself with this? Han Yi mused, is it not different? However, he concluded that the timing for the identity card to make an appearance was indeed fortuitous, yet, a question lingered in his mind. System, do these identity cards possess their own consciousness? The system began to speak with an air of seriousness. Host, lower-tier identity cards do not possess consciousness. From the system's words, Han Yi discerned an implication. Does that mean higher-tier identity cards do? Such as the golden identity card? Identity cards are designed to assist hosts in completing their missions. In other words, hosts need not dwell excessively on this matter. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Han Yi understood and resolved to utilize the identity card, instructing the system to position it near the women's quarters. Chapter 9 of the Lotus Pavilion. Today, the sun shines brightly, and a gentle breeze wafts through the air, with clouds lazily drifting by. As the pawnshop owner rose from his slumber, he was greeted by the cheerful calls of magpies outside. He sensed that today would surely bring some business. Soon, a peculiar guest appeared before him. Please appraise these items, came a voice as melodious as a lark. The owner, momentarily captivated, lifted his gaze to behold a stunning beauty. Truly, her voice mirrored her exquisite form. Tall and graceful, her long, raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a dark waterfall, smooth and lustrous. Her delicate face was adorned with enchanting eyes that sparkled with an alluring light. Her lips resembled ripe cherries, vibrant and full, subtly curved into a faint, enigmatic smile that rendered her radiant and charming. This was Han Yi, who had recently acquired her identification card. Although she was adorned in lavish attire, bedecked with jewels, she was utterly penniless and had come to the pawnshop to exchange her valuables. Despite being momentarily dazzled by her beauty, the owner's professionalism swiftly brought him back to his senses. Is this a living pawn or a dead one? Of course, it is a living pawn, he confirmed, as he meticulously processed her jewelry, ultimately presenting Jiang Yuyan with 100 taels of silver. Here is your 100 taels, the owner stated. Thank you. By any chance, do you know where the nearest inn and ready-made clothing shop are? Jiang Yuyan inquired. The owner gestured to the right. If you turn right as you exit and walk straight for 2 blocks, you will find the INN.AS for the clothing shop. You must head left, it is just down the next street. Thank you very much, Jiang Yuyan replied. Not at all, please take care, the owner responded as she departed. Once outside the pawnshop, Jiang Yuyan noted that time was of the essence. She intended to visit the clothing shop to change into a new outfit before settling into the inn, pondering how to gain entry into the women's residence. Unbeknownst to her, the pawnshop owner, upon returning home that day, spoke of Jiang Yuyan to his family, and soon the entire town was abuzz with news of the beauty who had arrived, even attracting the attention of Dongfang Hao. Having just abducted a beauty clad in red from the streets, Dongfang Hao initially intended to deliver her directly to the women's residence. However, upon hearing from a lackey that an exquisite beauty had come to town, he decided to investigate further. After changing into a new outfit at the clothing shop, Jiang Yuyan was still contemplating her entry into the women's residence while in her room. Suddenly, she heard noises on the roof, seemingly approaching her room. Closing her eyes, she feigned sleep, curious about the intentions of the intruder. Dongfang Hao, peering through a hole he had made in the window paper, gazed at Jiang Yuyan lying on the bed, a vision of ethereal beauty. He produced a vial of sedative, intending to take her with him to the women's residence. Jiang Yuyan, informed by the system that the intruder was Dongfang Hao, a collector of women for the residence, surrendered herself to being taken away. Where is this? Who are you? Why won't you let me out? Upon awakening, she was met with a barrage of questions as she sat up to see a woman in red arguing with 2 men in black at the door. This is the women's residence. Once a woman enters, she cannot leave, one of the men in black stated, ignoring the red-clad woman's protests as they shoved her inside. You are being unreasonable. Is there no law? The woman in red continued to demand, but received no reply. Where exactly is this? Jiang Yuyan feigned fear, calling out softly. Hearing her voice, the woman in red turned and approached Jiang Yuyan. Despite her own fear, she feigned composure to comfort her. You're awake. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. I am also a captive here. My name is Qi Long. What is yours? Jiang Yuyan managed to calm herself slightly, though her voice trembled. I am Jiang Yuyan. Good, Yuyan, do not fear. I will protect you, Qi Long declared, despite her own trepidation. Observing the delicate Jiang Yuyan, she felt a sense of responsibility, believing that, as someone who could control snakes, she must safeguard her. You are so kind, Jiang Yuyan said, embracing Qi Long, contemplating. Since you claim you will protect me, let me see how you will do so. At the Lotus Pavilion, Yulukin noticed the arrival of 2 new beauties and was quite pleased, summoning Bihuang. Master, Bihuang greeted Yulukin with respectful deference. Yulukin, twirling a ring on his finger, casually inquired, what did the doctor say? They are both in good health, Bihuang replied. A smile spread across Yulukin's face as he beckoned Bihuang closer with a gesture, to which she obediently complied, her practiced, alluring smile illuminating her features. Then let us train them well, the next mountain of crimson will depend on their performance, Yulukin said, stroking Bihuang's smooth skin as he spoke. Bihuang softly acknowledged, yes, master. Only then did Yulukin wave her off, and Bihuang respectfully departed. Once outside, a trace of worry crossed her face. The following day, Bihuang arrived at the room where the newly captured women were held, leading them away. Along the way, she explained to Qi Long what this place was and what their future roles would entail. Qi Long was left in bewilderment. Before she could gather her thoughts, Jiang Yuyan trembled, voicing her fear. Before Qi Long could comfort her, they witnessed several black-clad guards passing by, carrying the lifeless body of a woman whose clothing barely covered her. That is the fate of those who disobey, Bihuang warned. Here, only obedience ensures survival. From Bihuang's words, they learned that soon they would be trained in the rules and then would entertain guests. Failure to comply would result in being ravaged by the guards. Listening to Bihuang's words and sensing the guards' unabashed gazes, Qi Long felt engulfed in despair, oblivious to Jiang Yuyan, who, with her head bowed and trembling in apparent fear, was filled with a fierce resolve. Chapter 10 The Lotus Tower. Returning to the Tianji Villa, the once subdued Li Lianhua began to conspire with Bai Lianhua, not in a nefarious sense, but rather to cultivate a friendly rapport with Fang Xiaobao. The inhabitants of Tianji Villa could only marvel at how their young master had become increasingly vivacious. Hey, you insufferable Lotus, hurry and come out. Fang Duobing stormed into the apothecary where Bai Lianhua was diligently preparing her medicines, determined to teach someone a lesson this time. As soon as he entered, he was met with Bai Lianhua's tearful eyes, on the verge of spilling over. Have I done something recently to provoke such ire? Is it me that displeases you, young Master Fang? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. If I am indeed unwelcome, you need only say so. There is no need for such troublesome theatrics. I can simply take my leave without causing any more trouble. Ah, Sister Bai, please do not cry. I was not referring to you. Allow me to explain. Fang Duobing's attempts at pacification were abruptly interrupted by Bai Lianhua, who turned away to leave, her voice laced with sorrow. He hastily maneuvered his wheelchair in an effort to follow her, desperate to clarify his intentions, but found himself unable to catch up. A wave of anxiety washed over Fang Duobing as he pondered, am I truly this ineffectual? I cannot even keep pace with Bai Lianhua, a mere ordinary person without martial prowess? Alas, how can one stand by while a weak woman is bullied? Truly, the world has lost its moral compass, Li Lianhua lamented sarcastically from his position against the wall. The moment Fang Duobing heard Li Lianhua's voice, the anger that had just been quelled surged anew. He wheeled himself toward Li Lianhua, exclaiming, "You dare speak, if it weren't for you, how does this concern me?" "That unpleasant remark was not mine," Li Lianhua retorted, unapologetic. Fang Duobing was taken aback by Li Lianhua's audacity. "I have never encountered anyone so shameless. How can you stand there and mock me? If I were in your position, I would have chased after her long ago, not to mention, you have made her cry. Just imagine what might happen if someone else sees her in such a state." Li Lianhua interrupted, feigning concern. "Oh, Fang Xiaobao, you really need to reflect on your actions. Just you wait, Li Lianhua. I must find Sister Bai." Fang Duobing's expression shifted from skepticism to urgency as he recalled the faces of his aunt and mother, his demeanor turning frantic as he hurried off in pursuit of Bai Lianhua. Li Lianhua watched him depart, only to be met by Bai Lianhua's voice trailing behind. "Is it possible for someone to be this childish? Perhaps spending too much time with that certain young Master Wang has influenced you," Li Lianhua quipped without hesitation. "Indeed, how can you be so immature, still teasing Fang Xiaobao?" "Mutual sentiments, I suppose," Bai Lianhua responded. Fang Duobing searched for Bai Lianhua in the direction she had fled, growing anxious when he realized he could not find her. "Surely she hasn't gone to seek my mother," he thought, alarmed, and promptly began to push his wheelchair towards his mother. At that moment, the head of the Yi family was attending to business when he heard from his servants that his son had arrived. He promptly invited him in. Upon scrutinizing Fang Xiaobao's complexion, he noticed it appeared much healthier, and his satisfaction with Bai Lianhua's medical skills deepened. "This Bai girl truly is a remarkable healer. Look how much better you seem in such a short time." He then glanced at the time, perplexed. "What brings you here, my son? Is there something amiss? Aren't you due for treatment from Bai Shini soon?" Fang Duobing had come merely to check on Bai Lianhua's whereabouts, and upon hearing his mother mention the impending treatment, he recalled, "Oh right, Sister Bai still needs to administer my acupuncture. I'll be able to see her soon. Mother, I'm fine. I was merely passing through. I must take my leave." "What is this impetuous behavior?" He, bemused, watched as his son hurriedly departed, shaking his head in amusement before returning to his work. Chapter 11 of the Lotus Pavilion. Not long after Fang Duobing, who was pushed back in a wheelchair, returned to his room, he was soon joined by Bai Lianhua, carrying a medicine box, and Li Lianhua, who was preparing to enjoy a show. "Sister Bai," Fang Duobing began, shooting a glare at Li Lianhua, ready to explain himself. However, Bai Lianhua paid him no heed. She set down the medicine box, retrieved her silver needles, and addressed Fang Duobing with utmost seriousness. "Master Fang, please remain silent. I am about to commence the acupuncture." "Indeed, Fang Xiaobao, do not disturb your sister Bai while she works," Li Lianhua chimed in, eager to witness the proceedings. Upon hearing Li Lianhua's words, Fang Duobing felt a surge of irritation and shot him another glare. He intended to wait until Bai Lianhua had finished her treatment to clarify matters, yet Bai Lianhua provided him no opportunity. She completed her task with such efficiency that Fang Duobing was unable to seize her attention. "Why are you still here?" Fang Duobing snapped at Li Lianhua, who sat nearby. "Ah, Fang Xiaobao, you truly baffle me. I had intended to offer some advice, but since someone is ungrateful, I shall let it go," Li Lianhua replied, rising to depart. "Are you genuinely so benevolent, and refrain from calling me Fang Xiaobao? Who are you to address me so?" Fang Duobing retorted, though he found himself reluctantly compelled to stop Li Lianhua from leaving. "Understood, Fang Xiaobao," Li Lianhua replied dismissively. "Hey, do you truly have a way?" Fang Duobing asked, skepticism creeping into his tone after having been teased a few times recently. "Well, it depends on whether you wish to hear it," Li Lianhua replied. "Then go ahead and share," Fang Duobing said, his curiosity piqued. Li Lianhua leaned closer and began to guide him gently. "Do you see, is she angry with you now?" Fang Duobing nodded. "What will you do if you upset your mother?" Fang Duobing began to reflect. "And if you anger your aunt?" Thoughts of his own aunt surfaced, and he hesitated. "Perhaps gifts?" "What kind of gifts? Something they would like?" Fang Duobing suggested, seeking assurance. Li Lianhua nodded in satisfaction. "Now, do you know what your sister Bai enjoys?" Fang Duobing shook his head. "No, how would you know?" With a knowing expression, Li Lianhua began to spin a tale. "What sort of relationship do you think I share with your sister Bai?" "Naturally, I am well aware." Fang Duobing pondered for a moment, finding her reasoning sound. He personally poured a cup of tea for Li Lianhua. "So, what does Sister Bai like?" Li Lianhua accepted the tea and took a leisurely sip, not prolonging the suspense. "Your sister Bai has a penchant for sweetness." Upon receiving this revelation, Fang Duobing felt a strange sense of disquiet. "Really? I hadn't noticed, yet you consume sweets daily. Surely you are not deceiving me?" At this, Li Lianhua feigned hurt. "How could you think that? I enjoy sweets. Does that mean your sister Bai cannot? Am I really that sort of person in your eyes?" Seeing her wounded expression, Fang Duobing felt a pang of guilt. Considering Li Lianhua's character, he realized she wasn't entirely unkind, just a bit sharp-tongued. He quickly apologized. "That was not my intention. I certainly believe you. I will prepare the gifts now, but Sister Bai has yet to see me." Fang Duobing voiced his concern about how to present his gesture of goodwill to Bai Lianhua. "But you have me." "Leave it to me," Li Lianhua assured him, promising to ensure it was well received. Hearing Li Lianhua's assurance, Fang Duobing felt fortunate to have such a friend. He resolved in his heart to care for him more diligently and to cherish their friendship for a lifetime. Chapter 12 of the Lotus Pavilion. In the distant Tianji Mountain Manor, Fang Duobing was still devising ways to apologize to Bai Lianhua. Meanwhile, the female residents had undergone a dramatic transformation in just a few days. One might wonder how events had spiraled into such chaos initially. Qilong was roused from his slumber by peculiar sounds echoing outside in the dead of night. At first indifferent, he soon realized that Jiang Yuyan was missing. Calling out her name repeatedly yielded no response. Struggling to suppress his rising panic, he opened the door, only to discover that the black-clad guards had vanished without a trace. Following the sounds, he encountered Bai Huang and Shifei, who had also emerged to investigate the commotion. "Why are you out here alone? Where is she?" Bai Huang inquired, her brow furrowed in concern as she noted Jiang Yuyan's absence. "She is missing. I am searching for her," Qilong replied. The moment Bai Huang heard that Jiang Yuyan had vanished, she exchanged a worried glance with Shifei. This was hardly a good omen. Could it be that someone had dared to lay hands on Jiang Yuyan? Bai Huang's face paled, and before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted. "Ah! Look, who is that?" a girl exclaimed, pointing towards a certain direction. The group followed her gesture, only to find a black-clad guard lying motionless on the ground, drenched in crimson, appearing lifeless. "Ah! Look at that, they all seem to be dead." As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered numerous fallen guards scattered about. A series of anguished screams echoed from Kenyan Peak. "Perhaps we should investigate that," someone suggested, prompted by the distant wails. Glancing at one another, the group unanimously agreed, and Bai Huang, along with the others, urged Qilong to accompany them towards Kenyan Peak. Before they could draw near, the screams ceased abruptly. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the young ladies' faces turned ashen, uncertain of whether calamity or salvation awaited them. As they exchanged anxious glances, Qilong spotted Jiang Yuyan standing in the courtyard. "Yuyan!" Qilong called out, hastening into the courtyard ahead of Bai Huang and the others. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The air was saturated with the metallic scent of blood, and he beheld Jiang Yuyan, her visage marred with crimson stains, standing silently not far away. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the grotesque tableau behind him, where the body of Yu Luchun lay sprawled on the ground, a jade hairpin embedded in his heart, his lifeless eyes wide open in eternal shock. The guards of the female residence lay strewn about, their necks broken, and even Xianxue Wei was among the fallen. "Oh, you are awake. Were they too noisy for you?" Jiang Yuyan spoke calmly, her bloodied face betraying no emotion. It was difficult to discern the feelings of Qilong and Bai Huang. Upon witnessing this chilling scene. Qilong stood frozen, while Bai Huang and Shifei, faces etched with confusion, circled Jiang Yuyan to approach the fallen Yu Luchun. Bai Huang cautiously reached out to check for a pulse, only to find none. "Is it possible? Has he truly passed?" she asked, her voice laced with disbelief and a flicker of hope. "Indeed," Jiang Yuyan answered with an unsettling calmness. "Is it true? This is wonderful news, thank you, thank you." The realization of Yu Luchun's demise rippled through the crowd. Is he truly dead? Was he not invulnerable? Yes, he is dead. Yu Luchun is truly dead. The women in the residence continued to inquire, seeking confirmation of his death, each question echoing through the halls. Uncertain of who initiated the wave of grief, Bai Huang and Shifei huddled together, tears streaming down their faces as they wept for their narrow escape from peril, their cries resonating throughout the female residence. Qilong, coming to grips with the reality of the situation, approached Jiang Yuyan and embraced her, expressing his gratitude amidst tears. "Yuyan, thank you." Despite her bloodied appearance, the young ladies gathered around her, their hearts brimming with gratitude as they wept and thanked her for her bravery. Chapter 13 The Lotus Pavilion. I find myself somewhat hazy regarding the events that transpired last, yet I distinctly recall having enjoyed a rare and peaceful slumber until the break of dawn. When Bai Huang awakened, she felt a lingering disorientation, as if she had just emerged from a beautiful dream, one in which Yu Luchun had met his demise. Without a moment to groom herself, she rushed out with her hair unkempt, making her way towards Kenyan Peak. Along the way, she noticed numerous black-clad guards lying motionless on the ground, as well as many young women, like herself, hurrying towards Kenyan Peak or tending to the fallen guards. It was only upon catching sight of Yu Luchun's lifeless body, illuminated by the sun's rays, that the reality of the situation struck her. As she felt the warm sunlight cascading over her and the gentle breeze brushing past, she sensed that she had truly returned to the realm of the living. "Ah, you are awake." A sudden, clear male voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, Bai Huang discovered a stranger before her. His features were unremarkable, his stature ordinary, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, hinting at his remarkable nature. Beside him stood Jiang Yuyan and Qilong, and out of gratitude for Jiang Yuyan's trustworthiness, Bai Huang refrained from uttering a word. "Miss Jiang, thank you," she expressed. Upon hearing Bai Huang's gratitude, Jiang Yuyan waved her hand, signaling that it was unnecessary to reiterate their thanks, as they had exchanged numerous expressions of gratitude the previous night. "Indeed, I too would prefer to avoid this back and forth of thanks among strangers," the unfamiliar man interjected. Bai Huang regarded the stranger with curiosity, inquiring, "Who might you be?" Jiang Yuyan promptly clarified, "He is someone I have enlisted to help you adopt a different appearance." "A different appearance?" The young women of the residence were puzzled by this statement. Ultimately, it was Qilong, who had only recently become aware of Jiang Yuyan's plans, who elucidated, "What Yuyan means is that although Yu Luchun is now deceased, our enemies extend beyond him." Exchanging glances with Shifei, Bai Huang spoke, "Are you perhaps referring to Dong Fang Hao and his cohorts?" "Of course. If we do not address them collectively, they will continue to abduct others," Qilong affirmed. "And what do you intend to do?" Bai Huang and the others inquired, if possible, we must eliminate Yu Luchun's guests as well. We shall proceed with the Manshan Hong festival, Zhang Yuyan explained. We must take advantage of the fact that the news has yet to spread, luring them in under the guise of the festival. Once they have entered, they shall have no hope of escape. Bai Huang and her companions, having witnessed Zhang Yuyan's capability to slay Yu Luchun and all the guards, inherently trusted her abilities, yet they still voiced their concerns. However, with the guards and Yu Luchun deceased, it is one thing for Yu Luchun to not make an appearance, but if there are no guards at all, I worry. Zhang Yuyan, hearing their apprehensions, glanced at the stranger beside her and reassured them, there is no need for concern. I have arranged for individuals to impersonate the guards, and as for Yu Luchun, he can also be made to appear. Why are you still waiting for me to introduce you? Before the young women could respond, the man spoke up, oh, no need to trouble yourself. I am Sikong Jiaxing, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. When Sikong Jiaxing arrived at the residence, it was already late at night, and he had surveyed the lifeless forms of Yu Luchun and the guards, fully aware of Zhang Yuyan's martial prowess. System host, why do I feel that this avatar is somewhat disingenuous? Han Yi remarked. Sikong Jiaxing, why do you speak the truth so freely? Sikong Jiaxing? Is he not the legendary king of thieves? Although the young women of the residence could not descend the mountain, they were nonetheless aware of certain tales circulating within the martial world. Oh, I am merely being modest, Sikong Jiaxing replied, though inwardly he reveled in the renown of his name spreading through the realm. Enough of this, let us get to work, Zhang Yuyan interjected, there remains much to be done for the Manshan Hong festival. Right away. Sikong Jiaxing responded, promptly employing his lightness skill to descend the mountain. The young women of the residence returned to freshen up, and upon their emergence, they were met with the sight of a group of black-clad individuals attending to the corpses. Their hearts sank momentarily until they spotted Sikong Jiaxing urging them to work more swiftly, which brought them a sense of relief. As Bai Huang had previously been in charge of affairs, Zhang Yuyan assigned her the responsibility of organizing the guest list, dispatching invitations, and preparing the venue. After several days of bustling activity, everything was in place, awaiting the commencement of the Manshan Hong festival. Meanwhile, at Tianji Mountain Villa, Bai Lianhua pondered the methods to detoxify Li Lianhua. Although he had claimed to be in search of medicinal herbs for detoxification, he had already begun experimenting with various antidotes, all to no avail. When he encountered Li Lianhua, she was already in a dire state, her meridian severed, and the poison of Baicha deeply entrenched within her organs. His own cultivation was exceptional, pure, and harmonious. Had it not been for the residual internal energy suppressing the toxins, she would have long since succumbed. Yet now, he found himself unable to cultivate internal energy, managing only a meager fraction. Observing his host's distress, the system suddenly interrupted his contemplation. Host, in the original storyline, the only antidote for Baicha poison is the Wang Chuan flower. Wang Chuan flower, where might it be found? Bai Lianhua inquired, perplexed as to why there was an antidote yet he was still tasked with devising alternative solutions. Before the system could respond, Bai Lianhua interjected, you mean to say it is not yet available? How much longer must I wait? The system requires 10 years, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua was dismayed. Are you suggesting that Li Lianhua must endure this poison for a decade? This task seems insurmountable. What, then, is the purpose of your information? Host, you may choose other methods, the system offered. What methods? Bai Lianhua pressed. Li Xiangyi possesses exceptional talent and has created a technique called Yang Zhou Man, which can suppress Baicha poison. We can provide him with other antidotal techniques. Bai Lianhua's interest was piqued. What techniques? Are they offered free of charge? Of course, they are free according to the conventions of other martial arts worlds. Li Lianhua, despite her meridians being severed, could still cultivate martial arts, for example, the Beiming Divine Skill. Bai Lianhua had not kept up with current dramas, but he had read numerous martial arts novels in the past. Hearing the mention of the Beiming Divine Skill, he began to harbor doubts. The Beiming Divine Skill, you offer such a technique for free, wouldn't it be more prudent to place it in the system's marketplace and profit from me? I suspect you may have ulterior motives. The system began to stammer. Well, it is not entirely free. A powerful figure from a small world of Tianlong has set forth a task, and the reward is the Beiming Divine Skill, which can be claimed in advance. Bai Lianhua immediately grasped that the task in this world had yet to be completed. Will you ensure that the next task is ready for me? No one has ever urged me so insistently. The system hesitantly inquired, so, do you wish to acquire the Beiming Divine Skill? Bai Lianhua replied, I do, but will the Beiming Divine Skill enable detoxification? Upon hearing that his host agreed to undertake the task, the system promptly elaborated, the Beiming Divine Skill is the pinnacle of the Xianyao sex martial arts. Once cultivated, it allows one's true energy to form a vortex in the dantian, rapidly rotating from the outside in, creating a suction effect at every acupoint, enabling the absorption of another's internal energy and transforming it into Beiming true energy. This true energy harmonizes yin and yang, with the fiery vigor of the sun and the chilling stillness of ice, and it is compatible with all martial arts, rendering the practitioner immune to poison. Should Li Lianhua master the Beiming Divine Skill, she would be able to expel the toxins autonomously. After some contemplation, Bai Lianhua deemed it a feasible solution and agreed to accept the task, acquiring the Beiming Divine Skill in advance. With the method for detoxification now secured, it was imperative to restore her health to prevent the Baicha poison from retaliating. After some thought, he resolved that medicinal cuisine must not be neglected. Chapter 14 The Lotus Tower in the distance, Li Lianhua, who had just received an apology gift from Feng Duobing for Bai Lianhua, sneezed. Feeling a slight chill, she glanced at the heavy box in her hands, its sweet aroma of pastries and candies filling her senses. Li Lianhua suspected it must be a mere illusion. Are you alright, Li Lianhua? You aren't catching a cold, are you? Feng Duobing inquired with concern, observing her sneezing. How could that be? Perhaps someone is merely thinking of me, Li Lianhua replied with a self-satisfied expression, shaking her head in resignation. Noticing her narcissistic demeanor, Feng Duobing thought her audacity was amusing but deemed it inconsequential and chose to overlook it. He merely urged her, make sure to deliver this properly to Sister Bai and explain for me that I truly meant no offense. Rest assured, given our relationship, how could I not assist you? Li Lianhua nodded, exuding an air of confidence as she patted Feng Duobing's shoulder and departed with the box. Left behind, Feng Duobing lamented to his attendant, Wang Fu, about how considerate Li Lianhua was, truly deserving of the title of his good friend. Wang Fu, puzzled, asked, but didn't you say it was all his fault, sir? Upon hearing this, Feng Duobing recalled that it was indeed his harsh words about Li Lianhua that had led to Sister Bai's misunderstanding, prompting this apology. He was immediately infuriated. How could Li Lianhua have the audacity? Seeing his master's anger, Wang Fu pushed his wheelchair away while soothingly saying, please don't be upset, sir, Dr. Bai mentioned that you shouldn't harbor too much anger. It's not conducive to your recovery. Unaware of Feng Duobing's renewed ire, Li Lianhua returned to her residence in high spirits, her box of sweets in hand. It was then that she encountered Bai Lianhua, who looked at the pastry box she held and, after a moment's thought, deduced it was unlikely she had purchased it herself, given her lack of funds. Where are you taking my apology gift? He inquired. Li Lianhua, clutching her box, denied, what apology gift? This is from Feng Xiaobao. Upon hearing her words, Bai Lianhua did not immediately question her but instead remarked on another matter, I thought someone had heard of my fondness for sweets and had specially brought me an apology gift. Li Lianhua was taken aback that he was aware of this, recalling that she had spoken to Feng Xiaobao that day without realizing someone was nearby. She only knew he possessed martial skills, unaware of their extent. Contemplating Bai Lianhua's true intentions for being near her, she extended the pastry box and asked, do you enjoy sweets? Despite spending time together, Li Lianhua had not discerned his tastes. He seemed indifferent, although he lived a refined life, relishing luxurious delicacies. He did not turn his nose up at simple fare either. Bai Lianhua, unbothered by Li Lianhua's musings, calmly accepted the pastry box and prepared to leave. He had observed that Li Lianhua enjoyed sweet treats. After all, her discontent brought him joy. Didn't you say I liked them? He added before departing. I believe you should continue consuming your medicinal diet. Bai Lianhua paid no heed to how Li Lianhua might feel about his words. He had no intention of clarifying that the exceptionally unpalatable medicinal concoctions were intentional. However, upon reflection, if Li Lianhua found the medicinal meals distasteful, improving their flavor might not suit his palate, thus he was resigned to continue preparing the unsavory concoctions. When mealtime arrived, Li Lianhua noticed that the medicinal dishes she had once enjoyed on the East Coast now seemed even more bitter. Did you secretly add some Huanglian? She asked, recalling the methods of a certain nobleman she had encountered before, directly addressing Bai Lianhua, who was leisurely savoring a piece of pastry. Bai Lianhua, finishing his morsel, took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, why would you think that? The recipe has simply changed. Li Lianhua refrained from expressing her skepticism but, inhaling the sweet fragrance wafting from Bai Lianhua, glanced at her own bitter meal and couldn't help but inquire, aren't you going to eat? Bai Lianhua lifted his gaze to Li Lianhua, a radiant smile gracing his face. My dear, I truly relish this pastry, especially since it was won back. Li Lianhua, upon hearing this, lowered her head to eat her unpalatable medicinal dish as if ignoring the presence of the other. Once she finished, she noticed Bai Lianhua push a cup of clear water towards her, helping to assuage the bitterness lingering in her mouth. He then handed her a piece of candy, and Li Lianhua felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Perhaps she had been overly demanding of him. Bai Lianhua propped his chin on his hand, observing Li Lianhua enjoy the candy, and suddenly said, my dear, I believe your antidote may no longer be feasible. Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's words, a wave of despondency washed over Li Lianhua. She opened her mouth, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Bai Lianhua continued, however, I possess a technique once perfected, it will harmonize the yin and yang energy within you, rendering your body immune to all toxins. Immune to all toxins? Li Lianhua felt as if she were on an emotional roller coaster, staring blankly at Bai Lianhua, unsure of how to respond. Bai Lianhua, unfazed by Li Lianhua's reaction, produced the Baiming divine skill and presented it to her, calmly stating, even with severed meridians, one can cultivate the Baiming divine skill and, upon successful mastery, you will be able to purge the toxins from your body. However, you must reach a high level of proficiency. Should your aptitude be lacking, you may not even achieve the basics. Lord Wang, this manual is far too precious, I cannot accept it without a way to repay you, Li Lianhua replied, fully aware that a technique capable of reshaping meridians must be exceedingly valuable. She could not simply accept it. It's merely a manual, once given, it belongs to you. It is of no consequence, Bai Lianhua asserted with conviction, showing no concern for Li Lianhua's sentiments. When he saw she hesitated to accept, he tossed it onto the table and stood to leave. Li Lianhua remained, staring blankly at the manual left on the table. Chapter 15 The Lotus Pavilion. The fragrant hills of Shangshan, adorned in hues of crimson, host a banquet that countless souls yearn to attend. Yet, each year, only a fortunate few are granted the privilege, provoking envy among many for those select individuals. At the foot of the mountain, familiar patrons, including Dongfang Hao, engaged in amiable conversation, and when the topic of the female abode arose, a shared, ambiguous smile graced their faces. After a brief exchange, they were led up the mountain in accordance with the customary procedure, arriving at the banquet hall, where delicate layers of gauze draped the venue. Before any inquiries could be voiced, Yu Luchan made her entrance. Yu Luchan intended to offer some pleasantries, but was interrupted by Dongfang Hao's eager interjection. "Boss Yu, why indulge in formalities, let us get to the main event." This prompted a chorus of agreement from the other guests. Observing this, Yu Luchan did not divert the conversation or retort. Instead, she beamed, a hint of mischief dancing in her expression. "Since you are all so impatient, very well." With a clap of her hands, before Dongfang Hao could voice his perplexity, the haunting melody of a flute filled the air, gentle and melodious, reminiscent of a soft breeze caressing the trees, and the sound of flowing water winding around the mountain's base, leaving listeners entranced. With widened eyes, they beheld a woman emerging gracefully from behind the gauzy veil, as if a celestial being had descended, her face, resembling a silver platter, her skin like, and her features so exquisitely refined that they left onlookers spellbound. The newly arrived Jiang Yuyan, sensing the rapturous gazes directed at her, smiled sweetly, her expression both pure and innocent. As she raised her hand to weave a spell, gradually, Dongfang Hao and the others felt themselves levitating, acutely aware of their internal energy dissipating, panic etched across their faces. "What is happening? Yu Luchan, what are you plotting? Release us." Jiang Yuyan, observing their terror, only laughed more heartily. "Ah, Dongfang Hao, with the favor you once showed me by escorting me to the female abode, how could I not repay you in kind?" It was then that Dongfang Hao recognized the woman before him as Jiang Yuyan, the very person he had abducted from the inn. "My lady, spare me. I was blind to your true worth." The other patrons, upon learning of the animosity between Jiang Yuyan and Dongfang Hao, quickly distanced themselves, exclaiming, "My lady, we are not allied with him." "Indeed, do not mistake your adversary," they urged. Jiang Yuyan, however, paid them no heed, perceiving their words as mere barking, while she absorbed their meager internal energy, reveling in the realization that their martial prowess was disappointingly lacking. With a flick of her sleeve, Jiang Yuyan withdrew her hand, unimpressed by the martial world around her. Their skills appeared rather superficial. Dongfang Hao and his companions, drained of their internal strength, felt weak and despondent, their spirits waning. This was precisely the moment Jiang Yuyan had awaited. She lifted Dongfang Hao's chin with an air of authority, invoking her mesmerizing technique to extract information about others associated with Yu Luchan. Once Dongfang Hao and the others, their eyes vacant, divulged all they knew, Jiang Yuyan turned to the figure of Yu Luchan, also known as Sikong Jiaxing, who nodded in acknowledgement and summoned Bai Huang and the others from outside. Jiang Yuyan gestured for Bai Huang and her companions to act freely before departing. After avenging their grievances, Bai Huang and her companions found themselves in a state of confusion. During their time at the female abode, they had dreamt of escape, yet now that freedom was theirs, they were uncertain of their next steps. Though this place felt like hell, the outside world offered no assurances of salvation. Amidst their indecision, someone suggested seeking out Jiang Yuyan once more. "You inquire about my plans," Jiang Yuyan addressed Bai Huang and the others, who gazed at her with unwavering trust, their eyes glowing with fervor, almost scorching her. Bai Huang, choking back tears, confessed, "While we still harbor hope, the moment our families and friends discover the trials we have endured, our situation may prove no better than it was here." Observing the tears cascading down Bai Huang's face, compounded by the persistent whispers of a system in her mind urging her to assist, Jiang Yuyan sighed in exasperation. "Enough of the tears," she interrupted. "If you are willing, I can teach you the ways of martial arts. Does this mean you intend to establish a school?" Bai Huang and her companions, tearfully pitiful, gazed at Jiang Yuyan, prompting a pang of reminiscence within her, a flicker of her past self. "What shall we name it?" "Ah, let it be called the Yihua Palace." Chapter 16 of the Lotus Pavilion. "Hey, have you heard the news?" "What news?" "Oh dear, you don't know, it's about the Yihua Palace." "Indeed, that's correct, esteemed guests, you are well informed." After leaving the female residence, Sikong Jiaxing found a tavern frequented by wandering souls of the Jianghu, donning the attire of a storyteller to resume his old profession. The day before his performance, Sikong Jiaxing even sent someone to promote the happenings of the Yihua Palace, ensuring that when he took the stage, no matter the intentions of the audience, it was filled to capacity. Sikong Jiaxing was quite pleased. Once seated, he inquired, "I trust you all know the subject of my tale today?" The audience eagerly responded, "Of course, the mistress of the Yihua Palace, Jiang Yuyan." Satisfied, Sikong Jiaxing nodded and declared, "Today, we shall discuss how this female residence transformed into the current Yihua Palace. It is said that in the female residence, a skilled martial artist was captured, leading to the demise of Yu Lucan, and now the mistress of the Yihua Palace is none other than the one who killed Yu Lucan. The blood matriarch from the Jinyuan Alliance is currently relaying intelligence to Qiao Liqiao, who is inquiring about the situation regarding someone like Yu Lucan, whose martial prowess was lacking in character. Even more so, Qiao Liqiao, aside from her own master, has never regarded other men with any esteem. With the addition of that bothersome fellow, Li Shangyi, such matters should not trouble me. How is our master faring?" The alliance leader remains in seclusion, while Wu Yan has been keeping watch. Should blood matriarch heed the Satis inquiry, she promptly responds, "Also, please apply some medicine for Wu Yan. After all, he is the master's confidant. It's best to keep him around." Qiao Liqiao waved her hand dismissively and mentioned another matter. "The master is still recuperating. Send someone to continue the search for medicinal herbs." The blood matriarch complied and exited to instruct the others to persist in their quest for healing substances that could enhance martial abilities. The news of the Yihua Palace had also reached Baichuan courtyard. What Ji Hanfo has done is truly excessive, not a single soul has survived from the female residence. Indeed, if left unchecked, it may very well become a second Jin Yuan alliance. How brazen! What does it mean to become a second Jin Yuan alliance? Perhaps they have engaged in certain activities, but that is certainly preferable to those who have poisoned others yet cling to life here. Shi Shuwei slammed his hand on the table, not even glancing at the individual across from him, as he picked up his sword and departed, ignoring the shouts from behind him. Hey, Shi Shuwei! Feng Qing from the Wansheng path was also discussing this matter with Dan Gudao. Master, the business with the female residence is lost. What? What happened? What does Yu Lucan mean by this? Dan Gudao angrily questioned Feng Qing upon hearing that their cooperation with the female residence had gone awry. What does Yu Lucan mean? Has she died? How could this be? Wasn't she invulnerable due to her practice of the Jade Bone technique? Upon hearing that Yu Lucan had died, Dan Gudao was taken aback, realizing that the Jade Bone technique could only be countered by Xian Iron. Could it be that Li Shangyi is still alive? Did he kill Yu Lucan? Feng Qing, sensing that Dan Gudao might be overly fixated on Li Shangyi after all these years, quickly interjected, Master, Li Shangyi perished in the battle at the East Sea. Fearing that Dan Gudao might contemplate other possibilities, he hastily clarified, the one who killed Yu Lucan was not Li Shangyi, but a woman named Jiang Yuyan. Dan Gudao, unfamiliar with this name, inquired, Jiang Yuyan? Who is she? Please elaborate. Feng Qing explained that she had been abducted to the female residence and was likely quite skilled in martial arts, having taken down both Yu Lucan and Dongfang Hao among others. Subsequently, there were whispers that Jiang Yuyan's beauty was comparable to Qiao Wanwan and Xiao Liqiao, and others praised her formidable skills and fierce disposition. Regardless, in the span of just half a month, the Yihua Palace's reputation had spread far and wide, with discussions of this newly emerged sect and its mistress, Jiang Yuyan, echoing throughout the Jianghu. Even Li Lianhua, residing in Tianji Mountain Manor, had heard plenty about the Yihua Palace recently. Li Lianhua felt that the Jianghu had become notably lively. In the past 6 months, first emerged the notorious thief, Xikong Jiaxing, followed by the formidable and ruthless beauty, Jiang Yuyan, and not to forget the presence of Wang Lianhua by her side. Reflecting on a certain young master with the surname Wang, Li Lianhua found herself pondering, surely this newly renowned mistress of the Yihua Palace must be a woman. It seems that when one speaks of someone, they are likely to appear. In the blink of an eye, Li Lianhua turned and found herself face to face with her. Chapter 17 The Lotus Pavilion. As the White Lotus observed the expression of Li Lianhua, she gracefully approached, her steps light, and softly inquired, What ill words do you speak of me, my lord? Your demeanor betrays a hint of guilt. How could Li Lianhua perceive such a thing? Li Lianhua, with righteous indignation, vehemently denied the White Lotus's assertion. How could that be? I was merely contemplating how lively the martial world seems of late. Before Li Lianhua could finish her sentence, Fang Duobing unexpectedly emerged from an unseen corner. Initially intent on asking Li Lianhua whether she had spoken favorably on his behalf, he was taken aback by the presence of the White Lotus, and found himself at a loss for words. He stammered, addressing her, Sister Bayer. Upon hearing Fang Duobing's call, the White Lotus, adhering to her persona, responded, Ah, little treasure, are you not angry anymore? The White Lotus smiled, Li Lianhua has assured me that it is all a misunderstanding. It is not your fault, so of course, I have no reason to remain upset. Hearing the White Lotus declare she was no longer angry, Fang Duobing exclaimed, Sister Bai, you are magnanimous, beautiful, and kind-hearted. Pray, what were you discussing? The White Lotus glanced at Li Lianhua and replied, We were merely discussing how bustling the martial world appears of late. Li Lianhua, unable to bear the sweetness of Fang Duobing's words, noticed the White Lotus looking at her and naturally interjected, We were speaking of matters concerning the Yihua Palace. Upon hearing the mention of Yihua Palace, Fang Duobing recalled having heard his mother speak of it just the day prior. Ah, I happen to know a bit about it, Sister Bai. Allow me to share. As for the former residence of the female dwellers, the Yihua Palace is currently undergoing reconstruction. The exterior may appear splendid and magnificent, yet the interior remains a work in progress. Only the quarters for Jiang Yuyan have been completed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyan, the newly appointed mistress of Yihua Palace, sat at her desk, her thoughts swirling as she reminisced about the past, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Indeed, in this martial world, prowess is paramount. How many have looked down upon me, treating me like a mere pet, like a weed by the roadside, indifferent to my existence, yet look at me now, I have become the mistress of Yihua Palace. Ha ha ha. At this point, Jiang Yuyan burst into laughter, curious to see the reactions of those who once belittled her. Just then, Bai Huang entered, observing her mistress in a fit of mirth, unperturbed and rather bemused by the lack of discernment displayed by those individuals, especially considering that it was the mistress who had facilitated their current circumstances. Once Jiang Yuyan had composed herself, Bai Huang approached to pay her respects and presented a shard of ice inscribed with foreign characters. Jiang Yuyan, accepting the shard with a hint of confusion, inquired, What is this, Bai Huang? Bai Huang responded, This is a treasure from the Jade Tower Spring. I deemed it of great significance, more precious than gold or silver, and thought it might be something noteworthy. Oh? Jiang Yuyan examined the shard in her hand, seemingly assessing its value while actually consulting her system. Having received the entire narrative, she asked, Is this the ice of Roma Tian? Dear host, it is advisable to spend points to acquire the answer, the system suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan decided against further inquiry, concluding that it must indeed be genuine. She then turned her attention to Bai Huang, asking, Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Bai Huang informed her, there is someone at the foot of the mountain seeking your betrothed. Intrigued, Zhang Yuyan asked, who seeks her? Qilong, Bai Huang replied. Zhang Yuyan had not previously heard Qilong mention this matter and instructed Bai Huang to summon him for clarification. Before long, Qilong arrived. Greetings, mistress. Please, no formalities, Zhang Yuyan responded. As Qilong entered, she asked Bai Huang to recount the events and inquired about Qilong's fiancé. It was then that Qilong recalled her betrothed, having experienced a tumultuous series of events recently, from the initial panic of being captured in the female residence to witnessing the transformation of the seemingly delicate Zhang Yuyan into a formidable force, and subsequently managing the affairs of the Yihua Palace. Qilong felt overwhelmed and momentarily forgot about the man she was to marry. Bai Huang, standing nearby, empathized with Qilong's hectic schedule, as she too was part of the busy throng. Recognizing that this truly was Qilong's betrothed, Zhang Yuyan promptly encouraged her to meet him. However, before Qilong departed, Zhang Yuyan inquired whether she would be leaving. Qilong replied, I am a member of Yihua Palace, where else could I go? I have no desire to endure such experiences again. However, our palace does not impede marriages, does it? Then you may go, Zhang Yuyan replied. Yihua Palace does not provide dowries. Bai Huang chimed in, it seems you covet the dowry from our Yihua Palace. In the end, the group exchanged knowing smiles, and Zhang Yuyan waved her hand, urging, hurry along now. We do not require a stone to gaze longingly at. Qilong laughed as she departed, intending to change her attire before meeting her betrothed. Chapter 18 The Lotus Pavilion. Morong Yao and Qilong had grown up together as childhood friends, their bond deepened by the promise of an engagement as they matured. He had fully prepared himself to spend a lifetime alongside his betrothed, but little did he know that after his fiancée ventured to the Central Plains to perform, she vanished without a trace. In a state of desperation, Morong Yao journeyed to the Central Plains, diligently seeking news of Qilong. One day, while staying at an inn, he casually inquired with the innkeeper about any rumors. Initially harboring little hope, he was taken aback when the innkeeper mysteriously informed him of a beautiful woman in red, reputed to be an exquisite dancer, recently associated with the Yihua Palace. After pressing for further details, Morong Yao's instincts compelled him to believe that this was indeed Qilong. Thus, he made his way to the Yihua Palace in search of her, only to find that men were barred from entry. Left with no choice, he waited at the foot of the mountain. Fortune smiled upon the earnest, as he soon spotted a woman in red descending the mountain. At last, he had found his fiancée. Qilong, he called. Upon witnessing the arrival of her betrothed, Shi Fei and the others had initially felt a twinge of concern, yet upon observing the affectionate embrace between the two, their worries dissipated, and they stood on the mountain, smiling down at the lovers below. In stark contrast to the tender scene at Yihua Palace, Li Lianhua at Tianji Mountain Manor felt as though she was the target of some cruel fate. Young master, it is time for your medicine, Bai Lianhua said, her expression perfectly balancing concern as she gently called out to Li Lianhua. However, upon hearing her voice, a frown creased Li Lianhua's brow. Moments later, a bowl of what appeared to be a bitter concoction was placed before him. He couldn't shake the suspicion that the poison he had consumed might be a mere facade. They had agreed that he would gradually lose his five senses. After all, staring at the inky black potion, he braced himself for its overwhelming bitterness, as if it were designed to obliterate his taste buds. Resolutely, he downed the potion in one gulp, only to feel his stomach churn violently. Even the glass of water hastily offered to him did little to quell the discomfort. Observing Li Lianhua's vacant expression, as if he were on the verge of expelling his very soul, Bai Lianhua could not help but chuckle softly. Sensing the silent accusation in Li Lianhua's gaze, Bai Lianhua unapologetically produced a piece of candy and placed it in Li Lianhua's mouth, cheerfully urging, young master, do enjoy a sweet treat. Glancing at him, Bai Lianhua felt emboldened to press further, playfully saying, surely you cannot be one to shy away from hardship? I had thought you quite resilient. Li Lianhua found himself at a loss for words. Just days prior, a certain young master Wang had cornered him at midnight, inquiring about his thoughts while justifying his presence with the pretext that a man and woman should not occupy the same room. Setting aside Li Lianhua's own feelings on the matter, the hesitant expression on his face led Wang to perceive his words as not a secret but rather a poison of sorts. With a unique perspective, Wang soon concluded that this must be a testament to Li Lianhua's trust in his medical prowess. Although Wang could not fathom why anyone would willingly consume bitter medicine, surely they preferred gentler remedies. His kind heart resolved to fulfill Li Lianhua's wishes, assuring him that he would strive to cure him, never neglecting the bitter herbs. And so, with remarkable swiftness, the following morning, he prepared a bowl of bitter medicine for Li Lianhua to consume. Even when Li Lianhua later claimed to be engrossed in studying a text, Wang remained convinced that a dual approach would hasten his recovery. Under Wang's persistent care, Li Lianhua attempted to protest his inability to endure hardship, having loathed it since childhood, yet Bai Lianhua simply smiled and steadfastly administered a bowl of medicine each day. Truth be told, Li Lianhua had attempted to escape, but he found it utterly impossible. He marveled at the existence of such a person in the world, one who excelled in myriad disciplines, from the arts of combat to musical mastery, astrology, and medicine. There seemed to be nothing that this young master Wang could not accomplish. Even the atmosphere at Tianji Mountain Manor shifted, as onlookers speculated how the illustrious Bai Shini could have developed an affection for someone as seemingly unremarkable as Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua himself was equally perplexed as to what qualities had drawn such an influential figure to him, and why, in the first 20 years of his life, he had never heard of Wang's name. Could he be a recluse, indifferent to fame and fortune? Gazing at Wang's exquisite features, Li Lianhua promptly dismissed this notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After completing the task of delivering medicine for the day, Bai Lianhua departed, leaving Li Lianhua with an ever-growing sense of inquiry. Chapter 19 of the Lotus Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed, although the lingering questions remain unresolved. Li Lianhua's health has significantly improved under the dual influence of potent medicine and the northern underworld divine art. Observing the nobleman of the Wang family who diligently administered the bitter concoction daily, Li Lianhua initially suspected that Wang Lianhua was doing so out of malice. However, it appears that the medicine truly possesses the ability to suppress the poison of Bicha. Although we can still sense the lingering toxicity, it has not manifested during this period. As the moon hangs low above the willow treetops, and people meet after dusk, Li Lianhua, who has been practicing the northern underworld divine art as usual, feels a peculiar void today, perhaps due to the absence of the bitter medicine he has grown accustomed to, or perhaps the absence of Wang Lianhua who has been his constant companion in administering it. Opening the door to his chamber, he stepped into the courtyard and gazed at the moon overhead, sensing an unusual stillness. Since he began practicing the northern underworld divine art, Bai Lianhua had used his illness as an excuse to seek out He Zhuangju's assistance in finding a secluded place, ultimately settling in a bamboo cottage nestled in the nearby mountains. It is uncertain who planted the bamboo grove, but they have gone to the trouble of cultivating a serene environment, enclosing it with a fence, and even arranging an array of formations nearby, reminiscent of events that transpired on the east coast. Due to the need for tranquility to recuperate, even Fang Duobing has been kept at bay, leaving only Bai Lianhua to reside with him in this secluded haven. Today, however, Bai Lianhua's whereabouts are unknown. He usually claims to be attending to Fang Duobing's ailments, returning after a brief absence, yet now he has vanished entirely, neglecting to provide Li Lianhua with his medicine. With the night growing dark and the ground slick, Li Lianhua pondered whether he should search for his companion. He looked around the courtyard and decided it would be prudent to light the lantern at the entrance before venturing out. Traditionally, it was Wang Lianhua who lit the lantern, but with his absence, the entrance remained shrouded in darkness. As Li Lianhua busied himself lighting the lantern, Bai Lianhua, disguised as Wang Lianhua, returned holding a food box. "Oh dear, have I kept you waiting? I did not mean to trouble the nobleman into lighting the lantern himself," he remarked. "Not at all. It is merely that the esteemed Bai physician has been swamped with duties. Such trivial matters I can manage myself," Li Lianhua replied graciously. As they conversed, they entered the dwelling together. Upon reaching the table in the courtyard, Wang Lianhua set down the food box, opened it, and retrieved a bowl of medicine, presenting it to Li Lianhua. He accepted the bowl and, with practiced ease, consumed the potion. Afterward, he drank the water poured by Wang Lianhua and finally indulged in a piece of candy, feeling as though he had returned to the realm of the living. Initially expecting Wang Lianhua to depart as usual after delivering the medicine, he was taken aback when Wang Lianhua settled down beside him, seemingly without intention to leave. "Ah, Bai physician, what a rare visitor you are. Is it that you have time to linger here today?" Li Lianhua inquired, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. Of course, Wang Lianhua replied amiably, as he typically chose to engage in pleasant conversation with such individuals. "So it is that the nobleman cannot bear to be apart from me?" Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua felt a sudden pang of dread as he turned to behold Wang Lianhua's radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with affection, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her gaze fervently fixed upon him. "Your sentiments are known to me, nobleman. How fortunate I am to have met you in this lifetime. May you enjoy the years ahead." Even after spending half a year in Wang Lianhua's company, Li Lianhua found himself unnerved by the depth of her gaze, turning away in discomfort. Hearing her continue to speak, he intended to interrupt but was instead met with a piece of candy being placed in his mouth. "May all your endeavors be prosperous, and may winter yield to the brilliance of the stars," the voice echoed, and Li Lianhua, now silenced by the sweet treat, expected odd words but was instead greeted with well wishes. Before he could respond, a sound akin to heavenly music reached his ears. Turning to look, he beheld a graceful arc traversing the night sky. In an instant, a dazzling display of fireworks erupted, blooming like a myriad of flowers, illuminating the night and casting a radiant glow upon Li Lianhua at that moment. "Happy New Year!" The utterance jolted Li Lianhua into realization. He had forgotten all about the New Year celebrations. He then observed Wang Lianhua extracting several dishes and a plate of dumplings from the food box, along with a pot of wine and a solitary cup seemingly conjured from thin air. "Li Lianhua, why do you only bring one cup?" he inquired. "Surely, no one expects me to drink in front of a physician," Wang Lianhua responded playfully. Li Lianhua, still with a piece of candy lodged in his mouth, could only gaze in bemusement as Wang Lianhua stifled a laugh, retrieving another cup and pouring wine, which she promptly offered to him. With a smile, Li Lianhua accepted the cup, and under the shimmering lights of the fireworks, he clinked his glass with Wang Lianhua's. The former residence of the solitary woman, now transformed into the Flower Transference Palace, remained alive with the melodies of the Qin and Shao, celebrating in joyous abandon. What had once been a forced gathering was now a voluntary celebration. The Flower Transference Palace was adorned with festive decorations for the new year. Individuals reveled in their own pursuits, unbound by any constraints. Upon closer inspection, amidst the vibrant flowers, 2 green leaves could be spotted. One belonged to Morong Yao, who had recently found his fiancée, and the other to Xikong Jiaxing, who had no fixed abode. Originally, the Flower Transference Palace had prohibited entry to men, but with the new year approaching, an exception was made to allow him inside for a day of celebration, as Xikong Jiaxing had nowhere else to go. Thus, they kept each other company. Palace Master, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! System Host, Happy New Year! Han Yi, Happy New Year! Chapter 20 of the Lotus Pavilion. After the new year, Han Yi reviewed the current progress of his tasks and discovered that Task 2 had been completed, while Task 1 was halfway done. Quite satisfactory, he mused. It seemed that once Li Lianhua mastered the Northern Darkness divine art, all his tasks would be fulfilled. So, does this imply that he could indulge in idleness until Li Lianhua achieved her mastery? After contemplating the task progress, Han Yi envisioned a leisurely life in this world. However, having the rare opportunity to explore a martial arts realm, would it not be rather disappointing to forego venturing into the Jianghu? It felt somewhat unjust to himself for coming to this world merely to passively observe, yet, having already divided himself into three, would summoning his original self lead to a potential mental fracture? Han Ye's wandering thoughts caught the system's attention, which could hardly bear the absurdity. System, don't you find it a bit late to ponder this issue after having already created 3 avatars? Actually, the host can reintegrate his consciousness and allow the identity cards to act autonomously, the system explained. After a brief silence, Han Yi felt compelled to inquire, are you suggesting that your identity cards can function independently? Of course, we are a legitimate system, equipped with all necessary features, the system replied confidently. Then why did you recommend that I purchase the avatar skill when the identity cards can operate autonomously? Han Yi retorted. What? What did you just say? I lost your signal for a moment. There must have been a temporal disturbance affecting my connection. Realizing the situation, the system concluded, it appears I need to upgrade. Host, I must return to the main system for repairs. Focus on your tasks. I shall take my leave. Please refrain from contacting me unless absolutely necessary. Han Yi mused. Where did this drama come from? Surely, he doesn't believe he performed convincingly? However, given the system's demeanor, he decided to utilize the recently discovered report button, which he hoped would be understood. Han Yi found himself gradually believing in the system's legitimacy, especially since a host could indeed report the system. Upon seeing Han Yi's hand resting on the report button, the system immediately whimpered, producing a small treasury, claiming that for the sake of their camaraderie, it could purchase a vessel for the host to traverse the small world. Despite Han Yi's repeated refusals, he found it difficult to decline such heartfelt generosity and ultimately accepted. Under the system's guidance, he retracted his consciousness, allowing the identity card to function autonomously. He then deployed the system's gift into this world, crafting a face resembling his own, donning a change of clothing, and arming himself with a sword. Thus, a fledgling swordsman emerged. Successfully integrated into the Lotus Pavilion small world, Han Yi prepared to seek refuge at the Tenji Villa. Host, do you not aspire to become the world's greatest, instilling fear in all? The system prompted. No, I do not, Han Yi replied. Do you not wish to become a master swordsman, capable of slaying one foe every 10 steps and leaving none alive for 1,000 miles? The system pressed again. I have no such desire, Han Yi reiterated. Then why do you venture into the Jianghu? The system queried. Are you not on your way to upgrade at the main system? Why do you linger? Moreover, did you not wish for me to spend points on martial arts manuals? Although slightly taken aback by the revelation, the system persisted in its sales pitch. That's unimportant. What matters is whether you will purchase. I assure you, it will be worth your investment, and if you aren't interested in swordsmanship, we also offer techniques for blades and whips. Before the system could finish its pitch, Han Yi interjected, but I already possess the Northern Darkness divine art, and I can directly seek guidance from several esteemed masters. Isn't that far superior to aimlessly practicing on my own? Ignoring the system's subsequent silence, Han Yi resolved to visit a pawnshop, hopeful that it would open its doors on this 8th day of the new year. Surely, the system has arranged for my identity yet only provided a travel pass without any funds? Please, host, strive for self-sufficiency, the system retorted, refusing to offer material assistance. Thus, Han Yi had no choice but to walk to the nearby town. Fortunately, the system's map indicated that the drop-off point was in the vicinity of the town. Had it been deep in the mountains, his journey through the Jianghu could have ended in a dismal demise. After an hour's trek, Han Yi finally reached the town. As he mentally criticized the misleading distance indicated on the system's map, he glanced up at the town's name. Shuiyu Town. It seemed somewhat familiar. With his striking appearance, he approached a kind-hearted old lady by the roadside to inquire why it felt so recognizable. Chapter 21 of the Lotus Pavilion. The elderly woman mentioned that there exists a renowned lotus cultivation estate in the town, owned by a man named Guo, whose wife bears the surname Su. Upon hearing her words, Han Yi immediately recognized the place. This was the very estate associated with the infamous wedding dress murder case from the original narrative. However, the fact that the lady's surname is Su suggests that the plot has yet to unfold. After bidding farewell to the amiable woman and declining her offer to guide him, Han Yi leisurely meandered through the town instead of hurrying to the pawnshop. Eventually, he stumbled upon an inn. Upon entering, he noticed a small peach blossom mark beneath the counter where the innkeeper attended. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved a jade tablet from his system space, feigning to pull it from his pocket as he presented it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper accepted the jade tablet and employed a unique method to verify its authenticity, thereby confirming Han Yi's identity. He promptly instructed the attendant to keep a vigilant eye on him before respectfully ushering him into the back courtyard. Young master, please follow me. The innkeeper inquired, what are your instructions, young master? Han Yi replied, kindly prepare me a place to stay, some changes of clothing, a sum of silver, and a horse. Also, please inquire discreetly if there have been any recent sightings of strangers at the Lotus Pavilion. Understood, young master, please wait a moment, the innkeeper responded. Seated in the back courtyard, Han Yi savored the refreshments brought by the innkeeper, feeling fortunate that during the acquisition of the identity card for Master Wang, he had developed a faction in accordance with Wang's aspirations. Otherwise, he mused, how could he be so at ease at this moment? In less than an hour, someone escorted Han Yi to a residence located a few streets away from the Lotus Pavilion. The household consisted solely of an elderly steward, a young servant, a cook, and a laundress. They presented Han Yi with a box containing the latest news from the Lotus Pavilion along with a pouch of silver. Young master, these individuals have been serving here since the purchase of the estate. The horses tied up in the back courtyard, the steward informed him. After confirming there was nothing further to discuss, Han Yi dismissed the staff. He had initially intended to offer the steward some silver to procure a few garments, but the steward declined, stating that the household expenses were covered by a separate account and did not require additional funds. Nodding in acknowledgement, Han Yi followed the steward to his quarters, where he was encouraged to rest well. After confirming that he had no other requests, the steward informed him that the young servant would be waiting outside his door, ready to assist with any needs, before respectfully withdrawing. Once the steward departed, Han Yi perused the information regarding the Lotus Pavilion. Upon reading that an unattractive man had been rescued by the estate's mistress the previous year, and that the two seemed to have developed a bond over time, he realized that the narrative of the wedding dress murder case had yet to commence. After some contemplation, Han Yi resolved to visit the Tianji Mountain Manor first. As he currently lacked martial skills, even if he remained, he would be unable to save anyone, thus, it would be more prudent to see if he could enlist the aid of a powerful ally. Although he felt that the onset of the wedding dress murder case would likely occur around June or July, he nonetheless instructed his subordinates to keep a watchful eye on the Lotus Pavilion before departing, ensuring that any unexpected incidents would be met with prompt assistance. Especially during the witching hour, he emphasized vigilance regarding elopements and escapes, advising that if a wedding dress resembling a pomegranate skirt, adorned with intricate and weighty headpieces, were to appear at the Lotus Pavilion, it would warrant utmost attention. While the subordinates found the sudden orders somewhat perplexing, they soon reasoned that their master appeared to be a connoisseur of amusement, rendering the instructions less surprising. Moreover, the notion of elopement struck them as an enticing prospect for their master, albeit the aspect of saving someone was not entirely in line with his usual pursuits. Nevertheless, as dictated from above, so would it be executed below. With the orders dispatched, Han Yi set forth on his journey to Tianji Mountain Manor, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 22 The Lotus Tower. After months of arduous travel through rugged terrain, Han Yi finally arrived at a town near Tianji Villa, his body cloaked in the scent of grass and dust. He was filled with profound regret for embarking on this journey alone, lacking martial skills and unfamiliar with the roads. Had it not been for the system map that discerned friend from foe, he might have stumbled into a bandit stronghold on the very first day of his foray into the martial world. The chivalric life he had envisioned was far from this. He had aspired to be a gallant youth, sword in hand, traversing the world on a spirited steed, not a ragged wanderer, cold and hungry, forced to endure the elements. Host of the system, has your dream been realized? Are you not elated? The system's mocking voice echoed in his mind. In a fit of indignation, Han Yi resolved to mute the system for 3 minutes, before he could lament his circumstances any further. Just then, he noticed a kind-hearted vendor selling buns, her gaze filled with pity as she regarded him. Oh, young master, have you encountered bandits? You seem so unfortunate. Look at your once fine attire, now in tatters. This comment struck him as somewhat awkward. Should he confess to the vendor that he had not faced any bandits, but was merely struggling to adapt to the hardships of the martial world? No, absolutely not. Han Yi was determined to preserve his dignity. Skillfully convincing himself to bypass this topic, he feigned ignorance of her words, greeting her with a calm demeanor. Instead, he inquired about the location of an inn, thanked her, and proceeded in that direction. Upon locating the inn, despite his disheveled appearance, the discerning innkeeper recognized the potential of this guest. Noticing the fine steed he led, the innkeeper treated him with utmost respect, ushering him inside. Esteemed guest, are you seeking a meal or accommodation? Before Han Yi could respond to the innkeeper's eager query, he heard a voice from his side. My lord, your arrival is quite tardy. I have awaited your presence for some time. Turning his head, he beheld a striking figure clad in crimson, leaning against the doorframe leading to the courtyard, a folding fan in hand, observing him intently. Though he had never encountered this visage before, an inexplicable intuition informed him of the man's identity. Senior Wang? Indeed, it is I. The man in red nodded with composure, dismissing the innkeeper before guiding Han Yi into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Lianhua was seated, sipping tea and pondering the nature of Wang Lianhua's friends. 3 months prior, Wang Lianhua had received a message via carrier pigeon, informing him of a good mood today, accompanied by a bowl of standard bitter medicine. Out of curiosity, Li Lianhua had casually inquired, and was met with an unexpected reply. Wang's friend was coming. Initially, he thought little of it. After all, who did not have friends? It was of no concern to him, as he was not part of that circle. However, when this month's medicine suddenly doubled in bitterness, and upon questioning Wang Lianhua about the reason, he received an answer about needing to dispel negative energy. This matter suddenly became more relevant to him. After enduring another month of bitter medicine, upon hearing the commotion, Li Lianhua was eager to see what sort of individual Wang's friend might be. As he gazed, he found himself staring at what appeared to be a vagabond. Chapter 23 of the Lotus Pavilion. Dressed in tattered brocade, with a feeble and unsteady gait, he unmistakably appeared to be a person devoid of martial prowess, yet, his countenance was rather pleasing, with a jade-like visage and an elegant demeanor, only slightly inferior to my own. Could it be that Wang Lianhua chooses friends based on appearances? Stealing a glance at Wang Lianhua, it seemed that he had disguised himself well, for there was nothing unsightly about him. I am Han Yi, he introduced himself, uncertain of how to address this young swordsman. Guided to the courtyard by Wang Lianhua, Han Yi instinctively introduced himself upon seeing the gentleman in green sipping tea, for he had not detected any inclination from the esteemed Wang to engage in conversation as he settled into his seat. I am Li Lianhua, merely an idle person, not worthy of being called a young swordsman, Li Lianhua replied, rising to return the gesture. After a brief pause, he added, but young swordsman, might I inquire if you are in the midst of rigorous training? Han Yi scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile. No, I am not a young swordsman, nor am I engaged in any arduous training. It is simply a moment of folly that has led me to this state. The system erupted in laughter in his mind. Ha 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 ha. Faced with two pairs of curious and puzzled eyes, and with the system's mocking laughter echoing in his mind, Han Yi resolved to blacklist the system for another 3 minutes. He stammered, well, this is quite a lengthy tale. Li Lianhua exchanged a glance with Wang Lianhua, then poured a cup of tea and placed it on the vacant table, saying to Han Yi, young Master Han, please take a seat and share your story at your leisure. We have ample time to listen. Ultimately, Han Yi succumbed to the situation and sat down to recount his initial foray into the martial world. At first, it was uneventful. He encountered mountain bandits, then inadvertently veered off the path and wandered into the mountains, where he faced a horde of monkeys. Only after evading the monkeys did he finally arrive at the town, following the map. Having been exceptionally gifted since childhood and never having been bullied by monkeys, Li Lianhua listened intently and asked, so, my brother Han, your predicament was due to the mountain bandits? Wang Lianhua, who had long been accustomed to the whims of fate and possessed considerable experience in the martial world, also listened attentively, bursting into laughter. No, it was because of the monkeys, Han Yi clarified. Although Li Lianhua found it difficult to comprehend, he followed Han Yi's lead and inquired, so, my brother, were you entangled with the monkeys for an extended period? No, it was merely 3 days. The late arrival was primarily due to the system's map being oriented in all cardinal directions, which caused me to spend considerable time navigating. Having answered in his mind, Han Yi merely smiled at Li Lianhua, choosing not to voice his thoughts. Understanding Han Yi's nature, Wang Lianhua finally ceased his laughter, still bearing a smile, and tactfully shifted the topic. Well, this is not of great importance. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua hesitated, pondering, indeed, it is not you who must endure the bitter draught. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang Lianhua spoke to him. In fact, the secret manual you are currently practicing belongs to him. Ah? Li Lianhua's attention was piqued as he became serious. Does this mean, my brother Han, that you are aware of this? Li Lianhua questioned whether Han Yi knew of his practice of the North Sea divine art, suspecting that perhaps someone had mentioned it would cure him, and coincidentally had given him the manual without informing its rightful owner. I am aware, Han Yi replied. Hearing this, Li Lianhua felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, given that he was practicing someone else's profound technique, Li Lianhua sincerely rose to express his gratitude. Once Li Lianhua finished his thanks, he seeks to traverse the martial world but lacks martial skills. Since that is the case, he may take you as his master, and you shall teach him martial arts. Ah! The two exclaimed in unison, exchanging astonished glances before turning to Wang Lianhua. It seems you both have no objections. Then it is settled. With this resolution, the esteemed Wang rose and departed, leaving behind a bewildered Han Yi, who had just learned he was to have a master, and a startled Li Lianhua, who had just discovered he was to take on a disciple. They stared at one another in astonishment. Chapter 24 of the Lotus Pavilion. After entrusting Han Yi to Li Lianhua, Wang Lianhua devoted her attention even more to treating Feng Duobing. Fortunately, Feng Duobing possessed remarkable resilience, and the treatment progressed smoothly. By the time this course of therapy concluded, he should be able to stand on his own. On this particular day, within the training grounds of Tianji Villa, all eyes were fixed on Feng Duobing as he clumsily grasped the cane behind his wheelchair. With one hand on the cane and the other gripping the armrest of the wheelchair, he managed to rise to his feet, taking slow, laborious steps forward. Although his movements were painfully gradual, a wave of elation surged within him. He had stood up. He had finally stood up. He could practice martial arts again. He could once more engage in those sword techniques. He was one step closer to his master, Li Shangyi. Master, wait for me. Beside him, Feng Duobing's mother was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She had never imagined she would witness her child standing again. Gratefully, she grasped Bai Lianhua's hand, repeatedly expressing her heartfelt thanks. Dr. Bai, your immense kindness to our Tianji Villa is beyond what I can ever repay. Thank you so much, Doctor. Bai, He Xiaofeng chimed in, her heart swelling with joy over her nephew Feng Duobing's ability to walk. If you do not mind, let us henceforth refer to each other as sisters. Regardless of what transpires, Tianji Villa will always stand as your steadfast support. Dear sister, you are far too gracious, I could never find any fault, Bai Lianhua replied with a gentle smile. However, perhaps we should allow Xiaobao to rest for now. It would be wise not to overexert him initially, let him begin with just a few steps at a time, gradually increasing his efforts. Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's words, He Xuanzhu quickly agreed, urging others. He then continued to inquire about Bai Lianhua's subsequent rehabilitation plan, mentioning that they would prepare a grand feast that evening to properly express their gratitude, while also asking about the recent well-being of Li Lianhua. Bai Lianhua sighed, indicating her reluctance to discuss the matter. Ah, his condition remains. Sigh. Understanding her hint, He Xuanzhu skillfully shifted the conversation back to the evening's banquet, curious if Dr. By had any dietary restrictions. As the dialogue unfolded, the evening banquet approached. He Zhuangju reveled in toasting with guests, while Li Xiaofeng chimed in joyfully after downing a cup of wine. By Lianhua, using her lack of tolerance for alcohol as an excuse, sat to the side, lost in her thoughts, until Fang Duobing wheeled himself over. Thank you so much, Sister Bai, Fang Duobing expressed earnestly. Bai Lianhua smiled. Today, your mother and your aunt, along with many others, have already expressed their gratitude to me. You need not continue. What they say is their own sentiment, but what I express is mine. Fang Duobing scratched his head, suddenly recalling, by the way, Sister Bai, why have I not seen that scoundrel, Li Lianhua, lately? Feigning annoyance, Bai Lianhua replied, oh, I thought you were here to seek me out. It turns out you were merely inquiring about Li Lianhua. No, truly, I came to find you. I just happened to ask about Li Lianhua. Please do not be upset, Fang Duobing hastily clarified, believing Bai Lianhua was genuinely annoyed. After a moment of pretense, Bai Lianhua, observing Fang Duobing's anxious expression, burst into laughter. Relax, I am not angry, I was merely teasing you. He has just been rather busy of late. Relieved by her assurance, Fang Duobing grew curious about what Li Lianhua could possibly be so occupied with. What could he be busy with? Teaching his disciples, Bai Lianhua replied. Fang Duobing scoffed at the notion. He looks frail and incapable of martial arts, what can he possibly teach? Bai Lianhua couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction. He teaches martial arts. Teaching martial arts? Fang Duobing raised an eyebrow, suspecting Bai Lianhua was jesting. Oh, I see. Sister Bai, you must be pulling my leg, look at how gleeful you are, you must be jesting. Bai Lianhua shook her head vigorously. No, he truly is teaching martial arts. But he himself does not know martial arts. How could he possibly teach? Fang Duobing protested. Who says he cannot? His skills are quite formidable, Bai Lianhua countered, surprised that her rare moment of honesty was met with skepticism. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I refuse to believe it. What could he possibly know? Surely it is nothing more than some third-rate techniques, Fang Duobing declared. Sister Bai, you must not be viewing him through rose-colored glasses, he added. Bai Lianhua insisted, he possesses remarkable martial arts skills. Perhaps they are techniques you would greatly desire to learn. Fang Duobing dismissed her claims outright. That is utterly impossible. If such a day were to come, I would take his surname. Bai Lianhua nodded, making a mental note of his words. Chapter 25 of the Lotus Tower. Unbeknownst to him, someone wished to share his surname. Li Lianhua gazed at Han Yi, who was diligently practicing the Biming divine art, with a heart full of mixed emotions. It was not that Han Yi lacked aptitude, on the contrary, his innate qualities were exceptional, marking him as a prodigious martial talent, yet, reflecting on the initial days when he first began training Han Yi, Li Lianhua found himself at a loss for words. Initially, Li Lianhua had intended to teach Han Yi the Biming divine art first, believing that this would simplify the process of mastering the Yangzhou style for himself. Thus, he began to elucidate the principles of the Biming divine art. This technique comprises 36 illustrations, starting with the first. The Tai Yin Lung meridian and the Ren meridian form the foundation of the Biming divine art, with the thumb Xiaoshang acupoint being of particular importance. As soon as Li Lianhua finished his explanation, Han Yi promptly raised his hand, inquiring, Master, where is the Tai Yin Lung meridian? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Lianhua. Wasn't it illustrated right here? Could it be that he had no comprehension of meridians and acupoints whatsoever? Han Yi remained silent, merely offering an awkward smile in response. If not for the medical texts on meridians and acupoints brought by Wang Lianhua after hearing about the situation, Li Lianhua would have been at a loss on how to instruct him. Gradually, Li Lianhua began to empathize with the feelings of his own master during his training. As he had initially confirmed, Han Yi indeed possessed commendable aptitude. After learning the human meridian diagram, he mastered the first illustration in just a few days. Had he trained in martial arts from a young age, he might have been a formidable opponent. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Li Lianhua reminded himself that his foremost priority was to diligently cultivate the Biming divine art and subsequently retrieve his brother's remains. With that, Li Lianhua calmed his mind and resumed his practice of the Biming divine art. In that Xilian village, Shuiyuzhen, the timid and insecure Shihun, could no longer endure the torment of witnessing Guo Qian inflict harm upon Sun Yangzi. He recalled the countless times she sat alone under the moon, silently shedding tears. Resolutely, he decided to take her away, for she was not happy in this place. He penned a note, as per usual, and slipped it into Sun Yangzi's study before returning to gather his belongings, planning to leave with her that very night. Meanwhile, ever since Guo Qian discovered an unfamiliar piece of calligraphy in Sun Yangzi's study, he had been covertly monitoring the room. Today, he finally witnessed a shadow enter. Once the shadow departed, he made his way into the study. Upon entering, Guo Qian spotted a note on the table by the bright moon, beside the mirror stone, in bridal attire. We shall meet without fail. Enraged after reading the note, Guo Qian dropped it and set off to procure some sticks and blades to lie in wait by the mirror stone, eager to ascertain whether the two truly intended to elope. Once Guo Qian stormed out in a fit of fury, his brother, Guo Kuan, entered the study, noticed the note, and stood in contemplation for a moment before quietly departing, leaving his thoughts unknown. Before long, two individuals entered, glancing at the note. No way, they're really planning to elope. Indeed, young Master Sikon, just as the master anticipated, there are indeed plans for elopement at Xilian village. One was tasked with surveilling Xilian village, while the other was Sikong Jiaxing, who had come to investigate after hearing rumors of merriment in the vicinity. Let us head to the Mirror Stone tonight, said Sikong Jiaxing. Certainly, replied his companion, bowing his head in acquiescence, before replacing the note on the table and exiting the study. Not long after, the tranquil study was graced by its usual occupant, Sun Yangzi. Upon seeing the note, she was taken aback, quickly scanning the room to confirm she was alone before sitting in contemplation. Time slipped by as dusk descended, contrasting with the gradual illumination of Sun Yangzi's eyes. Ultimately, she resolved to leave the study and change into her bridal gown. By the mirror stone next to the grocery store, Guo Qian stood inside with a wooden stick, his gaze fixed intently on the area around the stone. Above the grocery store, Sikong Jiaxing lay languidly on the tiles, basking in the moonlight, while Wang Lianhuai's subordinate similarly kept watch near the mirror stone. Suddenly, the sound of splashing water caught their attention. Glancing toward the moonlit water, they discerned ripples, and within the depths, a shadow appeared to emerge. Under the scrutiny of the subordinates and Guo Qian, a figure rose from the water, prompting the subordinate to internally exclaim, "What a determined individual!" Those who had inquired about Xilian village understood that the lotus pool was a source of flowing water, yet none anticipated that someone would attempt to elope from within it. Just as the subordinate marveled, Guo Qian charged forward, striking the figure down with his stick. Upon seizing the individual, he seemingly discovered something and shouted, "Monster, if you do not intervene soon, that person's life may be in peril," remarked Sikong Jiaxing, who had unexpectedly risen from his reclining position, addressing Wang Lianhuai. Responding to the directive, the subordinate rushed forward, snatching the knife from Guo Qian's hand and swiftly incapacitating him. At that moment, Sun Yangzi, clad in her bridal gown, arrived abruptly, witnessing the unfamiliar figure brandishing a knife and the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Overwhelmed with terror, she turned to flee. "Wait, I am one of Wang Lianhuai's subordinates," he attempted to call after Sun Yangzi, but she stumbled over the threshold, falling into the lotus pool. Misunderstanding, seeing this, Wang Lianhuai's subordinate immediately discarded his knife and dove into the lotus pool to rescue her. What a splendid spectacle, Sikong Jiaxing mused from the rooftop of the grocery store, observing the unfolding drama below. Chapter 26, The Lotus Tower. After a while, Sikong Jiaxing gazed at his subordinate, who was struggling to swim with Sun Yangzi in the water, and let out a sigh. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Sikong Jiaxing swiftly descended to the riverbank to lend a hand, ultimately rescuing Sun Yangzi from the depths. Once they had managed to crawl onto the shore, the out-of-breath subordinate lamented, "Young master, this wedding gown is far too heavy." Sikong Jiaxing, ignoring the complaint from his just-rescued subordinate, promptly removed Sun Yangzi's headpiece and administered first aid until she expelled the accumulated water, confirming that her life was no longer in peril. Only then did he instruct the nearby subordinate to assist Sun Yangzi. The subordinate, still gasping for breath, asked, "Carry her?" Sikong Jiaxing's response was to hoist up the unconscious Shirhan instead, remarking, "Shall we allow Guo Qian to strike them down once more?" The subordinate acquiesced. Indeed, young master has a point. After the two departed, Guo Kuan, who had been observing from the bushes, emerged. Contemplating for a moment, he imitated Guo Qian by picking up a discarded stick and waving it about. Then, following the example of Sikong Jiaxing, he lifted Guo Qian from the ground and made his exit as well. The following day, Shirhan awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar room. As he sat up, a sharp pain shot through his head, as if someone had struck him with a stick. Who could it be? As he pondered, Guo Qian's face flickered through his mind. He recalled that just yesterday, after emerging from the lotus pool, he had been struck by Guo Qian. Now, what was the situation? Where was Sun Yangzi? Had Guo Qian imprisoned him here? Was Sun Yangzi safe? So you are awake, came a voice. Startled from his thoughts, Shirhan turned to see someone entering the room with a tray of breakfast. Upon seeing the person, his instinct was to lower his head and hide his face behind his hair. However, recalling that he still did not know Sun Yangzi's whereabouts, he jumped off the bed and strode towards the newcomer, grasping their arm and inquiring urgently, "Is Sun Yangzi all right?" The person who entered was one of Wang Lianhuai's subordinates. Observing Shihan's agitation, he urged, "Calm down, please, do not be too excited. Sun Yangzi is fine, she is in the next room." Before the man could finish his sentence, upon hearing that Sun Yangzi was nearby, Shirhan pushed aside Wang. The pushed subordinate barely regained his balance, managing to hold onto the breakfast tray, and called after Shirhan, "Hey, don't rush." He hastily set down the tray and followed suit, adding, "She hasn't woken up yet. The doctor is still checking her pulse." Upon entering the next room, Shirhan spotted Sun Yangzi lying on the bed. Just as he was about to call out her name, he was silenced by a glare from the doctor, who was attending to her. He immediately quieted down and moved to the bedside, waiting patiently. Once the doctor finished his examination, Shirhan anxiously inquired, "Doctor, how is Sun Yangzi?" The doctor replied, "She is stable, nothing serious, just a bit traumatized and has inhaled some water. I will prescribe a sedative for her." "But why hasn't she woken up yet?" Shirhan pressed. "She should awaken shortly," the doctor assured him. "Thank you, doctor," Shirhan expressed gratefully. At that moment, Wang Lianhuai's subordinate, who had been observing silently, interjected, "Allow me to escort you out, doctor." Once everyone had vacated the room, Shirhan took a seat beside Sun Yangzi, gently holding her hand as he awaited her awakening. "Why haven't you gone in?" Sikong Jiaxing leaned against the wall and asked the subordinate who had just returned from escorting the doctor. "Now that they are awake, I see no reason to intrude upon their intimate exchange," the subordinate replied, listening to the sounds emanating from the room. Then, leaning closer to Sikong Jiaxing, he queried, "Why is it so quiet at Xilian Manor today? With the manor mistress gone, aren't they searching for her? Are you not aware that family shame is best kept hidden?" Sikong Jiaxing retorted, glancing at the subordinate who was curiously observing him. What are you still doing here? Have the medicines been prepared? Has your master replied to your correspondence? Do you have nothing else to occupy your time? The subordinate bowed and took his leave. As the subordinate departed, Sikong Jiaxing remained behind, reflecting on the undeniable truth that, regardless of the realm of martial arts, some things remained constant. Chapter 27 of the Lotus Pavilion. A few days later, upon receiving a message via carrier pigeon, Wang Lianhua arrived at Li Lianhua's residence in search of Han Yi. Upon noticing Wang Lianhua's arrival, Li Lianhua exclaimed, "Oh dear, young Master Wang has come again." There was no ulterior motive. It was merely a recognition that Wang Lianhua had concluded his treatment for Fang Duobing, and was now prescribing some rehabilitation and recuperation remedies. Consequently, he would not be frequenting the Tianji Villa as much, instead opting to spend his days next door, leisurely playing the zither and brewing tea, embodying a... While the leisurely existence was unremarkable, there were those, particularly a certain young gentleman surnamed Wang, who delighted in seeking out matters of interest during his free time, often meandering over for no particular reason. Had it not been for the medicine still in his possession, Li Lianhua would hardly have tolerated such inconvenience. Wang Lianhua remarked, "Ah, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. I have missed you dearly, hence my prompt visit to see you, my lord." Li Lianhua responded, "Of course, it is the expression of welcoming young Master Wang to my humble abode." Engaging in light banter, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua exchanged a few playful words. Wang Lianhua, taking his time, poured himself a cup of tea before broaching the matter at hand. "In truth, I have come today primarily due to news from the Shuiyuan estate. System host, there is news from the Cailian manor. Do inquire what tidings young Master Wang bears." Initially, Han Yi had not recalled, but prompted by the system's reminder, he hastily inquired, "What is it?" Wang Lianhua disclosed, "Not long ago, Shirhan eloped with the lady of Cailian manor." Li Lianhua contemplated whether he should excuse himself from the discussion, but before he could make a move, Wang Lianhua mentioned Shirhan. Shirhan? The Shirhan of the Jinyuan Alliance? He thought, perhaps there would be a lead on his senior brother, and thus continued to listen intently. Wang Lianhua elaborated, "He has been rescued, and Li Mu has written asking how to proceed." Having absorbed the juicy gossip of the elopement, Li Lianhua cast a glance at Han Yi, who began to sigh and shake his head. The audacity of that act was impossible for Han Yi to overlook. Han Yi rubbed his nose and cautiously asked his master, "Is something amiss?" "Oh, who would have thought my disciple had ties with the Shirhan of the Jinyuan Alliance?" Li Lianhua sighed once more, "This temple is so small. I wonder if it can accommodate you." Li Lianhua certainly did not believe that Han Yi, possessing no martial prowess yet wielding the secrets of the Biming divine skill, was affiliated with the Jinyuan Alliance. However, since encountering Wang Lianhua, the coincidental news of Shirhan felt rather uncanny. "Of course, it can accommodate me," Han Yi asserted with conviction, yet, he then recounted his visit to Shuiyuan to gather information, revealing that he had heard of the benevolence of the lady of Cailian manor, who had rescued a life, seemingly hinting at a budding romance. "I grew curious, hence I requested them to keep a watchful eye." Han Yi, half seriously, turned to Li Lianhua and asked, "Master, do you happen to know Shirhan?" Li Lianhua denied it, then began to ramble, "Me? Of course, I do not know him, who is unaware of the Jinyuan Alliance's renown. I was merely intrigued after hearing this. I truly did not expect such occurrences at Cailian manor." "Oh, is that so?" After the two exchanged a few casual remarks to conclude the matter, Wang Lianhua, having observed enough of the unfolding drama, stepped in to bring closure. "It seems my presence is no longer essential at Tianji Villa. Since you both are so curious, let us journey together to Shuiyuan and investigate." The two exchanged glances, silently agreeing to this proposal. Chapter 28. The Lotus Pavilion. Having made their decision, Li Lianhua and her companions swiftly packed their belongings, ready to embark on their journey. However, before departing, they needed to bid farewell to the people of Tianji Villa. Early the next morning, He Zhuozhu held onto Bai Lianhua's hand, reluctant to let go, and said, "Be cautious along your travels. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to write to me. Do not hesitate to reach out. By the way, do you think I should send some people to accompany you?" At the entrance of Tianji Villa, He Zhuozhu expressed his sentiments while Bai Lianhua reassured him, "Sister, rest assured. We have always managed well on our own, and in a few days, I will also remember to write to you to assure you of my safety." Immersed in her character, Bai Lianhua responded earnestly. Meanwhile, Fang Duobing was having an awkward farewell with Li Lianhua. Due to his frail health, he had few friends throughout his life, and Li Lianhua was his first. "If you are bullied out there, I begrudgingly agree to use our Tianji Villa's name to back you up," he said. Li Lianhua glanced at He Zhuozhu, who had also heard this remark, and hesitated slightly. "Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about this?" Fang Duobing began, but was interrupted as He Zhuozhu slapped him on the back of the head, exclaiming, "You impudent boy! What nonsense are you spouting in front of young Master Li?" In He Zhuozhu's eyes, Li Lianhua and his newly recognized sister were akin to a pair, thus, Fang Duobing's words had muddled their familial relations. "Hey, mother, why did you hit me?" Fang Duobing protested, feeling wronged. "Do not dare speak carelessly." He Zhuozhu raised his hand, indicating he might strike again. Before he could act, Bai Lianhua intervened, saying, "I believe Xiaobao considers Li Lianhua a friend, and how they interact is not for us to meddle with." Persuaded, He Zhuozhu resumed expressing his reluctance to part with Bai Lianhua, while Li Lianhua moved closer to Fang Duobing to console him. Soon, Fang Duobing, regaining his composure, inquired about Li Lianhua's apprentice. Ah, Li Lianhua, I heard you have taken on an apprentice, where is he? Li Lianhua pointed to Han Yi, who stood beside the Lotus Pavilion. That would be him. Fang Duobing followed her gesture and saw a refined young man standing there. It seemed their eyes met, and he bowed courteously in their direction. Being in a wheelchair, Fang Duobing could only respond with a slight nod and began to scrutinize Li Lianhua. Initially, Li Lianhua wished to ignore it, but Fang Duobing's expression was too evident. What are you doing? Fang Duobing thought to himself that Li Lianhua was quite fortunate, not only having a sister as beautiful and kind-hearted as Bai Lianhua, but also a striking young man who wished to become his disciple. Can Li Lianhua wield martial arts? And with such an ordinary appearance, does she not feel inferior among them? How can I think like this? Li Lianhua is my good friend, I must support her. Fang Duobing earnestly advised, Li Lianhua, you must have faith in yourself. Despite being utterly bewildered, Li Lianhua took advantage of the situation to coax Fang Duobing into relinquishing his pocket money. After losing his allowance, Fang Duobing thought Li Lianhua's words made sense and even felt he had saved too little, pondering that he could have given her more silver. Finally, when the sun reached its zenith, Li Lianhua and her companions bid farewell to the people of Tianji Villa and set off towards Shuiyu town. 2 months later, upon arriving in Shuiyu town, Li Lianhua and her companions finally met Shirhan. Upon seeing them, Shirhan and Sun Yangzi knelt down to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Wang Lianhua, who typically showed little interest in such matters, stood up and left before Shirhan could finish, saying, it has nothing to do with me. No need for thanks. Seeing this, Han Yi also stood up, remarking, indeed, it has little to do with me as well. Li Lianhua, remaining, accepted this gratitude, stating, I do not require any repayment. I only wish to know one thing, where is the body of Dan Gudao? Initially, Li Lianhua thought that since Shirhan was a member of the Golden Mandarin Alliance, he might have some clues. To his surprise, Shirhan offered him an unexpected revelation. Upon hearing Li Lianhua's inquiry, Shirhan's face displayed hesitation, clearly aware of something. Noticing this, Li Lianhua urged, if you know anything, please tell me, and I will owe you a favor. Shirhan, upon hearing this, bowed his head, stating, I cannot accept the title of benefactor. It is a great kindness that our lives were spared, but concerning Dan Gudao, the alliance leader entrusted his body to me. After a long pause and a glance at Sun Yangzi, Shirhan finally disclosed, Dan Gudao's body was preserved in a medicinal coffin and is buried beneath. If it involves something dubious, perhaps it would be better to wait until nightfall. Having been halted, Li Lianhua managed to regain his composure. Now that he knew the whereabouts of his brother's body, waiting until nightfall was of no consequence. Chapter 29 of the Lotus Pavilion. As night descended, shadows of the trees danced gracefully, and the cawing of crows punctuated the tranquil forest with an unsettling sharpness. Lion's Soul, lantern in hand, led us around to the southern gate of the Lotus Gathering. Gesturing toward a nearby willow tree, he remarked, the body was buried there. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He raised the spade and plunged it forcefully into the soft earth. Han Yi stood by, observing Li Lianhua's frenzied actions, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. That he understood that, even if they unearthed a corpse, it would not be the true Shanga Dao, yet he grappled with whether to voice the truth. Thus, he remained silent, assisting Lion's Soul in the grim task of digging up the coffin. As moments ticked by, Li Lianhua finally unearthed a coffin. The damp aroma of the soil mingled with the stench of decaying wood, assaulting his senses and provoking nausea. Han Yi stifled the churn in his stomach as he watched Li Lianhua, trembling hands cautiously lifting the coffin lid. A pallid visage greeted them, devoid of color, with eyes firmly shut, as if merely asleep. Yet the rigid contours of the face and the lifeless, ashen skin served as a stark reminder to Li Lianhua that the individual within had long since departed this world. Xixiang, Li Lianhua tremulously extended his hand, yearning to caress his brother's cheek, yet hesitated, fearing to disturb his tranquility. Tears cascaded down his cheeks as memories flooded his mind. Shangyi, do not fear, brother is unharmed. Shangyi, look, this is the wooden sword I made for you. Do you like it? Shangyi, we, as brothers, shall venture. Wang Lianhua disregarded Li Lianhua's turmoil, extending her hand to meticulously examine the body. Inhaling deeply, her expression turned grave. This should not be your brother. What did you say? Li Lianhua sprang to his feet, gripping Wang Lianhua's collar tightly. Repeat that. I said. Wang Lianhua's gaze turned icy as she broke free from his grasp, fixing her eyes upon his, enunciating each word deliberately, this is not your brother. Be quiet, you speak nonsense. Li Lianhua, unable to contain his emotions, swung a fist at Wang Lianhua. Anticipating his attack, Wang Lianhua easily dodged, then produced a vial containing an unknown potion, tossing it to Li Lianhua before turning to leave, her cold words lingering in the air. Li Lianhua, you have been deceived. Li Lianhua did not catch the vial, allowing it to fall to the ground, standing there in a daze, lost in thought. Han Yi approached, retrieving the vial, and, with a resolve to see this through, called upon Lion's Soul to assist in opening it and pouring the potion onto Shanga Dao's face, spreading it meticulously. Before long, Shanga Dao transformed into another visage. Ah, this is not Shanga Dao. Lion's Soul exclaimed, disbelief and a hint of panic lacing his voice. Unbeknownst to them, Li Lianhua had approached, his complexion darkened with dread. The corpse was indeed riddled with knife wounds, a fatal blow to the chest, a clean and swift death, yet the face bore no resemblance to the Shanga Dao they had desperately sought. He scrutinized the body, leaving no inch of skin or detail unchecked, only to discover that the little finger of the right hand had been severed, starkly contrasting with his brother's. This is impossible. Lion Soul murmured in disbelief beside the coffin. This is the body that the leader provided to me. You of the Golden Mandarin Alliance are cunning and devious. It is not beyond possibility that you have employed a decoy to create confusion. Li Lianhua finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if it had been wrenched from his throat, his pallor betraying the absence of blood, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he bore the weight of immense anguish. Master, what is wrong? Han Yi, noticing Li Lianhua's distress, rushed forward to support him. Li Lianhua's veins throbbed visibly, and a searing pain erupted in his chest, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, benefactor. Li Lianhua weakly collapsed into Han Ye's embrace, consciousness fading, the world around him warping, the sounds growing faint, yet the excruciating pain served as a stark reminder that the poison of his green tea was taking effect. Chapter 30 of the Lotus Pavilion. Li Lianhua lay curled up on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of color, his azure robe was stained with blood, and the once resplendent figure was now reduced to an endless state of dishevelment. Coughing violently, Li Lianhua covered his mouth, dark crimson blood seeping through his fingers, a harrowing sight. The poison of the green tea, the most malevolent and insidious substance in the martial world, was now ruthlessly ravaging his body, gnawing away at the scant remnants of his vitality. Master, how are you? Han Ye's anxious voice echoed in Li Lianhua's ears, tinged with tremors. He gazed upon Li Lianhua's agonized visage, his face etched with worry and sorrow. I'm fine, Li Lianhua forced a smile, yet it was more ghastly than tears. I'm not dead yet. How can you still feign strength at such a time? Han Yi could hardly contain his roar. Do you think you are made of iron? When the green tea poison strikes, not even deities can save you. Li Lianhua managed a feeble smile, refraining from retorting. Indeed, he was acutely aware of his dire condition. The North Ming divine skill had yet to be mastered. In his current state of turmoil, the poison had backfired upon him, leaving him as a mere shadow of his former self. Wang Lianhua sat beside him, his brows knitted tightly, a grave expression upon his face. He reached out to feel Li Lianhua's pulse, his countenance growing even more somber. Han Yi, observing Li Lianhua, was engulfed in a whirlpool of anxiety. What was he to do? Should he truly stand by helplessly as this once extraordinary man succumbed to the torment of poison? There is, in fact, another way. What way? If someone is willing to impart a substantial amount of internal energy to him, aiding him in mastering the North Ming divine skill, he could then refine the green tea poison himself. Upon hearing this method from Wang Lianhua, Han Yi fell into silence. He recalled that in Demigods and Semi-Devils, it was Wu Yazi who had transmitted 70 years of internal energy to Su Zhu, enabling success, but now, he possessed merely a thin layer, tantamount to nothing. Where was he to find 70 years worth of internal energy? System, is there any way to save him? Han Yi urgently inquired within his mind. The system detected the host's current predicament and responded a special item available in the system shop. A century of internal energy, priced at 10,000 points. Limited time half-price sale. Would you like to purchase? Do you think I can afford it even at half price? Han Yi felt a mix of indignation and amusement. After toiling to complete tasks, he had only accumulated 210 points, having been deceived by the system into purchasing the doppelganger skill for 150, leaving him with a mere 60. The host may opt for installment payments, with a down payment of 0 points. The system will devise a repayment plan based on the host's current situation. Buy it, but I want 2 portions. Host, are you planning to bind yourself to me permanently? Just conduct your business and speak less, Han Yi retorted. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing 2 centuries of internal energy. Would you like to extract it now? Extract. Han Yi took a deep breath, casting his gaze upon the frail Li Lianhua lying there, a flicker of resoluteness in his eyes. Wang Lianhua wanted to ask why he didn't let him transfer internal energy to Li Lianhua, but seeing Han Yi's seemingly natural demeanor, he decided against it. If it came to it, he would reluctantly take over. Is everything alright? Oh. Confirming that Wang Lianhua was indeed fine, Han Yi helped Li Lianhua sit up, placing his hand on his back as a stream of pure internal energy flowed unceasingly into his body. Li Lianhua felt a warm current surge from his back, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones, gradually warming his once frigid body and alleviating the deep-seated pain. He opened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Han Yi, confusion and disbelief swirling in his gaze. What are you doing? You should focus on channeling this internal energy to break through the bottleneck and master the North Ming divine skill. Your disciple is of little use. Han Yi hardly had time to speak, as Wang Lianhua explained from the side. The magnitude of 2 centuries worth of internal energy was immense, even for a master like Wang Lianhua. Attempting to transfer it all at once was no simple task, let alone for Han Yi, a novice in the martial world. As time ticked by, Han Yi's complexion grew increasingly grim, his body beginning to tremble slightly. He felt his internal energy flowing out like a rushing stream. To prevent the 2 of them from perishing together, Li Lianhua had no choice but to carefully suppress the green tea poison while guiding Han Yi's transmitted energy to shatter the bottleneck. At that moment, Li Lianhua sensed a tremendous explosion within his body, as though something had shattered. Instantly, a powerful sucking force erupted from within him, voraciously devouring the internal energy Han Yi had sent forth. Had it not been for Wang Lianhua, who had been observing closely and sensed something amiss, he would have decisively intervened. Otherwise, Han Yi might have been drained entirely. Chapter 31 of the Lotus Pavilion. As the morning light streamed through the window grills, it cast a dappled glow upon Li Lianhua's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips, reminiscent of self-mockery, yet tinged with a sense of lament. The North Sea divine art had been mastered, and the poison of the green tea had been dispelled. Rising to his feet, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. At the stone table in the courtyard, Wang Lianhua, dressed in a flowing red robe, leisurely sipped tea. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on him, accentuating his striking features and extraordinary beauty. Li Lianhua, with a boldness that bordered on audacity, approached and took a seat opposite Wang Lianhua, offering a sheepish apology with a forced smile. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Lianhua did not even lift his eyelids, appearing utterly oblivious to Li Lianhua's presence. As he continued to savor his tea, however, the tight line of his lips betrayed his current mood. Growing weary of the situation, Wang Lianhua set down his teacup and stood to leave, only to be intercepted by Li Lianhua with a cold snort. Wang Lianhua cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone icy. Li Lianhua, your audacity grows ever bolder. Dare you impede my path? Li Lianhua hastily implored. My Lord Wang, I beg of you, please enlighten me as to how I might appease your anger. Oh, what a delightful sight you two make. A cheerful voice rang out from outside the courtyard, and Hanya's figure appeared at the entrance. However, upon witnessing the tense atmosphere within, he wisely chose to remain silent. Wang Lianhua shot Li Lianhua a frosty glance before sidestepping him and making his exit. My Lord Wang, please wait. Li Lianhua hurriedly pursued, grasping the sleeve of Wang Lianhua's robe, his tone pitiful. I truly acknowledge my faults. Grant me your forgiveness this once. Han Yi joined them, attempting to intercede on Li Lianhua's behalf, yet before he could finish, Wang Lianhua interrupted. Enough, I do not wish to revisit this matter. Li Lianhua, if you genuinely wish to soothe my ire, you must agree to one condition. Li Lianhua's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, what is it? Wang Lianhua's lips curled into a playful smile. I require you to sell yourself to bury your brother. What? Li Lianhua and Han Yi exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. Wang Lianhua disregarded their astonishment, continuing with indifference, rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. If someone is willing to pay 100 taels for you, this matter will be settled. Wang Lianhua, do not go too far. Why, are you unwilling? Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. How could the illustrious Li Shangyi ever consent to such a thing? Wang Lianhua dismissed him entirely, rising to leave, and as he passed by, he tossed over his shoulder, 3 days hence, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Be punctual. Master, are you truly? Speak further, and I shall expel you from my tutelage. Oh, young Master Li has arrived. 3 days later, Wang Lianhua regarded Li Lianhua as he entered the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, raising an eyebrow. Since you have come, follow me. Without waiting for a response, Wang Lianhua pulled Li Lianhua to the dressing table and picked up an eyebrow pencil, beginning to embellish his face. What are you doing? Li Lianhua struggled to evade, but Wang Lianhua firmly pressed down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Do not move, Wang Lianhua commanded coldly, yet his touch was gentle, as if he were handling a precious work of art. Before long, a breathtaking visage appeared in the mirror. Li Lianhua gazed at his reflection, disbelief evident in his eyes. Is this truly me? Why, do you not recognize yourself? Wang Lianhua observed his handiwork with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Let me assure you, there exists no one in this world whom I, Wang Lianhua, cannot disguise. Wow, impressive. Han Yi exclaimed, full of admiration from the sidelines. Li Lianhua, as my disciple, shall you merely observe? How could that be, master? I have chosen to close my eyes, Han Yi promptly replied, shutting his eyes in response to Li Lianhua's words. You are indeed my exemplary disciple. Oh, not at all, master, you flatter me. Chapter 32. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the most extravagant and bustling establishment in Xueyu Town, has become the favored haunt of heroes and illustrious figures since its grand opening less than a year ago, thanks to its opulent decor and exquisite delicacies. However, today, the pavilion presents a rather unusual scene amidst the throngs of people below. A tragic play of sacrifice unfolds. A young maiden, strikingly beautiful yet clad in coarse linen, kneels with an air of delicate grace, her pale complexion marred by an inescapable sorrow. Before her lies a tattered wooden board, upon which the words selling myself to bury my brother are crudely scrawled, resembling the childish scribblings of a young artist, yet somehow reflecting a strange harmony with her demeanor. On the third floor of the pavilion, Han Yi, feeling rather bored, nibbles on sunflower seeds while observing the commotion below, engaging in conversation with his companion. I say, Senior Wang, do you think she truly intends to sell herself to bury her brother? Is that what your lord desires? Wang Lianhua, with her enchanting phoenix eyes slightly narrowed and a playful smile gracing her lips, responds with a hint of cunning in her tone. If it were you, I might consider it. It seems the Drunken Immortal Pavilion has 2 such performances today. Han Yi immediately declines, fully aware that Wang's words might lead to action. No, I believe my master would find amusement in this, so I shall refrain from interfering. Meanwhile, below, Li Lianhua, or rather, now known as Shan Xiaohua, bows her head in an earnest attempt to portray a feeble and helpless damsel. However, having never acted before, especially not in such an emotionally charged role, she can only remain stiffly kneeling, resembling a bullied bride. As more passers-by gather, they point and whisper amongst themselves. Oh, how pitiful. Such a young age to have lost her family. Indeed, she is quite lovely, one wonders where she might be sold. TSK, perhaps a kind-hearted soul will take her in as a concubine. Listening to the murmurs around her, Shan Xiaohua feels a tumult of emotions within her. She had thought that living with a deadly poison would be her greatest misfortune, yet it seems she was still too naive. Must her senior brother truly seek her out? At that moment, a commotion ripples through the crowd as a flamboyant young master, adorned with oiled hair and a fan in hand, struts forward, flanked by a group of sycophants. He parts the crowd, approaches Shan Xiaohua, and leers at her with a lascivious grin. Ah, this young lady is quite exquisite. How much? I shall buy her. He reaches out to caress Shan Xiaohua's face, prompting her to instinctively recoil, only for him to audaciously attempt to grasp her hand. Just then, a long, powerful hand seizes the young master's wrist. It is Han Yi, who has leapt down from the third-floor chamber, positioning himself protectively before Shan Xiaohua, blocking the lascivious advance. Good sir, in broad daylight, is it not excessive to forcibly seize a maiden? Han Yi regards the young master with a sardonic smile, his tone laced with an imperceptible warning. The young master, clearly taken aback by this unexpected intervention, sizes up Han Yi. Despite his humble attire, Han exudes an extraordinary presence, and the dignified Wang Lianhua beside him only adds to the uncertainty of his identity. What is your intention, brother? My interest in this maiden is her good fortune. Do not interfere, he retorts, struggling to free himself from Han Yi's grip. Before he can finish, he feels a warm hand tightening around his throat. The hand, slender and delicate, possesses an unexpected strength, causing him to choke, his face turning crimson like a bird caught by the throat, rendering him incapable of further bravado. Yet among his entourage, a particularly dim-witted follower bellows, "How dare you, release our young master at once, or face our wrath." The young master, nearly gasping for air, rolls his eyes in disbelief at his companion's foolishness. Does he not see my predicament? Wang Lianhua, observing the unfolding farce with amusement, cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of the retort. Unpleasant? How might that be, just as it is now? Han Yi, sensing the low intelligence of the group, decides to engage the young master further. What say you, young lord, regarding this matter? The young master, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily replies, "It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." And yet, do you still intend to purchase this maiden? Han Yi raises an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. And no, I will not. The young master swiftly shakes his head, fearful that lingering too long may cost him dearly. Han Yi feigns disappointment. Do you not understand the virtue of doing good deeds? Ah. The young master hesitantly inquires, then I shall buy her? Is it not the case that you see her plight and wish to offer your assistance? Han Yi's expression radiates frustration. The young master, left speechless, stammers, I will pay, I will pay. He hastily produces a stack of silver notes from his pocket and hands them over to Han Yi. Satisfied, Han Yi nods and releases his grip. He takes the notes and casually passes them to Wang Lianhua. Senior, you may handle this. Wang Lianhua accepts the notes, casting a knowing glance at Shan Xiaohua. Very well, consider it a successful endeavor. Really? Shan Xiaohua can hardly believe her ears, having anticipated a prolonged ordeal of servitude. The young master, eyeing Shan Xiaohua and then Wang Lianhua, realizes something is amiss. Why you, he stutters, pointing at Wang Lianhua. Yes? The young master, now thoroughly intimidated, retreats several steps, hiding behind his sycophants. I am not one to hold grudges, after all, it is merely a few silver notes. The young master, increasingly distressed, laments, I do not care, not at all. His voice breaks into sobs as he is ushered away by his followers. Fear not, young master, they console, it is not your money. Chapter 33, The Lotus Pavilion. Damn it. How dare they deceive me out of my money, they feign such pitiable circumstances, I must have been blind. The young master paced furiously within the confines of his chamber, his exquisite silk robe billowing like a flag in the wind. Only a few days prior, while meandering through the marketplace, he encountered a young maiden who claimed to sell herself to bury her brother. The girl, whose beauty was such that it inspired compassion, wept like a pear blossom in the rain, lamenting her brother's untimely demise due to illness. In a moment of weakness, he was ensnared by her charms, only to find himself ruthlessly swindled by two men. Typically, the price for such transactions was a mere 10 or 8 taels, yet those two scoundrels had absconded with 500 taels of silver notes. Master, do calm down, it is hardly worth your ire over such a lowly trickster, his trusted servant, A Fu, gently advised as he poured tea for the young master, treading carefully to soothe his agitation. Tell me, how can such shameless individuals exist in this world? I, Wang Tianbao, have traversed the martial realm for many years and encountered countless souls, how could I fall prey to such a petty fraudster? Wang Tianbao retorted, taking a large gulp of tea, nearly choking in his vexation. Seeing his master in such a state, A Fu's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. He leaned closer and whispered, Master, we could seek out a storyteller. Wang Tianbao's eyes lit up as he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Brilliant, I shall ensure these scoundrels face ruin and disgrace, their infamy echoing throughout the entire realm, so they may never deceive another soul again. Without delay, A Fu led a group to locate a storyteller of some repute within the martial world. This particular storyteller, Mr. Lu, was renowned for weaving tales of strange and wondrous events with vivid detail and captivating allure. A Fu presented Mr. Lu with a silver ingot, embellishing the tale of the swindler with exaggerated flair, particularly emphasizing the girl's cunning deceit and Wang Tianbao's generous disposition. After hearing the story, Mr. Lu stroked his beard and inquired, "Young hero, you mentioned that the girl sold herself to bury her brother. May I ask, what was the name of her brother?" Ah Fu paused, momentarily caught off guard, having focused solely on the girl's plight. Her name was Shan Xiaohua. Her brother must also bear the surname Shan, I presume. Indeed, perhaps he too bears the surname Shan, Ah Fu replied, somewhat uncertainly. Shan, could it be Shan Gudao? Mr. Lu exclaimed in surprise. Ah Fu racked his brain, recalling only that the brother's name contained Dao. Yes, it is indeed Shan Gudao. He confirmed with enthusiasm. Upon receiving this confirmation, Mr. Lu recognized the significance of the revelation. After all, who among the martial community was unaware that it was the death of Shan Gudao that had sparked the conflict between the Four-Gazing sect and the Golden Mandarin Alliance? The realization that Shan Gudao was still alive inspired Mr. Lu to adapt the story into a fresh narrative. Thus, within a few days, a sensational tale began to circulate through the streets. Shocking, Shan Gudao of the Four-Gazing sect is miraculously alive. He has returned to the martial world with his sister, employing the ruse of selling herself to bury her brother in order to deceive the unsuspecting out of wealth and favor. It is said that the sister possesses a beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight, captivating many a young hero who willingly offers up their fortunes at her feet. This rumor spread like wildfire, taking flight as if it had wings, permeating every alley and thoroughfare. In taverns and teahouses alike, storytellers recounted, with vivid detail, how the siblings had ensnared the unsuspecting denizens of the martial realm, leaving those ignorant of the truth utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the architect of the scheme, Wang Tianbao, sat in a private room of a teahouse, savoring the finest pre-rain Longjing tea, while below, he listened to the storyteller vividly recount the illustrious exploits of Shan Gudao and his sister, a cold smile of revenge curling at the corners of his lips. Dare to deceive me, I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of disgrace and ruin. Unbeknownst to him, in a secluded valley 1,000 miles away, a man clad in black suddenly lifted his head, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Shan Gudao, such audacity to impersonate me. Chapter 34 of the Lotus Pavilion. Incessant rain fell, and the humid air was permeated by the earthy aroma of wet soil and fresh grass, resembling a heavy curtain that enveloped the entirety of Wanqingdao. What did you say? A furious roar echoed through the vast valley, akin to a thunderclap, startling even the birds in the forest into flight. In a small wooden cabin within the valley, Dan Gudao abruptly stood, crushing the teacup in his hand, scalding tea splattering over him unnoticed, his face a tempest of dark fury. Before him stood Fengqing, a slender, astute middle-aged man, who trembled at the sudden outburst yet mustered the courage to repeat, "There are rumors circulating in the martial world that you have not perished, and that you are engaging in deceitful schemes alongside your sister." "Nonsense!" Dan Gudao bellowed, striking the wooden table beside him with a palm, fissures instantly cracking the sturdy surface. "Which scoundrel dares to spread such slander? I shall deal with him this very moment." Fengqing lowered his head, unable to meet Dan Gudao's blazing gaze. For 2 years since the implementation of their plan, Dan Gudao had led Wanqingdao to develop quietly, even retreating into this remote valley to evade the public eye. "Please, my lord, calm your wrath," Fengqing ventured cautiously. "I have dispatched individuals to ascertain the source of this rumor, and I believe results will be forthcoming shortly." "Be swift." Dan Gudao gritted his teeth in response. "Find out who is behind this calumny. I shall have him torn to shreds." He never fathomed that after painstakingly orchestrating his escape, feigning death to elude pursuit, he would still be unearthed in such a manner. Moreover, to be burdened with such an absurd accusation of deceit? He, a descendant of the Southern Yin royal family, reduced to swindling, the very notion was preposterous. What troubled him even more was the rapidity and breadth of the rumors spread, evidently premeditated, aimed at forcing him out of hiding. But who, at this juncture, would dare make a move against him? The thought of Li Shangyi flickered through his mind, and the mere possibility stirred a profound unease within him. He suddenly lifted his head and addressed Fengqing, "Are you certain Li Shangyi is truly dead?" "Li Shangyi, my lord, that was the poison of Bicha. His demise is beyond doubt." "No, send someone to search for him. I want to see his living form or his corpse. Even if he is dead, I demand to have the body." "Understood." Fengqing, upon receiving his orders, wasted no time, disguising himself before hastily descending the mountain in pursuit of the elusive source of the rumors. Left alone in the wooden cabin, Dan Gudao paced restlessly, the image of Li Shangyi's clear yet resolute eyes flashing through his mind like a sharp blade, rendering him unable to find solace. 1,000 miles away, the Zui San Lu bustled with jubilant song and dance, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of Wanqingdao. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Wang Lianhua languidly leaned against the window, adorned in a moon-white brocade robe, fanning herself as she listened to the storyteller below animatedly recounting the absurd tale of Dan Gudao and his sister's alleged swindling escapades. Dan Gudao truly is a remarkable character. Feigning death is one thing, but now he engages in such antics. Wouldn't you agree, master? Han Yi chuckled uproariously at the table, oblivious to the disapproving gaze of his master, Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua cast him a sidelong glance. "Have you been too idle of late? Did you practice your martial arts today?" As she spoke, a flicker of complex emotion passed through her eyes. "I sincerely hope my assumptions are incorrect." Han Yi chuckled sheepishly. "It's merely curiosity," he asserted, then turned to Wang Lianhua, gently nudging her with his elbow. "Senior, do you truly believe Dan Gudao will make an appearance?" Wang Lianhua set down her fan, a playful smile curving her lips. "In this world, there is no fish that I, Wang Lianhua, cannot lure." Han Yi's interest piqued further at her words. "Are you suggesting you have a way to draw Dan Gudao out?" Wang Lianhua did not confirm nor deny, simply regarding him with a knowing glance. "Are you eager to find out?" Han Yi nodded fervently, of course. Please tell me, do share. Li Lianhua observed the two lively individuals before him, unable to suppress a sigh as he rubbed his temples. Whenever these two gathered, tranquility was a distant memory. Want to know? Then lend me a hand. Wang Lianhua leaned closer to Han Yi, whispering a secret into his ear. Han Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What, you want me to? You not serious, are you? Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow at Li Lianhua, who wore a shocked expression. If you wish to continue, I have no objection. Ah, no need for that. There is no need for any of this, my disciple is clearly adept, let him handle it, Li Lianhua interjected hastily, disregarding the accusatory glances from the side. At this moment, he simply closed his eyes, thinking that perhaps it was best to let things unfold. Wang Lianhua chose to ignore the interjections of the other two, standing to approach the window, her gaze drifting into the distance as if she could pierce through the layers of rooftops to glimpse the agitated figure of Dan Gudao within Wanqingdao. Dan Gudao, your grand performance has only just begun. Chapter 35. The Lotus Pavilion news spread like wildfire throughout the martial world, ultimately reaching the Baichuan courtyard. What, San Gudao is not dead, he is parading through the world with a sister, swindling people? Yun Baiqiu abruptly stood up, his teacup trembling on the table, as if dancing. It is absolutely true, the disciple who came to report trembled in fear, claiming to have seen it with his own eyes. This girl was like a heavenly fairy. Absurd, utterly preposterous. Bai Zhang Chun waved his sleeve, his face etched with anger. If it were someone else, it might be forgivable, but San Gudao was once the second master of the Si Gu men. How could he stoop to such disgraceful acts? Shi Shuilu furrowed her brows, casting a glance at the silently contemplative Jihan Fo, and inquired, what do you think? Jihan Fo pondered for a moment before slowly responding, this matter is exceedingly peculiar. Even if San Gudao is indeed alive, he should logically seek a place to conceal his identity rather than engage in such ostentatious behavior. Moreover, why resort to such a disreputable scheme? Could it be, Yun Baiqiu suddenly thought, his expression shifting, that someone is orchestrating this intentionally? The aim is to lure us into a trap. The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Regardless, we cannot remain idle, Jihan Fo decisively declared. Send a message to investigate the source of this news. Be sure to exercise utmost caution, we must not alert the snake in the grass. Yes, I shall convey your orders. Meanwhile, the Jin Yuan alliance also received this news. The incense curled delicately, and the beaded curtain hung low, revealing a graceful woman reclining on a soft couch draped in pristine white fox fur. She was Zhao Liqiao, the saintess of the Jin Yuan alliance, with skin fairer than snow and features painted like a masterpiece. She donned a resplendent red gown that accentuated her noble and aloof demeanor. Yet, at this moment, her face was filled with a mocking smile. What did you say, that fool San Gudao was swindling with his sister in the martial world? Zhao Liqiao raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with unabashed scorn. To think he considers himself a descendant of the southern Yin royal family, yet has fallen to such depths, it is truly laughable. Hearing her words, Shui precautiously replied, Saintess, the rumors in the martial world are indeed rampant, claiming that San Gudao faked his death to escape, and is now accompanied by a beautiful sister, swindling people and amassing wealth. Ha ha ha. Zhao Liqiao could not contain her laughter, her voice melodious yet tinged with a chilling edge. What a fool. Does he think that with Li Xiangyi dead, he can act with impunity? Such a simpleton still dreams of restoring his country. What a delusion. In the past, San Gudao had staged a false death to incite conflict between the Si Gu men and the Jin Yuan alliance, secretly contacting her. Out of consideration for their shared southern bloodline, Zhao Liqiao had agreed to collaborate with him, hoping to eliminate the detested Li Xiangyi. However, she never anticipated that San Gudao would be foolish enough to resort to swindling. Does he not realize that such actions will only expose his whereabouts and invite greater trouble? Is he truly of southern blood, or merely an impostor? Saintess, should I send someone to investigate whether this news is true? Shui inquired softly. Zhao Liqiao snorted coldly, no need, let him wreak whatever havoc he desires, he cannot stir up any significant waves. However, what news do we have regarding the master? Upon mentioning the master, the icy facade of Zhao Liqiao melted, her tone becoming gentle as if she were a different person. Saintess, the alliance leader is still in seclusion, healing. Then ensure someone keeps a close watch. Whatever the medicine demon requires, send someone to deliver it, Zhao Liqiao said, her brow furrowing as she thought of how long it had been since she last saw the master, which left her feeling quite discontent. Yes, Saintess. After the Eastern Sea battle, rumors about Li Xiangyi proliferated through the martial world like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some claimed he perished in the belly of a fish, with no remains, others said he had assumed a new identity, living carefreely in some unknown corner. Zhao Wanmian naturally did not believe that Li Xiangyi could die so easily. She traversed mountains and rivers, seeking that faint glimmer of hope. However, the martial world's rumors ensnared her like a vast net, particularly the tale of San Gudao faking his death and swindling with his sister, which left her heart in turmoil. She could not fathom if San Gudao were truly alive, what would that make Li Xiangyi, who had fought so fiercely against the Jin Yuan alliance? This news originated from Shuiyu town. We might as well investigate, Xiao Zijin proposed, dressed in elegant purple. He stood beside Zhao Wanmian, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, like a vigilant eagle guarding its territory. Zhao Wanmian nodded, her desire for the truth overwhelming her. Chapter 36. The Lotus Pavilion. Shuiyuzhen, a town that appears rather unremarkable, has become a hotbed of controversy in the eyes of the wandering martial artists due to a certain storyteller. Xiao Wanwen and Xiao Ziqin, having disguised themselves, blended into the crowd, seeking information about the infamous Dan Gudao. Have you heard that Dan Gudao is nothing but a fraud? Boomed a burly man with a bushy beard in a tea house, his voice animated. Indeed. I hear he has a sister whose beauty is unparalleled, like a fish that sinks and a swan that flies, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. She specializes in ensnaring wealthy young gentlemen, only for Dan Gudao to swoop in as the gallant hero, seizing the opportunity to extort them. Xiao Wanwen frowned at the absurdity of the tale. It sounded increasingly preposterous, setting aside the fact that Dan Gudao was already dead. Even if he had faked his demise to swindle, surely he would not resort to such base tactics. Good sir, is what you say truly credible? I have heard that Dan Gudao has long since passed, questioned a slight man nearby. Ah, you may not be aware, the burly man stroked his beard with satisfaction. In truth, Dan Gudao excels in disguise. He may not be dead at all, merely lying low. This notion certainly held merit. As the surrounding conversation grew increasingly animated, Xiao Wanwen found herself more perplexed. Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Ziqin leaned in and whispered, "Do not pay heed to his nonsense. Most tales in the martial world are fabricated. Since we are here, mayhaps we should find a place to stay and gather information at our leisure." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Wanwen followed him to the largest inn in town, the Yulai Inn. Upon entering, they were greeted by a raucous group of martial artists engaged in animated discussion. "I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. Dan Gudao's sister is breathtaking, more beautiful than even Xiao Wanwen," exclaimed one, thumping the table with fervor. "Do not be ridiculous. Xiao Zhuangzhu is the fairest in the land, who can compare?" responded another. Incredulously Xiao Wanwen felt a throbbing in her temples. What manner of nonsense was this? Why was she being dragged into their ridiculous comparisons? Just as she sought a quiet corner to escape, she collided with a familiar figure, clad in a green robe, with his hair casually pinned by a wooden hairpin. The man wore a plain mask that obscured much of his face. Yet, his gait and speech were eerily reminiscent of Xiang Yi. "Xiang Yi?" Xiao Wanwen blurted out. The man paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, "Mistress, you have mistaken me. I am Li Lianhua." "Li Lianhua, why are you still here?" Yi is waiting," a delicate voice rang from the inn's courtyard, interrupting Li Lianhua. A stunning beauty clad in red emerged, entwining her arm with Li Lianhua's, resting her head on his shoulder, her gaze sparkling with mischief as she looked at Xiao Wanwen. "Li Lianhua, who is this?" Li Lianhua fell silent, uncertain of Wang Lianhua's intentions. It was clear that she was up to no good. Seeing Xiao Wanwen's silence, Wang Lianhua playfully removed Li Lianhua's mask. "Why, dear sir, do you still wear a mask? Is this young lady perhaps your secret beloved, and you fear being recognized?" Xiao Wanwen stared, momentarily struck dumb by the unfamiliar face before her. Every gesture and word echoed the spirited Li Xiangyi from her memories, yet he claimed to be Li Lianhua and was acting intimately with another woman. "Miss, are you all right?" Li Lianhua inquired again, his tone laced with a subtle concern. "Oh, I am quite well," Xiao Wanwen stammered, shaking her head in a fluster. "I merely thought you bore a resemblance to an old acquaintance." "Is that so?" Li Lianhua chuckled lightly, his tone neutral. "Then this old acquaintance must hold great significance for you." Xiao Wanwen opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. How could she express that he was the one she yearned for, the one she had searched for tirelessly, the one she refused to believe was dead, all to a stranger? "Dear sir, how can you pose such questions to this young lady? Is it love at first sight?" Wang Lianhua giggled, her eyes dancing as she leaned closer to Li Lianhua. Her behavior was that of a captivating enchantress, and Li Lianhua seemed utterly powerless against her antics, resigned to her mischief. "Are we not to seek Yi? If we delay further, he may cause a scene." Li Lianhua subtly shifted away, offering a gentle reminder. Wang Lianhua met his gaze for a moment before nodding. "You speak true, dear sir. We shall take our leave." With that, she took Li Lianhua's arm and departed. Once they were out of earshot, Xiao Wanwen exhaled slowly, relief washing over her. "Wanwen?" Xiao Ziqin observed her worried expression. "Are you truly all right? You do not appear well." Xiao Wanwen shook her head, striving to quell the tumult within. "I am fine, let us proceed." After settling into the inn, the two parted ways to gather information. Chapter 37 of the Lotus Tower. After parting ways with Xiao Ziqin, Xiao Wanwen's heart was tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea. Leaving her in a state of unrest, she endeavored to regulate her breathing, striving to suppress the inexplicable agitation and unease that surged within her. The names Li Lianhua and Li Xiangyi intertwined in her mind like threads ensnared together, proving impossible to untangle. Time and again, she reminded herself that there were countless individuals in this world who bore resemblance to one another. Li Lianhua merely shared a few similarities in features with Li Xiangyi. How could she possibly mistake one for the other? Yet, the image of that tall figure, those clear eyes, and that familiar smile incessantly overlapped with the Li Lianhua before her, rendering her unable to dismiss the inexplicable fluttering in her heart. Could it be that her longing had led to such a delusion? Xiao Wanwen vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. She entered a tea house, hoping to find a semblance of tranquility amidst the fragrant tea and the hum of conversation. The tea house was bustling with patrons, an ideal locale for gathering tidings. She settled into a seat by the window, ordered a pot of tea, and while savoring her drink, she kept her ears attuned to the discussions around her. However, the persistent agitation and unease continued to linger in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, in a lively tavern named Zui Xian Lu in Shuiyu town, the atmosphere was abuzz with chatter. Han Yi sat languidly in an elegant room on the third floor, propping his chin on one hand while absent-mindedly swirling a wine glass in the other, his ears catching snippets of information relayed by Li Mu, though his gaze frequently darted down to the bustling ground floor. Young Master Li, the latest news just arrived. Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Zhiqin entered Shuiyu town today at the hour of the snake and have taken lodging at the Yulai Inn. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua pushed open the door and entered. You arrived just in time. I have news, Master, an old acquaintance has come to Shuiyu town, can you guess who it is? Han Yi exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, eager to witness the surprise on Li Lianhua's face, oblivious to Li Mu's unusual demeanor. Li Lianhua exchanged a discreet glance with Li Mu before redirecting her attention to Han Yi, her tone calm and unruffled as if discussing a trivial matter regarding Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Zhiqin. Master, how do you know it is they too? Han Yi inquired, pouring a glass of wine for both Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. In this world, who else could make you, Master, so concerned? Wang Lianhua teased, her eyes twinkling as she accepted her cup. Li Lianhua cast a resigned glance at him, choosing silence, merely lifting her cup to take a delicate sip. The rich aroma of the wine could not mask the bitterness that stirred within her heart. Observing Li Lianhua sipping her drink, Wang Lianhua feigned a wounded expression, placing a hand over her heart. Oh dear, Yi, you cannot imagine, I encountered them earlier with your master, and the way she reacted truly wounded me. Wang Lianhua's words pricked at Li Lianhua's heart like a thorny feather, stirring a delicate itch within. Maintaining an air of composure, he set down his glass and replied coolly, have you had too much to drink? Oh no, I am quite sober, I speak nothing but the truth, Wang Lianhua retorted, deliberately winking at Han Yi. Isn't that right, Yi? Han Yi glanced between his master and Wang Lianhua, sensing an odd tension between the two, leaving him feeling uncomfortably caught in the middle. With a quick turn of his thoughts, he devised an excuse, I just remembered my ears have been acting up lately, I must go see a doctor, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for their responses, he dashed out, secretly congratulating himself for his cleverness in evading this celestial quarrel. Chapter 38 of the Lotus Tower. As Han Yi departed, Wang Lianhua swiftly shed his nonchalant demeanor. He lifted his wine glass and savored a sip, speaking in a languid tone, what is the necessity of this? Li Lianhua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the bustling crowd outside the window, as if searching for something, yet finding nothing. The image of Xiao Wanwan and the brothers who perished in the Eastern Sea battle, along with his senior apprentice, lingered in his mind, suffocating him with its weight. He understood he ought to let go and face the reality with composure, yet the scar deep within him throbbed, preventing him from finding true solace. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and raspy, laced with a barely perceptible bitterness, I simply do not know how to confront her. Wang Lianhua scoffed, downing the contents of his glass in one gulp, the liquid cascading down his throat, leaving a glistening trail upon his fair skin, exuding an air of intimacy. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Lianhua, eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. Li Xiangyi, when did you become so indecisive? The you of yesteryears was not like this. Li Lianhua chose not to respond, gently caressing the wineglass in his hand, his gaze wandering as if ensnared in a reverie. The spirited youth, once clad in vibrant attire, had now transformed into this hesitant figure, evoking a sense of melancholy. Are you still pondering the past? Wang Lianhua's voice bore a note of probing. He understood human nature all too well. Li Lianhua appeared to be carefree, yet he concealed a tempest of emotions within, nursing his wounds in solitude. No, Li Lianhua vehemently denied, though his tone lacked conviction. He wished to refrain from discussing the heart-wrenching memories, not wanting Wang Lianhua to glimpse his vulnerable side. He yearned to bury these painful recollections deep within, shielding them from prying eyes. Wang Lianhua, however, remained unconvinced. He rose and approached the window, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd below, his tone tinged with nostalgia. I once believed that the Li Xiangyi who became the world's greatest at 15 would, after the antidote to the poison of Bicha was found, return to the pinnacle of martial arts. From a young age, Wang Lianhua had been instilled with the desire for vengeance by his mother. Following the death of the King of Happiness, he had accompanied Qin Lang into seclusion, wandering far and wide across the seas. On a whim, he decided to return to the Central Plains for amusement. Little did he expect to encounter Han Yi, discovering the existence of the 3,000 worlds, leading to a pact that set him on the path of seeking the shattered void, to explore different realms. To his surprise, he returned to the beginning, witnessing a still conflicted Li Xiangyi and an unskilled Han Yi. The pinnacle of martial arts, ha, Li Lianhua chuckled softly, yet the mirth did not touch his eyes. I now desire only to live a quiet life. I have grown weary of the violence and chaos. Wearied? Wang Lianhua seemed to find humor in this notion, turning to face Li Lianhua, his peach blossom eyes piercing through any facade. Li Xiangyi, do you dare claim you hold no lingering affection for the present martial world? Do you dare assert that you do not yearn to uncover the truth behind that incident? Each word struck Li Lianhua like a dagger, deeply embedded in his heart. He knew Wang Lianhua spoke the truth. How could he not yearn, how could he not wish to know the reality? Li Lianhua's grip on the wineglass tightened, his fingers turning pale, the truth of the past remained unresolved, and until he beheld his senior apprentice with his own eyes, he would never accept that his brother was still alive. This was all part of a conspiracy, there must be a misunderstanding, he incessantly reminded himself, striving to convince his mind to embrace this absurd lie. He feared confronting the truth, terrified that the beliefs he had clung to for so long might be nothing but a fallacy. Then let us wait a few more days. I hope by then you will not be as you are now. Wang Lianhua refrained from further debate with Li Lianhua, turning away and departing. Li Lianhua sat alone at the table. The clamorous sounds of the outside world and the pervasive scent of wine within the room could not dispel the persistent solitude and confusion that weighed heavily upon his heart. Chapter 39 of the Lotus Pavilion. After Wang Lianhua departed, Li Lianhua poured himself another cup of wine. The liquid flowed gently from the exquisite white porcelain cup, reflecting the slight sorrow etched upon his countenance. How could it be my senior brother? He murmured softly to himself, his tone imbued with disbelief and profound anguish. The scene from years past remained vividly imprinted in his memory, the image of his senior brother lying in a pool of blood, seared into his mind like an indelible brand. How could he be the mastermind behind it all? Li Lianhua shook his head vigorously, attempting to banish this terrifying thought from his consciousness. He would rather believe that all of this was mere coincidence than accept that the brother in arms, once so close to him, would betray him. At that moment, a cheerful sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the familiar voice of his master. I'm back again. Han Ye's vibrant voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Master, can you guess what I saw today? Roasted chestnuts, freshly made and utterly delightful. Han Yi, as if presenting a treasure, extended the warm chestnuts towards Li Lianhua, hoping to dissipate the gloomy aura that surrounded him with the enticing aroma of food. Oh, Li Lianhua replied with a faint acknowledgement, accepting the paper bag, clearly disinterested in the roasted chestnuts. His mind was consumed with thoughts of his senior brother, leaving no room for appetite. Master, do you know who is currently inquiring about news from Shuiyuzhen? Han Yi inquired seemingly nonchalantly, yet secretly attuned to Li Lianhua's reaction. Why the sudden interest in this? Li Lianhua evaded Han Ye's question, instead posing another query. His thoughts remained tethered to matters concerning his senior brother, oblivious to Han Ye's subtle probing. Isn't it just curiosity? The town has been particularly lively lately, with various factions converging. For instance, there's the Baichuan Courtyard, the Tianji Villa, and the Golden Swallow Alliance. Han Yi counted on his fingers, deliberately pausing before presenting the final bait, and there's also the recently established Wancheng Dao, which is said to possess considerable strength and operates quite mysteriously. Wancheng Dao, Li Lianhua repeated softly, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. Could this Wancheng Dao possibly be connected to his senior brother? He abruptly lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes fixated on Han Yi, as if seeking some hidden truth from his expression. Han Yi felt a chill from Li Lianhua's sudden intensity, feigning composure as he shrugged. I was merely asking, why are you looking at me like that, master? Li Lianhua remained silent, engrossed in thought. He recalled Wang Lianhua's words before her departure, and his doubts deepened. If Wancheng Dao indeed had ties to his senior brother, could it be that the events of the past were orchestrated by him? What could his motivations be? Master, is something troubling you? Han Yi, noticing the fluctuating expression on Li Lianhua's face, couldn't help but inquire. Li Lianhua came to his senses, forcing a faint smile. It's nothing. Just some rumors from the martial world. Merely listen and do not take them to heart. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Han Yi decided to change the subject. He picked up the wine jug, pouring for Li Lianhua while cheerfully saying, Master, let us drink. These disputes of the martial world are best left for the ambitious to worry about. We shall simply enjoy our leisure. Li Lianhua accepted the cup, offering a bitter smile before tilting his head back to drink deeply. One cup followed another, and soon he began to feel the effects of intoxication. Though he had mastered the Biming divine skill and was not easily overcome by alcohol, each fiery sip seemed to amplify the turmoil within him, as if a great stone lodged in his heart could only be alleviated by this sharp liquor. Perhaps Li Lianhua sought to use the intoxication as a means to temporarily escape the vexing mysteries and worries that plagued him. Han Yi, observing his master downing cup after cup, could not refrain from advising, Master, you should drink less. Too much can harm your health. Yet Li Lianhua appeared oblivious, continuing to drown his sorrows in drink until he ultimately succumbed to drunkenness, slumped against the table. Master, master? Han Yi gently nudged Li Lianhua, but receiving no response, he turned towards the door and called out, someone. A man clad in dark attire entered, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Young master, what are your orders? Please escort my master back to his quarters for rest and take good care of him, Han Yi instructed, adding a cautionary note, be gentle. Do not disturb him. The man accepted his orders and carefully assisted Li Lianhua, leading him out of the room. Han Yi watched their departing figures, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured to himself, it seems the time has come to seek out the big boss to implement the next phase of our plan. With that, he rose and left the room, making his way towards where Wang Lianhua was located. Chapter 40 of the Lotus Pavilion. When Han Yi located Wang Lianhua, she was adjusting her collar before a bronze mirror, clad in a simple yet elegant coarse linen garment. Her hair was merely tied back with a white ribbon, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the pitiful Shan Xiaohua he had previously encountered in town while she was selling herself to bury her brother. Han Ye's playful spirit was instantly ignited, and he couldn't help but tease, is this not our charming Miss Shan? Pray tell, are you planning to employ the same old tricks? Upon hearing his words, Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow at her reflection, a hint of mischief lacing her tone as she replied, what? Has Master Han developed a heart of compassion, wishing to rid the world of its troubles by bringing me into your home? Han Ye's heart skipped a beat at her suggestion, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. No, I am not worthy of such fortune. Wang Lianhua set down the wooden comb in her hand, turning to face Han Yi with an enigmatic smile. What? Is Master Han not known for his tender-heartedness? Could it be that my beauty fails to capture your interest? Han Yi chuckled nervously, quickly clarifying, you jest, esteemed lady, your beauty is renowned throughout the land, and I am simply unworthy. Wang Lianhua approached him, lightly patting his shoulder, and with a significant gaze remarked, there is no need for such modesty. Given the nature of our relationship, should you desire it, I could part with this attire for you. The thought of wearing women's clothing sent a shiver down Han Yi's spine, and he quickly declined, no, I couldn't possibly. Han Yi wished to avoid the experience of cross-dressing again, as the memory of his previous encounter was still fresh in his mind, a sensation he would never forget. Seeing Han Yi's apprehensive demeanor, Wang Lianhua couldn't resist playfully flicking his forehead, chiding him, stop pretending, now tell me, what brings you here? Now that Wang Lianhua was finally willing to discuss serious matters, Han Yi wiped the playful grin from his face and replied earnestly, I have arranged everything with my master. Wang Lianhua nodded in acknowledgement. Han Yi steadied himself and lowered his voice to inquire, what shall we do next? With a slight smile, Wang Lianhua gestured towards the dressing table, come, sit here, I shall transform your appearance. As Han Yi beheld the mysterious smile upon Wang Lianhua's face, an ominous premonition stirred within him, prompting him to cautiously ask, into whom shall I be transformed? It wouldn't be another female, would it? Wang Lianhua, noticing his wary expression, burst into laughter, fear not, this time you shall not don women's attire. Relieved yet still slightly uneasy, Han Yi murmured, but some female heroes do not necessarily wear women's clothing. Wang Lianhua, amused by his demeanor, retorted, enough of your chatter. If you continue, I shall make you Shan Xiaohua. Han Yi wished to protest further, but a single stern glance from Wang Lianhua quelled his resistance, and he obediently sat before the dressing table. As time slipped away, Han Yi stared at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Puzzled, he asked Wang Lianhua, who is this? Without lifting her gaze, Wang Lianhua replied, your master. My master? Han Yi scrutinized the figure in the mirror once more, shaking his head in confusion, this does not resemble him at all. It bears only a passing resemblance. Inwardly, Han Yi mused that Wang Lianhua must be playing a trick on him, this was clearly a stranger, how could it possibly be his master? Moreover, this person was far too handsome, surpassing his master in looks. Wang Lianhua, observing his bewildered expression, teased, what, is your master so unappealing in your eyes? Snapping back to reality, Han Yi quickly defended, no, my master is charming and graceful. However, suddenly, he halted, a figure flashing through his mind, exclaiming, this cannot be the visage of Li Xiangyi, can it? Upon hearing this, Wang Lianhua paused her actions, turning to Han Yi with an enigmatic smile, indeed, you have guessed correctly. Ah? Han Yi was utterly perplexed, what exactly are you planning? He knew Wang Lianhua had a scheme, but the particulars were shrouded in mystery. Now, seeing himself transformed into the likeness of Li Xiangyi, an intense sense of foreboding washed over him. Wang Lianhua, however, merely smiled in silence, continuing to adjust his hair and face until everything was in order. Finally, she patted his shoulder, saying, do not be anxious, now it is up to you to perform well. Han Yi, further bewildered by her cryptic words, could not help but ask, what do you mean by perform well? Perform what? Wang Lianhua simply smiled mysteriously, replying, you will understand in due time. With that, she pulled Han Yi away from the dressing table and suddenly produced a set of red garments frequently worn by Li Xiangyi for him to change into. With no choice but to comply, Han Yi accepted the attire and retreated behind a screen to change. Just as Han Yi donned the red garments of Li Xiangyi and had not yet had the chance to adjust his collar, someone entered through the window. Who is it? He inquired. Wang Lianhua, still preoccupied, responded, just someone delivering items. Wang Lianhua, the items are in hand. I must say, this plan of yours is exceedingly risky. Do you not fear? A sharp glare from Wang Lianhua silenced him, and the voice of Xikong Zhaixing immediately dwindled, his expression sheepish as he fumbled. Fortunately, Li Lianhua was truly intoxicated, utterly so. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Wang Lianhua, clearly impatient, interrupted him, enough, where are the items? Xikong Zhaixing hastily produced a tightly wrapped bundle from his grasp, eagerly offering, here it is, the items you requested. Wang Lianhua accepted the bundle, weighing it in her hands, and casually remarked, you may leave now. Xikong Zhaixing hesitated momentarily, unwilling to relent, are you not going to take a look? I went through great lengths to procure this. Wang Lianhua's eyes narrowed dangerously, her voice icy as she queried, At this, Xikong Zhaixing waved his hands in a panic, it's all right. I shall take my leave. And with that, he fled with remarkable speed, as if pursued by ferocious beasts. Once Xikong Zhaixing had departed, Wang Lianhua finally unraveled the bundle, revealing a sword within. The scabbard was unadorned, yet it emanated a subtle, fierce aura. Gently, she drew the sword, its cold gleam reflecting the light. It was indeed Li Xiangyi's famed blade, the neck cutter. Chapter 41. The Lotus Pavilion having changed into appropriate attire, Han Yi gazed anxiously at the blade in Wang Lianhua's hand. Although he harbored a fondness for martial arts novels, where the dazzling swordplay and tales of vengeance captivated his imagination, he was acutely aware that such allure was confined to the realm of fiction, leaving him entirely inexperienced in the realities of the martial world. Wang Lianhua, what exactly are you planning? Why do you present me with my master's sword? Han Yi could not restrain his curiosity, yet, Wang Lianhua merely smiled, a grin that, to Han Yi, bore a hint of perilous intent. It is simply a matter of returning what belongs to its rightful owner, she replied, pressing the blade into Han Yi's hands and then guiding him before a bronze mirror. Now, do you not see a resemblance to the esteemed Li Xiangyi of yore? As Han Yi beheld his reflection clad in vibrant red, with striking features and notably bright, clear eyes that sparkled with a certain navet, he recognized a striking similarity to the spirited young hero the system had unveiled to him. Yes, I do bear a resemblance, but what does that signify, he pondered, perplexed. Wang Lianhua refrained from addressing his query directly. Instead, she strolled to the table, poured herself a cup of tea, and leisurely savored a sip before raising her gaze to Han Yi, her eyes glinting with a cunning light. What do you think? If Li Xiangyi were to suddenly appear, yet his skills were greatly diminished, how do you suppose the martial community would react? What might Dan Gudao think? Han Yi contemplated deeply, the plots of martial arts tales swirling in his mind, and hesitantly replied, they would likely seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Xiangyi? Correct. Wang Lianhua exclaimed, snapping her fingers with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of a cunning fox that had pilfered a prize. Thus, I require you to wield this sword and draw the snake from its lair. Draw the snake from its lair? You cannot mean for me to impersonate my master? Han Yi grimaced. But I possess no acting skills whatsoever. Wang Lianhua waved her hand dismissively. Your acting prowess is unnecessary, all that is required is, she paused, her gaze fixed on the blade in Han Yi's grasp. You need only present yourself as you are, brandishing this sword, and take a stroll before Qiao Wannian, executing the Xiangyi Tai swordplay your master taught you. The rest will take care of itself. As night descended, the inky sky devoid of stars was illuminated only by a solitary crescent moon, casting a chill light upon the world. The dense bamboo grove, shrouded in darkness, appeared as a monstrous beast with outstretched claws lured into the depths of this bamboo thicket. Qiao Wannian felt a creeping unease and trepidation. Suddenly, a cadre of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows of the bamboo, like phantoms of the night, swiftly encircling Qiao Wannian. Without uttering a word, they unleashed their blades, striking with lethal precision aimed at her vital points. More insidiously, one among them released a peculiar powder, gradually impeding her internal energy and slowing her movements. At this moment, Wang Lianhua, accompanied by Han Yi, disguised as Li Xiangyi, silently positioned himself atop a towering bamboo stalk at the edge of the grove. Wang Lianhua handed Han Yi a mask, declaring, "It is your turn to take the stage." Taking a deep breath, Han Yi donned the mask and, with a graceful leap, descended like a nighthawk from above, landing firmly before Qiao Wannian. The blade in his hand sliced through the darkness, emitting a brilliant flash of light that repelled the assailants encircling her. Qiao Wannian gazed at the man in red before her. His familiar silhouette, the blade he wielded, and the Xiangyi Tai swordplay he executed evoked an illusion in her mind, as if time had reversed and the one she yearned for had returned to her side. "Xiangyi, is that you?" she murmured, her voice tinged with disbelief and anticipation. However, before she could finish her words, a familiar voice echoed from outside the bamboo grove. "Wannian," it was Xiao Jiqin's voice. Upon hearing Xiao Jiqin's call, Han Yi understood the urgency to depart. Seizing the moment, he employed Li Xiangyi's unique lightness skill, Paseabu, and vanished into the depths of the bamboo thicket like a wraith. Chapter 42. The Lotus Pavilion. The following day, Li Lianhua, nursing a throbbing headache from a night of revelry, sluggishly emerged from his chamber. He intended to pour himself a cup of tea to sober up, but was unexpectedly confronted by a blinding flash of white in the courtyard. Wang Lianhua, or more precisely, Bai Lianhua, was seated by the stone table, leisurely savoring her tea. Today, she donned the customary white garments that she often wore, her lustrous black hair elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin. Her face, untouched by powder, exuded an ethereal beauty that rendered her a veritable celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Upon noticing Li Lianhua's awakening, Bai Lianhua set down her teacup, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her gaze, reminiscent of the spring breeze caressing a tranquil lake, sent shivers down Li Lianhua's spine. "My dear, you are awake? Is your head still aching? Would you like me to prepare some hangover soup for you?" Bai Lianhua's voice was soft and soothing, akin to a mother comforting her child. Li Lianhua felt a wave of goosebumps, suppressing the urge to flee. "It seems I was the one who was inebriated last night, not you." Bai Lianhua, unfazed, merely smiled at him, replying, "My dear, how can you say such things? I am simply expressing my concern for you." Li Lianhua, disinterested in her banter, poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. Enduring the sticky gaze of Bai Lianhua, he finished his breakfast and finally could not contain his curiosity any longer. "What exactly do you want? If you have something to discuss, please do so without the theatrics." Setting down her chopsticks, Bai Lianhua approached him, adjusting his collar with a gentle touch. "Do not be so tense. I noticed you seemed rather downcast lately, and I thought it would be nice to take you out for a change of scenery. So you wish to venture out and want me to be your driver?" Bai Lianhua nodded, her expression one of innocent expectation. "Indeed, you have little to occupy your time, and your driving skills are commendable." "I trust you. What do you mean I have nothing to do?" Li Lianhua bristled at the insinuation. "And what business do you have, pray tell?" "Why, I must attend to my disciples," he retorted, though a flicker of curiosity about Bai Lianhua's destination crossed his mind. "Where are you headed? Come with me, and you shall find out. Must you insist on bringing me along?" Li Lianhua's suspicion deepened as he scrutinized Bai Lianhua, as if trying to uncover some hidden agenda on his face. "You're not embroiled in some trouble that requires me to be your shield, are you?" Feigning surprise, Bai Lianhua raised an eyebrow and sighed dramatically. "Li Lianhua, what thoughts plague your mind? Do I strike you as the sort to push you into peril?" Without hesitation, Li Lianhua nodded emphatically, his tone unwavering. "Absolutely. Bai Lianhua chuckled at his candor, shaking his head in resignation. You truly are a blunt one. That's primarily because you don't need to be so cautious, Li Lianhua replied. In all honesty, I do have a matter that requires your assistance during this outing. Bai Lianhua's demeanor shifted as he became serious. Are you familiar with Yihua Palace? Only by name, Li Lianhua admitted. Bai Lianhua lowered his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing a secret. I have heard that something peculiar has transpired at Yihua Palace. What followed was a colorful recounting of the strange occurrences at Yihua Palace, leaving Li Lianhua momentarily stunned. So, you wish for me to accompany you to Yihua Palace? He finally grasped the essence of Bai Lianhua's intentions. Precisely. Will you aid me in this endeavor? Li Lianhua regarded Bai Lianhua with skepticism, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. You wouldn't be attempting to deceive me, would you? Bai Lianhua feigned an exaggeratedly wounded expression, clutching his chest. My dear, how could you accuse me of such a thing? Is that truly how you perceive me? Before Li Lianhua could respond, Bai Lianhua swiftly changed the subject. Moreover, if you decline, I shall have no choice but to enlist Yi. At the mention of his unruly disciple, a chill ran down Li Lianhua's spine. He recalled the unpredictable nature of his apprentice, and the thought of Bai Lianhua leading him astray was unsettling. Instantly, visions of duel Bai Lianhua's frolicking before him sent a shudder through his body. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Very well, it would be preferable to accompany you than to let Yi fall into your mischief alone. Chapter 43 The Lotus Pavilion. Li Lianhua acquiesced to Wan Lianhua's request, and the two prepared to set forth to the Yihua Palace. However, before their departure, Li Lianhua visited the adjacent courtyard to brief his disciple, Yi, who was practicing swordplay under the shade of a tree. Yet he advised him to remain composed and refrain from provoking trouble. This disciple of his could sometimes be as lazy as a cat, spending entire days nestled in his room, perusing tales of the supernatural purchased from the town's bookshop. Yet at other times, he resembled a curious monkey, darting about, stirring up mischief, and even enthusiastically observing street fights between stray dogs. Master, rest assured, I am not a child anymore. What trouble could I possibly cause? Han Yi replied, twirling his sword in an elegant flourish. The blade glimmered in the morning sunlight, dazzling to the eye. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed the sword, producing a crisp, clear sound. Wang Lianhua stood beside him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze lingering on Han Yi for a brief moment. Han Yi turned to meet his eyes, and they exchanged an understanding glance that only they could decipher. Li Lianhua, observing their interaction, furrowed his brow slightly and sighed inwardly, choosing not to address the matter directly. He cast a sidelong glance at Han Yi, as if to say, how dare you speak so confidently? Yet he was disinclined to engage in a dispute with the boy. Instead, he offered one final admonition to avoid trouble before departing with Wang Lianhua from Shuiyu town. As Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua disappeared from sight, Han Yi's smile gradually faded. He turned back toward the house, contemplating that the Baichuan courtyard and the Wansheng path were likely closing in on him, and he could not afford to slip up. Li Lianhua piloted the Lotus Pavilion in contemplative silence. The wheels rattled over the gravel road, each bump reverberating in his heart as if urging him to speak, yet he suppressed the impulse time and again. The scenery shifted from the bustling market to the desolate wilderness, the air thick with the scent of grass and earth. In the distance, a few crows flapped their wings, heightening the sense of solitude. Only when Shuiyu town vanished from view did he abruptly rein in the reins, bringing the Lotus Pavilion to a halt with a resonant sigh from the horse. The sudden stop caused Li Lianhua to lean forward slightly, but he quickly regained his balance. Turning to glance behind him, a faint aroma of tea mingled with Wang Lianhua's distinctive fragrance wafted toward him. Wan Lianhua leisurely reclined in the small pavilion, cradling a teacup. The tea within the white porcelain cup trembled gently with the stop of the pavilion, creating delicate ripples. As if anticipating Li Lianhua's actions, he elegantly set the cup onto a nearby table and leisurely inquired, why have we not yet departed? Li Lianhua approached Wang Lianhua, his gaze piercing, and inquired with deliberate clarity, once you lured me out of Shuiyu town, what are your intentions? Feigning surprise, Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his always smiling peach blossom eyes. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward slightly, innocently replying, what do you mean by your intentions? I am afraid I do not comprehend your words. Do not feign ignorance. Li Lianhua's voice dropped, imbued with an air of authority. My life-threatening circumstance has vanished. You orchestrated this, did you not? What exactly are you and Yi plotting? Recognizing that further pretense would be futile in light of Li Lianhua's serious demeanor, Wang Lianhua chuckled lightly and said, since you are already aware, why bother to ask? Li Lianhua remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Lianhua, awaiting an explanation. Very well, Wang Lianhua conceded, sensing Li Lianhua's relentless pursuit of the truth. He reluctantly divulged a semblance of the truth, as if casting bait. Bait, you ask? Li Lianhua furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp Wang Lianhua's meaning. What sort of bait? Wang Lianhua smiled lightly, taking a sip of tea before leisurely replying, of course, it is a grand catch. So you intend for Yi to serve as bait? Li Lianhua's brow knitted tightly, his mind racing with thoughts, faintly grasping a thread of understanding, yet obscured by a veil of confusion. What could Yi possibly offer as bait? He is merely my disciple, not Li Shangyi. He murmured, his tone laden with doubt and perplexity. Wang Lianhua chuckled softly, arching an eyebrow in retort, why could he not be bait? Is not Li Shangyi's disciple more alluring than the average person? Li Lianhua paused, contemplating Wang Lianhua's words. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he shot his gaze upward, incredulity etched across his face. You mean to have IE impersonate Li Xiangyi? Wang Lianhua simply smiled, saying nothing, taking another sip of tea, his eyes glinting with subtle triumph. No, absolutely not. Li Lianhua rejected the notion without a moment's hesitation, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. IE knows nothing, how could he possibly impersonate Li Xiangyi? Furthermore, I cannot allow him to face such dangers. Wang Lianhua set down his teacup and gradually approached Li Lianhua, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Did you not say that a disciple should bear the burdens of his master? Besides, you are still here, are you not? Since you have uncovered the truth, you shall surely return in secret. Return, Li Lianhua echoed, as if he had heard the most absurd of jokes. What would I return for? To clean up your mess? Wang Lianhua chuckled dismissively, leisurely pouring himself another cup of tea, the fragrant steam wafting upward, yet failing to mask the mounting tension in the air. Naturally, it falls upon you to rectify the situation concerning your disciple. He took a delicate sip of tea, a hint of jest in his tone, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Such significant matters kept from me, I had no inkling. I am his master. If you are unwilling, I could easily take on the role of his master, Wang Lianhua lightly remarked, blowing gently at the floating tea leaves in his cup, seemingly unfazed by the murderous glare emanating from Li Lianhua. Are you seeking a fight? I have yet to experience the famed techniques of the world's number one. Not before he could finish speaking, Wang Lianhua flicked his wrist, unfurling his folding fan, and with a powerful sweep, a gust of wind surged toward Li Lianhua's face. Li Lianhua swiftly sidestepped, countering with a shove that sent Wang Lianhua stumbling back several paces. In an instant, they were outside the Lotus Pavilion, engaged in a spirited chase, their movements intertwining in midair. Li Lianhua seized a nearby branch as a makeshift sword, its tip directed at Wang Lianhua, while Wang Lianhua wielded his fan with fluid grace, their contest evenly matched for the moment. Chapter 44, The Lotus Pavilion. On the other side, Han Yi sat at the table in a private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, his brow furrowed and a troubled expression etched upon his face. The rich aroma of food and wine wafted through the air, yet he felt no appetite. In the distance, the faint sounds of street vendors calling out and children playing mingled to create a lively tapestry of market life. However, none of this concerned Han Yi, his thoughts were entirely consumed by his unruly internal energy. Yet he struggled to master his own power, which left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. The last time he had saved his master, he had exchanged 2 decades of internal energy, and although most of it was absorbed, he still possessed around 20 to 30 years worth. This was all meticulously refined by his master in the end. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, learning space, designed to assist the host in better controlling their internal energy, limited time offer, not to be missed. Han Yi sighed, rubbing his temples in resignation, and replied, I currently have no points, with a debt of 10,000 points due, and only 60 remaining. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? The system, seemingly prepared for his objections, adopted a more enticing tone. The learning space can be rented, 1 minute of learning equates to a year outside, absolutely ensuring no disruption to the host's plans, requiring only 60 points. Seize this opportunity, for it may not come again. Do you have some metrics that siphon points from the host? Han Yi inquired suspiciously. The host should refrain from making baseless accusations. I am a legitimate system. All right, a legitimate system, Han Yi replied dismissively. But if I fail to learn, can you refund my points? The system fell silent for a moment before responding, refunds are not possible. However, the learning space will tailor the most suitable learning plan based on the host's aptitude and progress, ensuring mastery of the material in the shortest time possible. Han Yi pondered for a moment, realizing he had no better options, and decided to give it a try. How do I enter after purchasing? The system's voice brimmed with excitement. The host need only silently recite the command to enter the learning space. Following the instructions, Han Yi concentrated in thought, enter learning space. In the next instant, he felt a flash before his eyes, and the scenery around him transformed in an instant. Curiously surveying his surroundings, Han Yi discovered himself in a spacious room. The walls of the chamber glowed faintly, illuminating the entire space. Welcome to the learning space, host, the system's voice resounded in his ears. Here, you will embark on an unforgettable journey of learning. Han Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and began to study earnestly. Meanwhile, due to the events of the previous night, Xiao Jiqin was concerned for Qiao Wannian and chose to accompany her today as they sought information together. They wove through the bustling crowd, with shops lining the streets and the clamorous calls of various vendors creating a vibrant atmosphere. The resonant voice of a storyteller echoed from a teahouse, and the enticing scent of wine wafted from an inn, yet none of this captured Qiao Wannian's attention. Her gaze was distant, as if everything around her was of no consequence. She was preoccupied with thoughts of the figure in red who had saved her with the Xiangyi sword, the image of that tall silhouette and its formidable swordplay haunting her mind. Wannian, let us check the drunken immortal pavilion ahead. I heard that Dan Xiaohua is selling herself there to bury her brother, Xiao Jiqin suggested. All right, Xiao Wannian replied absently, her eyes still fixed on the distance. Wannian, what is troubling you? You've been distracted since we returned last night, Xiao Jiqin inquired with concern. It's nothing, Xiao Wannian hesitated, the image of the figure in red resurfacing in her mind. What do you mean, nothing? Xiao Jiqin pressed, his tone laced with subtle concern. It's really nothing. Let us hurry and ask, Xiao Wannian insisted, shaking her head to dispel the thoughts and quickening her pace. Observing her deliberate avoidance, Xiao Jiqin's heart stirred with doubt. Had something been amiss with the person who saved her? It seemed he must investigate the matter at the mortuary tonight. Chapter 45 of the Lotus Tower. In the learning space, time seemed to stand still. Han Yi was immersed in the ocean of internal energy, guided by a meticulously tailored learning program from the system, akin to a seasoned mentor gently leading him to surmount his limitations. It was unclear how long had passed when Han Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze, and his aura transformed into one of calmness and restraint. He exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. System, this learning space is indeed remarkable, the 60 points spent were well worth it. A hint of pride tinged the system's voice. Naturally, anything produced by this system must be of exceptional quality. Alright, enough of the self-promotion, Han Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Please send me back. I have important matters to attend to. Understood, host. No sooner had the system's words faded than Han Yi found himself back in the elegant chamber of the drunken immortal tower. He seated himself at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a delicate sip as a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He resolved to create a persona for himself, pretending to be Li Shangyi, who had just turned 18, freshly released from his master, the world's greatest, and had yet to meet Xiao Wannian. Since he couldn't truly act, he decided to embody a Li Shangyi unfamiliar to them, ready to deliver a grand surprise. Without hesitation, Han Yi sprang into action, his fingertips dancing lightly. In mere moments, his handsome visage morphed into that of Li Shangyi. He then donned a flowing white robe, secured a neck-slicing sword at his waist, and gracefully pushed open the chamber door, descending the stairs with poise. As Han Yi reached the ground floor, he spotted Xiao Wannian and Xiao Jiqin seated in the main hall. Li Shangyi? Xiao Jiqin exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she recognized him descending the staircase. Xiao Wannian, hearing Xiao Jiqin call out Li Shangyi's name, immediately rose and turned to see him standing behind her, clad in white, his stature upright, still the spirited youth she remembered. Xiangyi? Xiao Wannian's voice trembled slightly, disbelief lacing her tone. Is that truly you? She gazed at him, as if unable to trust her own sight. May I inquire who you are? Han Yi raised an eyebrow, adopting Li Shangyi's demeanor, feigning confusion as he scrutinized the two before him, his tone laced with a touch of arrogance. Xiao Wannian's heart skipped a beat, her mind swirling in confusion as she beheld Li Shangyi. He appeared unchanged, still the striking and spirited young man she first encountered, yet, the warmth in his gaze was replaced by a youthful impetuosity, as if they were strangers. Xiao Jiqin, observing this doppelganger of Li Shangyi, felt a tumult of emotions within her. Before she could utter a word, she heard Li Shangyi's cold and unwelcoming voice addressing Xiao Wannian, questioning her with a hint of disdain. Shangyi, how could you? Before she could finish, the atmosphere erupted in commotion. Ever since Xiao Wannian and Xiao Jiqin had entered the drunken immortal tower, the patrons had been watching intently, and they had all heard Xiao Jiqin exclaim Li Shangyi's name, witnessing the sudden appearance of the man himself. What? Li Shangyi, my heavens, where is he? The crowd erupted into fervor. Patrons who had previously been engaged in hushed conversations now stood, excitedly converging towards Han Yi and the others. It truly is Li Shangyi. I must be seeing things. A burly man pushed his way to the front, his eyes wide with disbelief. Master Li, is it truly you? You are alive. An elderly man with graying hair approached, trembling, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. My goodness, I cannot believe I am witnessing the living Li Shangyi. This life has been worth it. A young woman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with adoration. Voices erupted in a chorus around Han Yi, Xiao Wannian, and Xiao Jiqin, each expressing their excitement and admiration for Li Shangyi. Some even moved to tears, as if they had reunited with a long-lost family member. Taken aback by this unexpected fervor, Han Yi realized that his intention to merely greet Xiao Wannian and the others had inadvertently transformed him into an object of widespread adoration. Chapter 46, The Lotus Tower. Han Yi felt as though he had unwittingly wandered into a den of wolves, helplessly encircled in the heart of the crowd. The surrounding clamor was deafening, as if the roof of the Zuexian Lu were on the verge of being lifted. He beheld a multitude of excited faces, some rugged, others delicate, some exuberantly youthful, and others weathered by the ravages of time, yet at this very moment, all bore the same fervent expression. Some attempted to push their way closer to Han Yi, others stood on tiptoe, while some even climbed atop tables, all striving to catch a clearer glimpse of him. The fervent gazes enveloped him like blazing torches, and the cacophony crashed against his eardrums like relentless waves, rendering him slightly dizzy. Host, steady yourself. You are now Li Shangyi, summon your presence. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, a lifeline cast amidst tumultuous seas. Han Yi took a deep breath, mimicking the accustomed demeanor of Li Shangyi, slightly raising his chin and casting a piercing gaze around, an invisible aura of authority emanating from him, which instantly silenced the crowd. Esteemed guests, Han Yi proclaimed, his voice resonant and powerful, akin to the sound of pearls cascading onto a plate, instantly quelling the surrounding uproar. I am profoundly grateful for your affection towards me, Li. However, I have only recently descended from the mountains and have pressing matters to attend to, thus I must take my leave. With that, Han Yi lightly tapped his toes, his form soaring upwards with the grace of a great bird, leaping onto the railing of the second floor. His white garments billowed as he traced a beautiful arc through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Han Yi turned back slightly, offering a faint smile, his eyes reflecting a blend of pride and nonchalance, before vaulting into the throng of people flowing outside the Zuexian Lu. The onlookers below gazed up at the direction in which Han Yi had vanished, momentarily entranced, as if they had just awakened from a vivid dream. When Li Lianhua and her companion returned to Shuiyuzhen, they had not yet reached the Zuexian Lu when they overheard a group of martial artists animatedly discussing by the roadside tea stall. You should have seen it. That day, the master of the Li Sect leaped from the second floor of the Zuexian Lu, his poise, his demeanor, as commanding as ever, exclaimed a lean man clad in short attire, gesturing animatedly as if he had been a witness to the spectacle, his voice brimming with excitement. Another voice, filled with disbelief, interjected, "Is that true? Wasn't Li Shangyi supposed to have perished in the East Sea? How could he possibly be here?" The speaker was an elderly man, his grizzled beard stroked thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in an effort to digest this astonishing news. "Do not speak so rashly. I, too, witnessed it." His gaze was as fierce as the legends portray. A slightly portly middle-aged man interrupted the elder's skepticism, slapping the table with conviction. "I saw it with my own eyes, dressed in white, a sharp sword at his waist, he appeared as though he had stepped out of a painting. That aura was simply beyond compare. Indeed, I too beheld the scene, it was a veritable sea of humanity, all gathered around the master of the Li sect, eager to witness his splendor." The lean man continued, his tone filled with pride, as if he had personally witnessed a legend unfold. "Do you think the master of the Li sect's appearance signifies his return to the martial world?" The elder posed a bold hypothesis, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Quite likely. In his heyday, the master of the Li sect was a formidable figure in the martial realm. Now that he has returned, he surely intends to embark on a grand endeavor," the middle-aged man replied excitedly, as if foreseeing an impending storm in the martial world. The discussion at the tea stall persisted, growing ever more outrageous, nearing the fantastical tale spun by itinerant storytellers. It was only after leaving the tea stall that Li Lianhua turned to Wang Lianhua, lowering her voice to say, "What a splendid performance you all put on. Soon the tales shall echo throughout the martial world." Feigning innocence, Wang Lianhua blinked playfully and replied with a light laugh, "This has nothing to do with me, it is merely Li Shangyi's immense fame that has drawn such admiration. I am but a passerby, an indifferent spectator." Chapter 47 of the Lotus Tower. With just a few words, Wang Lianhua deftly shifted the blame onto Han Yi, feigning nonchalance as if the entire affair were of no concern to him. Li Lianhua, however, was not swayed by his disingenuous demeanor, she merely scoffed softly, casting him a sidelong glance tinged with mockery. "Do not pretend to be oblivious, this matter is indeed related to him. Can you assert that it bears no connection to you? Are you bold enough to claim this is not your orchestration?" Wang Lianhua feigned innocence, spreading his hands in a gesture of surprise. "How can you accuse me without evidence? I am completely blameless and aboveboard, how could I engage in such underhanded deeds? Besides, I have been with you throughout this journey, so how could this possibly pertain to me?" Li Lianhua found his brazen antics laughable, her irritation morphing into amusement. "Spare me your charade. Are you daring enough to claim you have not been stirring the pot behind the scenes? Can you honestly say those rumors circulating in the world of Jianghu are not of your making? Do you dare to assert you have not fanned the flames or embellished the truth?" As Wang Lianhua noted her increasing incredulity, he quickly raised both hands in surrender, chuckling, all right, I concede. I misspoke however, I truly have not intentionally spread any rumors, I merely nudged the speculations of those in Jianghu a little." Li Lianhua, uninterested in further debate, simply inquired, "What do you plan to do next? We cannot allow him to continue bearing the title of Li Shangyi indefinitely, can we?" Observing her expression, Wang Lianhua decided to cease his teasing, suppressing his laughter and responding earnestly, "Rest assured, I am well aware of what needs to be done. I will not act recklessly, let us go find Yi and see what his intentions are." Li Lianhua acquiesced, recognizing that the current Li Shangyi was indeed Yi, and thus they set off to discover his activities. Upon returning to the small courtyard where the three of them resided, the setting sun had already painted half the sky in hues of crimson. "Yi, are you there?" Li Lianhua called out as she pushed open the gate, but was met with silence. The stone table in the courtyard was meticulously arranged with a teapot and teacups, indicating someone had indeed been there, yet Han Yi was nowhere to be found. Where could that rascal have gone? Li Lianhua mused, glancing around in vain and letting out a resigned sigh. Wang Lianhua, meanwhile, leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and remarked, "In my humble opinion, he is likely off causing a stir, flaunting the charming visage of his to attract attention." "What do you mean by attracting attention?" "He bears the face of Li Shangyi, not some harbinger of misfortune. How has your interpretation twisted so?" "Am I mistaken?" Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Li Lianhua. After all, Li Shangyi was once the dream lover of many a Jianghu maiden. Now that he has re-emerged, it is only natural he would seek to captivate hearts once more. "Enough of your ramblings, I ask you, do you have any inkling of where he might have gone?" Li Lianhua, exasperated, found it amusing how Wang Lianhua always managed to touch upon topics he knew she disliked. "I do not know," Wang Lianhua replied with a shrug. "I am not privy to his thoughts like a parasite within his belly. However," he paused, his tone growing more assured, "given his nature, he is most likely off indulging in some revelry. Moreover, he glanced at the sky, the hour is late, he would not dare miss mealtime." As Wang Lianhua had surmised, Han Yi was indeed standing in the bustling streets of Shuiyu town, wearing the handsome face of Li Shangyi. He had seized the wrist of a local bully, preventing him from further intimidating a trembling young girl who sought refuge behind him. The girl, still in her tender youth, looked up at Han Yi with wide, grateful eyes, filled with both appreciation and hope. Han Yi gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, before turning his icy gaze upon the brutish thug. To bully a young lady, how utterly disgraceful. The bully, ready to retort, shrank back under Han Yi's piercing stare, ultimately slinking away in defeat. Only then did Han Yi turn back to the young girl, offering her a warm smile as he softly introduced himself, "Fear not, young lady, I am Li Shangyi." This scene unfolded just as Qiao Wanwen and Xiao Jiqin, in search of him, stumbled upon the spectacle. Chapter 48 The Lotus Pavilion. Xiao Wanwan covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. She had never so acutely felt that Li Shangyi had truly returned. Xiao Jiqin was equally struck as if by lightning, his mind a blank canvas. He had harbored affection for Xiao Wanwan for many years, and only after the death of Li Shangyi did he dare to entertain a glimmer of hope. During their previous encounter at the inn, he had told himself it was merely an illusion, a mirage. How could Li Shangyi possibly rise from the dead? Yet now, that very person stood before him once more, unchanged, and even more radiant than before, leaving him unable to deceive himself any longer. The overwhelming sense of disparity rendered him momentarily unable to accept reality, his heart feeling as though it were tightly grasped by another, nearly causing him to gasp for breath. Han Yi smiled calmly at the young girl, gently advising her, "It is all right now, you should return home quickly." The girl timidly lifted her head, casting a fleeting glance at Han Yi before looking toward Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Jiqin standing not far away. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after a small nod, she lowered her head and took small steps away. Han Yi watched the girl depart before slowly turning around, only to find Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Jiqin standing on either side of the crowd, their gazes fixed upon him with intense scrutiny. He scanned them with a tranquil gaze, as if he had never seen them before, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion, before he averted his gaze and walked away. As he brushed past them, Xiao Wanwan's tears could no longer be restrained. She choked back her sobs, unable to utter a word, her gaze locked onto Han Yi, fearing that if she blinked, he would vanish before her eyes. Li Shangyi? Xiao Jiqin's voice was hoarse and dry, tremors lacing his tone unbeknownst to him. Han Yi turned his face slightly, regarding Xiao Jiqin with an unfamiliar expression, his voice devoid of warmth as he asked, "My good fellow, are you calling for me? I believe I do not know you." Xiao Jiqin's breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was he feigning ignorance? No, that was impossible. His understanding of Li Shangyi was no less than Xiao Wanwan's. Li Shangyi would never address him in such a tone or regard him with such a gaze. But if he was not pretending, then why the denial? Had he truly forgotten everything from the past 2 years? Xiao Jiqin's mind was in disarray, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing his host being confronted, the system within Han Yi's mind was in a state of panic. What should the host do? Unfazed, Han Yi maintained his indifferent demeanor, responding in his mind, "What should I do?" The system was nearly in tears, "But they called out to you." Han Yi replied nonchalantly, "So they called out to me. And then, am I supposed to stop and reminisce with them?" The system faltered momentarily, stammering, "Well, but they recognize Li Shangyi." Han Yi interrupted with calm precision, "Incorrect, they recognize Li Shangyi, not me. The Li Shangyi I portray has never known them." The system found itself even more perplexed, desperately seeking an appropriate response within its programming, but to no avail, producing only a confused electronic tone. Xiao Wanwan's tears surged forth, her lips bitten to suppress the impulse to throw herself into his embrace. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, "Shangyi, don't you remember me? I am Wanwan, I am Xiao Wanwan. My dear lady, I do not recognize you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." His brow furrowed slightly, yet his tone remained calm and unruffled, as though discussing a matter entirely unrelated to him. His cold demeanor pierced Xiao Wanwan's heart deeply. She stumbled back a step, her vision blurred by tears, her mind echoing with the sweet memories they once shared, now like sharp blades stabbing mercilessly at her heart. "How could you?" Xiao Wanwan clutched her chest, unable to articulate her anguish, her words dissolving into incoherent sobs. Seeing her distress, Xiao Jiqin hurried to support Xiao Wanwan, concern etched across his face as he asked, "Wanwan, are you all right?" Xiao Wanwan shook her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Han Yi's retreating figure, her heart awash with confusion and sorrow. Was he truly Li Shangyi? Why had he transformed into this version of himself? Han Yi paid no heed to the reactions of the two behind him, continuing forward to the system, relieved at his escape, finally exhaled, patting its non-existent electronic heart. "Host, where are we going now?" Han Yi did not immediately respond to the system's inquiry but instead looked up at the sky, casually remarking, "It seems it's nearly mealtime. Master and the others have left Shueyu town. Where shall I dine tonight?" Upon hearing this, the system perked up. "Host, let us go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It is the best place in the town, besides Wang Dalao's Drunken Immortal Pavilion." "And what of it?" "Host, do you have any money?" "Indeed, I currently possess not a single coin. I can only rely on my reputation at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion." Chapter 49 The Lotus Pavilion. As I made my way from the bustling streets to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, an array of scrutinizing gazes followed me, accompanied by incessant whispers regarding Li Shangyi. It was then that Han Yi comprehended the true significance of Li Shangyi's identity within this realm. "Host, Li Shangyi's influence in this world is indeed formidable. Wherever we go, we become the center of attention." The system's voice resonated in Han Yi's mind, tinged with a hint of astonishment. "Indeed, I never anticipated such prominence," Han Yi replied mentally, a trace of helplessness evident in his tone. "Perhaps we should return to the courtyard first and remove our disguise," the system suggested, noting the discomfort of being constantly observed. "You are correct. I was just thinking the same." Han Yi nodded in agreement with the system's proposal. "Let us hasten, for I am on the verge of starvation," the system urged. "You cannot eat," Han Yi retorted, bemused. "As a system, how could you possibly feel hunger?" "Oh dear, host, you simply do not understand. While I cannot consume food in the literal sense, the sight of delectable dishes ignites a desire within me," the system countered, its tone resolute. "It is a simulated experience, do you grasp that?" Han Yi chuckled softly, refraining from further argument as he quickened his pace towards the small courtyard in the west of the city. However, to his surprise, upon stepping into the courtyard, he beheld his master, Li Lianhua, and Wang Lianhua leisurely seated, sipping tea. The fragrant aroma enveloped the air as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, as if they had been awaiting his return all along. Gazing at the two, who seemed to have anticipated his arrival, Han Yi felt a sudden pang of guilt, causing his steps to falter. The system's voice echoed gleefully in his mind. Host, you are finished. You've been caught red-handed, ha 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 ha. Be quiet. Han Yi retorted with irritation in his thoughts, steeling himself as he entered the courtyard. A subtle fragrance of tea mingled with the scent of unknown flowers wafted through the air, intensifying Han Yi's anxiety, causing his breath to quicken. He furtively glanced at Li Lianhua, who appeared as composed as ever, holding his teacup and gently blowing at the floating tea leaves, seemingly oblivious to Han Yi's presence. Turning his gaze towards Wang Lianhua, he found him regarding him with a cryptic smile, his eyes glimmering with mischief, as if he had discerned Han Yi's inner turmoil. Master, Wang. Senior, have you returned so soon? Han Yi stammered, his nervousness palpable as his eyes darted about. Who is your master? Li Lianhua finally spoke, setting down his teacup, raising an eyebrow with a teasing lilt in his voice. I do not recall taking Li Xiangyi as my disciple. Wang Lianhua, reveling in the unfolding drama, waved his folding fan with a grin, chiming in, nor do I recall such an event. Han Yi, feeling increasingly sheepish, stole a glance at Li Lianhua before shifting his gaze to the amused Wang Lianhua, stuttering, Master, I was merely concerned for your well-being. Concerned? Li Lianhua raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful intrigue. It seems to me that you have been indulging in revelry outside. And no, Han Yi hastily denied, but under Li Lianhua's piercing gaze, he faltered and, with a thud, knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, it was all Wang Senior's doing. He incited me to act thus. Wang Lianhua, upon hearing this, shook his head with a chuckle, rebutting, oh, come now, one may indulge in food, but words should not be carelessly spoken. I certainly did not instruct you to impersonate Li Xiangyi in public, nor did I suggest you flaunt that face of yours. But Wang Senior said that if I masqueraded as Li Xiangyi, I would capture everyone's attention, thus ensuring you would not be discovered, Han Yi protested. Li Lianhua sighed in resignation, realizing that this lad had indeed been led astray by Wang Lianhua's antics, spouting nonsense. So you chose to heed his counsel? I was merely, Han Yi mumbled, lowering his head in guilt, I only wished to protect my master. Li Lianhua, amused yet exasperated, found this young man's logic baffling. Protect me? You parading about with Li Xiangyi's visage is what truly invites trouble. Realizing the futility of his defense, Han Yi fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Li Lianhua, hoping that his devotion would earn him clemency this time. Li Lianhua regarded his spirited disciple, aware that he was not the mastermind behind this caper, yet recognizing the need to set him straight, resolved to impart some wisdom today, hoping to instill a sense of decorum in him for the days to come. Chapter 50 The Lotus Tower. Following the dissemination of the news regarding Dan Guda's feigned death and his scheme with his sister, Shuiyuzhen swiftly convened various factions. The situation reached a crescendo with the arrival of Li Xiangyi and Shuiyuzhen, propelling the turmoil of the martial world to new heights. As the whispers of Dan Guda's pretended demise and his sister's dubious involvement swept through the streets like a tempest, the once tranquil Shuiyuzhen was suddenly alive with activity. Various factions, akin to sharks sensing blood, flocked to the seemingly placid town in the tea houses and taverns. Martial artists engaged in spirited discussions, sipping their drinks while recounting the legendary tales of Dan Guda and speculating on the veracity of his sister's existence. The streets were filled with figures clad in swords and blades, their keen gazes scanning the surroundings in pursuit of intelligence, eager to carve their share from this brewing storm. It was not until Li Xiangyi, garbed in white, radiating an aura akin to that of 2 years prior, made his entrance into Shuiyuzhen that the turmoil of the martial world surged to its zenith. At this moment, the orchestrator of it all leisurely occupied a private chamber on the 3rd floor of Zui Xianlu, savoring fine wine by the window while relishing the farcical spectacle below. Adorned in a gown as white as snow, with a jade belt accentuating her graceful silhouette, she appeared ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were painted with elegance, her skin fairer than snow, and a delicate smile graced her lips. Who else could she be but Wang Lianhua? Upon entering, Li Lianhua beheld Wang Lianhua's attire and, exasperated, remarked, Brother Wang, why are you once again dressed as a woman today? How can you say that I am dressed as a woman again? Wang Lianhua retorted playfully, turning around with a faint pout, deliberately adjusting her sleeves in a manner that exuded coy charm. Very well, you are indeed, Li Lianhua replied, shaking his head in resignation, having grown accustomed to Wang Lianhua's occasional whimsical antics. My dear, how could you forget my surname after just a few days apart? Wang Lianhua, seizing the opportunity presented by Li Lianhua's concession, adopted a woeful expression, even shedding a few fabricated tears that evoked a sense of pity. Li Lianhua, observing Wang Lianhua's act, felt a twinge of headache. He had come to fear her antics and thus conceded, Indeed, fair maiden I was in the wrong. I implore you, with your magnanimity, to forgive me this once. Seeing Li Lianhua finally capitulate, Wang Lianhua smiled through her faux tears, gently wiping away the non-existent droplets with a handkerchief, returning to her usual composed demeanor as she languidly leaned against the window, stating, Now, that is more like it. Once Wang Lianhua had regained her composure, Li Lianhua took a seat opposite her and inquired, Now, pray tell, what is it that you summoned me for? Surely it is not merely to witness your performance? Wang Lianhua picked up the wine jug from the table and poured herself a glass, taking a delicate sip before speaking. In recent days, quite a number of individuals have arrived in Shuiyuzhen. Can you guess whom I have seen? Li Lianhua's mind stirred. Only certain individuals would warrant such a special announcement from Wang Lianhua. He decided to inquire directly. Who? Wang Lianhua, unfazed, replied leisurely, that depends on whom you wish to know about. For instance, there are those from the Baichuan Institute, the court, and the Golden Mandarin Alliance. She paused deliberately, gauging Li Lianhua's reaction. Li Lianhua remained silent, merely observing her, and who else? Wang Lianhua, realizing Li Lianhua was not easily misled, continued, there are also those from the Wanqing sect, who arrived last night, each one acting as though they were thieves in the night. Li Lianhua then spoke, oh? It appears this spectacle is even livelier than I had anticipated. With a smile, Wang Lianhua replied, naturally, one must consider who penned the script. Li Lianhua shook his head in resignation, saying, now, tell me, what do you plan to do? Wang Lianhua set down her wineglass, a mischievous grin gracing her lips. Since they wish to watch a show, let us prepare them an even grander performance, shall we? Li Lianhua raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Wang Lianhua smiled mysteriously, of course, we shall stage a grand opening act. What do you think, should we invite a Yi? Without hesitation, Li Lianhua rejected the notion. No, let him rest, injuries take time to heal. Wang Lianhua, having anticipated Li Lianhua's refusal, was not displeased. Then what do you propose? I have no intention of taking the stage myself. Li Lianhua smiled lightly. No need, I shall handle it myself. Chapter 51 of the Lotus Pavilion. Breaking the Void. Haha, has Li Shangyi perhaps lost his mind? In the intoxicated atmosphere of the drunken immortal pavilion, a burly man with a thick beard took a hearty swig of his drink and boomed, why abandon the title of the world's #1 to chase after some elusive legend? Indeed, chimed in a gaunt, monkey-like figure beside him, nodding in agreement. The throne of the world's greatest is coveted by many, yet he has the audacity to forsake it? But Li Shangyi is already the world's #1, why would he still seek any secret manuals? A voice of skepticism arose among the crowd. You fail to grasp the essence of it, a storyteller, fanning himself with a folding fan, feigned profundity as he shook his head. Li Shangyi's realm is elevated. He aspires to an even higher level of martial arts, breaking the void, do you understand? That is akin to achieving immortality. Breaking the void, is that for real? A slight man nearby asked, half in doubt. Of course it is. An old, tattered Taoist suddenly slammed his palm onto the table, his murky eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. In my youth, I too heard tales of an extraordinary swordsman from a century ago. The words of the elder were compelling, and those who had initially held skepticism were now piqued with curiosity, gathering around him, clamoring, Elder, please share what you have heard. The old man stroked his grizzled beard, feigning mystery as he began. It is said that a century ago, there was an exceptionally gifted swordsman named Elder. Please spare us the suspense and continue. The crowd urged, unable to contain their impatience. The elder cleared his throat and continued, this swordsman, born with unparalleled talent, was invincible at a young age, yet, he was not content with mere dominance. He diligently explored the depths of martial arts and ultimately comprehended the secrets of breaking the void. Is that true? What happened next? Did he truly break the void? Indeed, it is true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. On a moonlit night, that swordsman soared into the sky on his sword, ultimately vanishing into the void. The elder spoke vividly, as if he had experienced it himself. Is that really true? How miraculous! Is breaking the void truly that formidable? Similar discussions unfolded in every corner of Shuiyu town, as speculations about the false death of the solitary blade and Li Shangyi transformed into a fervent pursuit of the secrets of breaking the void. In a private room of the drunken immortal pavilion, Wang Lianhua listened to the raucous debates below and laughed so heartily that she nearly toppled from her chair. Ha ha ha, Li Lianhua, look at them, each one as if bewitched, how utterly amusing. Li Lianhua shook her head helplessly, taking a delicate sip from her teacup before slowly replying, you certainly revel in chaos. It is already sufficiently lively, must you stoke the flames further? But isn't your opening act rather grand? Li Lianhua set down her teacup, her brow slightly furrowing. With the news of Li Shangyi pursuing the breaking of the void, those old fogies in the martial world will surely be unable to sit still. Are you attempting to draw them all here? Li Lianhua could already envision the multitude of ancient figures from the martial world that this news would attract. Wang Lianhua finally ceased her laughter, though a twinkle of mirth lingered at the corners of her eyes. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she leisurely remarked, how can you blame me, who instructed them to be so easily swayed? The martial world, after all, is a tapestry of truth and falsehood, indistinguishable in its essence. Li Lianhua chose not to respond, instead silently observing the throng below. Some were excited, some doubtful, others greedy. A myriad of emotions entwined to form a colossal tide, sweeping everyone forward. In the martial world, it is secrets and treasures that captivate the heart. Li Lianhua sighed softly, her tone laced with a touch of resignation and irony. That is indeed the truth. Wang Lianhua set down her teacup, her gaze fixed intently on Li Lianhua, speaking each word deliberately, but tell me, do you believe that such a thing as breaking the void truly exists? Li Lianhua paused for a moment before countering, what do you think? Wang Lianhua did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she gazed at him with profound significance. If I say it exists, what would you think? If I say it does not, how would you respond? Yet Li Lianhua clearly discerned the essence of Wang Lianhua's gaze at that moment. It was an affirmation that breaking the void indeed exists. Meanwhile, the various factions converging upon Shuiyu town had also caught wind of this news. What, the sect leader's false death was to pursue the breaking of the void? Absurd, even if he were not feigning death, would we dare impede the sect leader's quest for breaking the void? Could it be that the Holy Maiden is alive because Li Shangyi obtained a manual capable of breaking the void, and thus survived the poison of the green tea? Li Shangyi is truly fortunate. Having endured the poison of the green tea, he still managed to acquire such a manual. Junior brother, how hypocritical of you, to obtain such a manual and not even inform your elder brother. Chapter 52. The Lotus Pavilion rumors regarding Li Shangyi's transcendence into the void spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. Initially, people were skeptical, for such tales seemed too ethereal, mere fodder for idle chatter over tea and meals. Have you heard? The word on the street is that Li Shangyi is not dead, he is purportedly pursuing something akin to breaking through the void. Breaking through the void, what on earth is that? It sounds utterly implausible. Perhaps it's just a fanciful tale spun by some storyteller. Who can say, nevertheless, that rascal Li Shangyi is indeed enigmatic. He vanquished the blood domain demon at the tender age of 15, so such talent is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. However, the seasoned veterans of the martial world could no longer remain idle. In their youth, they had caught whispers of breaking through the void, and now, in light of Li Shangyi's feigned death, everything seemed to fall into place. Old Li, you have traveled far and wide and seen much. Enlighten us, what exactly is this breaking through the void? An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, stroked his beard and replied with gravitas, breaking through the void is said to be the supreme realm in legend, one that allows one to transcend the void and ascend to immortality. Is that truly so? Then does it mean Li Shangyi is on the path to becoming an immortal? Becoming an immortal, it is not so simple. Throughout history, very few have succeeded. Then why would Li Shangyi feign death? Could it truly be in pursuit of such an elusive realm? Who knows, perhaps he has discovered some secret tome capable of breaking through the void. In no time, speculations regarding the whereabouts of the tome became rampant. Meanwhile, news of Li Shangyi and Shan Gudao's presence in Shuiyu town pointed all eyes in that direction. As night fell, a cool breeze rustled through the trees outside, casting dancing shadows. A figure emerged, cloaked in black, silently appearing in the room and kneeling before Wang Lianhua with fists clasped. Young master, I have returned. Wang Lianhua smiled gently and inquired, how did the matter proceed? The dark-clad figure lowered his voice, young master, the master of empty hands has issued a challenge, inviting Xikong Jiaxing for a contest, to steal the tome and vie for the title of King of Thieves. Wang Lianhua nodded knowingly, very well, you may leave. The black-clad man acknowledged the command and vanished into the night as quietly as he had arrived. Wang Lianhua gazed out the window, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he murmured to himself, it seems the developments are progressing smoothly, I only hope I does not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Xikong Jiaxing reclined leisurely on the rooftop, his legs crossed, illuminated by the moonlight as he contemplated the challenge letter in his hands, a smirk playing on his face. Master of empty hands? How intriguing, let me see just how formidable you truly are. He had initially been disinclined to accept the challenge, but the threat posed by Wang Lianhua, coupled with a desire to gauge the abilities of the master of empty hands, compelled him to acquiesce. However, he pondered what scheme Wang Lianhua was orchestrating that warranted such elaborate efforts. Xikong Jiaxing leaped from the rooftop, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Han Yi, having received guidance from his master, had already arrived in Ping Mountain Town. Fortunately, Xikong Jiaxing was present in Shuiyu Town to assume his identity, allowing him to slip away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. He merely owed the system 100 points, but he thought to himself, debts do not weigh one down excessively. Young master, everything is prepared. When shall we depart? Li Mu's voice broke Han Ye's reverie. Han Ye collected his thoughts, nodded gently, and replied softly, well then, let us be on our way. Chapter 53 of the Lotus Pavilion. After a brief respite at the inn in Qingshan Town, Han Yi, accompanied by his subordinates, set forth under the cover of night towards Puchu Mountain. The rugged mountain path was flanked by dappled shadows of trees, and the occasional hoot of an owl added an eerie ambience to the otherwise serene night. Young master, are we truly ascending the mountain directly like this? Li Mu inquired, holding a lantern as he walked alongside Han Yi. In the dim light, Han Yi could discern a trace of concern etched upon his face. Certainly not, Han Yi replied in a hushed tone. Puchu Mountain is shrouded in illusions. Without the aid of special means, how could we hope to locate the entrance? Understanding somewhat, Li Mu nodded, eager to inquire further, but was silenced by a raised hand from Han Yi. Well versed in the narrative, Han Yi halted his companions before a veil of illusions. The surrounding stillness was palpable, with only the howling wind echoing in their ears. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice, addressing those behind him. Ahead lies the illusion. I shall devise a method to dispel it, after which I will unveil the stone door upon the mountain face. Remember, when the door opens, a boulder will roll forth. Stay alert and evade it with utmost caution. Utilizing the innate abilities of his identity card, he dispelled the illusion and located the mountain wall. Precise in his movements, he lightly tapped his toes, leaping gracefully and landing securely upon the wall, subsequently vanishing from sight. In the next moment, a stone door manifested upon the wall, accompanied by a resounding crash as a massive boulder tumbled from within, prompting his alerted subordinates to hastily retreat. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, gaping maw reminiscent of a ferocious beast ready to devour all. Emerging once more, Han Yi was the first to enter, followed closely by the others, brandishing torches as they filed in. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with intricate carvings, though not in Chinese characters, but rather in delicate and graceful lines. The ceiling even bore depictions of Western bodhisattvas and arhats. Upon reaching the tunnel's end, they encountered yet another stone door. By the flickering light, they discerned peculiar runes etched upon it, exuding an unsettling aura. Typically, one would expect a boulder or some mechanism to obstruct such a door, yet Han Yi merely pushed it gently, and it opened slowly without triggering any sounds of hidden traps, as if it had never been sealed. Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What, young master, how is this door so easily opened?" Turning to glance at him, a faint smile graced Han Ye's lips as he replied softly, "It is because someone has come before us." "Really? Someone has been here?" Li Mu's surprise intensified, instinctively lowering his voice. "Then we shall find out upon entering." Han Yi did not directly address his question, instead stepping through the stone door with an air of assurance. Li Mu hurriedly followed suit, and the group, holding their torches, ventured into the corridor beyond the door. Inside, they found yet another tunnel, gradually sloping downward, with the same strange runes adorning the walls. By the firelight, they could indeed see remnants of something beyond the stone door, now reduced to a pile of rubble. Navigating through the debris, they continued their exploration. After traversing for what felt like the duration of a joss stick, they arrived at yet another stone door. This door, however, was not cold stone but rather lavishly adorned with gold, shimmering brilliantly in the flickering light. Upon closer inspection, it was carved in the likeness of Guanyin seated upon a lotus, lifelike and majestic, incongruous with the surrounding grim atmosphere. Yet beneath this resplendent door lay numerous lifeless bodies, their tattered garments and tools indicating they were likely grave robbers. Han Yi and his companions cast merely a cursory glance at the corpses, unperturbed, and continued onward. Passing through the Guanyin door, the passage sloped down once more, with the walls now etched with even more intricate and bizarre patterns, silently narrating the identity and history of the tomb's owner. Having encountered countless treasures and traps along their journey, the group had grown accustomed to the wonders and perils, silently following Han Yi deeper into the tomb. Time slipped by unnoticed until the path finally leveled off into a spacious expanse. By the faint glow of their torches, they beheld their destination, a grand platform. On this platform rested two colossal coffins side by side. One was in a state of decay, revealing stark white bones, while the other remained intact, with the faint outline of a figure within, appearing as though it were merely asleep. Han Yi fixated on the lifelike corpse, his gaze drawn to the tightly sealed lips, between which glimmered a translucent pearl, emanating a gentle radiance. He recognized it as the legendary treasure known as Guanyin's tear. Curious, Li Mu surveyed the two coffins and could not restrain his inquiry. "Young master, is the purpose of our expedition to acquire this pearl?" Han Yi shook his head, gesturing towards an ancient box cradled in the corpse's hands. "No, our aim is that box." Li Mu followed Han Ye's, noticing the box for the first time, his curiosity piqued. "Young master, what lies within that box?" Han Ye's eyes flickered as he replied nonchalantly, "I am not entirely certain." "Young master, can't we take both the pearl and the box?" After a moment's contemplation, Han Yi responded, "It is not out of the question. Since we have come this far, let us take both." With that, he stepped forward, cautiously retrieving the ancient box from the corpse's grasp. Li Mu, unable to contain his excitement, extracted the pearl known as Guanyin's tear from the corpse's mouth, placing it into his satchel. Thus, they departed the shadowy tomb with these two treasures in hand, ensuring to restore any traps encountered along their path and re-establish the illusions at the entrance. Chapter 54 The Lotus Pavilion. As the courtyard door swung open, the cacophony of voices outside surged forth, with the vibrant sounds of vendors and storytellers creating a lively symphony, making the bustling Shuiyu town seem perpetually animated. On either side of the streets, tea houses and taverns stood in orderly rows, their red lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, casting a warm glow that illuminated the thoroughfare. However, within the small courtyard, separated by merely a wall, an extraordinary tranquility prevailed. Upon entering the room, Han Yi casually tossed the antiquated box onto the table, treating it as if it were an inconsequential stone picked up from the roadside. The room was simply adorned, featuring a central redwood table and chairs, with a delicate tea set resting atop the table, the fragrant aroma of tea wafting through the air. Wang Lianhua sat gracefully at the table's edge, her slender fingers gently caressing the box's lid, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Is this indeed the Romaine ding?" she mused. "It must be," Han Yi thought to himself as he poured a cup of tea, downing it in one swift motion and exhaling deeply, lazily remarking, "This is the only box in the coffin, it must be correct." The expedition to the ancient tomb had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. Observing Han Yi, who had sprawled across the table in a state of malaise, Wang Lianhua set aside the Romaine ding and, with a hint of disdain, chided, "Could you not aspire to greater things? If it weren't for the desire to return early, would I have ended up like this?" Han Yi, propping his head up with his hand, responded in a listless tone, completely oblivious to the impending approach of another. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks echoed through the air, startling Han Yi, who nearly leapt from his seat. He flailed about in a panic, akin to a cat whose tail had nearly been stepped on, desperately attempting to conceal the box on the table. "Who is it?" Wang Lianhua deftly intercepted him, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Why do you act like a thief? Who else could it be?" "It must be my master." Han Yi whispered urgently, his anxiety akin to that of an ant on a hot pan, pacing frantically. "What should I do? My master still thinks I am recuperating. This would surely expose me." As if on cue, a clear voice resonated from beyond the door, "It's me." Han Yi froze in place, horror washing over him. He had been caught. Wang Lianhua, amused by his disarray, remarked leisurely, "Yi, if you do not open the door soon, your master may very well break it down." Han Yi cast a reproachful glance at Wang Lianhua, exasperated that she would jest at such a time. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he approached the door and opened it. Master, what brings you here? He asked, feigning innocence as he flashed a smile at Li Lianhua, attempting to evade suspicion. Li Lianhua immediately saw through his facade, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Han Ye's shoes, which still bore traces of mud. What, is it inconvenient for me to come? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, master, please come in, Han Ye replied, stepping aside with reluctant resignation, silently praying that Li Lianhua would not detect any signs of trouble. As Li Lianhua entered, the mingling sense of tea and earth enveloped him, causing him to frown slightly as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze first landing on Han Ye, who appeared evasive and guilty. Li Lianhua then shifted his attention to the leisurely Wang Lianhua, who held a cup of tea, her lips curled into a knowing smile. Finally, his gaze rested on the antiquated box on the table, its ancient design and intricate carvings indicating its considerable age. Ah Ye, where did you acquire this treasure? It seems to have some history. Oh, this, Han Ye stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. This is a find that Ah Ye and I stumbled upon during our outing. Would you care to sample it as well? Wang Lianhua interjected smoothly, skillfully diverting attention from Han Ye. Li Lianhua merely smiled lightly at her words, refraining from pressing further. He moved to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and after taking a small sip, remarked, Ah Ye, you appear somewhat weary. Perhaps it would be wise to return and rest early. Hearing this, Han Ye felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Master, I shall not impose further. I will take my leave now. You and Elder Wang enjoy your conversation, he said hurriedly, almost dashing from the room, fearing that Li Lianhua might change his mind. As Li Lianhua listened to Han Ye's retreating footsteps, he turned his gaze toward Wang Lianhua, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Did we not agree to keep him out of this? Wang Lianhua took a leisurely sip of her tea before replying, it is not something I could have prevented. Besides, rather than allowing him to meddle alone, it is better to involve him and give him something to occupy his time. Chapter 55 of the Lotus Pavilion. At the break of dawn the next day, Han Ye awoke, stretching his limbs and feeling a delightful surge of vitality, as the weariness of recent days dissipated entirely. He pushed open the door and inhaled deeply. The crisp morning air, tinged with a hint of coolness and the faint fragrance of blossoms, invigorated his spirit. He walked to the center of the courtyard, drew his long sword, and commenced practicing his swordsmanship. The blade gleamed and danced, his garments fluttering gracefully, as he executed his techniques with a fluidity that exuded both strength and elegance. After a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, Han Ye sheathed his sword and stood still, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. As he prepared to return to his chamber, he noticed Li Lianhua standing not far off, watching him with a warm smile. Upon seeing him finish his practice, Li Lianhua beckoned him over. Master, what brings you here? Han Ye inquired as he approached. Ah Ye, there is a matter that requires your attention, Li Lianhua replied. Instantly invigorated by her words, Han Ye's face lit up with anticipation. Master, what is it? Please command me. In response, Li Lianhua leaned in and whispered a few words into Han Ye's ear. Han Ye listened intently, nodding earnestly, his expression shifting from enlightenment to a serious demeanor. Do you remember? Li Lianhua asked. Yes, master, Han Ye affirmed with a nod. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Be sure to exercise caution, Li Lianhua advised. With a solemn nod, Han Ye acknowledged her words. As night fell, the indigo sky enveloped the world like a vast curtain, the moon hanging above like a dimly lit lantern, casting a silvery glow that cloaked the surrounding mountains and forests in an air of mystery. Outside Shuayu town, a modest hill was dotted with a few homes, shrouded in the night, their faint yellow lights flickering sporadically. Midway up the hill, there was a small courtyard made of bamboo, surrounded by a dense grove of bamboo trees, whose leaves rustled softly in the night breeze. Miaoshu Kong, having gathered intelligence, stealthily approached the bamboo courtyard. He crouched low, moving quietly to the nearby thicket, using the cover of darkness to conceal himself. Peering through the bamboo leaves, he revealed two astute eyes, vigilantly surveying the wooden house's surroundings. Before long, a familiar figure emerged in the courtyard, clad in garments as white as snow. None other than Li Shangyi. Miaoshu Kong held his breath, his heartbeat quickening. The intelligence he had received was indeed accurate. Li Shangyi strode purposefully towards one of the rooms and pushed the door open. Miaoshu Kong dared not act recklessly. He composed himself, fully masking his presence in the shadows, wary of disturbing Li Shangyi. He contemplated retreating and seeking another opportunity, but shortly thereafter, Li Shangyi re-emerged, a book in hand. His curiosity piqued, Miaoshu Kong decided to remain and observe. Li Shangyi stood in the courtyard, perusing the book by the dim moonlight, gesturing animatedly as he read. Suddenly, he extended two fingers like a sword, pointing skyward. With a thunderous roar, the previously clear night sky darkened in an instant, clouds gathering ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and fierce winds. Miaoshu Kong was taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. He looked up to see Li Shangyi maintaining his composure, unperturbed by the tempest, as he unsheathed his long sword, brandishing it defiantly against the storm, as if challenging the heavens themselves. Streams of swordlight cleaved through the night, intertwining with the lightning in a dazzling display of finally, Li Shangyi raised his sword high and struck towards the sky, a brilliant sword aura shooting upwards. Concurrently, a massive bolt of lightning descended, seemingly intent on splitting the very heavens apart. The thunder was deafening, and Miaoshu Kong felt his heart race as if it might leap from his chest. When he regained his composure, he noticed the storm had subsided, the moon once again smiling down, and Li Shangyi sheathing his sword, as though nothing had transpired. Miaoshu Kong, astounded by the spectacle before him, pondered whether this was the legendary realm of shattering the void. He had previously dismissed such tales as mere fabrications of wandering sorcerers, believing them to be tricks of deception. His quest for the elusive tome was solely driven by a desire to vie with the self-proclaimed king of thieves, Sikong Jiashing, who had boasted so grandly. He was eager to discern who truly held the upper hand. Little did he expect to witness such a phenomenon today. It was only when Li Shangyi returned to his chamber, extinguishing the candlelight as if to settle down for the night, that Miao Shou Kong felt it safe to cautiously slip away from his hiding place. Chapter 56, The Lotus Pavilion. It was not until the skilled practitioner, Miao Shou Kong, departed that Han Yi, who had assumed the guise of Li Shangyi, approached the table. He picked up a fire starter and gently blew on it, causing sparks to fly and igniting the oil lamp upon the table. The flickering flame instantaneously dispelled the darkness enveloping the room, illuminating the excitement that still lingered on his face. The smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress as he recalled the earlier scene, feeling as though he truly possessed the power to summon the winds and command the rain. The sensation was simply marvelous, that was truly exhilarating. He exclaimed softly, his tone brimming with exhilaration and pride. "Well, host, did I deceive you?" Came the cheerful voice of the system resonating in his mind, tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. "This is something I have distilled from thousands of martial arts novels. It is undoubtedly breathtaking." Han Yi raised an eyebrow in triumph, then, with a twinge of apprehension, patted his chest. "Fortunately, my master and the others are not here, otherwise, I would not dare to play this part to the system concurred. Indeed, it would be disastrous if we were discovered unbeknownst to them." At that very moment, atop a towering mountain peak not far away, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua were concealed in the night, observing everything that transpired in the small courtyard. "Did you see that?" Li Lianhua inquired, gazing at the figure of Li Shangyi raising his sword to the heavens, a note of undisguised yearning in her voice. She clenched her fist slightly, as if feeling the surging power that pierced the clouds. Wang Lianhua gently waved his folding fan, a playful smile gracing his lips, fully aware of Li Lianhua's thoughts. "What, do you wish to give it a try?" Li Lianhua turned to him, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Do you think breaking through the void would be like this?" Wang Lianhua retracted his fan and glanced at her. "Who knows?" The two exchanged a knowing smile, the night breeze caressing them, their garments fluttering gently in the wind, their gaze devoid of fear, filled only with a yearning and curiosity for the unknown power. The storytellers in Shuiyuzhen initially found nothing remarkable about that night, for although thunder roared and lightning flashed, not a single drop of rain fell. The patrons of the tea house and tavern continued their meals and drinks, with only a few timid souls trembling beneath tables. Isn't it curious, the thunder was so frightening, yet not a drop of rain was seen. Mused a man dressed in coarse, short garments, seated at a table by the entrance of the tea house, sipping tea with a lingering sense of unease. Opposite him sat a burly butcher, heartily devouring meat. Upon hearing this, the butcher glanced up at him. "What is so strange about it? In this day and age, aren't there plenty of instances where the thunder is loud but the rain is scant?" The butcher dismissed the remark, taking a swig of wine and returning to his meal. His voice boomed, causing the teacups on the table to tremble in response. At that moment, Miao Shou Kong appeared from nowhere, plopping down at the table and proclaiming loudly, "What do you know? That night, I witnessed it with my own eyes." Li Shangyi, clad in white, brandishing his sword towards the sky amidst the storm. The aura was simply earth-shattering. "Stop your boasting, it didn't even rain that night," grumbled an elderly man playing chess in a corner of the tea house, looking disapprovingly at Miao Shou Kong. A young scholar seated beside him echoed, "Exactly. Do you think we are fools?" Miao Shou Kong slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, and defiantly retorted, "What would I gain from deceiving you? I saw it with my own eyes." The thunder and lightning were more exhilarating than any of the storytellers could have recounted. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, as if he had truly experienced it all firsthand. The surrounding patrons were momentarily stunned, even oblivious to the tea spilling onto their hands. In the center of the tea house, several storytellers, initially idly plucking at their strings, suddenly perked up at Miao Shou Kong's words, their eyes gleaming as if they had seen a shower of silver coins flying towards them. They immediately began crafting various versions of Miao Shou Kong's tale, embellishing it with fervor as they spun a new narrative. Chapter 57 of the Lotus Pavilion. In the town of Shuiyu, the storytellers have once again reaped a bountiful harvest, thanks to the rumors surrounding Li Shangyi's transcendence into the void. During this period, the townsfolk, in their leisurely moments over tea and meals, fervently discuss how Li Shangyi wielded his fingers like swords to summon the thunder from the heavens, their faces radiant with excitement and curiosity. "Ah, I tell you, I witnessed it with my own eyes that night." "Ha! You saw it? I could claim I dined with him." "Don't scoff. That night, amidst the flashes and roars of thunder, I distinctly saw a bolt of lightning descend from the sky, and then Li Shangyi." "Come now, do you think just anyone could behold Li Shangyi? He is a figure akin to a celestial being. Indeed, if you truly saw him, it would be." Such dialogues unfold daily in the streets and alleys of Shuiyu, but the mind of the clever and resourceful individual is already far removed from these tales. His thoughts are consumed by that secret manual, the one that holds the key to shattering the void. On a moonless, windy night, the time for action has come. The clever one resolves to take another risk. He gently pushes open the window of the inn, and, aided by the faint moonlight, nimbly climbs out, evading the townspeople, and makes his way to the bamboo grove outside the town. The night in the bamboo forest is eerily tranquil, the only sound being the rustle of bamboo leaves in the breeze. Moonlight filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows on the ground, as if concealing hidden dangers. The clever one slows his pace, cautiously surveying the surroundings. From a distance, he notices that the window of a room still glows with light, and a sense of disappointment washes over him. Just as he prepares to turn away, the light abruptly vanishes. Panic grips him, as he fears he has been discovered, and then he sees Li Shangyi emerge from the room. Dressed in white, he stands out starkly against the night, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon him. With a delicate touch of his toes, he moves gracefully, vanishing into the depths of the bamboo grove in a few swift leaps. Suppressing his inner excitement, the clever one waits until Li Shangyi has completely departed before stealthily entering the room. He produces a fire stick and gently blows on it, sparks flying forth. In the dim light, he spots the book resting by the bedside, the very one Li Shangyi had held that day. The book's cover is unadorned and antiquated, exuding a faint scent of ink, as if silently narrating the vicissitudes of time. Trembling, he touches the coarse pages, igniting a deeper yearning within him. He inhales deeply, eagerly flipping open the pages, hoping to glimpse the secrets contained within. However, as his gaze falls upon the pages, he is met with an unsettling emptiness. Not a single word is inscribed. His smile freezes, disbelief widening his eyes as if he has encountered the utterly implausible. Undeterred, he flips through the book repeatedly, even shaking it upside down, wishing to uncover any hidden parchment. Yet, the pages remain barren, as if mocking his folly. Disappointment and confusion intertwine within him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly pierces the silence from behind him. "Oh, my apologies, but I was a step ahead of you." The voice, laced with a hint of mischief and triumph, slices through the stillness of the room, causing the clever one's heart to leap. He spins around in terror, and by the dim light, he discerns the figure of a slender man with a sly gleam in his eyes, observing him with a knowing smirk. Though he has never encountered this individual before, a name inexplicably surfaces in the clever one's mind. Sikong Zhaixing, Chapter 58. The Lotus Pavilion. With a wary step back, the deft-handed individual squinted at the man before him and inquired tentatively, "Are you Sikong Zhaixing?" "Indeed, that is I," Sikong Zhaixing replied with a light chuckle, displaying a nonchalance towards the caution exhibited by the deft-handed one. He retrieved a book from his bosom and waved it before him, saying, "What do you think? Does it look familiar?" In the dim glow of the flickering firelight, the deft-handed one discerned that the book in Sikong Zhaixing's possession was indeed the same one he had seen previously. Moreover, he could faintly perceive ink upon the pages, indicating it was certainly not an empty tome. "Evidently, I was the first to uncover Li Shangyi's secret manual," Sikong Zhaixing proclaimed with evident pride, his gaze seemingly taunting, as if to say, "You think you can compete with me? You are still too inexperienced." Witnessing Sikong Zhaixing's smug demeanor, the deft-handed one's mind began to whirl with a cunning idea. He plastered a disingenuous smile upon his face, approached Sikong Zhaixing, and in an almost sycophantic tone remarked, "Brother Sikong, your prowess is truly remarkable. I am in complete admiration." However, he elongated the last word intentionally, leaving Sikong Zhaixing momentarily perplexed by this unexpected flattery. "What is it? Speak plainly," Sikong Zhaixing urged. "Are you certain that what you hold is authentic?" At this, Sikong Zhaixing furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, but he quickly regained his confidence, patting the book in his hands and asserting, "Impossible, when have I ever made a mistake? This manual is undoubtedly genuine." "Oh, one must not be so hasty in their assertions." The deft-handed one lowered his voice, inching closer to Sikong Zhaixing, feigning an air of mystery as he continued, "I have heard whispers that Li Shangyi is quite the cunning one. Perhaps he deliberately left a counterfeit manual to ensnare the unwary. As he spoke, his hand stealthily reached towards the book Sikong Zhaixing held. "Dream on," Sikong Zhaixing mocked, making a face at him. In a swift motion, he evaded the deft-handed one's grasp, declaring, "You're far too inexperienced to take my belongings." Seeing that his ruse had failed, the deft-handed one wasted no more time in idle chatter and lunged directly at Sikong Zhaixing. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows within the cramped confines of the room, sending a fire stick tumbling to the ground. The flickering light quivered briefly before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. In this obscurity, the deft-handed one relied solely on his hearing and instincts to ascertain Sikong Zhaixing's position. Suddenly, he felt a rush of wind approaching from behind. Without a moment's thought, he sidestepped and retaliated with a backhanded strike. A dull thud resonated as he felt a sharp pain in his palm, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, the book was snatched from his grasp. "Haha, thanks," Sikong Zhaixing's voice came from nearby, brimming with triumph. "If you desire this, then here you go." Moments later, the deft-handed one felt something being thrust into his hand. Before he could react, a gust of wind swept past his ear, accompanied by the faint tremor of the window. Sikong Zhaixing had already leapt through the window, vanishing into the enveloping night. Confused yet instinctively gripping the object in his hand, the deft-handed one scrutinized it under the feeble moonlight. To his astonishment, he discovered it was indeed the secret manual. His heart leapt with joy as he eagerly opened it, only to find the front page adorned with an illustration of a glaring turtle, beneath which were inscribed the flamboyant characters, "You have been duped, curse you, Sikong Zhaixing, how dare you deceive me?" The deft-handed one seethed with rage, hurling the counterfeit manual to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his agility and pursued the direction in which Sikong Zhaixing had vanished. Chapter 59 of the Lotus Pavilion. With a deft maneuver, he leapt through the window, and a gust of night breeze, imbued with the earthy scent of damp soil and freshly cut grass, greeted him, invigorating his senses. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the trees, casting dappled shadows that resembled monstrous claws reaching out ominously. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Sikong Zhaixing, only the distant hoots of owls echoing from the depths of the forest. Initially, he presumed that Sikong Zhaixing had made a hasty escape, but to his surprise, just beyond a dense thicket, illuminated by the moonlight, stood that familiar figure, leisurely ambling as if deliberately awaiting his arrival. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Miao Kongkong. Having seized the coveted manual, why would Sikong Zhaixing not flee immediately but instead linger here? Could he be concocting some sinister scheme, as if to validate his suspicions? Upon hearing a sound, Sikong Zhaixing slowly turned, and in the soft glow of the moon, Miao Kongkong distinctly perceived a sly smile gracing his lips, his eyes seemingly daring. "Come and catch me if you dare." Before Miao Kongkong could fully comprehend the situation, Sikong Zhaixing lightly tapped his toes and, like a wisp of smoke, vanished into the thick underbrush within mere moments. Despite the multitude of doubts swirling in his mind, the allure of the manual capable of shattering the void propelled Miao Kong Kong to cast aside his uncertainties. Gritting his teeth, he drew a deep breath and employed his lightness skill, pursuing Sikong Jiaxing with the relentless agility of a sleek leopard. The chase unfolded through the woods, an intricate dance of fists and feet, the sounds of snapping branches and rustling leaves intertwining, startling a few night birds into flight. As they continued their spirited skirmish, they unwittingly found themselves in a brightly lit town. It was unclear whether by design or happenstance, but upon entering the town, Sikong Jiaxing did not seek the seclusion of quiet corners, rather, he chose to venture into the bustling throngs of people. With a few agile leaps, he vaulted onto the roof of a nearby tea stall, brazenly beckoning to Miao Kong Kong. "Come on, if you have the skill, catch me." Miao Kong Kong's ire flared at this taunt, unable to suppress his outrage. "You scoundrel, if you have the guts, stop running." Sikong Jiaxing erupted into boisterous laughter, perched upon the rooftop, his tone flippant. "Only a coward hides away. You pursue me, and if you catch me, I shall grant you the manual." Fully aware that this was a deliberate provocation, Miao Kong Kong could not resist the thought of that manual and continued his pursuit. The commotion they created soon attracted the attention of several martial artists gathered in the town. "Look, is that the scoundrel Sikong Jiaxing flitting about on the rooftop?" A burly man with a bushy beard set down his wine gourd, pointing at the leaping figure of Sikong Jiaxing. The crowd quickly rose, peering out the windows to catch a glimpse of the action there. A lean figure clad in a blue robe danced gracefully atop the rooftops, his lightness skill astonishing to behold. "Ah, and there is Miao Kong Kong." What could have transpired between them? An observant man remarked, noting the relentless pursuit. "Word has it, they were commissioned to steal a manual." "What manual?" another inquired. "Surely, I speak of the fabled manual said to possess the power to shatter the void." The surrounding murmurs grew louder, and Miao Kong Kong caught snippets of conversation. "Sikong Jiaxing, Miao Kong Kong, manual," each word sending a chill of foreboding through him. Could this cunning rogue be intent on amplifying the chaos, muddying the waters? As he chased after Sikong Jiaxing, his mind raced with questions about the latter's true intentions, causing his focus to waver and his speed to falter. Meanwhile, Sikong Jiaxing seemed oblivious to the escalating chatter, deliberately slowing his pace to allow Miao Kong Kong to catch up, only to abruptly accelerate once more, bounding across the rooftops as if toying with him. Chapter 60 of the Lotus Pavilion. As the cunning figure pondered the situation, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. Could it be that he had been deliberately lured here, intended as a pawn in a treacherous scheme? The very notion sent a shiver down his spine, causing his steps to falter. Why had he halted? The cowardly Sikong Jiaxing, noticing his pause, did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he stood atop a nearby rooftop, grinning mischievously and beckoning with an air of provocation. That infuriating smile, illuminated by the moonlight, was particularly irksome, igniting a blaze of anger within the cunning figure's heart. Yet he forced himself to suppress this fury, sensing an unusual aura that warranted caution. With a vigilant gaze, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the clusters of martial artists seated in the taverns, their predatory eyes fixated upon him, as if he were a delectable morsel. Some huddled in small groups, whispering conspiratorially while occasionally casting glances his way, their expressions brimming with avarice and desire. Others sat alone in shadowy corners, clutching their weapons tightly, poised to pounce should the opportunity arise to seize a coveted prize. The atmosphere crackled with tension, suffocating him with an ominous weight. Cursing his misfortune internally, he realized he had likely fallen into Sikong Jiaxing's trap. This wily trickster had exploited his yearning for the secret manual, drawing him into this perilous locale, intending to orchestrate a deadly ambush while he reaped the spoils. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure. His foremost priority was to extricate himself from this predicament. As for the coveted manual, he would devise another plan at a later time. Just as he prepared to slip away inconspicuously, a booming voice erupted from the crowd. "Sikong Jiaxing, surrender the item." A hulking figure wielding a gleaming long knife charged forth from the tavern, the blade reflecting a chilling gleam under the moonlight as it hurtled toward Sikong Jiaxing. His shout seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the previously restrained martial artists to rise en masse, drawing their weapons, their faces flushed with excitement as they converged upon Sikong Jiaxing. The manual is on him. Capture him, don't let him escape. Whoever seizes it shall claim it for themselves. Do not let him monopolize it." The cacophony of shouts, curses, and the clashing of weapons crescendoed into a tumultuous wave, rushing toward Sikong Jiaxing like an unstoppable tide. The crowd, driven by envy and desperation, surged forward like ravenous wolves, blades slicing through the air, generating fierce gusts of wind. Some reckless souls disregarded all caution, vaulting over tables, shattering teacups in a frenzy that only heightened the chaos. Observing the frenzied mob charging towards Sikong Jiaxing, the cunning figure felt a pang of alarm. If he didn't flee now, it would soon be too late. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "The manual is on him. I have nothing to do with it." With that, he executed a graceful maneuver, his feet barely touching the ground as he weaved through the throng, vanishing into the depths of the night. In stark contrast, Sikong Jiaxing, encircled by the mob, displayed no hint of panic. Instead, a smile graced his lips. "Come on, come chase me," he taunted, his provocative words igniting the fury of those behind him. With agile grace, he danced across the rooftops like a swallow in the night sky, leading the throng of pursuers in a wild dash toward a specific destination, deliberately maintaining a tantalizing distance as if toying with them like a kite on a string. Thus, Sikong Jiaxing dashed forward, pursued by a horde of frenzied martial artists, all racing toward the headquarters of the Baichuan Institute in Shuiyu Town. Meanwhile, at the Baichuan Institute S-base, Shi Shui was engaged in a discussion with Qiao Wanwen when a breathless subordinate burst into the room. Reporting to Director Shi and Miss Chiao, there has been an incident in town. Shi Shui furrowed his brow, inquiring with a grave tone, what has transpired? Why the urgency? The subordinate gasped for breath before replying, Director Shi, Miao Kong Kong and Si Kong Jiaxing have stolen the Sec Master's manual. What? Shi Shui exclaimed, springing to his feet, while Chao Wanwen wore a look of astonishment. Ever since witnessing Xiang Yi's survival, she had not considered it a misfortune. Even upon hearing rumors of Xiang Yi possessing a manual, her only disappointment lay in his secrecy towards her. Shi Shui turned to Chao Wanwen, his eyes questioning, Wanwen, what is your perspective on this? We must investigate. If it is true, Xiang Yi may also appear. She responded. Shi Shui nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts. We ought to ascertain the truth. Should the sect master emerge, there may be an opportunity for us to assist. With Chao Wanwen in accord, they prepared to depart when a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the courtyard, growing increasingly closer. What is happening? Shi Shui's brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition swelling within him. It seems someone is approaching. Chao Wanwen sensed the disturbance as well, exchanging a look of surprise. They both understood the gravity of the situation. Let us go see. Shi Shui decisively led Chao Wanwen and their companions swiftly out of the room. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A throng of martial artists, in a frenzy, were chasing a figure across the rooftops, and that figure was none other than Si Kong Jiaxing. Chapter 61 of the Lotus Pavilion Impudence. Observing the reckless abandon of the crowd as they cavorted through the precinct of Baichuan courtyard, Shi Shui's voice thundered, her almond-shaped eyes round with fury, flames of wrath igniting within her gaze. Swiftly, she unsheathed her whip from her waist, a flash of silver glinted as the whip shot forth like a serpent, aimed directly at the foremost among the throng. Si Kong Jiaxing, hearing the sound, reacted with remarkable agility, deftly springing off a roof tile to narrowly evade the lash. Unfortunately for those trailing him, fortune did not favor them. They felt a fierce gust of wind rush past their ears, followed by a searing pain in their backs as they cried out, tumbling from the rooftop to crash heavily into the courtyard below. Shi Shui's strike was both swift and vicious, clearly fueled by genuine ire. The band of rogues had been so engrossed in their immediate gains that they remained oblivious to their surroundings. Her sudden intervention jolted many back to their senses. They exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a dilemma. You dare to wreak havoc on Baichuan courtyard's territory. Shi Shui admonished fiercely, her whip once again slicing through the air, driving back several would-be escapees. Today's events will not go unexamined by Baichuan courtyard. If you know what is good for you, vacate at once. Intimidated by Shi Shui's commanding presence, some of the rogues began to retreat, murmuring, let us go, we can't afford to provoke Shi Shui. Hurry, hurry. However, a few, unwilling to yield, muttered under their breath, TCH, it's just Baichuan courtyard, what's so impressive about it? With keen ears, Shi Shui instantly caught wind of this remark. Her gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her whip, the individual felt a burning sting across their face. Care to repeat that? I won't dare, they stammered, clutching their face and pleading for mercy. Daunted by Baichuan courtyard's formidable reputation and recognizing Shi Shui as a force to be reckoned with, the remaining rogues begrudgingly retreated, grumbling as they exited the courtyard. Humph, at least you know your place. Shi Shui scoffed, retracting her whip. Just then, Si Kong Jiaxing interjected, Shi Shui, your whip work is commendable, but I wonder if you can strike me? Shi Shui, taken aback by his sudden provocation, retorted with a smirk, Si Kong Jiaxing, do not revel too soon. I shall certainly hold you accountable for today's incident. With that, she lashed out with her whip toward him. Ha, you 1T hit me. Si Kong Jiaxing nimbly evaded her attack, mocking her as he did so. Come, if you dare. With that, he executed a graceful leap, alighting upon another rooftop. You! Shi Shui fumed, pursuing him with equal agility. Observing the unfolding chase, the rogues who had just exited the courtyard were stirred to action, exclaiming, quick, we have a chance, follow them. Within the stronghold of Wanqingdao in Shuiyu town, the masked figure of Dan Gudao listened intently as Feng Qing relayed the news. My lord, Si Kong Jiaxing has somehow acquired the secret manual of Li Xiangyi, and now he is being pursued by a throng of rogues. Should we? Feng Qing knelt on one knee, hands clasped in reverence, addressing the masked Dan Gudao with utmost respect. Oh, he certainly possesses audacity, does he not fear the combined might of those rogues? Feng Qing lowered his voice, excitement lacing his tone, I believe this presents a prime opportunity for us to profit from the chaos. Dan Gudao fell silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation, before responding, you make a compelling argument. We shall seize the chance to obtain the manual. Yes, my lord, I understand, Feng Qing acknowledged, bowing as he withdrew. My dear junior brother, Dan Gudao murmured, watching Feng Qing's retreating figure, the mask shrouding his expression, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Then, a crisp crack echoed through the air, prompting Dan Gudao to pivot sharply, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scanning the surroundings. Who? He demanded, a sense of alarm gripping his heart. Following the sound, he hastened to the door, flinging it open, only to glimpse a shadow clad in black poised to scale the wall. Without hesitation, Dan Gudao leaped into action, unleashing a powerful strike aimed at the back of the intruder. The black-clad figure reacted with remarkable speed, utilizing the force of Dan Gudao's strike to propel themselves upward, deftly vaulting over the courtyard wall and escaping. Dan Gudao pursued relentlessly, vaulting onto the rooftops. Yet, in the midst of his chase, an unexpected figure appeared before him, nearly leading to a collision. The newcomer winked at him, greeting him casually, what a coincidence, brother Dan. With that, they slipped aside like an eel, evading capture. Before Dan Gudao could process the situation, a sharp sound sliced through the air as Shi Shui's whip came dangerously close. He narrowly dodged, but at that moment, the black-clad figure returned, seizing the opportunity to rip off his mask just as he evaded the whip. Initially intending to apologize for her misstep, Shi Shui gasped in shock upon recognizing the unveiled face. Dan Gudao. Chapter 62 The Lotus Pavilion. The shout from Shi Shui resonated like a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Those who had been trailing behind Shi Shui, upon hearing of the supposed resurrection of the notorious Dan Gudao, surged forward with an electrifying fervor, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Dan Gudao, had he not perished? Indeed, the obituary from the Sigu man had already been disseminated. Could it be that the rumors of Dan Gudao's feigned death and deception alongside a woman were true? The surrounding murmurs grew ever louder, while Dan Gudao's complexion darkened, inwardly cursing. Damn it, an unnamed fury blazed within his chest. He had envisioned himself as a stealthy leopard, lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Li Shangyi when the moment was ripe. Yet now, his true identity had been prematurely unveiled, shattering all his meticulously laid plans. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his wrath, forcing himself to regain composure. At this juncture, anger and regret served no purpose. He needed to devise a countermeasure without delay. Shi Shui, after all these years, your whip skills have indeed sharpened, yet that gaze of yours leaves much to be desired. Dan Gudao flexed his wrist, his tone laced with unabashed derision. Shi Shui's heart felt as though it had been turned upside down, a medley of complex emotions intertwining, rendering her momentarily speechless. They had all witnessed Dan Gudao's lifeless body, and it had been confirmed. She had never believed in the ridiculous tales of broken void secrets or the rumors of their leader's deliberate demise. Her conviction that the leader was alive had stemmed only from Wan's insistence that she had seen him with her own eyes, prompting her to venture to Shuiyu town. Yet now, everything felt utterly bewildering. Who exactly are you? Shi Shui tightened her grip on the long whip, eyes narrowed in vigilance, her voice sharp with inquiry. Are you truly Dan Gudao? Were you not dead? Dead? Who claims I am dead? Dan Gudao replied with a cold smirk. I merely sought a different way of living. A different way of living? Shi Shui began to press further, but abruptly, the crowd erupted in chaos, punctuated by gasps and shrieks. A chill coursed through Shi Shui's veins. Before she could comprehend the unfolding events, she felt a fierce wind, akin to a blade slicing through the air, ruffle her hair, accompanied by the shrill whistle of the sword cutting through the atmosphere. In an instant, a gleaming cold light shot forth, aimed directly at Dan Gudao. Clearly caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, he reacted swiftly, pivoting just in time to evade the deadly strike. Almost instantaneously, he countered, his blade meeting the sword with a resounding clash, sending it spiraling away. The dislodged sword tumbled through the air, reflecting the cool moonlight, while the onlookers, still in shock, gazed vacantly in the direction it had flown, only to witness it being deftly caught by a long, powerful hand. It was then that they recognized the figure who had seized the sword, clad in garments as white as snow, standing tall upon the eaves, with a countenance marked by an austere demeanor. It was none other than Li Shangyi. The pure moonlight cascaded down, enveloping him in a radiant glow, creating an illusion of otherworldliness. Li Shangyi inclined his head slightly, the tassels on his sword sheath swaying gently in the breeze, producing a crisp sound. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he remained motionless, akin to a statue, exuding an aura of icy detachment. Only the crimson hue around his eyes betrayed the tumultuous emotion swirling within him. He fixed an intense gaze upon Dan Gudao, his lips pressed tightly together, silence enveloping him, yet the palpable pressure he emanated rendered the air nearly suffocating. Li Shangyi's sudden appearance silenced the previously raucous scene, leaving everyone, Dan Gudao included, in a state of astonishment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 63 At the Lotus Pavilion. The surroundings were so silent that one could hear a pin drop, with only the white hem of Li Shangyi's robe fluttering in the wind, resembling a flag that heralded the impending storm. It was Dan Gudao who first shattered this suffocating silence. He gazed at Li Shangyi, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, remarking on how swiftly and unexpectedly his junior's sword had struck. He paused, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. After 2 years apart, it seems we are both still alive. Li Shangyi, however, chose to disregard his jibe, fixing him with a steady gaze, his eyes a tumultuous blend of shock, anger, and sorrow, a whirlwind of emotions that rendered him momentarily speechless. Not perturbed by the silence, Dan Gudao continued, shouldn't we find a place to celebrate properly? He deliberately emphasized the word celebrate, his tone brimming with provocation. At last, Li Shangyi moved, leaping down from the eaves to land firmly before Dan Gudao. Yet he remained silent, his eyes reddening as he scrutinized Dan Gudao, as if etching the sight of his brother into his heart, confirming that the living figure before him was indeed his senior brother. What, after 2 years apart, does my junior no longer recognize his senior? Dan Gudao taunted, his tone dripping with scorn. Are you astonished that I am still alive? Li Shangyi remained mute, his eyes growing even redder. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles whitening, betraying the tempest of emotions roiling within him. Observing this, Dan Gudao felt a surge of satisfaction. He stepped closer to Li Shangyi and enunciated each word with deliberate malice. Is it not heartbreaking to be deceived, to be misled by someone you deemed insignificant for so long? He reached out as if to pat Li Shangyi's shoulder, only to be evaded as Li Shangyi sidestepped. How so? Are you afraid of me? Dan Gudao scoffed. Did you not once believe that the 4 Goemon could endure without anyone, yet could not survive without you? Where is your courage now? Li Shangyi's throat tightened, as if he were swallowing scalding coals, the pain rendering his once clear voice hoarse and subdued. His lips trembled, tears welling in his eyes, one crystal droplet trailing down his cheek, glistening in the moonlight. Why, he managed to force out from the depths of his throat, each syllable laden with profound sorrow and rage, echoing sharply in the stillness of the night. Why? Dan Gudao laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most amusing of jokes. Li Xiangyi, look at you now. You ask me why, I wish to ask you, why? He abruptly stifled his laughter, his expression contorted with bitterness, gnashing his teeth as he confronted Li Xiangyi. We entered the Masteress fold together, yet from childhood to adulthood, the Masteress gaze has only ever been upon you. Everything you did was right, while everything I did was wrong. You effortlessly garnered the Master's praise, while I, despite my utmost efforts, could not even earn a mere glance of approval. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, as if unleashing the pent-up resentment that had festered within him for years. One day as a master, a lifetime as a father. What did I toil for each day? Was it not to surpass you, to prove my worth to him? Yet what have I received? Only rebuke, and more rebuke. When did he ever consider my feelings? When did he ever regard me as his disciple? He pointed an accusing finger at Li Xiangyi, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What I yearn for, you can obtain with ease, while I can spend my entire life striving yet never grasp it. Do you comprehend that feeling? He inhaled deeply, his tone steeped in melancholy. Even when I was on the brink of death, my thoughts lingered on you. Li Xiangyi's eyes widened in disbelief, an exclamation escaping his lips. What did you say? The news of their masteress' demise struck him like a thunderclap, ringing in his ears and leaving him dizzy. Their master had always been in good health. How could he have suddenly passed away? He could not accept it, nor could he believe it. Dan Gudao's words pierced his heart like a dagger, suggesting that the masteress' death bore some hidden truth, intertwined with his senior brother's actions. Why do you not believe? Dan Gudao observed the shock etched upon Li Xiangyi's face, a surge of vindictive pleasure igniting within him, his tone laced with derision. What have you done to our master? Li Xiangyi's gaze burned like a flame, fixating intensely on Dan Gudao, his voice thick with repressed fury, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. It was merely informing him that you, Li Xiangyi, were ensnared by the Jin Yuan alliance in the East Sea, teetering on the brink of life and death. Dan Gudao replied nonchalantly, as if recounting a trivial matter. He paused momentarily, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Unfortunately, at that critical juncture, the master was engrossed in the most vital phase of his seclusion. Upon hearing that his most cherished disciple was in peril, he was consumed by anxiety, leading to his own demise. Li Xiangyi grit his teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish and rage. You are truly despicable. The master cared for you deeply, knowing you were in trouble, he selflessly imparted his life's energy to me, so that I might rescue you, Dan Gudao taunted, while he himself met a tragic end, exhausted and depleted. Suddenly, Dan Gudao erupted into laughter, a sound tinged with despair and hopelessness. Li Xiangyi's tears flowed freely as he shut his eyes in anguish. The kind visage of his master filled his mind, the lessons imparted, the affection shown, each memory flashing through his consciousness, tearing at his heart. The master sacrificed himself to save me, he realized with sudden clarity. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Dan Gudao. Why, even if you despise me, our lives were saved by our master. The debt of gratitude from our master and his wife weighs heavily upon us. Why would you not spare even the memory of him? It is all because of you, because of your arrogance and disdain for others. Dan Gudao's voice grew increasingly louder, culminating in a near shout. And now, I possess the master's lifelong power. This is my rightful claim. Li Xiangyi inhaled sharply, suppressing the sorrow and fury within him, enunciating each word with unwavering resolve. As a traitor to our master, today I shall avenge him. Chapter 64. The Lotus Pavilion. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xiangyi's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, his hand gripping the sword with veins bulging, as he lunged fiercely towards Dan Gudao. The blade cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, its tip aimed directly at Dan Gudao's throat, a chilling murderous intent seemingly capable of freezing the very air around them. Dan Gudao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not underestimate the threat. With a fierce roar, he brandished his long knife to meet the oncoming assault. The clash of blades and the dance of light and shadow ignited sparks, as the two figures moved swiftly through the air, colliding with such force that the tremors of their powerful internal energies sent the surrounding rooftops quaking. Every strike from Li Xiangyi was aimed at the vital points, ruthless and unyielding, as though he intended to rend Dan Gudao into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Dan Gudao relied on his agility to narrowly evade Li Xiangyi's onslaught, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Xu Weishi, who had been standing on the same rooftop as them, witnessed the ferocity of their fight and, fearing collateral damage, hurriedly leapt down to the ground. It was then that she noticed the arrival of the Baichuan courtyard members, who had gathered at the periphery of the crowd, observing the duel with keen interest. The onlookers, initially captivated by the spectacle, were suddenly interrupted when someone shouted, "What on earth is happening here?" Indeed, I too am baffled as to how this confrontation began, murmured the crowd, which erupted into a cacophony of speculation, much like a pot boiling over. Oh, what a rare and magnificent spectacle this is. I can't believe I am witnessing it today, exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard, his excitement palpable. Indeed, in these times, it seems that the more chaos, the more people revel in it. A slender man beside him nodded in agreement. Amidst the confusion, a bewildered onlooker scratched his head, asking, "Aren't those the leader of the Li sect and his senior brother? Why are they fighting?" At that moment, a storyteller emerged from the crowd, fanning himself leisurely as he began, "Ah, you are unaware of the backstory, I shall elucidate. Clearing his throat, he continued, "It is said that the leader of the Li sect possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled martial prowess, while his senior brother, alas, is of mediocre aptitude, perpetually overshadowed." Over time, resentment inevitably brewed within him. Indeed, human nature is most fragile when subjected to comparison. Someone in the crowd interjected. The storyteller nodded sagely and continued, "This senior brother, consumed by jealousy towards the leader's gifts, believed their master favored him. Thus, he devised a ruse of faking his own death, allowing his corpse to be seized by the Jin Yuan alliance, inciting a fierce conflict between the Sigu sect and the Jin Yuan alliance, all while he plotted to murder their master." What? Such treachery exists? The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonishment. "And what of the Li sect leader, is he aware?" a concerned voice asked. The storyteller clapped his fan and replied, "The leader, ever loyal and righteous, remained oblivious to the truth, believing his brother to be genuinely deceased and searching for him. Little did he know that today he would confront the very man responsible for his master's demise, igniting his fury." "Ah, now it makes sense. Truly, one can know a person as face, yet not their heart," the audience exclaimed in realization. "But what of the legendary tome that can shatter the void? Surely it cannot be a fabrication?" "Alas, it seems so. What a disappointment." The crowd murmured, disappointment etched across their faces. "Shoo, keep your voices down, do not disturb these two masters at their duel," a swordsman, gripping his long sword, admonished softly. "Indeed, my friend speaks wisely. Let us remain focused on this thrilling contest." Chapter 65 of the Lotus Tower. In the hands of Li Xiangyi, the sword resembled a silver serpent, carving chilling arcs through the air as it aimed for the vital points of Shan Gudao. With each thrust, a fierce gust of sword wind accompanied the blade, producing a sharp sound that echoed like a rending of the very fabric of the air, as if it were intent on tearing Shan Gudao to shreds. Pressured by this torrent of relentless assaults, Shan Gudao found himself retreating step by step, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his heart a tumult of astonishment and fury. As he clumsily dodged Li Xiangyi's strikes, he could not help but bellow in rage, "Impossible, you were poisoned by the green tea toxin, you cannot still be moving about so freely." A frigid smile graced Li Xiangyi's lips, yet his movements remained unfaltering. With a flick of his wrist, the sword danced like a frenzied silver serpent, its unpredictable strikes ruthless and unyielding, leaving Shan Gudao utterly defenseless, dazzled by the shimmering silver light before him and the oppressive sword energy. The sharp whistling sounds filled his ears, overwhelming him with terror. Once again, Shan Gudao's words were interrupted by Li Xiangyi's fierce offensive. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by a powerful kick from Li Xiangyi, sending him sprawling to the ground in a desperate attempt to evade further harm. Confusion and suspicion swirled within his mind. Had Li Xiangyi not been poisoned, how could this be? Had he perhaps discovered a remedy? As various doubts and conjectures intertwined, Shan Gudao became increasingly flustered, his movements growing erratic and full of openings. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangyi pressed the attack, his sword flashing like lightning, striking Shan Gudao's shoulder, wrist, and knee, causing blood to spatter and stain the ground crimson. With a wretched cry, Shan Gudao's long knife clattered to the earth, and he collapsed, unable to rise again. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Li Xiangyi as though he were gazing upon a monstrous apparition. With a voice hoarse from despair, he glared at Li Xiangyi and croaked, "How is it possible that you are unscathed?" Li Xiangyi stood with his sword sheathed, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Do you truly believe that mere green tea toxin could claim my life? The antidote to it is non-existent. How could you think?" Shan Gudao struggled to rise, only to feel a sharp pain from his wounds, causing him to groan and collapse once more. "There is yet to be anything in this world that can take my life," Li Xiangyi interjected coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. "Impossible. I refuse to believe it." Shan Gudao shook his head, murmuring incoherently as if attempting to convince himself, or perhaps pleading for an answer. Li Xiangyi's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, severing the last thread of hope within his heart. He could neither accept nor comprehend that all his elaborate machinations had crumbled so effortlessly. Despair and rage twisted his features. Suddenly struck by a thought, he raised his head abruptly, his eyes aflame with resentment and jealousy. "It must be the master. He secretly taught you some profound technique behind my back, which is why you remain unharmed." In his mind, the only explanation for Li Xiangyi's unscathed condition was the master's favoritism, bestowing upon him the antidote or perhaps an even more formidable martial arts manual. Yes, it must be so. The master has always favored you, teaching you everything while treating me like an outsider. As Shan Gudao's emotions escalated, his voice grew shrill, clinging to this notion as if it were a lifeline, hoping to convince himself while seeking acknowledgement from Li Xiangyi. "The master has never shown favoritism to anyone," Li Xiangyi replied calmly, his tone even, asserting that the master had imparted his teachings equally to both of them. "Equal treatment? Ha!" Shan Gudao erupted into derisive laughter, coughing violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, rendering him a ghastly sight. "If it were true equality, how could you defeat me so easily?" "Defeating you is hardly a challenge," Li Xiangyi maintained his tranquil demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. "It has always been so. I merely allowed you to think otherwise. Now, I shall apply the first lesson taught by the master to cleanse the realm." Chapter 66, The Lotus Tower. Surrounded by the onlookers of the martial world, none had ever witnessed such a spectacle, leaving them utterly astonished and buzzing with excitement, as if a pot had boiled over. "Oh, my good fellow, you are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Can you enlighten us as to what is happening?" A burly man scratched his head in confusion, inquiring of those nearby, "What is this poison of the green tea? Is it truly formidable?" Another slender martial artist, taken aback by the question, was merely a spectator and had no inkling of the matter at hand. He could only shake his head in bewilderment. I have no idea, I've never heard of it, but it sounds quite lethal. You know nothing, then what are you doing here, adding to the commotion? The stout man shot him an irritated glance before turning to others for answers. Good sir, might you be familiar with this poison of the green tea? The man interrogated also looked equally perplexed, shaking his head to signify his ignorance. Some, whose minds struggled to grasp the situation, had not even comprehended the words spoken. They seized the storyteller beside them, anxiously asking, Hey, sir, could you please explain what on earth is going on? The storyteller, evidently startled by the sudden turn of events, adjusted his hat and stroked his beard, taking a moment to regain his composure before responding. The poison of the green tea is renowned throughout the martial world. It is said to be colorless and tasteless. What happens to those afflicted? The crowd instantly became intrigued, pressing for more information. The storyteller, feigning an air of mystery, paused dramatically and lowered his voice. Those who fall victim to it will suffer from rotting bones and decaying flesh within a month, unless one possesses formidable internal strength to expel the poison. Otherwise, an ordinary person cannot endure beyond a month. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd as they absorbed this revelation, their gazes towards Li Shangyi transformed into expressions of sympathy and regret. So, this poison of the green tea is indeed formidable. It must be due to the profound internal strength of the sect leader Li that he remains unscathed. Wang Lianhua had already positioned several accomplices among the crowd, who now wore expressions of feigned concern, joining in the collective realization. Indeed, it must be that sect leader Li is favored by fate, allowing him to escape peril. One of the accomplices chimed in support. Yet, questions lingered in the air. How had sect leader Li fallen victim to such treachery? It was truly lamentable. One accomplice feigned sorrow as he spoke. Yes, indeed, one cannot help but wonder who could be so devoid of conscience, echoed another bystander. To have poisoned sect leader Li, it surely must have been from within his own ranks, suggested another accomplice cryptically, deftly redirecting the crowd's attention towards a different target. What, from within? Could it be that there is a traitor among the Forgu sect? The mention sent ripples of shock through the crowd, igniting a fervor of speculation. In mere moments, suspicions were cast upon the members of Baichuan Courtyard. They had initially stood quietly to the side, but now felt as if they had been thrust into the spotlight, enduring scrutiny from all directions. Xiao Wanwan, who had been listening quietly, furrowed her brows sharply upon hearing the term from within. A wave of unease washed over her. She abruptly turned to those beside her, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. What poisoning? Shangyi has been poisoned, and I was completely unaware of this matter. Her voice trembled with shock, laced with confusion and helplessness. Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's words, the others grew increasingly convinced of their suspicions, their gazes towards the Baichuan Courtyard members now tinged with doubt. Indeed, what is going on? A stout man bellowed, his jowls quivering with agitation, as if attempting to see through the very souls of the Baichuan members. Could it truly have been someone from the original Forgu sect who administered the poison? A sharp voice pierced through the crowd, laden with malice, as if it had already concluded the culpability of the Baichuan members. This statement struck Xiao Wanwan like a dagger to the heart, plunging her and the members of Baichuan Courtyard into an awkward predicament. It is quite possible, if you think about it, who else could have had the opportunity to poison sect leader Li but one of their own? Meanwhile, Shi Shui, who knew the truth, cast a fiery glare at Yun Bisho, his anger simmering just beneath the surface, yearning to seize another's sword and thrust it forward. Chapter 67 of the Lotus Pavilion. Why does Director Shi cast his gaze upon Yun Bisho? One of the onlookers exclaimed in feigned surprise, pointing a finger towards Yun Bisho. His voice was sharp and grating, slicing through the already tense atmosphere like a knife, instantly capturing the attention of many. Indeed, that look in his eyes seems to suggest he wishes to devour him whole. Another bystander chimed in, joining the fray, as he exaggeratedly mimicked Shi Shui's earlier expression, his features contorted as if he had encountered something dreadful. Could it be that the poisoner is none other than Yun Bisho? The previous onlooker whispered, attempting to sound mysterious, successfully drawing all gazes towards Yun Bisho. Xiao Wanwan listened to the discussions around her, a flicker of doubt stirring within her, an ominous premonition washing over her. Following Shi Shui's gaze, she turned to Yun Bisho, only to find him with his head bowed, his formerly upright posture now appearing somewhat hunched, his countenance dim, as if acquiescing to some unspoken truth. Xiao Wanwan's heart plummeted, a chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. She opened her mouth to inquire, but was interrupted by Yun Bisho. Yun Bisho slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at Xiao Wanwan that was laden with complexity. His eyes were filled with anguish and struggle, as well as deep-seated guilt. Ultimately, he weakly shook his head and, in a somber tone, declared, "It is I who have harmed the sect leader." What did Xiao Wanwan was instantly taken aback, as though struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief, unable to trust her ears. Ji Hanfo, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to intervene. Bisho, you mustn't. However, Yun Bisho resolutely interrupted him, suddenly raising his head, his gaze firm, and his tone resolute. There is no need to say more. I am indeed the sinner. I have harmed the sect leader, and this is an undeniable truth. I must step forth to bear the consequences. Ji Hanfo wished to say something further but was silenced by Yun Bisho's unwavering gaze. He recognized the resolve in Yun Bisho's eyes and understood that he could no longer restrain him. Ji Hanfo sighed helplessly, closing his eyes, his heart heavy with resignation and sorrow. He understood that Yun Bisho was seeking redemption in his own way. Taking a deep breath, Yun Bisho faced the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Indeed, it was I who administered the poison of Bicha. I have wronged the sect leader in the Forgu sect, and I am willing to accept any punishment. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos, each person vehemently denouncing Yun Bisho, as if they had seized upon a grave transgression of a righteous hero, mercilessly berating him. Voices of insults, skepticism, and condemnation rose and fell like a tremendous storm, engulfing Yun Bisho. All of this was keenly observed by Dan Gudao and Li Xiangyi atop the platform. Dan Gudao, witnessing Yun Bisho's admission of guilt, laughed uproariously, pointing mockingly at Li Xiangyi. Ha ha ha, junior brother, look, this is your most trusted brother. In the end, he has betrayed you. Li Xiangyi remained silent, merely observing the farce below with a complex array of emotions in his eyes. Noticing Li Xiangyi's unflinching demeanor, Dan Gudao's grin gradually faded, his teeth clenched, a flash of malice crossing his gaze as he continued to taunt. Do you think this means you have won? You were still so naively optimistic, junior brother. Subsequently, Dan Gudao trembled as he drew a distress signal from his robes. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangyi turned his gaze towards the signal, fully aware that it was Dan Gudao's call for aid. However, Li Xiangyi showed no fear. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Dan Gudao, making no move to prevent him from igniting the signal. The crowd, once focused on condemning Yun Bisho, was drawn to Dan Gudao's laughter, turning their attention towards the rooftop. As they heard Dan Gudao's words, a stir rippled through the assembly, and many faces revealed signs of fear, realizing that a greater storm was about to descend. Is it possible that Dan Gudao has reinforcements? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. Will we be caught up in this conflict? Another voiced their concerns anxiously. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and even the timid began to quietly retreat, intent on making their exit before the turmoil escalated. Chapter 68 of the Lotus Pavilion. As night gradually descended, it enveloped the world like a vast black curtain, obscuring the light of the stars and the moon. Shuiyuan, once ablaze with brilliance, now flickered with only sporadic glimmers, akin to fireflies swaying in the wind, appearing particularly faint. The crowd of martial artists who had initially gathered to witness the commotion had largely dispersed, the timid slipping away into the shadows, leaving only the bolder souls hidden at a distance, now hesitant to act as brazenly as before. They clustered in small groups beneath eaves and against walls, peering cautiously to observe the unfolding events, fearful of missing a thrilling moment yet anxious about being swept into the fray. The disciples of Baichuan Courtyard, however, remained steadfast, invigorated by the impassioned rhetoric of Shi Shuai. Each was aflame with righteous indignation, weapons in hand, bracing themselves to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Xiangyi in battle. Yet, the reinforcements that Dan Gudao longed for were nowhere to be seen. Only he and Li Xiangyi faced each other in the night wind. The breeze carried a chill, deepening the coldness in Dan Gudao's heart. Will anyone come? A figure lurking in the shadows timidly inquired of a burly man nearby. I don't know, came the hesitant reply. Dan Gudao, where are your people? Why haven't they arrived? A hidden martial artist, mustering courage, called out to Dan Gudao atop the roof. Are they perhaps afraid, unwilling to come to your rescue? Dan Gudao's face turned ashen as he scanned the emptiness surrounding him, the echo of that voice reverberating through the desolate night. Ha, Dan Gudao, it seems your skills have run dry. Another voice emerged from the crowd, mocking him. Do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, you can defeat Li Xiangyi? The timid onlookers, witnessing Dan Gudao's delay in receiving aid, began to chime in. Indeed, Dan Gudao, you might as well surrender. Impossible. I have sent my signal smoke, they cannot possibly ignore my call for help. He ground his teeth, his voice tinged with a hint of panic. Trembling, he retrieved another signal smoke from his breast and ignited it. The crimson flame illuminated his contorted visage, rendering it particularly grotesque, yet, until the smoke dissipated, no one appeared. In despair, he closed his eyes, murmuring, it cannot be, this is impossible. Li Xiangyi observed Dan Gudao's despondence with no flicker of emotion, dismissing him as a fallen wall, the tide having turned against him. He spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly in the still night. Dan Gudao, I shall escort you back to Yunin Mountain, where, before your master's grave, you will atone for your transgressions. With that, Li Xiangyi grasped Dan Gudao's shoulder, preparing to lead him away. Seeing this, Shi Shuai felt a pang of anxiety. Disregarding everything else, he stepped forward, his voice trembling with urgency. Master. Hearing Shi Shuai's call, Li Xiangyi paused, slowly turning to meet his gaze. His expression was serene and inscrutable, like a bottomless lake, concealing his true emotions. The Forgu gate no longer exists, he stated softly, yet clearly enough for all present to hear. As for me, as the gatekeeper, my existence is likewise rendered unnecessary. Xiao Wanwan, tears streaming down her face, choked out a cry, yearning to grasp something, yet ultimately powerless to extend her hand. Chapter 69 of the Lotus Tower. Xiao Wanwan's voice, tinged with a slight sob, resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the night. Upon hearing her call, Li Xiangyi felt a tremor in his heart, as if a string had been delicately plucked. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wanwan. There she stood amidst the crowd, her tear-filled eyes blurred with sorrow, appearing utterly pitiable in the flickering firelight. She bit her lip, seemingly striving to suppress her emotions, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks unabated. With a trembling hand, Xiao Wanwan reached out as if to touch him, but her strength faltered, and her hand fell limply to her side. A1, do not weep. Li Xiangyi could not restrain himself from speaking, yearning to offer her solace, though he recognized that this was not the opportune moment. He took a deep breath, swallowing back the words that surged to his lips, transforming all his concern and heartache into a mere sigh. Xiangyi, do not abandon me, Xiao Wanwan choked out, her vision obscured by tears. She could hardly discern Li Xiangyi's face, only perceiving a vague silhouette, and fear gripped her heart. The terror of losing him once more. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar, interrupting Li Xiangyi's thoughts and causing Xiao Wanwan's heart to flutter. Master! The sound drew the attention of all present, as the onlookers from the martial world turned to glimpse the newcomer. The figure approached, clad in dark garments that rustled in the night breeze, a belt of the same hue cinching his slender waist, accentuating his tall stature. With a light touch of his toes upon the eaves, he gracefully traversed the crowd, landing firmly behind Shan Gudao. Li Xiangyi immediately recognized the newcomer as his own disciple, Han Yi. However, Han Ye's expression was cold, his eyes sharp, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a chilling aura of menace, markedly different from his usual demeanor. Li Xiangyi scrutinized Han Yi intently, observing his slightly disheveled hair, the sleeves darker than his attire, and finally resting his gaze upon Han Ye's hands. A dark crimson stain, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared strikingly vivid, silently recounting the tale of a fierce battle. "Have you engaged in a conflict?" Li Xiangyi inquired in a low voice. Han Yi did not respond immediately, he merely cast a silent glance at Li Xiangyi before slightly turning his head, his gaze sweeping over Shan Gudao, who sat on the ground like a lost dog, and finally landing on Xiao Wanwan not far away. Retracting his gaze, he quietly addressed Li Xiangyi, "Master, attend to your matters, there is no need to fret over me. As for Shan Gudao, I shall carry him back." Han Yi said, sniffing the air lightly, detecting a strong scent of blood emanating from Shan Gudao. Furrowing his brow, he bent down and swiftly pressed a pressure point on Shan Gudao, lifting him from the ground as if he were a mere sack of goods, hoisting Shan Gudao over his shoulder. "As for the question you posed earlier, I shall explain it to you upon your return," he added. Li Xiangyi gazed at his disciple, now capable of standing on his own, his heart a tumult of emotions that he understood Han Ye's intentions and recognized what he must do. Turning to glance at Xiao Wanwan, he opened his mouth yet found himself at a loss for words. Seeing this, Han Yi gently patted Li Xiangyi's shoulder, saying, "Master, do not leave any regrets." With that, Han Yi wasted no time, leaping into the night with Shan Gudao on his shoulder, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 70 of the Lotus Pavilion. Han Yi bore the weight of the solitary blade on his shoulder as he returned to the small courtyard. The blade jostled about, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. He had been acupressured, his entire body rendered sore and numb, unable to move a muscle, though he yearned to struggle, not a shred of strength could be summoned, leaving him to be carried by Han Yi like a butchered pig. The cool night breeze swept into Shan Gudao's nostrils, carrying with it a mingled scent of earth and grass, tinged with a faint metallic tang of blood, his own blood. Internally, he lamented his fate, voicing silent curses upon Han Yi's ancestors for all generations. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Yi's gaze immediately fell upon a man clad in grey, casually leaning against the corridor, idly cracking sunflower seeds, their shells strewn about the ground. "Li Mu!" Han Yi called out, his voice resonating loudly in the stillness of the courtyard. Hearing his name, Li Mu ceased his seed cracking, carelessly stuffing the remaining seeds, shells and all, into his pocket. He straightened, brushing off the remnants from his hands before turning to face the newcomer. In the dim light, Li Mu recognized Han Yi and instantly adopted a respectful demeanor, bowing with clasped fists, "Young Master Han." Han Yi unceremoniously dropped Shan Gudao to the ground, the impact resonating with a dull thud. "Take him to the bamboo courtyard outside the town and confine him with that group," Han Yi instructed, his voice devoid of emotion. "Keep a close watch. Ensure he does not perish, nor allow any of them to escape." Li Mu cast a glance at the fallen Shan Gudao, his gaze lingering for a moment, void of any emotion as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside. He acknowledged with a nod, then smoothly bent down, one hand gripping Shan Gudao's belt while the other supported his leg, effortlessly hoisting him onto his shoulder before vanishing into the night with a few agile strides. Han Yi clapped his hands together, brushed away non-existent dust from his garments, and then proceeded into the courtyard. As he navigated through the corridor, he soon espied Wang Lianhua seated by a stone table, her crimson attire swaying gently in the night breeze, reminiscent of a flickering flame. Holding a cup of tea, she sipped gracefully, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Lianhua set down her teacup, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. She raised her gaze to Han Yi, the corners of her mouth curling into a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Ah, is this not our great hero, young Master Han? Why, have you returned so soon?" She deliberately elongated her tone, her voice laced with jest as if discussing a trivial matter. "I half expected you to engage in another bout with Shan Gudao before making your way back." Understanding her playful banter, Han Yi quickly offered a flattering smile. "I charged in just now not out of recklessness, but because you were present. Moreover, your men were nearby, providing me the courage to act decisively." As he spoke, he scrutinized Wang Lianhua's expression, hoping for her approval, yet, she merely regarded him with a knowing smile, not taking the bait of his words. "Pray tell, are my men your reinforcements?" "They were merely there to observe," she teased, her gaze lingering on Han Yi for a moment before she slowly articulated, "there to enjoy the spectacle." The flattering grin on Han Yi's face faltered for a moment before he plastered on an even brighter smile, settling beside Wang Lianhua. "Then shall we consider it a mere performance? I could play the role of a stand-in, how does that sound?" "Stand-in?" Wang Lianhua chuckled lightly, deftly pivoting her wrist to deftly prevent Han Yi from reaching for the teapot with her folding fan. "Enough of this. You ought not to linger here," she said, her brows slightly furrowing as she waved her hand as if to disperse an unpleasant aroma. "The scent upon you is overpowering even my flowers." Chapter 71. The Lotus Tower. The following morning, as the sun began to reveal its golden edges, the gentle chirping of birds awakened the slumbering courtyard. The courtyard, paved with blue bricks, was bathed in a soft golden hue by the morning light, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. As Li Lianhua pushed open the courtyard door, he instinctively inhaled deeply, savoring the air imbued with the dewy freshness of dawn, intermingled with a faint floral fragrance that lifted his spirits. Upon his return, he noticed two figures in the courtyard, one clad in red and the other in white. Han Yi, lazily reclining in a grand armchair, toyed with a folding fan, his attire radiating brilliance in the morning glow. Occasionally, he would unfurl the fan and gently sway it, or lightly tap the armrest of the chair, embodying a demeanor of leisurely contentment. Meanwhile, Li Shangyi, dressed in snow-white garments, sat upright by the stone table, cradling a cup of tea, seemingly engrossed in Han Ye's discourse. Li Lianhua observed this scene with an indescribable sense of oddity. Anyone entering the courtyard and witnessing their past self attentively listening to their disciple would surely feel a sense of dissonance. "What are you two doing?" he could not help but inquire, a note of confusion and bewilderment in his voice. Upon hearing his voice, Han Yi immediately rose from the chair, warmly beckoning, "Master, you have returned, please, have a seat." As he spoke, he picked up the teapot that had been prepared on the table and poured a cup of tea, presenting it to Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua accepted the teacup, gazing at the tea for a moment, even taking a whiff before earnestly asking the one who had poured the tea, "Is there poison in this cup?" "Master, what nonsense are you talking about?" Han Yi feigned indignation, reaching for the teacup in Li Lianhua's hand. "Your disciple is not someone devoid of conscience like Yun Bishio. How could I possibly poison you?" Li Lianhua, maintaining his composure, gently placed the teacup back on the table, naturally evading Han Ye's outstretched hand with this gesture. "My disciple would not, but you might." "Master, why do you say such things? Am I not your disciple?" Han Yi pouted in mock grievance, gazing up at Li Lianhua with an innocent expression, attempting to feign innocence. Li Shangyi was the first to be unable to tolerate Han Ye's affected demeanor. He turned his face away, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity. Conversely, Li Lianhua displayed little reaction, even beginning to accept this new persona of someone. He raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips, leisurely lifting the teacup, gently blowing on the surface where the tea leaves floated, and then unhurriedly echoed, "You are indeed correct. You are now my disciple." Seeing Li Lianhua finally embrace his persona, Han Yi dropped his pretentious expression and began to speak earnestly. "Master, this is—" he gestured towards the white-clad youth beside him but paused deliberately, as if struggling to recall something. Li Lianhua, playing along, set down the teacup and turned to the white-clad youth, feigning confusion as he inquired, "And who might this be?" "This is—" Han Yi pretended to ponder for a moment before slapping his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "I remember now. This is Li Shangyi, the young hero, a friend I have just made." Young hero Li is exceptionally accomplished. Although he has yet to don the crown for another 2 years, he is already renowned throughout the realm. Han Yi began to rattle off tales of Li Shangyi's heroic deeds. With each word he spoke, Li Shangyi nodded in agreement, exuding just the right amount of confidence, as if every word Han Yi uttered were the absolute truth. Of course, these tales were all fabricated on the spot. "Moreover, my master is truly remarkable. He is the best in the world." Han Yi continued, intentionally lowering his voice to add an air of mystery, "and this young hero Li has only recently been released by his master, which is why he can brazenly traverse the world in this attire." Li Lianhua, who had been listening while casually sipping his tea, occasionally playing along to show he was attentive, paused momentarily upon hearing this. His hand, which held the teacup, stilled, and he raised his gaze to the loquacious Han Yi, then glanced at Li Shangyi, nearly choking on the double entendre of the statement. "What, is this all you're doing? Am I to blame?" Ultimately, Li Lianhua nodded, indicating he had taken note of this persona of Li Shangyi. However, acknowledging it did not mean he would conform to the script. He set down the teacup and, feigning casualness, inquired, "Why haven't I seen Wang Lianhua today? Where is she?" Before Han Yi could respond, a figure clad in white emerged from the room. She moved with grace, her demeanor enchanting, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a sweet voice. "So, it turns out, my lord has been thinking of me." Li Lianhua fell silent, as he had initially assumed that Han Yi represented Wang Lianhua, and Li Shangyi was Han Yi. But now, what role did this newly appeared figure play? Chapter 72 The Lotus Pavilion. As soon as the woman appeared, Li Lianhua was greeted by a familiar scent of powder, sweet yet somewhat overpowering, prompting him to involuntarily furrow his brow. "Are you?" he ventured to inquire, gazing tentatively at the woman before him. At the sound of his words, the woman in white trembled slightly, resembling a delicate white lotus swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of pity. The alluring smile that once adorned her face instantly drained of color, rendering her pallid as parchment. Her eyes rapidly reddened, and 2 glistening tears began to swirl in her eyes, as if they were poised to cascade at any moment, stirring a profound sympathy within him. She bit her lower lip gently, striving to suppress her emotions and prevent the floodgates of tears from bursting open. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not hold back. Her tear-filled eyes shimmered, and as the tears coursed down her fair cheeks, they trembled slightly at her exquisitely formed chin, ultimately falling upon the pristine fabric of her attire, leaving behind a small, dampened stain. The tears soaked the peony pattern on her collar, enhancing her already heart-wrenching beauty. She lifted her gaze slightly, looking at Li Lianhua with a heart-rending expression that brimmed with grievance and confusion. In a voice tinged with a hint of weeping, she softly implored, "My lord, how could you forget me after just one night apart?" The sound sent a shiver down Li Lianhua's spine. Her tone, her inflection, her demeanor all felt achingly familiar, conjuring memories of the past when Lianhua, with tears in her eyes, had accused him of being unfeeling and indifferent. Instinctively, he leaned back, attempting to create distance, but he soon realized that his action only appeared as a desperate evasion in her eyes. No, he could not allow himself to be led around by Wang Lianhua once more. Steeling himself, he endeavored to project sincerity, setting down his teacup and leaning slightly forward, fixing his gaze upon the woman in white, with a tone as gentle as he could muster, he replied, "How could I forget you? Of course, I remember you." Upon hearing this, the tears finally began to subside, though traces of moisture lingered at the corners of her eyes. She regarded him with a look infused with melancholy, asking, "Then why do you not call me by my name?" Li Lianhua felt a stirring of unease at her expression, and a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind as he tentatively called, "Xiaohua?" After all, whether it be Lianhua, or Xiaohua, addressing her as Xiaohua could not possibly be a misstep. Upon hearing her name, the woman's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. "I knew my lord would not forget me, but I had thought you never called me by my name," she said, pausing deliberately, casting him a reproachful glance as if to accuse him of his lack of affection. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head, her voice transforming into a softer, more seductive tone as she remarked, "Is it that my lord now calls me Xiaohua because our relationship has changed?" Li Lianhua immediately sensed that she intended to stir trouble. What relationship has changed? There was nothing particularly special between them, though these thoughts raced through his mind. He maintained a facade of gentle concern, smiling slightly as he replied, "Xiaohua, you jest. With our fateful connection, how could I not hold you dear to my heart, indeed?" The woman in white smiled coyly, her eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation. Li Lianhua found himself in a difficult position. What more could he say? At this point, could he possibly concede defeat? Nearby, Li Xiangyi held his fist to his lips, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, while Han Yi raised an eyebrow, watching Li Lianhua's response with keen interest, as if he were witnessing an exquisite performance. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Han Yi's mind, "Host, I sense that Li Lianhua has made considerable progress. He is becoming increasingly adept at handling such situations." Perhaps it was due to his myriad experiences, Han Yi mused, silently applauding Li Lianhua's deft navigation of Wang Lianhua's advances. Chapter 73 of the Lotus Pavilion. Wang Lianhua covered her lips and let out a soft, delicate laugh with her slender fingers concealing her crimson lips. She playfully chided, "Oh, sir, how can you be so impatient after just a few words?" Her voice carried a hint of sweetness that made Li Lianhua involuntarily shiver. He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye but maintained a gentle smile. "You misunderstand, how could I ever wish to send you away? I merely thought that I and the others have been standing for quite some time and might be weary. Why not let them take a seat and we can have a proper conversation?" As he spoke, Li Lianhua subtly shifted to the side, attempting to create some distance from Wang Lianhua. However, she astutely sensed his intention, her eyes twinkling as she deftly grasped the sleeve of his garment, leaning in slightly, and cooed, "Very well, for your sake, I shall oblige." Upon witnessing this, Li Lianhua discreetly withdrew his sleeve, concealing his discomfort by lifting his teacup for a sip. He then turned to the other two companions. "Brother Sikong, shall we sit and converse?" Li Xiangyi, upon hearing this, quickly suppressed his smile and moved to the table. Han Yi followed leisurely, his profound gaze lingering for a moment between Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua, a hint of playful amusement dancing in his eyes before he finally took a seat opposite Li Lianhua. As the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, the eyes of the fourth Li Lianhua, Wang Lianhua, Han Yi, and Li Xiangyi met at last around the table. Li Lianhua raised his cup and took a gentle sip, seemingly at random. He addressed Han Yi, "Brother Sikong, it seems this is our first occasion to sit down for tea together, is it not?" Han Yi paused, his gaze resting on Li Lianhua for a moment, then a knowing smile graced his lips. "Indeed, brotherly, there has been no opportunity until now. Today, thanks to you, I find myself indulging in this refined affair." Li Lianhua offered a modest smile in return. "Not at all, Brother Sikong, you flatter me." The two engaged in a courteous exchange, the atmosphere remaining amiable. After the pleasantries, Li Lianhua set down his teacup and cautiously broached the subject of their visit. "Might I inquire what brings you here today, Brother Sikong?" Han Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I am but a messenger. I know nothing of your affairs." With that, he lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the matter did not concern him. Li Lianhua then directed his attention towards Li Xiangyi, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, his eyes flitting about, unable to meet Li Lianhua's. With a resigned sigh, Li Lianhua finally turned to Wang Lianhua, who wore a gentle smile, and inquired, "So, what is this performance you are staging?" Wang Lianhua, seemingly unbothered, kindly explained that it was to assist I. Li Lianhua's confusion deepened as he furrowed his brow. "Oh?" Wang Lianhua, noticing his bewilderment, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Did you know, playing the role of Li Xiangyi, is merely a novice who has just descended the mountain and has no ties to the Four Corners Gate." Li Lianhua nodded thoughtfully, raising his teacup to mask his surprise, as if beginning to comprehend, he muttered, "Ah." Seeing him grasp the concept, Wang Lianhua's smile widened. With such a character, surely it would be dull to reveal him all at once? Li Lianhua set down his teacup and looked up at Wang Lianhua. "So what do you intend to do?" Wang Lianhua replied with a smile, "You are planning to return to Yunin Mountain, are you not? Since you must take I along, why not let him remain in character for a few more days?" Li Lianhua then inquired, "And what is your role now?" Wang Lianhua adjusted her sleeve and replied leisurely, "I am now Wang Xiaohua, the betrothed of Li Xiangyi." Li Lianhua, upon hearing this, looked incredulously at Wang Lianhua and then glanced at the bewildered Li Xiangyi, finally saying to Wang Lianhua, "I cannot help but feel he seems entirely unaware of this matter." Li Xiangyi, upon hearing Li Lianhua's words, instinctively nodded in agreement. Wang Lianhua, having overheard their exchange, slightly turned to Li Xiangyi, a playful smile gracing her face. "Oh, do you have any objections?" "I do not. Li Lianhua sighed softly, took another sip from his teacup, and then lowered his voice to Li Xiangyi. If you are being coerced, just blink once for me. Receiving the cue, Li Xiangyi promptly blinked vigorously, his long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans before his eyes. Observing Li Xiangyi's frantic blinking, Li Lianhua shook his head in exasperation, setting down his teacup and adopting a faux serious demeanor. In that case, I shall have no choice but to close my eyes. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 74 The Lotus Tower. As the weather gradually turns cooler, the once lush green mountains are now adorned with mottled hues of autumn, leaves of gold sway precariously on the branches, ultimately succumbing to the breeze and carpeting the mountain paths. The news of Shan Guda's feigned death and the poisoning of Li Xiangyi by Yun Bisho spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. Initially, many were kept in the dark, but they soon came to realize that the rampant rumors surrounding the secret manual were merely a clever ruse orchestrated by Li Xiangyi to lure out the venomous Shan Guda, with the objective of bringing him to justice. In no time, tea-houses, taverns, and alleyways buzzed with discussions of this matter, applauding Li Xiangyi's unparalleled cunning. As the previously tumultuous martial realm gradually regained its tranquility, during this period, Wang Lianhua had been treating Qiao Wannian under the guise of Wang Xiaohua. Now, having nearly restored Qiao Wannian's health, Wang Lianhua had also provided her with a remedy for asthma. It was time to embark on their journey to Yuning Mountain. Early the next morning, Li Lianhua and her companions packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Li Mu drove a cart closely behind them, the sound of hooves crunching on fallen leaves filling the air. Inside the cart sat the bound figures of Shan Guda and Feng Qian, both now prisoners, resigned to their fate. Li Lianhua lifted the curtain of the cart for a glance. Shan Guda sat in silence, his eyes closed, seemingly accepting his destiny, while Feng Qian shot him a glare filled with ire, as though she wished to devour him whole. Upon seeing Feng Qian and the others, Li Lianhua realized that the smoke signal sent by Shan Guda that night had not vanished into thin air. Rather, the reinforcements had been delayed by other matters and could not arrive in time. She lowered the curtain, her brow slightly furrowed, still puzzled as to why Wang Lianhua insisted on bringing Feng Qian along to Yuning Mountain. However, Wang Lianhua merely smiled and said that the matter was not yet clear, and that having her would surely prove useful. Though it was said that there was no need for a send-off, Qiao Wannian and Shi Shui still came to bid farewell today. Qiao Wannian donned a modest yet elegant light blue gown, draped with a white cloak. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Shi Shui and the others were clad in sturdy attire, swords at their waists, standing solemnly behind her. Watching Li Xiangyi and Wang Xiaohua share laughter not far away, Qiao Wannian's heart was a tumult of emotions. Although she had clarified matters with Xiangyi that day and was aware of another Xiangyi's existence, witnessing the scene of him handing a beautifully wrapped candy to his fiancée still left her momentarily disoriented. Li Xiangyi, with a smile, offered a delicately wrapped sweet to Wang Xiaohua, who joyfully accepted it, unwrapping the candy and popping it into her mouth, her eyes sparkling like a little fox that had stolen honey. The sight pierced Qiao Wannian's heart. Once, Xiangyi had gifted her many candies of various kinds, and she too had reveled in such blissful satisfaction. Her gaze fell upon the 18-year-old Li Xiangyi, whose youthful exuberance radiated from his features, as if nothing in the world could trouble him. Indeed, he was carefree now, for he remained the proud and unrestrained Li Xiangyi. Once upon a time, Li Lianhua had possessed such a radiant smile, but now, he was simply Li Lianhua. Truth be told, witnessing another spirited Li Xiangyi standing alongside his fiancée, their beauty complementing each other, was startling. The bizarre notion of temporal disturbances caused by the rift in reality left even seasoned martial artists like Shi Shui shaken. Yet, the existence of this other Li Xiangyi, so strikingly similar to the boy they remembered, was undeniable, and thus Shi Shui and the others begrudgingly accepted this reality. However, for Qiao Wannian, observing Li Xiangyi and Wang Xiaohua engaged in lighthearted banter stirred a different sentiment within her. Yes, wherever light shines, there will be those who follow, especially someone as radiant as Li Xiangyi. At least Wang Xiaohua could walk beside him as a healthy companion, which offered her a semblance of solace. How fortunate she was. Wang Xiaohua could at least stride alongside Li Xiangyi, while Qiao Wannian could only watch helplessly as he drifted further away, ultimately becoming a blurred shadow in her memories. A pang of sorrow welled up in Qiao Wannian's chest, her eyes growing warm with unshed tears. She quickly lowered her head to conceal her distress. Li Lianhua, however, noticed her turmoil and gently called out, "Amian, are you all right?" Qiao Wannian endeavored to compose herself, raising her gaze to meet the familiar yet unfamiliar face before her. Still filled with concern, she managed to muster a faint smile. "I'm fine. Please take care on your journey." Shi Shui and the others stood behind, observing the scene of the gentle Li Lianhua and the elegantly attired Qiao Wannian together, while on the other side, the dashing Li Xiangyi, full of vigor, held the charming and radiant Wang Xiaohua by his side, creating an illusion of time intertwining. Chapter 75 of the Lotus Pavilion. On the surface, Wang Lianhua frolicked with Li Xiangyi, yet his peripheral gaze remained acutely attuned to Li Lianhua and Qiao Wanmen. He observed how Li Lianhua slightly tilted her head, her gentle gaze fixed upon Qiao Wanmen as she listened intently to her words, occasionally nodding in agreement. That subtle tenderness and concern, akin to the warmth of spring sunshine, melted in the depths of Li Lianhua's eyes, but it did not escape Wang Lianhua's keen scrutiny. A thought flickered in Wang Lianhua's mind, and he discreetly nudged Li Xiangyi with his elbow, lowering his voice, suffused with a hint of mischievous mirth. "Your master truly cares for this young lady, Miss Qiao." Li Xiangyi, bewildered, turned his head, uttering a puzzled ah, as he followed Wang Lianhua's gaze, only to see the backs of Li Lianhua and Qiao Wanmen engaged in conversation, leaving him thoroughly confounded. Wang Lianhua intended to elaborate further, yet he swallowed his words, realizing that some matters are best left unspoken. Excessive discourse could lead to unnecessary complications. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway." "What's the matter?" Li Xiangyi inquired. "Nothing much, just some childish affairs." Best not to concern yourself with them, Wang Lianhua replied, before turning away towards Qiao Wanmen and Li Lianhua. Although Li Shangyi remained perplexed, he followed suit and stood beside Li Lianhua. Ah, Miss Qiao, I have a few whispered words I wish to share with you. May we converse privately? Wang Lianhua deliberately framed his request as an intimate exchange between young ladies, drawing Qiao Wanmen into the Lotus Pavilion. Li Lianhua and Li Shangyi exchanged puzzled glances, questioning her motives but refraining from protest, helplessly watching Wang Lianhua lead Qiao Wanmen away. Inside the Lotus Pavilion, Qiao Wanmen, equally bewildered, asked, Little Flower, what is it, is there something amiss? Wang Lianhua guided Qiao Wanmen to a table and, retrieving a book from her bosom, presented it to her. Miss Qiao, your asthma previously hindered your martial progress, but now that you are following my prescribed remedy, asthma should no longer serve as an obstacle to your training. This Lotus Treasure Manual is a treasured inheritance from my school, and I wish to bestow it upon you. Qiao Wanmen instinctively pushed it away, exclaiming, How can I accept such a precious item? Take it as an additional safeguard. This time, Li Lianhua was fortunate enough to have the poison dispelled, but who can guarantee that such fortune will persist? Wang Lianhua insisted, pressing the book into Qiao Wanmen's embrace. A tremor of realization coursed through Qiao Wanmen. Indeed, Shangyi had once been afflicted by the poison of green tea, and though he had narrowly escaped, who could assure her that such dangers would not arise again? If only she could possess the strength to protect him. As if reading her thoughts, Wang Lianhua smiled gently and continued, Miss Qiao, I understand what you were contemplating. Though Qiao Wanmen wished to voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Wang Lianhua. Even if not for him, do you not yearn to cultivate your martial skills? Do you not aspire to master formidable techniques? Silence enveloped Qiao Wanmen. Wang Lianhua had struck at the heart of her desires. Having been frail since childhood, martial training had always been a formidable challenge, yet how she longed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shangyi, rather than remain hidden behind him as a damsel in need of protection. Wang Lianhua regarded Qiao Wanmen with a glimmer of admiration, continuing, Rest assured, Miss Qiao, should you find it inappropriate, I can take you as a disciple in my master's stead. Calling me master would not tarnish your dignity. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Wanmen finally nodded, carefully tucking the manual into her bosom. Wang Lianhua, seeing this, produced a translucent jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to Qiao Wanmen, stating, This is a token. Keep it with you, and should fate allow, it will serve as proof of your identity in the future. Qiao Wanmen accepted the pendant with both hands, feeling its warmth, and faintly catching a whiff of a delicate fragrance, the origin of which remained unknown. Wang Lianhua looked at her intently, enunciating each word. Remember, your master is Wang Lianhua. Ah, Lotus? Qiao Wanmen instinctively echoed, her confusion evident. No, it is Renhua, the flower that knows not the sorrow of man. Wang Lianhua chuckled, emphasizing her name once more. Renhua, the flower that knows not the sorrow of man, Qiao Wanmen murmured softly, etching these words deeply into her memory. She lifted her gaze, determination shining in her eyes as she nodded solemnly, declaring, I shall remember. Finally, after Li Lianhua and her companions bid farewell to Qiao Wanmen, Li Lianhua turned to Wang Lianhua, curiosity piqued. What whispers did you exchange with Miss Qiao? Li Shangyi, equally intrigued, leaned in, eagerly awaiting Wang Lianhua's response. Ah, so you wish to know? Wang Lianhua teased, elongating her tone and allowing a sly smile to grace her lips. Well, ponder on it. Chapter 76. The Lotus Pavilion. In the early winter, the biting cold wind swept through the mountains, where once lush trees now bore scattered, withered leaves trembling in the chill. A gust of wind swirled up the fallen leaves from the ground, sending them twirling through the air before they settled on the mountain path. At last, Li Lianhua and his companions arrived at the foot of Yunin Mountain. As they ascended, accompanied by the solitary blade of Dan Guda, the path grew increasingly treacherous. Dense woods flanked them on either side, the leaves rustling softly as the frigid wind passed through. Li Lianhua tightened his garments around him and inhaled deeply. The crisp air was mingled with the earthy scent of damp soil and fallen leaves, sharpening his awareness of the trials that lay ahead. Upon reaching the mountainside, a clearing emerged before them, revealing the gravestone of his master, Qimushan. Standing solemnly before the stone lay a bouquet of withered wildflowers, shivering in the cold breeze. As Li Lianhua gazed upon the gravestone, memories surged forth, the visage of his master, the gentle admonitions during training, the tender care bestowed upon him in times of injury, and the persistent reminders given before his descent from the mountain. Now, all that remained was the cold, unyielding gravestone. Li Lianhua felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his heart, rendering him breathless. He recalled the last parting with his master, a promise made to mend the broken wine gourd. Though the gourd was now restored, the opportunity to share a hearty drink with his master had forever slipped away. These recollections pierced his heart like needles, evoking profound sorrow. But he approached the gravestone slowly, trembling hands reaching out to caress the cold stone, as if he were touching the kind visage of his master, seeking to feel the remnants of warmth that once radiated from him. A sudden thought echoed through the silent woods, distinctly clear amidst the stillness. Dan Guda was abruptly kicked by Li Lianhua, staggering a few steps before collapsing heavily before the gravestone. Suppressing his anguish, Li Lianhua knelt before the grave and bowed his head 3 times in reverence. Master, your disciple has been unfilial. It is only today that I come to see you. Tears welled in Li Lianhua's eyes, blurring his vision as his master's face faded into a haze of sorrow. Choking back tears, he recounted the tribulations and inner journey of the years gone by, pouring forth the long-buried longing and regret that weighed heavily on his heart. The years have brought me many experiences and profound realizations, he murmured, his voice dwindling as he succumbed to deep self-reproach and guilt. Master, I miss you dearly. At this point, his voice broke, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, falling to the ground. Huang Yi and the others, witnessing Li Lianhua's heart-wrenching grief, quickly offered gentle words of consolation. After a half-hour of silent mourning, Li Lianhua composed himself, rising to continue the journey with Huang Yi and the others. Beyond his master's burial site, the path steepened further. Fortunately, stone steps had been carved into the ascent, making it somewhat navigable. After traversing a stretch of the trail, a grove of bamboo appeared, and nestled within, the faint outlines of thatched cottages could be seen. Li Lianhua knew that his master's wife, Sinpa, resided there. After winding through the maze, he finally beheld the familiar thatched cottage, imbued with the passage of time, pulling him back to days of yore. Standing before the well-known sight, a tumult of emotions surged within him, causing him to hesitate momentarily before summoning the courage to take a deep breath and call out to his master's wife. "Sinpa, I have come to visit." Sinpa, who was busy drying herbs in the yard, paused at the sound of that familiar voice, her hands freezing mid-motion. She lifted her gaze, a flicker of surprise igniting in her murky eyes. Without a moment's delay, she abandoned her task and hurried towards the gate, pulling it open to find Li Lianhua standing there, accompanied by Huang Yi and the others. She stared in astonishment before her gaze fell upon Dan Guda, a trace of confusion crossing her features. Chapter 77 of the Lotus Pavilion. Master, Li Lianhua's voice trembled slightly upon seeing his mentor for the first time. An indescribable pang of sorrow surged within him. Sinpa, upon hearing that call, awakened from her reverie and scrutinized the young man before her with renewed attention. The youth appeared much leaner, yet there remained traces of a familiar vigor in his features. "Xiangyi? Is it truly you?" Sinpa inquired, her voice quaking with disbelief. As if she were witnessing an apparition, she raised her hand, longing to caress Li Lianhua's face, but halted mid-air, fearful of disrupting this surreal dream. Li Lianhua felt a warmth welling in his eyes. He took the initiative to grasp Sinpa's hand, gently pressing it against his cheek. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, he choked out, "Master, it is I. I have returned." "Returning is all that matters, returning is all that matters," Sinpa exclaimed, tears streaming down her aged face. She clutched Li Lianhua's hand tightly, scrutinizing him as if to etch his visage into her memory, seeking confirmation that this was not a figment of her imagination. Countless nights, she had dreamed of that spirited young man. Now he stood before her, albeit in a world that had irrevocably changed. "And these individuals?" Sinpa's gaze shifted to Han Yi and the others, ultimately resting on the bound and bowed figure of Dan Gudao. "Isn't this your senior brother? Why is he tied up?" At her words, the atmosphere grew tense. Li Lianhua inhaled deeply, suppressing the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm him, and turned to Dan Gudao, speaking in a calm tone, "Master, some matters are better discussed within." Sinpa then noticed the unease etched across Li Lianhua's countenance, an unsettling sensation creeping into her heart, yet she nodded in acquiescence and ushered everyone into the small courtyard. Han Yi and Wang Lianhua exchanged worried glances, and alongside Li Mu, they followed Li Lianhua, escorting the bound Dan Gudao across the threshold. As they entered the courtyard, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of soil and bamboo leaves, refreshing the spirit. The main room within the courtyard was simply adorned, featuring a weathered wooden table with a few coarse porcelain tea bowls, beside which sat a teapot missing its spout. Several bamboo chairs were casually arranged around the table, and the walls bore a few calligraphic paintings, clearly crafted by a master's hand, yet the paper had yellowed, and the ink had begun to blur, imparting an ineffable sense of desolation and solitude to the entire room. Sinpa invited everyone to take a seat and brought forth steaming tea, handing the last cup to Li Lianhua with a tone laced with concern and curiosity. "Xiangyi, what on earth has transpired? Why is your senior brother bound, and who are these individuals?" Li Lianhua received the cup, taking a gentle sip. The warm tea flowed down his throat, yet it could not dispel the bitterness that lingered in his heart. He first gestured towards Han Yi, introducing him to Sinpa. "Master, this is Han Yi, my newly accepted disciple." Han Yi quickly rose, bowing respectfully. "I am Han Yi, the junior disciple, honored to meet you, master." Sinpa smiled and nodded, indicating that Han Yi need not be overly formal. "Good child, please sit and speak." Afterward, her gaze shifted to Wang Lianhua, who was attired in a pale moon-white gown, draped with a light pink veil, her long black hair elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheek, accentuating her snow-like complexion and picturesque features. A spark of admiration flickered in Sinpa's eyes as she appraised Wang Lianhua, before inquiring, "And who might this young lady be?" Li Lianhua hesitated for a moment, contemplating which name to reveal. After a brief consideration, he chose to disclose her true name, believing Wang Lianhua would not mind. "This is Wang Lianhua, my savior." Wang Lianhua smiled gently, rising to acknowledge Sinpa. "I am Wang Lianhua, honored to meet you, master." "Good child, you need not be so formal." "It is I who should express my gratitude to you," Sinpa began, but her words abruptly halted as realization dawned upon her. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Li Lianhua, seizing his wrist with urgency, her voice trembling as she demanded, "What do you mean by savior? You must clarify this." Li Lianhua gently patted the back of Sinpa's hand, soothing her with a tender voice. "Master, please do not rush, allow me to explain." He took a deep breath, repressing the anguish within, and knelt before Sinpa alongside Dan Gudao, his voice low as he recounted the tribulations of the past few years. From being poisoned by Yin Baiqiu, to the grievous injuries sustained during the battle at East Sea, to his master retreating to heal, and how Dan Gudao's sudden return with news of his demise had driven his master to madness. As Sinpa listened to Li Lianhua's narrative, her complexion grew increasingly ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably when she learned that it was Dan Gudao who had delivered the news that had led to her master's descent into madness. It felt as though a thunderclap had struck her, plunging her into darkness, nearly causing her to collapse. She could scarcely believe that her disciple could fabricate such a malevolent lie, inflicting such torment upon her master, and what pained her further was the insidious malice that lay beneath this deceit. Her lips quivered as she uttered in a mix of sorrow and fury, Dan Gudao, your master has treated you well, yet you. Chapter 78 of the Lotus Pavilion. Shan Gudao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Senpa. Throughout my life, you have consistently shown bias towards Li Xiangyi, always prioritizing him in every good fortune. What exactly makes him superior to me? As his agitation surged, so did the volume of his voice. I am a descendant of the Southern Yin royal family. Why should I be relegated to a subordinate position? What? Li Lianhua stood up in disbelief, gazing at Shan Gudao, shock and confusion intertwining upon his face. Did you just claim to be a scion of the Southern Yin royal lineage? With a hint of madness, Shan Gudao erupted into laughter. What, is this unexpected? Li Xiangyi, I proclaim that I am indeed a member of the Southern Yin royalty, you all should bow before me. Wang Lianhua took a sip of tea before leisurely responding, your senior brother, Li Lianhua, has aspirations that extend beyond mere carefree existence in the martial world. He paused, his gaze settling on Li Lianhua with a touch of amusement. You are likely unaware that your esteemed senior brother has conspired with the remnants of the Southern Yin lineage, seeking to overturn the realm. Is this what you meant by the matter still being unclear? Li Lianhua's brow furrowed, his tone laced with gravity. Wang Lianhua nodded, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then you must certainly grasp the intricacies of the situation. Li Lianhua fixed his gaze on Wang Lianhua, awaiting his elucidation with a soft chuckle. Wang Lianhua began, over a century ago, before the fall of Southern Yin, a princess was wed to the heir of Dashi, the prince of Fangji. Following the prince's failed rebellion, both he and Princess Xian were executed and interred in a prestigious grave, yet their bloodline endured. Now that Southern Yin has vanished, some believe that the descendants of the prince of Fangji and Princess Xian represent their hope for restoration. Fengqing is one among them. So, they sought out Shan Gudao? Li Lianhua's understanding dawned, but how did they ascertain he was of the Southern Yin royal lineage? Shan Gudao snorted disdainfully. I possess evidence. The jade pendant left behind by Princess Xian is in my possession. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua found the absurdity overwhelming, muttering, insanity, sheer insanity. Senpa could no longer endure the conversation, slamming her hand on the table, causing the teacups to tremble and nearly spill. She rebuked, utter nonsense, the jade pendant is clearly. Suddenly, she halted, inhaling deeply as if to quell the turbulent emotions within her. After a moment, she turned to Li Lianhua, her eyes shimmering with complexity. Xiangyi, allow me to continue with this tale. Though puzzled by her sudden fervor, Li Lianhua nodded, signaling her to proceed. Senpo's gaze wandered, seemingly lost in distant memories, her voice becoming low and melancholic, as if recounting a long-buried past. In those days, your master had a close friend, surnamed Li, whose family were all descendants of the Southern Yin royal line. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts. Eventually, they incurred the wrath of mountain bandits and suffered a tragic demise. When your master received the news and rushed to the scene, only 2 young masters survived. The elder was named Li Xiangxian, and the younger is you. Senpo's gaze fixed intently on Li Lianhua, filled with compassion and sorrow. Li Lianhua trembled, disbelief etched on his features as he stared at Senpa, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, fragments swirling chaotically, yet failing to coalesce into a coherent image. He opened his mouth, wanting to articulate something, yet no words emerged. He could only gaze blankly at Senpa, awaiting her further explanation. Chapter 79 of the Lotus Pavilion. However, your master did not find you at that time. The voice of Antson was filled with regret and helplessness as she let out a gentle sigh and continued. By the time your master located you, your elder brother had already succumbed to a grave illness. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears glistening within them. Before he passed away, he entrusted his only precious possession, the so-called jade pendant, to a young beggar named Dan Gudao, asking him to look after you. Antson's voice fell to a whisper, as if she feared to disturb something. Impossible. Dan Gudao suddenly stood up, vehemently refuting her statement. It cannot be true. You are deceiving me, you must be lying. I have no recollection of such an event. His tone was laden with panic and disbelief, as if he was unwilling to accept Antson's words. Of course, you do not remember. When your master brought you back, you had suffered a severe arm injury that led to a high fever, resulting in amnesia. Reflect on it. Do you not find that you lack memories from your childhood? Antson observed Dan Gudao's agitation, her tone calm as she explained. Unthinkable, unfathomable. Dan Gudao sank weakly to the ground, mumbling to himself, seemingly unable to come to terms with the reality before him. Antson's gaze shifted toward Li Lianhua, her voice tinged with compassion, while the younger Xiangyi was even less likely to recall the past. The previously silent Fengqian's expression darkened at this revelation. He finally comprehended that they had misidentified the rightful heir all along. The true descendant of the Nanyin royal family was none other than Li Xiangyi. He looked at Li Lianhua in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock and regret. They had nearly destroyed the true heir of the Nanyin dynasty by poisoning him. Li Lianhua, witnessing the nearly shattered Dan Gudao and the pale-faced Fengqian, felt a tumult of emotions within. To think that she herself was a descendant of the Nanyin royal family, on a night nearing winter, the air was tinged with a hint of chill, the courtyard was eerily quiet, as if the very wind held its breath in anticipation. Although matters had reached their conclusion, Li Lianhua felt a heavier weight in his heart. He pushed open the door, his toes barely touching the ground as he silently leaped onto the roof, as if only the cool night could bring him some semblance of peace. Perched upon the icy tiles, he caught a glimpse of the faint moonlight illuminating the surface, casting a cold glow that mirrored the frigid expression upon his face. The moon hung hazily in the sky, its silver beams spilling like water across the courtyard. As Li Lianhua surveyed his surroundings, the once familiar scenery appeared strangely alien, shrouded in a thin veil through which he could not see clearly. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a full moon hung high, surrounded by countless stars that deepened the night sky, mirroring the complexity of his current emotions, confounding and indistinct. Gazing into this tranquil night sky, Li Lianhua could not help but reflect upon the events of the day. Anson's words echoed like thunder in his ears, leaving him dazed. He struggled to grasp something, only to find his memories entangled and chaotic, impossible to unravel. He felt a whirlwind of thoughts, his heart a cacophony of emotions. It dawned on him that he was not alone. He had family, yet his brother had perished to save him, and he had remained blissfully unaware. He endeavored to recall all that he could about his brother but could only conjure a vague silhouette as described by Anson, along with the jade pendant. Slowly, he extended his hand and retrieved the jade pendant from his pocket, its smooth surface warm to the touch. Since the conclusion of recent events, his masteress wife had insisted that this was a relic belonging to their family and urged him to keep it safe, thus he had carried it with him ever since. Suddenly, a soft voice shattered the stillness of the night. "Young master, whom are you missing while gazing at the moon?" The voice, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, disrupted Li Lianhua's reverie. He turned to see Wang Lianhua, now clad in a flowing water-red skirt, standing nearby. The moonlight accentuated her graceful figure and ethereal presence. Wang Lianhua always possessed this quality, radiant as the winter sun, yet shrouded in an air of enigmatic allure. However, her interruption allowed Li Lianhua a momentary reprieve from his thoughts, and he instinctively retorted, "I was merely enjoying the moonlight. What brings young master Wang out so late at night? Are you pondering someone?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lianhua stifled a giggle, swiftly returning his playful banter. Their exchange carried a flirtatious undertone, and from a distance, it appeared as though they were clandestinely meeting beneath the moonlight. Anson, who had been worried about Li Shangyi, caught sight of the scene and misinterpreted their relationship, turning to leave while murmuring, "Young people should converse more. I shall not intrude upon your moment." Li Lianhua watched as his masteress wife departed, then turned to glance at Wang Lianhua across from him, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity in the moment. Chapter 80 of the Lotus Pavilion. In the early winter, the warm sun gently pierced through the clouds, traversing the tall courtyard walls and casting its golden rays upon the flagstone floor of the yard, imbued with a unique warmth characteristic of the season. A few verdant bamboos swayed gently in the breeze, their fluttering leaves casting dappled shadows in the corners, swaying lightly with the gusts. Li Lianhua, adorned in a pale blue longshirt, leisurely sat in the courtyard, beside him a redwood intricately carved chess table, the board starkly contrasting in black and white, the game evidently having undergone fierce skirmishes. He held a black piece delicately between his fingers, gently tapping it against the board, producing a crisp sound, yet his gaze transcended the chessboard, resting upon Han Yi, who was practicing his swordplay not far away. The youth, clad in snow-white attire, exhibited a lithe form, his long sword dancing like a silver serpent, the glint of the blade emanating a chilling aura, starkly contrasting with the warmth of the sun. He alternated between thrusts and parries, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound that resonated distinctly in the tranquil courtyard. Fengqing stood respectfully beside Li Lianhua, articulating the current state of the remnants of the Southern Yin dynasty with a tone laden with concern and hope. With every word he uttered, the weight of anxiety and expectation deepened. Ever since learning that Li Lianhua was the true descendant of the Southern Yin royal lineage, Fengqing had harbored the hope that he might restore the dynasty and lead his kin back to their homeland. As Li Lianhua listened, he engaged in a game with Wang Lianhua, occasionally offering insights into Han Yi's sword techniques. He appeared indifferent, yet every word spoken by Fengqing resonated within him like pebbles cast into a pond, stirring ripples in his heart. Wang Lianhua, today clad in a water blue gown, her ink-black hair elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, exuded an ethereal grace. She played the white pieces, her slender fingers gracefully descending upon the board with calm and poise, as if she were unperturbed by the unfolding events around her. Upon hearing Fengqing mention the origins of Zhao Liqiao, Li Lianhua's hand faltered slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He lifted his gaze towards Fengqing, seeking confirmation. "Are you saying that Zhao Liqiao is also of the Southern Yin royal bloodline, and she is, in fact, my cousin?" "Indeed," came the reply. Li Lianhua fell silent for a moment, the image of Zhao Liqiao's strikingly beautiful visage surfacing in his mind, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. He had never anticipated the existence of kin in this world. Yet, if the Southern Yin were to be restored, then, with this thought, Li Lianhua set down his piece, gazing gravely at Fengqing as he spoke. "Fengqing, in this era of peace, why stir up further turmoil? I wish for you all to relinquish this notion and live well." Fengqing, upon hearing this, shook his head with a bitter smile. "My lord, you do not understand. We have borne the weight of blood feuds since childhood. Restoring our nation is not merely our duty, but the very belief that sustains our existence. We no longer know where home lies, we are but a pitiful bunch with nowhere to go." Fengqing's voice resonated with sorrow and helplessness. For all these years, the remnants of the Southern Yin dynasty had been like dust forgotten in the corners, isolated and struggling to survive in the crevices of society. Yet, as Li Lianhua sought to persuade further, he was interrupted by Fengqing. "My lord," he interjected, "I know you do not wish to see flames of war reignite, but since the fall of Southern Yin, our clan has scattered, living in hardship, perpetually yearning for our homeland. To restore our nation is our sole hope." A hint of choked emotion crept into Fengqing's voice, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, clearly indicating that this painful past had left an indelible mark upon his heart, one that he could not forget. At that moment, a gentle clinking of metal echoed through the air as Han Yi sheathed his sword and approached Li Lianhua, radiating a warmth of vitality. Upon hearing Feng Qing's words, his brows furrowed slightly, his youthful face bearing an uncharacteristic gravitas as he interjected, "Master, if the people of Southern Yin find no refuge in the Central Plains, why not seek a new beginning elsewhere?" Li Lianhua turned his gaze from Feng Qing to Han Yi, inquiring, "Seek another place? Where would that be?" Seeing his master had not dismissed the idea, Han Yi continued, "There must be many suitable lands overseas. We could set sail and help the people of Southern Yin find a new homeland." Set sail? Feng Qing gazed at Han Yi in surprise, clearly having never contemplated such a possibility. Li Lianhua remained silent, his gaze fixed on Han Yi, seemingly deliberating the feasibility of his proposal. Set sail? Chapter 81 The Lotus Tower. After much contemplation, Li Lianhua concluded that the endeavor of venturing out to sea indeed possessed a semblance of feasibility, and thus he nodded in agreement. He summoned Feng Qing, imparting a few careful instructions, urging him to take the lead in contacting the scattered remnants of the Nanning lineage, while he himself would join Han Yi and Wang Lianhua in celebrating a lively New Year's Day with their masteress wife atop Yunin Mountain. At the summit of Yunin Mountain, within the modest courtyard where the masteress wife resided, they set up a fire pit and placed a pot of Tusu wine over the flames to warm, its fragrance wafting through the air, mingling with the crispness of the mountainous atmosphere. Li Lianhua picked up a fire stick, gently blowing on it as the flames leapt forth, igniting the charcoal within the pit, which crackled delightfully. In the center of the courtyard stood an ancient plum tree, proudly erect, its branches adorned with buds poised to bloom, swaying gently in the cold breeze. "Allow me to set off the fireworks," Han Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm, seizing a firework tube and stepping into the courtyard to ignite the fuse with the fire stick. With a resounding bang, the firework shot into the sky, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the smiles of all present, casting a glow upon the undulating mountains in the distance. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before long, the early spring quietly arrived. The snow upon the mountains had yet to fully melt, yet tender green shoots eagerly peeked through, infusing the tranquil forest with a breath of vitality. "Masteress wife, why not accompany me down the mountain?" Li Lianhua suggested, gazing at the nascent spring scenery outside the courtyard as he approached the stone table and poured himself a cup of tea, its aroma enveloping him in comfort. The masteress wife set down her teacup, shaking her head with a smile. "You, my dear child, are always restless," she remarked, looking up at Li Lianhua with eyes full of affection. "While the world below the mountain is indeed vibrant, the tranquility of Yunin Mountain is a rarity for me. You need only return occasionally to visit, there is no need for concern." Yet Li Lianhua wished to express more, but the masteress wife interrupted. "There is nothing to discuss, my dear, your master would wish for you to live freely and without the burdens of worldly matters." Warmth filled Li Lianhua's heart upon hearing her words, and he refrained from pressing further. "Take care, masteress wife, once I have resolved matters concerning the Nanning lineage, I shall return to honor you." Having bid farewell to the humble bamboo dwelling atop Yunin Mountain, Li Lianhua descended with Han Yi and the others, where they encountered the patiently waiting Feng Qing at the foot of the mountain. "My lord, all arrangements have been made," Feng Qing addressed him respectfully. "Then I shall trouble brother Feng to lead the way," Li Lianhua replied with a faint smile, following Feng Qing as they embarked on their journey to Shishou village. Upon entering Shishou village, Li Lianhua immediately spotted the flamboyantly dressed Zhao Liqiao amidst the crowd, her vibrant red attire making her stand out conspicuously. Zhao Liqiao, having noticed Li Lianhua, strode directly towards him, her tone unfriendly. "Li Shangyi, is that fellow Feng Qing as chosen master?" Before Li Lianhua could respond, Zhao Liqiao continued, "Let me make myself clear, Li Shangyi, I harbor no fondness for you. Do not presume that just because the esteemed one regards you differently, I shall be courteous." Li Lianhua could only shake his head in resignation, bemused by Zhao Liqiao's unwavering directness, as it appeared her mind could hold nothing beyond her own self-importance. The system, having seen a comment while binge-watching a show, eagerly shared with Han Yi. "Host, I assure you, if Li Lianhua uses the excuse of a duel with Defacing to compel him into marrying Zhao Liqiao, her attitude will undoubtedly undergo a complete transformation." Han Yi, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is that really true?" The system confidently thumped its chest, declaring, "Trust me, this information is absolutely reliable." Though still harboring doubts, Han Yi, swayed by the system's fervor, could not help but mention this to Li Lianhua. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head gently as he murmured, "A forcibly bent melon is never sweet, such a course of action is unwise." Zhao Liqiao, who had been mocking Feng Qing for choosing the wrong master, caught a glimpse of Li Lianhua and Han Yi engaged in hushed conversation. Her ears perked up as she listened intently, and when she heard Han Yi suggest that Defacing marry her, a crack appeared in her previously disdainful demeanor, her heart involuntarily quickening its pace. Feigning calm, she resumed her argument with Feng Qing, stealing glances at Li Lianhua, relieved to find he remained oblivious to her interest, though her grip on the golden ring tightened unconsciously. Li Lianhua, unaware of Zhao Liqiao's subtle changes, merely sighed in exasperation, finding the situation rather absurd, and chose to disregard it. Thus, the matter was temporarily set aside, as Defacing was still recuperating, rendering it an inappropriate topic for discussion. Chapter 82 The Lotus Pavilion. Upon encountering Li Lianhua, the remnants of the Nanning clan did not immediately exhibit excessive enthusiasm. Instead, an elder among them stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Lianhua as he articulated their request. "Young Master Li, we humbly beseech you to assist us in verifying our bloodline, to fulfill our clan's long-held aspirations." They were already aware of Feng Qing's misidentification and were keen to avoid another error. Li Lianhua nodded slightly in agreement. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, a middle-aged man approached the elder, cradling a delicately carved wooden box adorned with intricate patterns. The elder carefully opened the box, revealing a finely crafted silver dagger and a translucent jade vial within. The elder picked up the silver dagger and gestured for Li Lianhua to extend his hand. Li Lianhua gently nodded and offered his left hand. The elder deftly made a small incision at the tip of Li Lianhua's finger, causing a drop of crimson blood to well up. The elder quickly positioned the jade vial to catch the droplet. Subsequently, he meticulously sealed the vial and closed the wooden box before turning to the clan members, announcing in a resonant voice, "At noon tomorrow, I shall declare the results of the bloodline verification at the entrance of the ancestral hall." Afterward, he looked toward Li Lianhua, his tone considerably softened. "Given the arduous journey today, it would be best for you all to retire to your guest quarters. I shall return to disturb you again tomorrow." Li Lianhua inclined his head slightly, responding warmly, "I appreciate your consideration." The elder smiled and addressed Feng Qing beside him. "Feng Qing, please escort young Master Li and the others to rest." He then proceeded toward the ancestral hall, surrounded by several middle-aged men. The following day, the clan members had gathered early in the open space before the ancestral hall, their expressions solemn and their gazes fixed intently on the grand entrance, eagerly awaiting the final verdict. The doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, and the elder, holding the jade vial aloft, emerged slowly amidst the throng. He surveyed the crowd, raised the vial high, and with fervor declared, "Li Shangyi, he is the embodiment of our Nanning royal bloodline." At that moment, he collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his weathered face as he trembled with emotion, shouting, "May our bloodline endure, heaven bless Nanning." The other clan members also knelt, their eyes brimming with hope and reverence. Following the confirmation of Li Lianhua's identity, they immediately commenced deliberations regarding their maritime ventures. Zhao Liqiao had come merely to catch a glimpse of Li Shangyi, and upon witnessing the results, she turned to leave. She had no intention of accompanying them to sea. She wished to remain by her master's side. Should the day come when her master deemed it unfit, she would still consider the matters discussed that day. As dawn broke, the sea breeze wafted gently, and the docks buzzed with activity. Li Lianhua stood at the pier, gazing at the distant sky turning pale with the first light of day, lost in contemplation. The ocean shimmered beneath the sun, a seamless blend of water and sky, while a few seagulls soared freely above. Suddenly, a familiar sound of footsteps approached from behind. He turned to see Wang Lianhua clad in red, fanning herself with a folded fan, a familiar irreverent smile gracing her lips, as if she were merely attending a springtime garden party. Now that the festivities had concluded, it was time to part ways. "I thought you would not come to bid me farewell," Li Lianhua remarked, his tone calm, betraying no emotion. Wang Lianhua waved her fan and approached him, chuckling, "What, does my lord truly find it hard to part with me?" Li Lianhua offered a faint smile, "We are destined to part. Whether sooner or later matters little." Wang Lianhua closed her fan, lightly tapping Li Lianhua on the shoulder, her tone unexpectedly earnest. "Li Lianhua, the world is fraught with peril, take care of yourself. Rest assured, this life, after all, it is one you have salvaged for me, is of great worth and will not be so easily extinguished," he replied, eliciting a laugh from Wang Lianhua, who resumed her playful demeanor, fanning herself as she said, "I was merely here to enjoy the spectacle. Having seen enough, there is no reason for me to linger." Li Lianhua nodded, his expression serene. "I had already anticipated this." Wang Lianhua arched an eyebrow, "Then tell me, do you think we shall meet again?" Li Lianhua fell silent for a moment before softly responding, "One can only hope." At that moment, Han Yi approached from behind, respectfully bowing to Wang Lianhua. "Senior Wang, take care." Wang Lianhua smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Li Lianhua turned his gaze to Han Yi, inquiring of his disciple, "Are you also departing?" Han Yi nodded, his expression tinged with reluctance. "Master, if you do not mind, I can write to you." "Very well," Li Lianhua replied with a smile, "do remember to provide detailed accounts so that I may stay informed of your well-being. Then, as the mountains rise and waters flow, may our paths cross again by fate." Chapter 83. Reflections behind the Lotus Pavilion. In recent years, with the assistance of Li Lianhua, the descendants of the Nanning clan have successfully rebuilt their homeland overseas, and their lives have gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Witnessing the flourishing state of the Nanning clan fills Li Lianhua with immense satisfaction, and he realizes that it is time for him to depart. After selecting several astute and capable leaders to manage the affairs of Nanning, he sets forth on his journey back to Yunin Mountain. Perhaps out of divine compassion, as he passes through a small town, Li Lianhua encounters a gaunt little yellow dog, curled up in a corner, shivering pathetically. Moved by pity, he takes the creature under his wing and tends to its needs. The little yellow dog, displaying remarkable intelligence, quickly regains its vitality, following Li Lianhua closely, wagging its tail in a plea for affection. Li Lianhua names it Fox Spirit, and the duo, man and dog, complement each other splendidly. Upon returning to Yunin Mountain, Li Lianhua embraces a semi-reclusive lifestyle. His days are spent either in the company of his master's wife, tending to flowers and plants, or wandering the mountains with Fox Spirit. Occasionally, he pays respects at the graves of his master and senior brother, ensuring the places they once inhabited are kept tidy. Observing that he is still quite young, his master's wife harbors a hidden concern for him, often murmuring, "What purpose is there for a youth like you to linger in Yunin Mountain?" In response to her worries, Li Lianhua merely smiles in silence, fully aware that his martial prowess has brushed against a critical threshold. Having endured the vicissitudes of human emotions and the tumult of the martial world over the years, he now seeks only to remain by his master's wife's side, living a tranquil life. He believes that after her passing, he may leave without regret. Throughout these years, he occasionally receives letters and fine wines from Ai, delivered each time by a pure white owl. It is a peculiar method of gift-giving, one he has never encountered before, and Ai claims it was a childhood dream of his, though Li Lianhua finds himself baffled by the specifics of this dream. Moreover, before departing, Wang Lianhua entrusted all of his subordinates to Li Lianhua, claiming it was merely to alleviate his boredom, yet, Li Lianhua understands that this is Wang Lianhua's way of showing concern for him. Thus, during his idle hours on Yining Mountain, aside from brewing wine, studying medicine, and caring for his dog, Li Lianhua also peruses the letters that arrive from the foot of the mountain, keeping himself informed about the latest happenings in the martial world. Indeed, observing the unfolding of events has proven to be quite entertaining. One sunny day, Li Lianhua leisurely organizes the medicinal herbs in his bamboo basket, his movements gentle and practiced. He meticulously turns each dried herb to ensure that every leaf basks evenly in the sunlight. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, his previously tranquil gaze flickers slightly. Li Lianhua sets down the herbs and listens intently. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, drifts from afar, as if someone has unwittingly wandered into a maze. Recalling that a foolish young man had recently written to inform him of his intention to seek apprenticeship at Yining Mountain, Li Lianhua surmises that the intruder in the maze must be that very individual. He does not rush to attend to the matter but rather continues his meticulous task. Only after placing the last herb in its proper position does he clap his hands together, rising to head towards the direction of the maze. Navigating through a grove of bamboo, he soon spots a familiar figure stumbling about within the maze. It is Fang Duobing, beads of sweat. Fang Duobing's forehead, evidently having been trapped in the maze for quite some time. As he anxiously searches for an exit, he mutters to himself, "How could this be? This maze is truly formidable." Seeing Fang Duobing in such a disheveled state, Li Lianhua cannot help but chuckle. "Fang Xiaobao, you really managed to sneak out, didn't you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Fang Duobing lifts his head in surprise, and upon recognizing Li Lianhua, his expression shifts to one of delight. "Li Lianhua, what are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here. The real question is, why are you not minding your own business at home, but instead have come to Yining Mountain?" Li Lianhua replies, crossing his arms with a bemused smile. "I am here to find my master," Fang Duobing asserts, brimming with conviction. Since the conclusion of the incident involving Dan Gudao, rumors have circulated in the martial realm that Li Shangyi, having been betrayed by someone close, withdrew to Yining Mountain. In a moment of whimsy, Li Lianhua had once mentioned taking Fang Duobing as his disciple, never anticipating that the lad would take it to heart and dwell on it for all these years. However, now that he has arrived, imparting knowledge may not be such a burden after all. "Are you here, then? Is Bai Jia also here?" Fang Duobing inquires, his voice laced with anticipation. "Why are you so chatty?" Li Lianhua interrupts, exasperated. This lad remains as inquisitive as ever, like a curious child. "I still have more to say," Fang Duobing retorts, but is halted by Li Lianhua raising a hand. Enough, let me tell you, there are requirements for entering Yining Mountain," Li Lianhua states. "What requirements? How do you know there are requirements?" Fang Duobing asks, perplexed. "I know because I am the examiner," Li Lianhua replies, producing a book from his robe and tossing it to Fang Duobing. "You may enter the mountain once you master this." "Huh, why are you the examiner?" Fang Duobing catches the book, his expression one of confusion. "What is this?" "This is a technique that rivals the Yangzhou slow, known as Suzhou fast," Li Lianhua responds with utmost seriousness. "Suzhou fast? You must be joking," Fang Duobing exclaims, flipping through the pages of the book with skepticism. Li Lianhua pays no heed to his doubts, turning to ascend the mountain while casually remarking, "If you wish to become a disciple, practice quickly and stop wasting time." Seeing this, Fang Duobing hastily follows suit, and the two of them walk side by side along the mountain path, their figures gradually elongating as their conversation fades into the distance. Chapter 84. A system space. As Han Yi returned to the system space, the system settlement page emerged, with two identity cards dimming to signify their reclamation, while another continued to shimmer with golden light, indicating it had yet to be retrieved. The points column fluctuated chaotically, leaving Han Yi momentarily dazzled. Initially, deductions were made. The unreclaimed identity card cost him 100 points, alongside the 100 points previously spent on acquiring the lightning skill, prominently displayed. Consequently, Han Ye's point balance plummeted to a dismal 200. To make matters worse was the substantial debt incurred from a staggered payment plan for purchasing 2 cycles of internal energy. Although the down payment was 0, it still meant he bore a staggering debt of 10,000 points. On the income side, the 2 tasks completed in this world netted him a total of 2,000 points, complemented by a reward of 1,500 points for embodying 3 golden identity cards, culminating in a final balance of 300 points. Yet, the weight of the immense debt loomed over Han Yi like a mountainous burden, extinguishing any flicker of joy within him. Wasn't it said that playing roles would facilitate earning points? Now I find myself owing 700 points. Han Yi couldn't help but lament to the system, his tone laced with bitterness. "Your statement is misguided, host," the system retorted calmly. "Previously, upon completing a task, your point earnings were a mere couple of hundred. Yet now, by assuming roles, the task points have surged to 1,000, in addition to extra rewards for embodying identity cards: 500 for gold, 300 for purple, 200 for blue, and 100 for white. By all calculations, this is a surefire profit. Moreover, you intended to spend 10,000 points on purchasing 2 cycles of internal energy when you could have opted for just 1. The system's tone escalated, seemingly displeased with Han Ye's decision. "And that card for Jiang Yuyan, it is also one that you chose not to forcibly reclaim, opting instead to pay for the residual points voluntarily. It is entirely your own extravagant spending. How can you place the blame on me?" Having undergone the influence of formidable figures in the previous world, Han Ye's voice dwindled, trembling slightly, as if he had committed a grave transgression against the system, filled with guilt. "I apologize. You did inform me from the outset that points are to be exchanged for my survival time, yet I still opted for the more secure 2 cycles of internal energy, even acquiring the lightning skill without any points to spare, and I took it upon myself to keep Jiang Yuyan despite witnessing the other's martial arts still untrained. I realize you only wish the best for me, and I have the audacity to complain in such a manner. When the fault lies entirely with me, I wonder if, faced with such a host, you might consider abandoning me. His voice dwindled to a whisper, almost a murmur. Observing his host's growing remorse, the system pondered whether its tone had been overly harsh and promptly sought to console him. Not at all, you are merely too kind, and the golden identity cards can be seen as avatars of significant figures. It would not be prudent for us to contravene their wishes. The system increasingly felt it had been unjust to Han Yi and swiftly rescinded the decision to deduct the residual points. The residual points need not be deducted. Consider it a gift for your first time embodying a golden identity card. It paused, then added, furthermore, regarding the purchase of the lightning skill, that was actually funded by me, so it should not count against your points. I have already returned the deducted portion to you. The system endeavored to rectify its previous missteps, rifling through its records, and suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Ah, the heavenly Tao from the last world was exceedingly pleased with our actions and has bestowed upon you considerable merit. Such merit is truly invaluable." Han Yi mused on how easily the system could be swayed, fearing that one day it might be led astray. To safeguard against such deceit, perhaps it should be endowed with more wisdom in this regard. Host, please do not be disheartened, the system cautiously observed Han Yi's mood, anxious to prevent him from descending further into self-reproach. It racked its brain for comforting words, suddenly struck by inspiration. Before you embark on your next task, a small world has commissioned a temporary mission. Would you care to accept it? Han Ye's eyelids fluttered, seemingly piqued by interest, yet he remained silent. Chapter 85 of the live broadcast system. The system began to explain on its own accord. It is as follows. The little Tao of the previous world originally possessed no concept of shattering the void. However, due to the emergence of this concept in your destined child, it has prompted him to seek advancement. The voice of the system was imbued with excitement, as if it were the one ascending. And then? Han Yi finally inquired. Then he joyfully boasted to the little Taos of other parallel worlds, resulting in a minor world reaching out to us. They express that while they do not anticipate an upgrade, they are rather concerned about their own destined child and seek our assistance. How shall we assist? The Tao of that minor world remarked that he found the destined child of this world particularly spirited, thus he wished for his own world's destined child to learn as well, the system elucidated. Han Yi queried, but how can he learn? Surely the masters of that world cannot see him. The system pondered for a moment, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck. This is quite simple. I have a friend who is a live broadcast system. I can summon him. His previous host has since retired, so he should be free now. A live broadcast system? The system hastily explained. Indeed, each system possesses an automatic function for storing task experiences. We can have Xiaozi assist us in editing the footage and broadcasting it to that world, setting a specific viewer count. Once they have viewed it, we can distribute task rewards, such as allowing your master in that world to be completely healed. Since healing is possible, why was I not informed of this sooner? The system, feeling somewhat guilty, clarified, Host, we are a role-playing system. Your task is to detoxify your master. During this task, all related items in the system shop are concealed to prevent you from taking shortcuts. It cautiously observed Han Ye's expression, hoping to glean some understanding from his face. With a resigned sigh, Han Yi inquired, why was such an important matter not clarified with me beforehand? The system, resembling a child who had erred, replied meekly of QAQ. Seeing the system's pitiful demeanor, Han Yi sighed again in resignation and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I understand now, just hurry and call your friend over. The system, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly acquiesced. All right, please wait, host, I will contact him immediately. Ding, the live broadcast system is requesting a connection. Please allow permissions for the role-playing system. Connection successful. A cheerful voice suddenly resonated in the system space. Xiaojiu, I have arrived. The system's tone brightened considerably, akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend. Xiaozi, you have come. It even took the initiative to introduce Han Yi. Host, this is Xiaozi, the live broadcast system I mentioned to you. Han Yi politely nodded but had a pressing question. I apologize for the interruption, but why is he called Xiaozi while you are referred to as Xiaojiu? The system seemed to have anticipated this inquiry and responded without hesitation. There is no reason. It is simply because my number ends with 9. The live broadcast system, Xiaozi, chimed in. Exactly, there is no reason. Each system has its own unique number. Although Han Yi found this explanation somewhat dismissive, he chose not to pursue it further, merely replying, very well. Then, Xiaozi cleared his throat and spoke in an official tone. Host, are you prepared? Although I am a temporary transfer, you will still need to complete the tasks related to me. Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, a singular thought echoing in his mind. What is this? Tasks descending from the heavens without prior notice? Live broadcast system, please complete a live broadcast as soon as possible. Task rewards to be determined, viewer count to be determined. The system, noticing Han Yi's confusion, quickly interjected. Host, we will first edit the video and then distribute it to that world. This will count as completing a live broadcast. Han Yi took a moment to digest the system's words and inquired, I see, what should we do next? Upon hearing this, Xiaozi perked up, thumping his chest. Do not worry about this. I will teach you. Ah, then I must trouble you. Not at all, it is my duty. Now, let us begin. As Xiao Zi spoke, he initiated the video editing interface within the system space. I believe this segment should be retained. What about this one, should we cut it? As Han Yi observed the two systems busily editing the video, he thought to himself, this is quite enjoyable. Chapter 86th Viewing of the Lotus Pavilion Timeline. Ling Mountain's Feng Duobing encounters Li Lianhua once again. Viewers: Li Lianhua, Feng Xiaobao, Di Feixing, Dan Gudao, Feng Qing, Sinpun, Jiao Liqiao, Shui Gong, Shuepa, Zhao Wanmian, Shi Shui, He Xiaowei, He Xiaofeng, Lu Rujing, Su Xiaoyong, Su Wenkai, Guan Hemun, the princess, Master Wuliu. Feng Duobing pressed the sword sheath against Li Lianhua's neck, while his other hand firmly grasped Li Lianhua's wrist, meticulously sensing the rhythm of his pulse and the flow of internal energy within his meridians. The internal energy was void, the Dantian powerless. Feng Duobing murmured in disbelief, subsequently releasing Li Lianhua. Do you truly lack martial prowess? Feng Duobing inquired skeptically, his tone laden with an undertone of challenge. Li Lianhua furrowed his brow slightly, slowly straightening up to distance his back from the rough tree trunk, gently shaking his hand, acknowledging that this fellow was indeed merciless in his actions. He steadied his mind and replied nonchalantly, my body is still quite frail, I cannot withstand such torment, but you have utterly disgraced me before the Wind and Fire Hall, Feng Duobing exclaimed, his anger flaring up as memories of the previous encounter at the Wind and Fire Hall surged forth. Rest assured, I, Feng Duobing, would never strike against one devoid of martial skills. Were you not quite eloquent before, with numerous insights on how Buddha Bishi trains his interrogators? Accompany me back to the 100 Rivers Academy, he scoffed, seemingly foreseeing Li Lianhua's fate. I am eager to witness if your silver tongue can indeed evade the calamities of the 100 Rivers Academy's prison. As Feng Duobing spoke, Li Lianhua suddenly noticed a screen materializing in the sky, hovering in midair, radiating a soft glow that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, rendering it exceedingly conspicuous. Ah, little brother, what do you see up there? Li Lianhua pointed towards the sky, his tone imbued with a hint of confusion. If Feng Duobing felt insulted. Do you take me for a fool? Such words are not worthy of my belief. No, truly, there is something in the sky after all. I am right before you. What harm is there in taking a glance? Li Lianhua explained helplessly, his tone sincere, devoid of any pretense. Feng Duobing, half convinced, turned to glance. Before him hovered a gargantuan screen, emitting a gentle luminescence, resembling a mirage, creating an air of strangeness. What kind of sorcery is this? Feng Duobing demanded, pointing at the screen, his voice rife with caution and suspicion. Little brother, you err in your assertion. How could this possibly be my trick? If I possessed such capabilities, would I be in your grasp? Li Lianhua raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating that this truly was not his doing. Simultaneously, others in this world who could also see the screen were equally perplexed. He Zhuangju of the Ice-Cold Mountain Manor discovered, upon inquiry with his subordinates, that only he and his sister were able to perceive it. The frigid ocean waves lashed against his body, the biting cold rousing him from his unconscious state. Li Shangyi struggled to open his eyes, realizing he was lying on the shore, drenched to the bone, with excruciating pain radiating from his limbs. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, Feng Duobing exclaimed excitedly, it's my master. Beside him, Li Lianhua, bemused by the sudden appearance of a disciple he was unaware of, interjected, little brother, let us remain quiet and watch before discussing further. With no other recourse, Feng Duobing fell silent, suppressing his myriad of doubts and excitement, focusing intently on the unfolding imagery on the screen. Chapter 87 Viewing the Lotus Pavilion. Li Shangyi struggled to rise, staggering a few steps in an attempt to regain some strength. After a significant pause, he dragged his heavy feet forward, step by step, towards the direction of the Forgu Gate. On his way back, he overheard the murmurs of the surrounding townsfolk. This throng of people had ascended the mountain and then descended in chaos, only now had tranquility returned. Was this not the aftermath of celestial beings clashing, leaving the common folk to suffer? Another voice, tinged with mockery and fury, interjected, celestial beings? What celestial beings? Those ruffians of the Jianghu, with their so-called sects and alliances, bicker incessantly, wreaking havoc upon us without a thought to the destruction they cause. As Li Shangyi surveyed the desolate streets, with collapsed buildings and utter ruin, a wave of sorrow washed over him. He stumbled back to the Forgu Gate, where he found his severely wounded disciples sprawled on the ground, their blood staining the earth. His hand weakly struck the doorframe, producing a dull thud. With the Forgu Gate reduced to such a state, what achievements could possibly remain? Perhaps it would be better for all to pursue their own paths. A countering voice arose, the sect leader's fate is uncertain. Do you wish to sever ties now? I ask you, who is responsible for the heavy toll upon the Forgu Gate? Indeed, if not for the sect leader's stubborn pride and reckless determination, how could we have fallen prey to the schemes of the Golden Mandarin Alliance? How could we have lost so many brothers? When I vowed to avenge the second sect leader, you all, without exception, raised your voices in agreement. Why now lay the blame solely at the feet of the sect leader? Lu Ruqing bellowed, whoever dares to step beyond this threshold, I shall slay them. Xiao Jiqin stepped forth to mediate, saying, enough of this bickering. The current plight of the Forgu Gate, though a result of Li Shangyi's hubris, is not something he would wish to witness amongst you. Listening to their back and forth, Li Shangyi felt his heart grow colder. He understood that the Forgu Gate was doomed. Silently, he bypassed them and returned to his chamber. Everything in the room remained as he had left it, save for an additional letter upon the table. He recalled that he had yet to read On's letter. Trembling, he opened the envelope, and familiar words danced before his eyes. Upon reaching the end, where On's name lay, he could no longer deceive himself. Li Shangyi lingered in his room for an extended period, only rising to depart the Forgu Gate as the sun dipped below the horizon. He felt adrift, ultimately retracing his steps back to the Eastern Sea. Upon the conclusion of this scene, the screen kindly displayed a message. Episode 1 has concluded. Continue tomorrow. Fang Duobing gasped, nearly choking on his breath from the moment he saw Li Shangyi limping back to the Forgu gate. He could not contain his urge to leap into the screen and assist him. Finally arriving at the entrance, he was met with the sounds of blame and accusations directed at Li Shangyi, even hearing Xiao Zhiqin declare that the sect leader was dead. Fang Duobing could no longer restrain himself. He pointed an accusatory finger at the screen, exclaiming, "How can they do this? This is not my master's fault." Fang Duobing's face flushed with indignation as he observed the incessant quarrels among the disciples of the Forgu gate, exclaiming in frustration, "What is wrong with them? My master has returned and spent so long in that room, can they not see him?" He recalled how for the past decade, Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Zhiqin had been searching for Li Shangyi, only to have once declared him dead. This felt like a dagger to Fang Duobing's heart. How dare they search the Jianghu for 10 years now, when they had not even looked for him before. He glared at the screen as if he could bore a hole through it with his gaze. Having gone through all this, Li Lianhua initially felt a pang of guilt upon witnessing the devastation, but all his sorrow was eclipsed by the foolish young man beside him, who was so passionately defending him. In the Lotus Pavilion world, others watched the screen with equal astonishment. "What?" Shangyi returned. Xiao Wanwan gasped, covering her mouth, disbelief etched across her features as her eyes brimmed with tears. Had he only seen the letter then? The one she had penned with such finality, which she believed had led to his disarray and defeat in battle, yet now, it appeared the truth was otherwise. Shangyi, despite his grievous injuries, had returned to the Forgu gate alone. How infuriating it was that none of them had noticed. He must have felt such disappointment, Xiao Wanwan murmured, her heart aching. 10 years of searching, 10 years of longing, only to discover how absurd it all was. They had been so close yet so far apart. What? The sect leader returned. Shi Shui could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in an effort to see more clearly. It truly was the sect leader, dragging his injured body back to the Forgu gate, and yet they had all failed to notice. A profound sense of guilt washed over him. Had they been aware back then, perhaps the sect leader would not have it. Lu Ruqing was equally vexed, slapping his forehead in frustration. How could we have not thought of this? When the sect leader was gravely injured, the most likely place he would go was the Forgu gate. If only we had been more observant, if only we had searched harder, could we have altered the outcome? Shangyi Tsinpa gazed sorrowfully at the forlorn figure on the screen, tears blurring her vision. In her heart, Li Shangyi had always been a dazzling youth. Now, she could hardly fathom the loneliness he must have felt upon returning to the Forgu gate, only to find no one there to greet him. The helplessness, the disappointment, the despair, it was enough to make her heart ache. "Ha, Li Shangyi, oh Li Shangyi," remarked his subordinate Zhao Liqiao, recalling the moment he had seen Li Shangyi awaken, thinking him fortunate, only to later witness him collapse at the Eastern Sea, believing he had perished. "Junior brother, oh junior brother, this is the Forgu gate you established." Dan Gudao stared at the images on the screen, his feelings a tumultuous blend. He had always wished for Li Shangyi's demise, yet upon witnessing him truly fall, he was left with a myriad of conflicting emotions. Grandfather, did Li Shangyi truly perish like this? Sighing, he reflected, I never expected this. Many who witnessed the final scene felt certain that Li Shangyi had met his end. Chapter 88. The viewing experience of the Lotus Pavilion 3. On the following day, the case of the Ling Mountain child was successfully resolved, and the mastermind, Xin Lei, was brought to justice. Fang Duobing, preoccupied with the new content set to be unveiled in the celestial spectacle, sought companions to witness it. However, both Li Er and Wang Fu were unable to perceive the heavens above. In his frustration, he turned to Li Lianhua, who shared the ability to see the spectacle of following the direction Li Lianhua had departed. He searched high and low, only to discover Xin Lei with a menacing glare, constricting Li Lianhua with an iron chain. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Duobing drew his sword, a flash of cold light, and Xin Lei fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Rushing forward, Fang Duobing assessed Li Lianhua's condition, relieved to find him relatively unscathed. How did you end up here? He inquired. Oh, merely took a wrong turn, Li Lianhua replied nonchalantly. What? Fang Duobing responded, his expression one of confusion, clearly unconvinced by the explanation. Li Lianhua offered no further clarification, instead countering, what brings you here? It was then that Fang Duobing recalled the matter at hand. Slapping his forehead, he exclaimed, almost forgot, Li Lianhua, look at the sky, the celestial spectacle is about to commence. After Li Shangyi had collapsed, a figure clad in a cassock slowly approached Master Wuliao from the Pudu Temple. As consciousness gradually returned, Li Shangyi felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, as if they were laden with lead. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find that this seemingly simple act had become an immense challenge. After what felt like an eternity, he finally overcame the oppressive force, his eyelids slowly lifting, his vision transitioning from a blur to clarity. A familiar figure came into view. Master Wuliao. Master, have you employed this esoteric art to rescue me from the clutches of the King of Hell? Li Shangyi's voice was hoarse and weak, like a wind instrument in disrepair, punctuated by intermittent pauses. Master Wuliao pressed his palms together, letting out a gentle sigh. What merit or capability do I possess? It is merely that the fate of the Master Li should not be extinguished. Master Wuliao walked slowly to the table, picked up a clean cloth, and carefully wrapped a medicine jar, his tone laden with gravity. Alas, Master Li's meridians are shattered, and the poison of the bicha tea has already spread throughout his body. Fang Duobing grasped Li Lianhua's arm in disbelief, asking, what poison of the bicha tea? My master has been poisoned. How can this be? He possesses unparalleled martial prowess. How could he succumb to poison? Who administered it? Is the poison formidable? Is there an antidote? Li Lianhua, did you witness this? Speak up. Li Lianhua felt a sense of foreboding, fearing that his true identity would soon be revealed. Subtly extricating his arm from Fang Duobing's grasp, he urged, "Calm yourself, the spectacle has yet to conclude. Let us continue to watch." Xiao Wanwen murmured, "The poison of the Bicha tea, how could Shang Yi be poisoned?" Lu Rujing furrowed his brow, pondering how the master, with his extraordinary skills, could have fallen victim to such a lethal toxin. Just as he reached this point, he suddenly halted, as if a terrifying realization struck him, his expression growing increasingly grave. Di Feixing, who had been in seclusion to recuperate, abruptly stood up upon witnessing the scene, exclaiming, "Wasn't Li Shangyi poisoned during our duel?" Li Shangyi took the medicine bowl and drank it in one gulp. The bitter liquid coursed down his throat, lingering in his mouth for what felt like an eternity. He set the bowl aside, a self-deprecating smile forming. Li Shangyi is no longer Li Shangyi. This is merely fate. Master Wolio gazed at the once vibrant youth before him, now burdened with grievous injuries, and could not help but sigh. Master Li's wounds are severe. He must return to the Forgu Sec post-haste to seek remedies from his disciples and friends in the martial world, lest his years be cut short. Li Shangyi fell silent for a moment before asking, "Master, how long do I have left to live?" Master Wolio pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "You may barely manage to endure for another decade." With great effort, Li Shangyi, his body ravaged by the poison of the Bicha tea, took slow, deliberate steps. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he caught a glimpse of a striking Zen phrase on the wall. In a moment of clarity, the lotus blooms everywhere. He paused, savoring the words, a faint smile of understanding gracing his lips. Turning to Master Wuliao, he spoke lightly, "Master, this Zen saying of yours is quite profound. I have come to realize its meaning." With that, he departed without looking back. Master Wuliao watched the retreating figure of Li Shangyi, his heart a tumult of emotions, unable to restrain himself from calling out, "Master Li." However, Li Shangyi did not turn around. He merely inclined his face slightly, his tone calm and resolute. "Li Shangyi has perished in the Eastern Sea. From this moment forth, there exists only Li Lianhua." Fang Duobing's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the spectacle, then turned to Li Lianhua, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Li Lianhua felt uncomfortable under his gaze and attempted to redirect Fang Duobing's attention. "What are you staring at?" To focus on the spectacle. Fang Duobing seized Li Lianhua's arm, excitement evident in his voice. "Li Lianhua, you are my master, aren't you?" "You are my master?" In this vast world, there are countless individuals who share the same name. Perhaps young Hero Fang has mistaken someone for another. It might merely be a coincidence, Li Lianhua explained helplessly, trying to withdraw his hand. "Impossible. I have known only one Li Lianhua my entire life." Fang Duobing, for once displaying remarkable insight, refused to let go, his eyes sparkling with determination. "I don't care, I have decided that you are the one. I see in your features a resemblance to my master in the celestial spectacle, and furthermore, it was said that due to the poison of the Bicha tea, one's appearance would gradually change. Therefore, you must be my master. Shangyi is alive, this is truly wonderful." Simpo's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Ever since she had witnessed Shangyi collapse once more on the shores of the Eastern Sea, her heart had been in her throat, fearing he had perished. She had prepared to leave the mountains to retrieve his remains, but thankfully, divine providence had favored them. Shangyi was still alive yet, she pondered, he had not yet been cured of the poison. Why had he not returned to seek his master's aid? Chapter 89 of the Viewing of Lianhua Tower, Part 4. In this vast world, there seemed to be no place for me to take refuge. Li Lianhua emerged from Putua Temple, momentarily at a loss for where to go, and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He contemplated returning to the East Coast, as his senior brother's body had yet to be recovered. Perhaps some clues could be found aboard the dilapidated ship of the Golden Mandarin Alliance. However, just as Li Lianhua finally made his way back to the East Coast, before he could uncover any leads, he unexpectedly fainted once more. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that a beautiful woman clad in an ivory white gown had rescued him. "My name is Wang Xiaohua, and I am a physician. Please, sir, drink your medicine." "Master, that wine girl mentioned in the sky truly is stunning, and she possesses medical skills that saved your life." "Where is she now?" "As the old saying goes, a life-saving grace warrants a debt of loyalty." "Does this mean she is now my master's wife?" Barrage of questions erupted from Fang Duobing like cannon fire directed at Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua fell silent, unable to recall any wine girl who had saved him. Though he found it difficult to address this matter, he could counter another. "Young Master Fang, could you refrain from calling me master?" Li Lianhua sighed, rubbing his temples in an attempt to shift the conversation. "Master, do you not remember? When I was young, you said that if I mastered that sword technique with a wooden sword, you would take me as your disciple." Fang Duobing, with an animated tone, grasped Li Lianhua's arm tightly, as if fearing he might flee, recounting tales of their childhood. "Brother, you truly are fortunate. Wherever you go, someone is there to save you." At that moment, the sky seemed to echo their inquiries, displaying the same line as the day before, but with an additional note. The second episode has concluded. The next will not necessarily be tomorrow. A friendly reminder, this is merely a different development from another world. Upon reading these lines, Fang Duobing's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced between the sky and Li Lianhua, his curiosity piqued. "Master, what does it mean that it may not be tomorrow? What does another world signify?" Li Lianhua remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He understood, as the sky had indicated, that this might merely be an alternate unfolding of events. After all, he had no recollection of a person named Wang Xiaohua in his memory. He had thought as much. His memory could not be so faulty as to forget the one who saved him a decade ago. Eventually, after being relentlessly pestered by Fong Duobing, Li Lianhua resolved to slip away unnoticed. Upon returning to Lianhua Tower, he resorted to his old trick, administering a sleeping draft in Fong Duobing's tea, and quietly departed while he slumbered. When Fong Duobing finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a desolate wilderness, his fury igniting like a wildfire. How could it be that the esteemed young master of the Fong family was repeatedly cast aside by his own master? Such indignities were simply intolerable. However, a moment's reflection revealed that Li Lianhua bore the poison of the Bai Cha, and he was uncertain whether the antidote had been found. He could also encounter various dangers. Worry gnawed at him, his heart racing like a restless ant on a hot pan. Young master, perhaps you should sit down and eat something, Wang Fu suggested, observing his master's anxious demeanor. This rice is clearly of the lowest quality. I have not fallen so low as to deprive myself of good food, Fong Duobing retorted with irritation, his vexation mounting. Depriving your mouth will only lead to an empty stomach, young master. We truly have not a single coin left, Li Er interjected, unable to restrain herself from offering a reminder. Hearing this, Fong Duobing was compelled to suppress his rage temporarily and turned to instruct Wang Fu and Li Er, search the bags again. See if you can find anything of value. To his surprise, Wang Fu retrieved some belongings of Pu Erhuang, including ink and writing materials. Fong Duobing casually picked up a letter written by Pu Erhuang and found the prose disjointed, failing to form coherent sentences. He opened several letters and pieced them together, discovering it to be an apology letter. Personally heading north? Fong Duobing murmured to himself, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Upon careful consideration, it seemed that Li Lianhua had a keen interest in the remnants of the Golden Mandarin Alliance. He was certain Li Lianhua would pursue this path as well, and there was only one mountain path leading northward, so he resolved to follow it, confident he would find his master. Fong Duobing hastily swallowed a few mouthfuls of rice and then, lifting his gaze to the sky, noted that it remained pitch dark, prompting him to decisively rise. The time is late. Let us set forth without delay. He strode purposefully towards the horses, mounted swiftly, and called back to the two who remained in a daze, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Wang Fu and Li Er, not daring to delay, hurriedly gathered their belongings and rushed to follow suit. Chapter 90. Viewing the Lotus Pavilion. Fong Duobing and his companions journeyed northward, their horses' hooves shattering the delicate morning mist and startling the slumbering birds within the forest. They hurried along the path, eager to trace the whereabouts of Li Lianhua. Meanwhile, others who could behold the celestial canvas also sprang into action, discreetly seeking news of Li Lianhua. It was not until they inquired at the foot of Ling Mountain that they learned of Li Lianhua's previous presence in the area, prompting them to swarm like bees drawn to nectar. One day, as Fong Duobing and his companions traversed a dense thicket, the sun reached its zenith, casting dappled shadows upon the ground as sunlight filtered through the canopy. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Fong Duobing resolved to rest for a while. He casually leaned against a grand tree, instinctively gazing up at the sky, pondering the whereabouts of his master and whether all was well with him. He wondered if the sky would unveil new scenes today. As he contemplated, the previously dark expanse of the sky suddenly illuminated, as though an unseen hand had gently drawn back a curtain, revealing a splendid theatrical stage behind it. Instantly invigorated, Fong Duobing fixed his gaze on the celestial display, anxious not to miss a single detail. The images that unfolded depicted Li Lianhua, who, after being rescued, found himself unable to leave the small fishing village, enduring daily torment from bitter herbs. Upon witnessing this, Fong Duobing could not help but burst into hearty laughter, all remnants of resentment from being abandoned by Li Lianhua dissipating into thin air. He laughed uncontrollably, oblivious to his appearance. In contrast, Li Er and Wang Fu were startled by Fong Duobing's sudden outburst of mirth. Exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion and trepidation, they huddled together, whispering, in this desolate wilderness, could the young master have encountered something malevolent? Why else would he be laughing at the sky so eerily? Surely, such malevolence is audacious enough to manifest in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Sun Pa remained transfixed by the screen, observing the once spiritedly Li Shangyi ensnared in the small fishing village. Rather than feeling sympathy, she marveled, what a masterful formation, truly impressive. Sun Pa grew increasingly fond of Wang Xiaohua, admiring her kind heart, medical prowess, and understanding of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. An extraordinary woman indeed. When she saw Wang Xiaohua calling out for her husband Li Shangyi with tears in her eyes, Sun Pa mused, if they could truly be together, that would be splendid. In stark contrast, Zhao Liqiao could not suppress her laughter at witnessing Li Lianhua's plight, exclaiming, ha ha. Li Shangyi, you too have fallen to this fate, truly, fortune's ebb and flow. The celestial display continued, revealing that Li Lianhua had constructed the Lotus Pavilion, even crafting a spacious medicine cabinet for Wang Xiaohua, facilitating her healing endeavors. The princess could not help but exclaim, they appear quite well matched, a union of talent and beauty. I wonder if their companionship might blossom into something deeper over time? Li Lianhua, pardon the intrusion, please continue. Si Kong Jai Xing, do not speak nonsense. We are merely in an employment relationship, and I have no fondness for men. Is that why you speak so much? Do you feel you may not have another chance? Si Kong Jai Xing, no. I shall take my leave at once. Wang Xiaohua tossed a jade token, which Si Kong Jai Xing caught before departing. Li Lianhua felt as though his ears were malfunctioning. Could the after effects of the poison from Bai Cha be manifesting so swiftly? Did you just say? Yes, I am Wang Xiaohua, she replied. Li Lianhua gazed at the still enchanting Wang Xiaohua before him, his voice ringing out clear and resonant, realizing he might need a moment of solitude. At this juncture, the onlookers were rendered speechless, as if time itself had halted. What? A man? Fong Duobing, who had been leisurely seated in the shade, sprang to his feet in shock upon hearing those words, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Miss Wang is a man. Young master, please do not frighten me. What, Miss Wang? There is no one else here but Miss Li. Wang Fu, terrified by Fong Duobing's abrupt reaction, glanced around anxiously, discovering that apart from the three of them, the surroundings were utterly deserted. Li Er, too, was pale with fear, gripping Wang Fu's sleeve tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Only Fong Duobing could perceive the celestial display. Chapter 91 of the viewing experience at the Lotus Pavilion. Li Lianhua awoke from slumber, feeling as though he had traversed the realms of a dream, wherein Wang Xiaohua manifested as a male figure. Upon pushing open the door and stepping into the courtyard, he was greeted by the sight of a young nobleman, with a visage of jade and lips like vermilion, whose exquisite features bore no semblance of femininity. Who could this be? Fong Duobing, upon catching sight of the gentleman seated in the courtyard, felt the urge to speak but, restrained by the fright instilled by Wang Fu and his companions earlier, held his tongue in silence. The nobleman, it seemed, had a rather poor memory, oblivious to the melodious tones that had graced the air in recent days, which caused Li Lianhua's eyes to ache. Miss Xiaohua? He inquired. It is I, replied the nobleman, radiant as ever, lacking the frail disposition that had once characterized him. Lianhua? He mused, like me, no, it is the sympathy of one who admires the flower, while the flower remains unaware of the sorrow it brings to the admirer. He Xiaofeng was initially taken aback by the revelation that such a stunning maiden was, in fact, a male. However, when Wang Lianhua made his entrance, clad in resplendent red, she was rendered speechless, taking a moment to regain her voice before murmuring, how can there exist such an exquisite gentleman in this world? Unable to contain her excitement, she gazed towards the heavens to confirm that the ethereal figure in white and the gentleman before her were indeed one and the same as sister. Look. That red attire suits him magnificently, he Xiaofeng exclaimed, gripping her sister's arm with fervor. He Zhuangzhu concurred, equally mesmerized by Wang Lianhua's striking appearance in red. Indeed, it is a sight to behold. This attire accentuates his remarkable handsomeness, truly a dashing young gentleman, akin to a jade figure amidst the wilderness. Upon witnessing such a captivating figure, Jiao Liqiao felt a stirring within her heart. When Wang Lianhua donned feminine attire, he was a breathtaking beauty. In masculine garb, he transformed into an elegant youth, evoking a sense of longing. Was there not a parallel in another realm? Jiao Liqiao pondered quietly, then summoned Shuepa, instructing her in hushed tones, go, send someone to inquire and see if we can uncover the whereabouts of this gentleman. Shuepa departed, yet Jiao Liqiao's gaze remained fixed upon the heavens, unable to divert her attention. Li Lianhua too found himself contemplating the existence of such a remarkable individual in this martial world. Li Lianhua, if you find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, why not come and drive the carriage? The Wang family's nobleman immediately slipped into character, a tear already trailing down his cheek before he could utter another word. How could he harbor such thoughts? Had their time together grown tedious, leading to a waning of affection? I still have to drive the carriage, so please do not disturb me, Li Lianhua retorted, left with no choice but to interrupt him, turning away to cease further conversation. Alas, he had no recourse but to continue with his task of driving the carriage. Fong Duobing could no longer contain his mirth and laughed aloud, having lost count of the number of times he had chuckled at the sky over this period. Master, are you certain you are well? Li Er inquired, gazing quizzically at her master, who had once again erupted in laughter. Yes, there's something amusing in the sky. It's nothing at all, he replied, lifting his gaze skyward as if searching for the right words. I just find the clouds above quite humorous. Yes, the clouds are amusing, he continued to speak while covertly glancing at the heavens, where familiar subtitles had appeared. Episode 3 has concluded. Stay tuned for the next installment. Ahem, well, we have rested long enough, let us resume our journey. Fong Duobing hastily urged, eager to mask his embarrassment. Li Er and Wang Fu exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by their master's amusement, yet they promptly followed suit. Rarely did one encounter a tongue sharper than that of Xiang Yi. Xiao Wanwan observed the interaction between Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua in the celestial display and could not help but comment. Chapter 92 Viewing at the Lotus Pavilion. On the following morn, as dawn's first light began to grace the sky, Fong Duobing had already risen. After a brief ablution, he eagerly urged Li Er and Wang Fu to ready their steeds, intent on continuing the quest to locate Li Lianhua. The trio, mounted on their horses, ventured forth into the northern horizon, accompanied by the gentle glow of the morning sun. As Fong Duobing rode, his mind wandered back to the previous day's celestial display, pondering when the next would occur, and whether he might receive further tidings of Li Lianhua that day. Lost in thought, he was suddenly stirred by the familiar sound of a crisp female voice from above, imbued with excitement, seemingly exclaiming about a lovely maiden. A jolt of recognition struck him. The voice belonged to his aunt, He Xiaofeng. He abruptly reined in his steed, causing the spirited horse beneath him to neigh loudly and rear its front hooves, nearly unseating Fong Duobing. Quickly calming the startled beast, he disregarded all else and craned his neck skyward. To his astonishment, the vast azure canopy once again illuminated, revealing the visages of his mother and aunt. Observing this sudden halt, Wang Fu hastily rode up alongside Fong Duobing, concern etched upon his features. Young master, what troubles you? He inquired. If Fong Duobing stammered, I feel rather fatigued, perhaps we should rest for a spell. With that, he dismounted and led his horse to the roadside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the celestial screen, desperate not to miss a single detail. Li Er and Wang Fu exchanged glances. Though they were puzzled, they complied and followed their master to the roadside. He Xiaofeng interjected, indeed, I am He Xiaofeng, and my nephew is Fong Duobing. Might I ask your name, fair maiden? Ah, how rude of me. I am Bai Lianhua, akin to the delicate pink lotus that blooms amidst verdant bamboo. Bai Lianhua replied with an apologetic smile, casting a glance at Li Lianhua, her eyes flickering with playful mockery. This is Li Lianhua, who, like myself, has turned a shade of crimson at the introduction, she continued. However, upon detecting the glimmer of mischief in the eyes of a certain Wang, Li Lianhua felt an ominous sense of foreboding. True to her apprehension, after the introduction, her heart sank, realizing the implications. The members of Tianji Manor, upon hearing this exchange, regarded the two with knowing glances that conveyed unspoken understanding. He Xiaofeng gasped, "What, you share such a connection?" She scrutinized the pair, regarding them with an expression akin to observing a flower adorning a pile of dung. Li Lianhua's smile faltered, her fingers tightening within the folds of her sleeves. "Well, indeed, this pairing seems somewhat incongruous with Miss Bai," He Xiaofeng remarked, gesturing as if to physically separate Li Lianhua from Bai Lianhua. At this, He Xuanzhu could not suppress a gentle cough. "Xiaofeng, while I too perceive the oddity in their juxtaposition, such candor may be deemed impolite." "Fear not, sister, I merely speak my mind," He Xiaofeng waved dismissively, her enthusiasm undeterred as she continued to observe the unfolding drama upon the celestial screen. Fang Duobing, reveling in the spectacle, wore a broad grin. After all, it was he who had put Li Lianhua in a compromising position. The image of himself displayed on the screen was indeed a source of pride. He puffed his chest out, as if he had accomplished something truly remarkable. Lear, observing her master's foolish laughter, felt an increasing sense of unease. She gently tugged at Wang Fu's sleeve. "Wang Fu, do you think we ought to seek a physician? The young master has been laughing for quite some time. Could it be that he has been possessed?" Wang Fu, feeling the weight of the moment, shrank his neck and whispered, "Lear, with the Mid-Yuan festival approaching, could it be that some malevolent spirit has latched onto the young master?" A chill ran down Lear's spine at his words. "Do not speak such nonsense," she hissed. "If anything were to happen to the young master, the Zhuanzhu would not spare us." Fang Duobing, overhearing their concerns, protested, "I am neither ill nor possessed." "Have you heard? A notorious figure known as the King of Thieves, Xikong Jiaxing, has recently emerged in the martial world," he continued. "Did you just say you forgot to pluck apricots?" Li Lianhua questioned, perplexed. "Fang Xiaobao, what do you require of me?" Fang Duobing retorted, "What do you mean, what do I require? And do not call me Xiaobao, address me by my full name. Had it not been for Sister Bai's mention of your solitary demeanor, I would not have sought you out. I simply cannot fathom how someone as exceptional as Sister Bai could take an interest in you." Li Lianhua sighed, "Is it not possible that we are merely a physician and patient?" Fang Duobing raised a skeptical brow. "Are you implying that you are not being supported by Sister Bai? That the little abode outside is not a shared sanctuary of yours?" He pressed on, "Surely, Sister Bai's name was inspired by yours? While we indeed reside in that modest dwelling, I am utterly destitute and completely reliant on her for sustenance. The garments I wear are crafted by her hands," Li Lianhua admitted, her voice tinged with resignation. If Fang Duobing's expression shifted to one of disbelief, as he regarded her with the demeanor of a man who had discovered a faithless pretty boy living off another's kindness. Li Lianhua fell silent, observing this interaction. Senpa murmured to herself, "This indeed resembles the plight of a pampered pretty boy." If Li Shangyi's original visage were to be transformed, she began to ponder the possibility of turning him into a guest of the manor. Li Lianhua furrowed her brow slightly, diverting her gaze from the celestial display, and murmured, "The martial world over there appears quite lively. First, we had Wang Lianhua, and now another figure, the King of Thieves?" Chapter 93. Viewing the Lotus Tower today, the celestial screen's duration was notably brief, concluding earlier than usual. A familiar closing remark gradually materialized, signifying the end of the fourth episode and heralding the formal conclusion of today's viewing. Fang Duobing reluctantly withdrew his gaze, yet his mind replayed the scenes from the celestial screen, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Do you two think I cannot hear you? What do you mean by silly grin? Your young master is neither ill nor has he encountered anything unclean." Fang Duobing suddenly raised his voice, addressing Wang Fu and Lear beside him, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Lear looked up in confusion at her young master, asking with bewilderment, "But, young master, you are grinning at the sky." Fang Duobing was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Lear and the others could not see the celestial screen and thus could not comprehend his current emotions. He could only awkwardly explain, I just found the clouds in the sky amusing." "But young master, there are no clouds in the sky." Wang Fu scratched his head, gazing at Fang Duobing with a puzzled expression. Fang Duobing felt a deeper sense of frustration but could not find an appropriate reason to clarify. He could only stubbornly assert, "In any case, your young master is perfectly sane." With that, Fang Duobing disregarded their confusion and continued to ride ahead, leaving Wang Fu and Lear exchanging glances. Though perplexed, they dared not inquire further due to Fang Duobing's esteemed status, opting instead to obediently follow suit. Thus, time swiftly passed, and before long, the date of the 15th day of the 7th month arrived. On this day, Fang Duobing unexpectedly encountered Li Lianhua at an inn, and he was overwhelmed with joy, rushing forward heedlessly, exclaiming excitedly, "Master!" Li Lianhua regarded the exuberant youth before him with a mix of helplessness and exasperation, pondering how this foolish boy could not seem to let go. To avoid complications, Li Lianhua decided to lay down some ground rules. He could accompany him, but there was no room for extra guests at the Lotus Tower. Fang Duobing readily agreed, promising to send Lear and Wang Fu back to Tianji Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this, Lear grew anxious, unable to restrain herself from asking, "Young master, are you really going to follow this fake doctor?" "What fake doctor? Show some respect, this is my master." Fang Duobing shot a glare at Lear, correcting her in a serious tone. Lear wished to protest further but was silenced by Fang Duobing's stern gaze. Subsequently, once the Yuqing incident was settled, Fang Duobing instructed Wang Fu and Lear to return to Tianji Mountain Manor while he remained steadfastly at Li Lianhua's side. He feared that Li Lianhua might vanish without notice once more, thus he paid close attention to his movements. Wherever Li Lianhua went, he followed. When Li Lianhua evaded the people from Baichuan courtyard, he too would discreetly retreat. Thus, Fang Duobing trailed closely behind, inseparable, until they returned to the Lotus Tower, where the celestial screen began to play once more. If you truly dislike Sister Bai, you should tell her clearly sooner rather than later. If you lack funds, I can lend you some, Li Lianhua mused, wondering if this time was merely a dream. Ever since the battle in the East Sea, had he been in a state of perpetual unconsciousness? Thus, it was evident that the finest young men in the world were none other than my master, Li Xiangyi Dai. In his youth, when he fancied the heroic Xiao Enxia, he held sword dances in Yangzhou, captivating the masses. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the involuntary triggering of keywords, Li Lianhua was about to retort Fang Duobing when he was interrupted. What are you obstructing me for? If some words bring discomfort to all, it is better left unsaid. Xin Po watched Li Lianhua's demeanor with a twinge of sorrow. Xiangyi, my dear child. Xiao Wanwen covered her mouth, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes as she choked out, Xiangyi, you are the light that others chase, so radiant and warm. But your brilliance can also wound hearts, as I, too, can never keep pace with your strides, yet, how could that possibly be your fault? From a third-party perspective, Fang Duobing discerned the discontent Li Lianhua harbored towards Li Xiangyi, stemming from the aftermath of the East Sea battle, perhaps due to the corpses he had witnessed. Fang Duobing turned his head to glance at the silent man beside him. Master, what are you truly thinking? Unable to contain himself, Fang Duobing gently tugged at Li Lianhua's sleeve. Master. Li Lianhua snapped back to the present, lowering his gaze to meet Fang Duobing's worried eyes. Master, Fang Duobing's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. This is not your fault. Li Lianhua averted his gaze from Fang Duobing, redirecting his attention to the celestial screen, his tone devoid of emotion. It is precisely because of my poor judgment that so many perished in the Forgu sect. That is not the case. Fang Duobing abruptly stood up, interrupting Li Lianhua's words with fervor. Master, do not shoulder all the blame. Li Lianhua regarded Fang Duobing, who had suddenly risen, with a slightly furrowed brow. What are you doing? Realizing he had overstepped, Fang Duobing inhaled deeply and reseated himself. Master, he racked his brain, attempting to persuade his master, when a sudden epiphany struck him. Master, who poisoned you? Li Lianhua froze momentarily, clearly taken aback by Fang Duobing's sudden inquiry. How do you know? Were you poisoned before the East Sea battle? Fang Duobing disregarded Li Lianhua's surprise, continuing, the one who poisoned you must be from the Forgu sect. Li Lianhua opened his mouth, wanting to say something but was interrupted by Fang Duobing. Master, think about it. If there were no traitors in the Forgu sect, how would the Jin Yuan alliance have known your plans? The more Fang Duobing spoke, the more agitated he became. So many lives were lost due to the traitor leaking information to the Jin Yuan alliance. Li Lianhua fell silent. He could not refute Fang Duobing's words, for deep down, he understood the truth of his claims. But this is merely your conjecture. After a long pause, Li Lianhua finally spoke, his voice tinged with weariness. Fang Duobing grew anxious. Master, Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua sighed in resignation. Are you still watching the celestial screen? You've spoken so much. Fang Duobing turned his head away, sulking as he refused to look at Li Lianhua, angrily resuming his gaze at the screen. Was that intentional? What are you talking about, young master? Intentional? Did you discover that I added more Huanglian to your medicine? No, it's nothing. Upon observing the seemingly oblivious by Lianhua, Li Lianhua realized he would hear no truth today but perhaps had stumbled upon something unexpected. What Huanglian? I wondered why my medicine was so bitter. Did you deliberately add a lot of Huanglian to it? What Huanglian? Who mentioned Huanglian? It seems your poison has worsened. You should seek medicinal herbs soon. No, you. Bai Lianhua hastily departed, leaving behind a Li Lianhua who intended to interject but found his words ineffective. When Fang Duobing witnessed Li Lianhua receiving comfort on the celestial screen, the tension he had been holding finally eased, and he exhaled deeply. Yet, when he saw Li Lianhua smile at last, he couldn't help but turn his head, stealing a glance at the man beside him. The princess, resting her chin on her hand, observed the two individuals on the celestial screen, feeling something amiss, muttering to herself, why do I feel they are somewhat compatible? Su Xiaoyun replied, it seems like you wretched Lianhua, why don't you come out? Have I done something recently to provoke displeasure? Young Master Fang, are you angry with me? If you find me bothersome, simply say so. There is no need for such troublesome actions. I could leave directly, thus sparing anyone any inconvenience. Bai Lianhua turned away, covering her face, her voice laced with a hint of grievance. Ah, Sister Bai, do not cry. Please, do not cry, I did not mean you, allow me to explain. Oh dear, is someone bullying a frail woman? The world truly has changed for the worse. Indeed, how childish of you, why are you teasing young Master Fang here? Mutual understanding, I suppose. The fifth episode concluded, promising to continue next time. As the screen depicted Li Lianhua and Bai Lianhua colluding in a state of disarray, Fang Duobing cast a reproachful gaze at Li Lianhua, yet, Li Lianhua appeared utterly innocent, defiantly asserting, Xiao Bao, this has nothing to do with me. I did nothing wrong. His voice carried an incredulous conviction, as if fervently defending his absolute innocence. Chapter 94 of the viewing experience of the Lotus Pavilion. But you have overturned my medicine several times. The grievances that had accumulated in Fong Duobing's heart burst forth like a long-suppressed pressure, finally erupting at this moment. Yet, Li Lianhua raised her chin defiantly, refusing to yield. I have done all this for your own good. In the face of her explanation, Fong Duobing felt even more indignant, his anger and resentment coalescing into an unrelenting force, eager to retort, for my own good? Caught in a moment of desperation, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the complex emotions swirling within him. Li Lianhua, however, leaned forward earnestly and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Little Bao, consider this as my disciple. If you are deceived while traversing the martial world, whose face would you tarnish? Her tone seemed to convey a profound concern and expectation, as if reminding him of the weight of responsibility and duty. Fong Duobing lifted his gaze, gazing at Li Lianhua with a hint of confusion, and he replied, somewhat dazed, aside from losing my own face, who else could I disgrace? Of course, you would be tarnishing my reputation. Li Lianhua suddenly raised her voice, springing to her feet, her hands pressed firmly on the table as she leaned toward Fong Duobing, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis, you are my disciple. If you have been bested by others so many times, what do you think they will say? They will say that I, as your master, have failed in my teachings. Her voice rang out like a clarion call, each word striking Fong Duobing's heart like a hammer, instilling within him an inexplicable pressure and an intangible sense of obligation. Finally, Li Lianhua straightened, her tone softening as she continued, everything I have done for you is for your own benefit. I never anticipated that you would misunderstand me. With a sigh, she slowly turned away, her steps heavy as she prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, she paused, casting a lingering glance back at Fong Duobing, exhaling deeply as if lamenting that he did not comprehend her good intentions, before departing the room without a backward glance. Fong Duobing sat in silence, observing the retreating figure of Li Lianhua, lost in contemplation. He muttered to himself, so, Master's actions are all for my own good. He had completely forgotten that when Li Lianhua had overturned his medicine, she had yet to acknowledge him as her disciple. After exiting the room, a barely perceptible smile graced Li Lianhua's face as she secretly mused, this foolish boy is still easily deceived, it seems I must teach him well from now on. Meanwhile, after emerging from seclusion, Di Feixing was preoccupied with the matter of Li Shangyi being afflicted by the poison of Baichacha, and promptly summoned Yama. Yama, are you familiar with the poison of Baichacha? Di Feixing inquired directly, his tone tinged with urgency. In regards to the poison of Baichacha, I possess some knowledge, Yama replied, not daring to be negligent. Then enlighten me on the nature of this poison and whether there exists a remedy, Di Feixing pressed further. Yama, unwilling to conceal any information, disclosed that the poison of Baichacha was of his own concoction, which had ultimately been taken by Zhao Liqiao, who had used it on Li Shangyi. Upon hearing this, Di Feixing's anger flared, and he sought out Zhao Liqiao, seizing her by the throat and rebuking her fiercely, how dare you act on your own accord? Shui Gongxuepa, standing nearby, quickly intervened on behalf of Zhao Liqiao, Your Excellency, please temper your wrath. The saintess acted with good intentions. Everything I do is for your benefit. Zhao Liqiao asserted, appealing to Di Feixing's long-standing loyalty to her. Suppressing his fury, Di Feixing released her, cautioning her against further schemes, asserting that matters concerning him and Li Shangyi required no external interference. After regaining his composure, Di Feixing instructed Yama to expedite the development of an antidote for the Baichacha poison, and then sent Wu Ying to investigate Li Lianhua's whereabouts. Once these arrangements were made, Di Feixing stood alone by the window, observing the scene of Li Lianhua and Bai Lianhua conspiring to toy with Fang Xiaobao, and internally mused, Li Shangyi, who would have thought that the esteemed leader of the Sigu men would stoop to play tricks on a child? Before he could fully lament, Wu Ying returned, cupping his hands in respect as he reported, I have uncovered Li Lianhua's location. Di Feixing turned abruptly, inquiring urgently, where is he now? Wu Ying responded promptly, report to the master, Li Lianhua is currently in Yucheng. The following morning, Li Lianhua scooped a spoonful of minced meat with a wooden spoon, gently placing it in the bowl before the fox spirit. The fox spirit wagged its tail in joy, reveling in its master's affection, extending its delicate tongue to eagerly lick the meat clean, contentedly squinting its eyes, observing the fox spirit's satisfied demeanor. A tender smile unconsciously graced Li Lianhua's lips as he reached out to stroke the creature's fluffy head, which nuzzled affectionately against his palm. Suddenly, a faint rustling of leaves caught Li Lianhua's attention, prompting him to look up warily, scanning the area from which the sound originated. Not far off, a branch swayed gently, revealing a tall figure partially obscured by the dappled light. Setting down the wooden spoon, Li Lianhua patted the fox spirit's head, signaling it to remain quiet. He rose to his feet, calmly directing his gaze toward the newcomer, who leaped down from the tree with agility, landing steadily before him. The visitor was none other than Di Feixing. Li Shangyi, it's been a while, Di Feixing remarked, his tone laced with a complex array of emotions as he regarded the composed Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua offered a faint smile, responding in an even tone, my dear fellow, you must be mistaken, I am Li Lianhua, not the esteemed Li Shangyi. Di Feixing, naturally skeptical, scoffed and propelled himself forward with a burst of force, darting towards Li Lianhua like an arrow released from a bow. His fingers curled into claws, slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed directly at Li Lianhua's chest. Li Lianhua, already prepared, noticed the shift in Di Feixing's movements, his eyes flashing as he sidestepped deftly to evade the swift attack. Master! At that moment, Fong Duobing, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out of the Lotus Pavilion and witnessed Di Feixing's assault on Li Lianhua. Alarm surged through him, and without a second thought, he drew his long sword from his waist, lunging fiercely at Di Feixing. Although Fong Duobing's swordsmanship was formidable, it appeared juvenile in Di Feixing's eyes. With a swift motion, Di Feixing countered, sending Fang Duobing staggering back several steps, followed by a derisive sneer, "You overestimate yourself." As Di Feixing's words fell, he moved again, this time with an even more ferocious intent, each strike aimed at the vital points, clearly enraged. Li Lianhua found himself in a precarious position, simultaneously dodging Di Feixing's onslaught while protecting Fang Duobing. Little bow. As Di Feixing's palm bore down, unavoidable, Li Lianhua resorted to the posa step, guiding Fang Duobing to evade the blow. Upon witnessing Li Lianhua's footwork, Di Feixing's pupils constricted, a tumult of emotions surging within him. "Posa step, it truly is you, Li Xiangyi." Now that his identity had been revealed, Li Lianhua no longer concealed it, releasing a resigned sigh. "It has been a long time, great alliance leader Di." Di Feixing dismissed Li Lianhua's pleasantries, seizing his wrist with a vice-like grip, his coarse fingers firmly pressing against Li Lianhua's pulse point. He channeled a sliver of internal energy into Li Lianhua's body, meticulously assessing his condition to determine whether the poison had been purged and how well his body had recovered. Li Lianhua felt his wrist ensnared by an iron grip, a forceful internal energy invading his being, yet he made no resistance, resignedly allowing Di Feixing to probe. Seeing this unfold, Fang Xiaobao was ignited with anger, ready to reprimand Di Feixing, but was halted by a single glance from Li Lianhua. After a moment, Di Feixing withdrew his hand, his taut expression betraying a measure of seriousness as he stated, "I will find a way to assist you in dispelling the poison, and then we shall compete once more. Since you were poisoned back then, the outcome is naturally void." Fang Xiaobao bristled at these words, indignantly pointing at Di Feixing and exclaiming, "Had it not been for the underhanded schemes of your Golden Mandarin Alliance, how would Master have been poisoned?" Di Feixing's expression soured at Fang Xiaobao's retort, his eyes flashing with displeasure as he coldly scoffed, "And who are you to speak here?" He regarded Fang Xiaobao with a dismissive gaze, sneering, "You just called Li Xiangyi master? With your meager skills, it seems Li Xiangyi's judgment is not as discerning as one would hope." Fang Xiaobao, incensed by Di Feixing's words, turned crimson, struggling to articulate a response. Ultimately, he drew his long sword, leveling it at Di Feixing, ready to argue his case. Unyielding, Di Feixing responded in kind, his eyes glinting with cold resolve, preparing for battle as tension mounted between them, the air crackling with hostility. Just then, the sky above brightened abruptly, and new scenes began to unfold on the celestial canvas. Chapter 95 of the viewing experience at the Lotus Pavilion. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Lianhua quickly interjected to halt the quarrel between the two. "Hey, stop arguing. The celestial display is commencing, are you going to watch or not?" "Of course we will, once it's over, I shall settle things with him." Di Feixing retorted with a scoff, refusing to back down. "I shall be awaiting that moment." Li Lianhua shook his head in exasperation. These two truly were like oil and water. He turned to Di Feixing and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "As a senior, how can you stoop to bickering with someone so much younger? Winning against him, does it truly bring you any honor?" Following this, he pivoted to address Fang Xiaobao, his tone stern as he admonished, "And you, Fang Xiaobao, do you dare confront anyone without a second thought?" Li Lianhua delivered equal reprimands to both, urging them to quiet down and focus on the celestial display. "Your sister Bai enjoys sweets, doesn't she? Is that so? I hadn't noticed, it seems you're the one indulging in sugary treats daily. Are you trying to deceive me? How could you think that, just because I relish sweets, does that mean your sister cannot share the same fondness? Is this how you perceive me? That was not my intention, I certainly believe you." As Di Feixing observed the antics of Li Xiangyi upon the celestial screen, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, turning to Li Lianhua with a mocking tone. "Li Lianhua, you carry the mantle of a senior with such ease, even finding time to amuse yourself at others' expense." Unperturbed by the jibe, Li Lianhua calmly lifted his teacup, savoring a sip before leisurely countering, "Your words are misplaced, Di Alliance leader. It is not I who orchestrates these events. The actions of the Li Lianhua depicted on the celestial display hold no relevance to me. Make sure to explain this to Sister Bai on my behalf. I would never speak ill of her. Rest assured, given our relationship, how could I not assist you?" Li Lianhua nodded, assuming an expression of reliance, patting Fang Duobing on the shoulder before departing with his box of treats. Unbeknownst to Li Lianhua, who was blissfully unaware, Fang Duobing was once again fuming. Returning to his abode with a buoyant heart there, he encountered Bai Lianhua, who inquired, "Oh, where are you off to with my gift?" "What gift?" "This is a present from Fang Xiaobao to me. I thought someone had heard of my fondness for sweets and had come to present an apology." Di Feixing, resting his chin on his hand, tilted his head slightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Some seniors truly lack decorum, resorting to deceiving juniors. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua appeared unfazed by Di Feixing's biting remarks, maintaining his composure as he leisurely sipped his tea, gently blowing on the floating leaves, exuding grace with each sip. Fang Duobing oscillated his gaze between the two, his heart in turmoil that he found Di Feixing distasteful and wished to distance himself from his sentiments, yet it was he who had lost the confections. Unable to contain his frustration, he sat silently, seething. "My lord, I fear your antidote may no longer be feasible to concoct." Bai Lianhua's words seeped into Li Lianhua's consciousness, and a wave of despondency began to wash over him. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Bai Lianhua continued, "However, I possess a unique technique once mastered. It will harmonize the vital energies within, rendering the practitioner impervious to any poison." "Impervious to poison? Me? Young Master Wang, this tome is exceedingly precious. I lack the means to repay you. It is merely a manual. Once given, it belongs to you. It is of no consequence." Fang Duobing, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to his feet, grasping Li Lianhua's arm fervently as he exclaimed, "Master, did you hear that? Your poison can be cured." Di Feixing, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with scorn. "What are you so exhilarated about? It is the Li Lianhua on the celestial screen who possesses the antidote, not your master. Why are you celebrating so foolishly? You!" Fang Duobing's face flushed crimson with anger, pointing an accusatory finger at Di Feixing, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "What, did I say something incorrect?" Di Feixing taunted, his gaze unyielding. Fang Duobing trembled with rage, unable to formulate a retort, ultimately resigning to sit in silence, muttering under his breath. Li Lianhua sighed, shaking his head, rubbing his temples. The discord between these two had been palpable since their initial encounter, truly a source of vexation. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed over Li Lianhua's heart. If the celestial display continued, would it inadvertently reveal the contents of that precious manual? Such a tome, capable of countering poison, could attract the attention of many who might witness this spectacle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dan Gudao observed the unfolding events on the celestial screen, his heart ablaze with jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Ah, junior brother, you truly are fortunate. Wherever you go, there are those who favor you first. Our master dotes on you, and now, a mysterious benefactor has bestowed upon you an antidote manual." Chapter 96. The viewing experience at the Lotus Pavilion. Since the moment he found Li Shangyi, Di Feixing had taken up residence in the Lotus Pavilion, unwilling to leave. He recalled that Zhao Liqiu had mentioned a sacred healing artifact, the Weeping Guanyin, hidden within the Yiping grave, capable of completely restoring his martial prowess. Contemplating the potential of the Weeping Guanyin as a healing relic, he pondered its efficacy against the poison of the Bai Tea. To this end, Di Feixing sought the counsel of the Medicine Demon. "Medicine Demon, does the Weeping Guanyin possess the ability to counteract the poison of Bai Tea? Master, the Weeping Guanyin is indeed a sacred healing artifact, perhaps it could also alleviate the Bai Tea's toxin." Although the Medicine Demon did not provide a definitive answer, his words undoubtedly bolstered Di Feixing's spirits. Armed with this information, Di Feixing resolved to set forth to the Yiping grave, determined to locate the Weeping Guanyin to cure Li Shangyi. He hoped that Li Lianhua and Fang Duobing would accompany him. "What business do you have at the Yiping grave?" Fang Duobing inquired warily, always suspecting Di Feixing's intentions were not pure. "There lies the Weeping Guanyin, which may hold the key to counteracting the Bai Tea's poison," Di Feixing replied candidly, revealing his purpose without hesitation. "Ah, yes, that's true," Fang Duobing exclaimed with delight, casting a hopeful glance at Li Lianhua. "If we can find the Weeping Guanyin, then Master's poison can be cured." Li Lianhua, however, remained unperturbed, focused solely on locating his senior brother. Everything else was of little consequence. "Li Lianhua, accompany me, and I shall divulge information regarding the dueling blade," Di Feixing stated, resorting to his trump card upon noticing Li Lianhua's indifference. Only then did Li Lianhua raise his head and inquire, "Is this true?" "Certainly, I never speak falsehoods." Upon hearing Di Feixing's affirmative response, Li Lianhua nodded in agreement, joining them on their journey to the Yiping grave. Moreover, since their trio came together, the celestial tapestry above seemed to synchronize with their travels, altering its display to a daily broadcast, as if intentionally catering to them. Thus, throughout their expedition to the Yiping grave, the three began to eagerly watch the celestial broadcasts each day. They caught glimpses of another world, where Li Lianhua's disciple, Wang Lianhua, interacted with Han Yi, a friend of his. They also encountered Fang Xiaobao from another realm, a child adamantly declaring his disinterest in learning Li Lianhua's martial arts. From that point onward, Di Feixing found amusement in teasing Fang Duobing with the name Li Duobing, taking delight in watching Fang Duobing fume in frustration. Fortunately, the celestial tapestry refrained from revealing the contents of the tome known as the Biming Divine Art, and even the narrative surrounding Li Lianhua's teachings to his disciples was merely brushed over. However, during the broadcast of the 9th episode, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that day. Di Feixing had deliberately brought the Medicine Demon to the Lotus Pavilion, wishing for him to assess Li Lianhua's current condition. Yet, as they watched the celestial display, they were met with a shocking revelation: the corpse of the dueling blade was merely a result of disguise, indicating it was not the genuine dueling blade. "Li Lianhua, you have been deceived." Han Yi stepped forward to retrieve a vial from the ground. Without hesitation, he summoned Shurhan for assistance, opening the vial and applying its contents meticulously onto the face of the dueling blade. In no time, the dueling blade transformed into an entirely different visage. "This is not the dueling blade. You members of the Golden Swallow Alliance are notorious for your cunning. Employing a decoy to sow confusion is certainly within the realm of possibility." As the 9th episode concluded, the next would continue. Li Lianhua stood frozen, his breath quickening upon witnessing the revelation of the dueling blade's disguise. In an instant, his complexion shifted dramatically, the pallor of his face draining to a ghastly hue, his lips tinged with a shade of blue-black. Fang Duobing was the first to notice Li Lianhua's distress, exclaiming, "Master!" Li Lianhua clutched his chest in agony, his body trembling violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The Medicine Demon, recognizing the urgency, swiftly produced a porcelain vial, extracting a pill and administering it to Li Lianhua. Di Feixing, disregarding all else, extended his hand, gradually channeling his inner energy into Li Lianhua's body to help quell the tumultuous poison of the Bai Tea within him. Fortunately, the Medicine Demon's pill possessed remarkable efficacy, and combined with Di Feixing's profound internal strength, the two managed to suppress the Bai Tea's poison within Li Lianhua once more. Chapter 97. The Lotus Pavilion viewing experience. Upon witnessing Li Lianhua from another realm succumbing to poison due to the actions of Dan Gudao, Han Yi furrowed his brow and inquired of the live streaming system. "Is there any way to distribute the live rewards in advance?" "That is not permissible. The rules dictate that one must complete the live stream to claim the rewards, and this is immutable." Then can we broadcast the remaining segments all within a single day? That is indeed feasible. Thus, the system collaborated with the live streaming mechanism to adjust the intervals between each segment, compressing what would have taken an extensive duration to complete into a mere day. In the other world, as the celestial screen displayed the lifeless body of Dan Gudao appearing in Shuiyuan, it was explicitly indicated that the corpse was a fabrication. A troubling thought crossed Li Lianhua's mind. His pale fingertips gripped the table tightly, his knuckles turning a shade of ashen blue, his brow furrowed with an inescapable sense of worry and anxiety. He recognized that his current physical state could scarcely endure further strain. Yet, he could not remain passive. He felt compelled to ascertain the truth with his own eyes. Even if there was but a glimmer of hope, he was determined to pursue it. Defacing observed Li Lianhua, who was striving against his illness to undertake a perilous venture, and his brow knitted with concern. He understood that once Li Lianhua had voiced his intentions, he would not relent. Ultimately, Defacing resolved to journey alone to Yiping Grave, hoping to swiftly retrieve the Weeping Guanyin, thereby granting Li Lianhua more time for his treatment. Feng Duobing watched with trepidation as Li Lianhua insisted on going to Shuiyuan, his heart heavy with unease. He could not bear to see Li Lianhua confront such challenges alone, nor could he allow him to take reckless risks. Thus, he resolutely decided to accompany Li Lianhua to Shuiyuan. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Lianhua in battle. The next day, they set forth on their respective journeys. By midday, Feng Duobing and Li Lianhua paused to rest. As they shared a simple meal, they watched the celestial screen to stay informed of events unfolding in the other world. The previous day's broadcast, showcasing Li Lianhua's poisoning, had caused great concern for Tsinpo and others. Yet today, they noted that Li Lianhua appeared to be in significantly better spirits, his complexion rosy and his demeanor vibrant, as though the poison had been dispelled. Su Xiaoyun, gazing at the radiant Li Lianhua on the celestial screen, turned to her sworn brother, Guan Hemeng, and remarked, "It seems that the lord of the Li sect on the celestial screen is no longer in distress." Guan Hemeng smiled faintly and replied, "If I am not mistaken, the celestial screen may have glossed over certain details. It appears that the lord's poison has likely been alleviated." Meanwhile, in the bustling crowd below, a tragic scene unfolded, portraying a young girl selling herself to bury her brother. The protagonist of this tableau was a girl of striking features, but her coarse linen garments could not conceal her graceful form. However, her pallid complexion bore the weight of an enduring sorrow. Kneeling before the Zui Xian building, she presented a weathered wooden board upon which the words "selling myself to bury my brother" were scrawled in a childlike, uneven script, a stark contrast to her delicate demeanor yet curiously harmonious in its peculiarity. Alas, how pitiful, to lose one's kin at such a tender age. Indeed, she is quite lovely, one can only wonder where she might be sold. TSK, perhaps a kind-hearted soul might purchase her to become a concubine. Feng Duobing, upon seeing Li Lianhua's female disguise on the celestial screen, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. When he beheld Li Lianhua, earnestly masquerading as a woman and theatrically selling himself, he laughed even harder, doubled over with mirth until his stomach began to ache. Li Lianhua shot him a resigned glance and asked, exasperated, "Is it truly that amusing?" Feng Duobing struggled to suppress his laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Not amusing at all." Yet, as he turned back to the celestial screen, the sight of Li Lianhua compelled him to erupt into laughter once more. Li Lianhua sighed in resignation, secretly relieved that he was not the Li Lianhua of that world, thus spared from such an embarrassing spectacle. In a private chamber on the third floor, Wang Lianhua reclined languidly by the window, listening to the storyteller below recount the absurd tale of Dan Gudao and his sister's exploits and deception. Dan Gudao is quite a character. Feigning death is one thing, but engaging in such antics, wouldn't you agree, master? He Zhuangzhu, witnessing this scene, clapped his hands in delight and could not help but laugh aloud. He had long suspected Dan Gudao was no good, and now, with rumors swirling, even if they originated from another realm, it brought him amusement. The onlookers roared with laughter, reveling in the absurdity of Dan Gudao's feigned demise and his sister's schemes. One could only wonder how Dan Gudao would feel upon witnessing this spectacle. "Master, are you aware of who is currently seeking news from Shuiyuan? Why the sudden inquiry? I am merely curious. The town has been particularly lively of late, attracting various factions, such as Baichuan Courtyard, Tianji Mountain Villa, and the Golden Phoenix Alliance. There is also a newly established entity, the Wanqing sect, rumored to possess considerable strength and operate quite mysteriously. Could this Wanqing sect possibly be connected to Senior Brother?" As the 10th episode concluded, the screen promised to continue shortly. Li Lianhua's emotions were tumultuous. He was no fool. From the moment the announcement of Dan Gudao's feigned death echoed across the celestial screen, he sensed an unsettling discord. He dared not contemplate the implications. If it were true, he would indeed become a figure of ridicule. From Feng Duobing's perspective, Li Lianhua's hand tightened slightly, his knuckles whitening, as the absurdity of the situation grew increasingly palpable. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress the tumultuous emotions rising within him, exhaling a cloud of despair, reminding himself to remain composed. Li Lianhua, Feng Duobing looked on with concern, hesitating to speak. Li Lianhua shook his head, signaling that he was untroubled, and deftly shifted the conversation. "It seems the celestial screen mentioned a continuation." Feng Duobing, indeed distracted, responded, "A continuation? Will the celestial screen resume shortly?" "We shall soon find out." Chapter 98. The viewing experience of the Lotus Pavilion. Suddenly, a group of cloaked figures emerged from the depths of the bamboo grove, like phantoms in the dark of night, swiftly surrounding Qiao Wanwan. Without uttering a word, they unsheathed their blades, each strike vicious and aimed directly at her vital points. Even more despicable, someone discreetly scattered a peculiar powder, causing Qiao Wanwan to gradually feel her internal energy hindered, her movements becoming increasingly sluggish. At that moment, a swordsman clad in red descended from above, landing gracefully before Qiao Wanwan. The executioner's sword in his hand sliced through the darkness, casting a brilliant light that repelled the assailants. Sinpa gazed at the familiar figure in red against the night sky and exclaimed, "Xiangyi? Shi Shui and Lu Rujing also stared in disbelief at the scene above, almost in unison exclaiming, "The sect leader!" Xiao Wanwen held her breath, her eyes fixated on that silhouette. The hue of red was the color that haunted her dreams. That figure was none other than Shang Yi, the one she could only see in her slumber. At that moment, Xiao Wanwen and Xiao Zijing were seated in the grand hall of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, gathering information. Xiao Zijing looked up and spotted Li Shangyi, clad in white, descending the stairs, unable to suppress her astonishment as she exclaimed, "Li Shangyi?" Upon hearing Xiao Zijing call out his name, Xiao Wanwen immediately stood and turned, only to find Li Shangyi appearing behind her, dressed in white, his stature tall and proud, still the spirited young man she remembered. He Xiaofeng, who had admired colors, had been captivated by Li Shangyi's presence since his arrival. By the end, she couldn't help but marvel, this is indeed the sect leader of Li, truly deserving of his reputation. Xin Pa, looking at Li Shangyi in white against the sky, couldn't refrain from reaching out to touch his visage, tears welling in her eyes. Memory surged back to 10 years ago, to that spirited young man, now transformed. Li Lianhua gazed at the familiar face above and pondered a question, who is this? "Junior brother, your appearance is truly unsettling," said Dan Gudao, pressing his hand against his chest, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. After the news of Dan Gudao's fake death and his exploits with a female accomplice spread, the once tranquil Shuiyuan became a cacophony of activity due to the influx of various factions. Even more astonishing was the return of Li Shangyi, who had vanished following the Eastern Sea War, now appearing in Shuiyuan. You should have seen it. That day, the sect leader leapt from the second floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, his presence and demeanor undiminished from his former glory. Indeed, I witnessed it too. The scene was overwhelming, with throngs of people surrounding the sect leader, eager to catch a glimpse of his magnificence. Li Shangyi's emergence undoubtedly poured another ladle of hot oil into the already boiling pot, pushing the tumultuous tides of the martial world to a fever pitch. As the 11th episode concluded, the clamor above seemed to transform into countless fine needles, piercing painfully into Dan Gudao's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, a tempest of jealousy and resentment swirling within. Why, no matter the time or place, does Li Shangyi always command the spotlight? He shone like a dazzling star, drawing all eyes towards him, yet, no matter how hard he tried, he was destined to remain in his shadow. Junior brother, why is it that whenever you appear, all attention must be on you? Why can't you simply follow the plan and fade away? Li Lianhua furrowed his brow, her gaze fixed intently on the spectacle above. The interplay of light and shadow revealed the vast and tumultuous landscape of the martial world, yet beneath it lay a current of hidden strife, instilling in her a sense of impending storm. Beside them, Fang Duobing sensed an unusual atmosphere, scratching his head in confusion as he murmured, "Why does this feel so peculiar?" Chapter 99 of the Lotus Pavilion Viewing Experience 14 as anticipated, the so-called rumors of the Shattered Void appeared once more on the celestial screen. The multitude gazing at the sky was rendered speechless, their astonishment profound. Fang Duobing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to conceal his inner shock as he grasped Li Lianhua's sleeve tightly, imploring, "Master, master. Is what they say true? Can there truly be individuals who can shatter the void and ascend in broad daylight?" Li Lianhua did not respond to Fang Duobing, instead, he contemplated the situation. He sensed that this series of rumors on the celestial screen was too fortuitous, resembling a carefully laid trap. No, perhaps it was indeed a trap. Meanwhile, far away, Di Feixing had also halted his journey, lifting his gaze to the celestial screen, his eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. He had long pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, yearning to compete with the world's strongest, and the word Shattered Void undeniably opened a new realm of understanding for him. What, is there truly such a level of existence? He murmured softly, his tone brimming with desire and exhilaration. Xin Po was also pondering the veracity of this matter. Having lived more than half her life and weathered countless storms, she had always regarded such ethereal legends with disdain, yet, the existence of the celestial screen compelled her to reassess everything, her mind repeatedly contemplating the possibility of a shattered void. Could such an incomprehensible phenomenon truly exist in this world? Simultaneously, others began to harbor doubts regarding the detoxification manual known as the Biming Divine Art. After all, the content broadcasted by the celestial screen was no mere fabrication, and thus far, the only manual mentioned was indeed the Biming Divine Art. Dan Gudao shared this sentiment, his heart felt as if it had been toppled like a spice jar, a medley of sour, bitter, spicy, and salty sensations flooding his consciousness. Originally, he had found some solace in the knowledge that Li Shangyi, afflicted by a potent poison, was on the brink of death. Yet, now emerged the Biming Divine Art, potentially capable of detoxification and perhaps even the supreme technique for shattering the void. Why was it that Li Shangyi could always emerge unscathed, transforming peril into safety? Heaven seemed to favor him excessively. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a wave of intense bitterness surged within Dan Gudao, akin to a vinegar jar being overturned, causing his teeth to itch with acidity. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet remained oblivious to the pain. Miaoshu Kongkong, according to the intelligence he had gathered, stealthily approached the bamboo courtyard, taking advantage of the night as cover to conceal himself. Before long, Li Shangyi made his appearance, with fingers poised like a sword. He pointed to the heavens, with a resounding boom. The once clear night sky became shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling and winds howling fiercely. Miaoshu Kongkong was taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. He looked up to see Li Shangyi composed and unperturbed by the sudden tempest. Instead, he calmly drew his long sword, brandishing it against the lightning and thunder as if battling the heavens themselves. Sword light sliced through the night, intertwining with the flashes of lightning, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Ultimately, Li Shangyi raised his sword high and struck downwards towards the sky, a brilliant sword aura shooting towards the heavens. At that moment, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, as if to cleave the very fabric of existence itself. The 12th episode concluded, promising continuation shortly. If previously the spectators had merely entertained doubts about the rumors of the shattered void, witnessing Li Shangyi soaring on his sword amidst the raging thunder left no room for skepticism. The imagery imprinted on the celestial screen was indelibly etched into Li Lianhua's mind, the shadowy figure of Miao Kongkong, the mottled moonlight outside the bamboo courtyard, and the proud white-clad swordsman standing amidst the cosmos replayed endlessly before his eyes. Especially that final strike by Li Shangyi, the sword energy piercing the sky as if to rend the very firmament, the sheer force and momentum made Li Lianhua's heart race uncontrollably. He recognized that this was a power that now seemed unattainable. An indescribable bitterness washed over Li Lianhua. Once, he too had been brimming with youthful vigor, dreaming of traversing the world with sword in hand, reveling in the joys of the martial realm. However, now he found himself merely clinging to life like a wretched invalid. His gaze fell upon his pallid, feeble hands, which trembled slightly at the fingertips. Once, these hands had wielded the sharpest of swords and vanquished countless formidable foes, yet now they could scarcely hold a cup of tea steadily. Li Lianhua could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Even if the shattered void existed, what relevance did it hold for a decrepit being like him, whose days were numbered? The shattered void was the glory of another realm, that of Li Shangyi, while he, Li Lianhua, was merely a pitiful creature struggling in the crevices of fate. Chapter 100 The viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. In the wake of Li Shangyi's extraordinary feat of shattering the void, the hearts of those who beheld the celestial screen were stirred, leaving them in a state of shock that lingered long after the event. The crowd soon witnessed the audacious figure of Miao Kongkong attempting to pilfer a secret manual once more. He Xiaofeng, eyes wide with disbelief as she cracked sunflower seeds, lamented to her sister, "Can you believe it, sister? This Miao Kongkong is truly audacious. After witnessing Master Li soaring on his sword and cleaving through thunder, he still dares to steal a manual? Ah, my apologies, I was a step ahead of you." Miao Kongkong thought he had evaded Sikong Jiaxing, only to find that after traversing a dense grove, a familiar figure ambled leisurely ahead, seemingly waiting for him. Confusion welled up within him. If Sikong Jiaxing had indeed secured the manual, why was he not fleeing but instead lingering here? Did he harbor some hidden agenda? Fang Duobing seized Li Lianhua's arm, his expression fraught with urgency as he queried, "Master, this Miao Kongkong is not only reckless but utterly foolish. This is clearly a trap." "Indeed, it is a trap," Li Lianhua replied with an air of contemplation. Yet, the question loomed: what was Sikong Jiaxing's motive? Puzzled, Fang Duobing furrowed his brow and asked, "Master, why does Sikong Jiaxing linger after stealing the manual, deliberately enticing Miao Kongkong?" Li Lianhua gently pushed Fang Duobing's hand away, took a sip of tea with deliberate calmness, and said, "You shall discover the answer as you continue to watch." "What is happening?" Shi Shui's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition rising within her. It seemed as though someone was approaching. "Impudent," she exclaimed, her voice a thunderous reprimand as she observed a group of individuals recklessly cavorting about the Baichuan courtyard. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her whip, its silver glint flashing as it arced toward the foremost figures in the crowd. As the 13th episode drew to a close, Shi Shui's anger flared. She slammed her palm onto the table, springing to her feet, exclaiming "impudent," in unison with the Shi Shui on the celestial screen. Subsequently, she witnessed Sikong Jiaxing purposely provoking her, seemingly leading her toward a certain direction. Confusion enveloped her. What scheme was Sikong Jiaxing concocting? In the next instant, the Shi Shui on the screen was seen brandishing her long whip, twisting through the air like a silver serpent in pursuit of Sikong Jiaxing. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared, narrowly evading Shi Shui's assault. Before anyone could discern the newcomer's identity, a cloaked figure materialized like a specter, darting toward the unknown figure. The cloaked figure moved with astonishing speed, reaching the silhouette in the blink of an eye, and yanked off the mask, revealing a familiar visage. "Shan Gudao." "Shan Gudao?" Gasps rippled through the crowd beneath the celestial screen, the name striking like a stone upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout. A teacup clattered to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound, splattering tea across Li Lianhua's garments, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was fixed intently upon the familiar face on the celestial screen, as if seeking to pierce through to the essence of that individual. That visage had haunted his dreams countless times over the years, each appearance accompanied by anguish and remorse. Shan Gudao. This name was like a dagger, mercilessly piercing his heart. His breath quickened, and his hands instinctively clenched, knuckles turning white. "Brother, is that truly you?" Countless questions swirled in his mind, leaving his thoughts in a tangled mess. Fang Duobing, witnessing Shan Gudao's emergence, was equally astonished. However, upon hearing the sound of the teacup shattering, his attention shifted to Li Lianhua, concerned that the latter's poison might resurface, with dire consequences. The medicine demon, who had remained at the Lotus Pavilion, closely monitoring Li Lianhua, rushed over upon witnessing the scene, fearing that Li Lianhua's affliction might recur, rendering all his prior efforts futile. "I am fine," Li Lianhua reassured, releasing his tightly clenched hands, his tone serene, as though nothing had transpired. Equally astonished was Di Feisheng, who fixated on Shan Gudao on the celestial screen, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. The battle at Donghai had erupted due to Shan Gudao's demise, leading to a catastrophic conflict between the Siguamen and the Jin Yuanmeng, with Li Shangyi suffering grievously from poison and nearing death. If Shan Gudao still lived, then the implications were unfathomable. Di Feisheng yearned to know what would unfold next. For the first time, those watching the celestial screen found the wait for the next scene excruciating, each passing moment feeling as interminable as a century. Chapter 101 The viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. Shi Shui, after many years, your whip skills have undoubtedly improved, yet your gaze leaves much to be desired. Shan Gudao remarked, his tone laced with unabashed mockery as he flexed his wrist. A piercing wind, reminiscent of a sword's edge, swept past Shirshue's ear, tousling her hair, while the sharp whistle of the blade slicing through the air reached her ears. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light shot forth, aiming directly at Shang Gadao. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Shang Gadao reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting sharply to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Almost immediately, he countered with a swift motion, his blade colliding against the sword's body with a crisp sound, sending it hurtling away. The sword tumbled through the air, reflecting the cool moonlight, while the onlookers, still in shock, stared vacantly in the direction it had flown, only to see it caught deftly by a long, powerful hand. It was then that they recognized the familiar silhouette of the figure who had caught the sword, dressed in immaculate white, standing tall upon the eaves, his features stern and icy. It was none other than Li Xiangyi. The mere appearance of the supposedly deceased Shang Gadao had been shocking enough, yet now, with Li Xiangyi manifesting in the heavens above, the connections were clear to any with a modicum of sense. Lu Rujing boldly articulated her speculation. So, the sect master was already aware that Shang Gadao was alive, deliberately orchestrating this scenario to compel his re-emergence. Your brother has sword strikes with such speed and unpredictability, Shang Gadao mused. What have you done to the master? All I did was inform you, Li Xiangyi, of the perilous situation the Jin Yuan alliance had ensnared you in, confined to the eastern sea, teetering on the brink of life and death, Shang Gadao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter of little import. Regrettably, at that critical moment, the master was deep in seclusion, honing his skills. Upon hearing that his most beloved disciple was in trouble, he succumbed to rage, his heart aflame with anxiety. Alas, the backlash of his own inner power consumed him. Li Xiangyi hissed through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse with anguish and fury. You are truly despicable. The master cherished you dearly, knowing you were in distress, he disregarded his own injuries to impart his lifelong cultivation to me, that I might rescue you. And what became of him? He was left exhausted and extinguished, a fate most tragic. Li Xiangyi's laughter rang out, filled with malice. Today, I shall exact vengeance for the master. The 14th segment concluded, with promises of continuation soon. Though the duration of this episode was brief, its content was sufficiently exhilarating. As all events intertwined, we furrowed her brow tightly. Drawing a deep breath, she rubbed her temples, feeling as if a great weight pressed upon her heart. Initially, she believed Shang Gadao's abandonment of his family was already reprehensible enough. In death, one fades into oblivion, and she had resolved to say nothing further. Yet, she could not fathom that he had feigned death and committed such treachery against his own master, an act utterly unforgivable, far too excessive. He Xiaofeng, equally incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at the image of Shang Gadao on the screen, exclaiming, "What a two-faced monster!" Xiaoli frowned in distaste. Shang Gadao's malevolence exceeded her expectations. Though her own decision to ally with the tiger had been voluntary, witnessing Shang Gadao's despicable behavior made her feel a wave of revulsion. Truly, no one could compare to the master. Bloodwitch gasped in disbelief, her eyes fixed upon the figure on the screen, laughing maniacally. This Shang Gadao was once esteemed among the righteous, venerated by the masses. How could he descend to such depths of betrayal against his own master? Righteousness? Bah, the so-called righteous are merely hypocrites. At the table, Li Lianhua was so enraged that his eyes turned red, crushing the teacup in his right hand, tea mingling with blood as it dripped through his fingers. His left fist was clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his flesh. He had envisioned countless possibilities, speculating that his senior brother might be feigning death, or that there lay some conspiracy behind it all, yet he could never have anticipated that his brother would be the one responsible for the master's demise. How could this be? Li Lianhua murmured, engulfed in sorrow and disbelief, a tempest of emotions overwhelming him, causing him to cough up blood. Initially viewing Shang Gadao through a forgiving lens due to their familial ties, Fang Duobing was equally outraged upon witnessing this side of his uncle, unable to restrain his indignation as he shouted at the screen, "I thought you were wronged, uncle. I never imagined you could be this kind of person." Yet, turning to see Li Lianhua, overwhelmed with rage, spitting blood, he was taken aback. Yao Mo, having thought Li Lianhua had regained his composure, was caught off guard by the sudden eruption of blood. Alarmed, he abandoned the herbs he was holding and rushed to Li Lianhua's side, fearing that if Li Lianhua truly succumbed to poison, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the master upon his return. Chapter 102 The viewing experience of the Lotus Tower. As Li Lianhua regained her composure, the medicine demon pondered inwardly, questioning why Li Xiangyi's temperament was so tumultuous. It seemed as though they could perceive something beyond his sight, their gaze fixated upon the heavens. Had they discerned some extraordinary phenomenon? Surely, merely gazing at the sky could not provoke such emotional upheaval. And Li Xiangyi, the medicine demon, perplexed, glanced upwards. Apart from the glaring sun, there was naught to behold, prompting him to lower his gaze and resume his preparation of medicinal herbs. It was quite plausible, indeed. Consider this, apart from their own, who else could possibly have the opportunity to poison the leader of the Li sect? Meanwhile, the truth-bearer, Shishue, directed his ire towards Yun Bisho, his heart ablaze with rage, nearly compelled to seize another's sword and thrust it forward. Fang Duobing, observing the unfolding scene upon the celestial curtain, turned to Li Lianhua with a tone laced with concern. "Master?" Li Lianhua gently shook his head, signaling to Fang Duobing that he was unharmed. He raised his left hand and softly patted Fang Duobing on the shoulder, reassuring him. A faint smile broke through his pallid visage, indicating that he was unperturbed, for in his heart, the treachery of his senior brother, which had led to the demise of their master, overshadowed even the poisoning orchestrated by Yun Bisho. After all, nothing could wound Li Lianhua more deeply than the loss of his master and the betrayal of his brother. "And do you truly believe this grants you victory over me? How naive you remain, junior brother." Subsequently, Dan Gudao trembled as he withdrew a signal smoke from his bosom. Could it be that Dan Gudao has reinforcements? A voice quivered softly, laced with trepidation. Shall we become entangled in this conflict? Another voiced anxiously. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with the more timid souls beginning to discreetly retreat, contemplating an early departure. Zhao Liqiao scoffed derisively, casting a sidelong glance at Shuepa, her tone dripping with scorn. Does Dan Gudao truly have a backup plan? Yet, after a prolonged wait, the image upon the celestial screen remained stagnant, as if time itself had come to a standstill. What is happening? Fang Duobing blinked in confusion, suspecting he might be hallucinating. Why does the celestial screen remain motionless? He waved his hand in the air, yet the stillness of the celestial display persisted. Dan Gudao, where are your people? Why have they not arrived? Could it be that they are afraid and dare not come to your aid? Laughter erupted. Dan Gudao, it appears you are out of tricks. The surrounding timid martial artists, witnessing Dan Gudao's prolonged wait for reinforcements, echoed in agreement. Indeed. Dan Gudao, you might as well surrender. Impossible, I have already released the signal smoke. They cannot possibly neglect to rescue me. Dan Gudao trembled as he extracted another signal smoke from his robe and ignited it. Yet, until the smoke dissipated, no one appeared. Dan Gudao, I shall escort you back to Yunin Mountain, where before our master's grave, I shall ensure you pay your penance. The 15th episode concluded, promising continuation shortly. Fang Duobing felt a tangle of emotions. Although Dan Gudao was far from virtuous, he was nonetheless his uncle. The reality struck him. No one had come, not because they were hesitant, but simply because there was no one to come. The princess clapped her hands in delight, her eyes sparkling. How wonderful, Li Shangyi has finally avenged our master. Chapter 103 Viewing the Lotus Pavilion Master. Han Yi lightly tapped the eaves with his toes, gracefully soaring above the crowd before landing steadily behind Shan Gudao. Upon witnessing Han Ye's reappearance, Fang Duobing suddenly turned his head, earnestly regarding Li Lianhua. Master, Fang Duobing asserted with conviction, I apprenticed before him, I should be the eldest disciple, correct? Li Lianhua was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected declaration, her mind slowly forming a question mark. No, but this world lacks such a person. Have you perhaps immersed yourself too deeply into your role? Nevertheless, she feigned agreement, nodding, yes, you are absolutely right. Content with her response, Fang Duobing turned back to observe the celestial screen. Upon returning, Li Lianhua beheld two figures, one clad in red and the other in white. In the courtyard, Han Yi reclined languidly in a Grand Masteress chair, toying with a folding fan, his crimson attire radiating brilliantly in the morning light. Meanwhile, Li Shangyi, dressed in white as pure as snow, sat composedly at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea, seemingly engrossed in Han Ye's words, pointing at the figure in red, who lounged lazily in the grand chair, fan in hand. Fang Duobing remarked with dissatisfaction, this junior is utterly unrefined. With the master seated nearby, how can he display such a lack of decorum? Li Lianhua shook her head in exasperation. This foolish boy was indeed prone to over-identifying. Is this what you thought of when you saw this scene? She mused. Fang Duobing nodded without hesitation, stating with righteous indignation, of course, what disciple behaves so casually in front of their master? Gently patting Fang Duobing's head, Li Lianhua smiled and urged, take a closer look. Fang Duobing blinked in confusion and scrutinized the celestial screen again, his brow furrowing slightly as he appeared to sense something amiss. Wait, how can there be two masters on the screen? Gazing at the newly arrived Li Lianhua and the seated Li Shangyi, Fang Duobing was utterly perplexed. Xiao Wannian also noticed the anomaly in the celestial display, her expression one of disbelief. How can there be two Shangyi? After observing the screen for such an extended period, they all knew without a doubt that Li Lianhua was indeed the former Li Shangyi. Could it be a case of disguise? We suddenly considered this possibility, especially since there were individuals skilled in such arts on the screen. For instance, that young Master Wang. At the mention of her sister's words, He Xiaofeng envisioned the figure of young Master Wang, increasingly convinced of the likelihood. Watching the lively exchange between Li Shangyi and Wang Xiaohua not far away, Xiao Wannian felt a tumult of emotions within her. Li Shangyi smiled as he offered a beautifully wrapped candy to Wang Xiaohua, who joyfully accepted it, unwrapping the sweet and placing it in her mouth, her eyes sparkling like a mischievous little fox that had stolen honey. Are you all right, Amian? I am fine. You all be cautious on your journey. Shi Shui and the others stood behind, observing the scene before them. The gentle and jade-like Li Lianhua beside the elegantly attired Xiao Wannian, contrasted with the dashing and spirited Li Shangyi holding the charming and radiant Wang Xiaohua, creating an illusion of time intertwining. After watching the celestial screen for so long, the flute sound they had longed to hear finally materialized, revealing that the shattering of the void was not merely a legend but indeed a tangible reality. If another world as Li Shangyi could achieve such feats, there was no reason he, with his flute, could not do the same. Initially, Li Lianhua had suspected that the other Li Shangyi was merely employing a disguise, given the number of individuals adept in such techniques displayed on the celestial screen. However, when he saw that this other Li Shangyi claimed to have come from another world, something felt amiss, particularly concerning Wang Xiaohua. Was she not the same as the one skilled in disguise, Wang Lianhua? Yet, upon witnessing the scene of Li Shangyi offering candy to Wang Xiaohua, a wave of indescribable melancholy surged within Li Lianhua. He recalled the countless times he had handed sweets to Amian, promising to give her the sweetest of confections, wondering if he would ever have the chance to fulfill that promise now. Miss Chiao, your previous struggles with asthma hindered your martial progress. Now that you are following my prescription, asthma should no longer be an obstacle. This Lianghua treasure book is a legacy of my sect, I present it to you. This is far too precious, I cannot accept such a valuable gift. Take it as an additional path forward. This time, Lady Li Lianhua was fortunate, the poison she suffered from was resolved, but who can say there won't be a next time, even if not for him. Do you not wish to pursue martial arts? Do you not aspire for greater skills? Remember, your master is called Wang Lianhua. As the 16th episode concluded, the screen would continue shortly. It was only upon witnessing this scene that Li Lianhua confirmed Wang Xiaohua was indeed Wang Lianhua, finally comprehending the source of his earlier peculiar sensation. Xiao Wannian genuinely envied the counterpart of herself in that world. At least she had the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Shangyi. Even if they could not become lovers, they could at least become confidants, unlike now, where she did not even know his whereabouts, burying all her longings deep within her heart. Chapter 104 The Lotus Pavilion Viewing Experience 19-inch Master's Wife, is that truly you, Xiangyi? Senpai inquired, her voice trembling. Yes, it is I have returned, Dan Gudao declared with increasing fervor, his voice rising with passion. I am a descendant of the Southern Yin royal family. Why should I ever submit to anyone? You claim to be of the Southern Yin lineage, surprised, are we? Li Shangyi retorted. Allow me to enlighten you, I am indeed of royal blood, and all of you ought to bow before me. Lu Rujing gasped in disbelief, Dan Gudao is a descendant of Southern Yin? His brow furrowed as he recalled their earlier conversation regarding Southern Yin. Had Dan Gudao already been aware of his heritage, the princess furrowed her brow slightly, having initially thought this was merely a matter of martial rivalry, only to discover it was entangled with the Southern Yin royal family. She sighed softly, murmuring, Dan Gudao, a scion of Southern Yin, harbors delusions of restoring the kingdom, such folly. He Xiaofeng anxiously clutched the sleeve of her sister, whispering, sister, what shall we do? Her eyes brimmed with worry and unease. He gently patted her sister's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Do not fret, few were privy to this matter in the past, nothing will come of it. Yet, a glimmer of seriousness shadowed her gaze. To be safe, she resolved to dispatch a trusted confidant to investigate immediately after the screening, ensuring no one learned that Xiao Ba was Dan Gudao's son. Fang Duobing felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blank. He murmured, my uncle is from Southern Yin, what does that make me, is my entire family. Li Lianhua's gaze fell upon the benevolent visage of the master's wife on the screen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with guilt and longing. She whispered, master's wife, have you fared well after all these years? The once spirited Li Shangyi had now become a mere shadow of his former self, and he felt he had no face left to meet his master's wife. Clenching his fists, he vowed silently to uncover the truth. If his senior brother had indeed survived and he himself was fortunate enough to be alive, he would return with his brother to Yunin Mountain to atone to their master and spend time with his master's wife, rectifying the mistakes of the years gone by. Senpai could no longer endure the unfolding revelations. She slammed her hand on the table, causing the teacup to tremble, nearly spilling its contents, and exclaimed in anger, nonsense, that jade pendant clearly belongs to Shangyi. Allow me to continue with the tale. Years ago, your master had a close friend named Li, who was also of the Southern Yin royal bloodline. Unfortunately, they fell afoul of mountain bandits and suffered a tragic fate. When your master arrived, only 2 young princes survived. The elder was named Li Shangxian, and the younger is you. Before their demise, the only precious item they possessed, the so-called jade pendant, was entrusted to a little beggar, who was none other than Dan Gudao, to care for you. The 17th episode concluded, promising to resume shortly. Fang Duobing exhaled a long breath, patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness I am not of Southern Yin, that nearly terrified me. He wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. In a brief span, his emotions had oscillated like a roller coaster. Upon learning that Dan Gudao was of Southern Yin descent, he feared he too bore their bloodline, his heart laden with trepidation. However, the subsequent revelations on the screen clarified that it was his master, Li Lianhua, who was of royal lineage. Wait, what, my master, Li Lianhua, master, you are of Southern Yin royal blood? Fang Duobing turned abruptly to Li Lianhua, disbelief etched across his features. Li Lianhua shook his head helplessly, indicating his ignorance of the matter. The revelations presented on the screen were simply too explosive. First, his senior brother's fake death leading to their master's demise, then Yun Biqiu poisoning him, only to discover that his brother was not the one of Southern Yin lineage, rather, it was he who bore that legacy? And he had a brother. I have a brother. Li Lianhua repeated the name Li Shangxian in an attempt to engrave it in his memory. He rubbed his temples, feeling dizzy. This barrage of revelations overwhelmed him. He even began to doubt whether the effects of the poison from the green tea were intensifying, leading to auditory hallucinations, for how could such fantastical tales be true? Li Shangyi, Li Shangxian, Li Lianhua murmured the names, seeking a semblance of familiarity, yet finding none. Master, you have a brother. Fang Duobing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his voice laced with incredulity and curiosity. He glanced between the screen and Li Lianhua, a thirst for knowledge apparent on his face. Li Lianhua shook his head in resignation, admitting his own ignorance. You saw it too. I was but a child then, and I do not recall. What? Li Shangyi is the true descendant of Southern Yin? Zhao Liqiao suddenly leapt from her seat, eyes wide with disbelief, echoing the revelations from the screen. She found it hard to accept the truth. She had long sought to eliminate Li Shangyi, only to discover he was the rightful heir of Southern Yin. How could this be? Had she pursued the wrong target? Li Shangyi was my master. Meanwhile, Fengqing, en route to Shuiyu town, was equally stunned by the disclosures on the screen. He gazed incredulously at the unfolding scenes, his mind in turmoil. After years of searching, had he mistakenly identified his master? Impossible, Dan Gudao sprang to his feet, shattering the wine glass in his grasp, the liquid cascading through his fingers, oblivious to the mess that he furiously gestured towards the screen, vehemently denying, this cannot be. I am the rightful heir of Southern Ain, I possess the jade pendant, the token, I am the true descendant. He could not accept this reality, after finally finding a way to surpass Li Shangyi. How could it all be a ruse? The master of Shirshuimen is the true royal descendant of Southern Ain, so, the Southern Ain claimants seeking to restore their kingdom had mistakenly identified their target and, under false orders, poisoned the rightful heir? Su Xiaoyang murmured to herself. Su Wenkai, are you saying Zhao Liqiu is also of Southern Ain lineage and thus my cousin? Indeed. Li Lianhua, upon learning about yet another relative, exclaimed, Master, Zhao Liqiu is your cousin. However, Fang Duobing remained oblivious to Li Lianhua's exasperation, still reveling in the revelations unveiled by the screen. Chapter 105 Viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. Fengqing, in this era of peace, why stir up further turmoil, my lord? You do not comprehend. We, who have borne the weight of blood feuds since our youth, see the restoration of our nation not merely as a duty but as a creed essential for our survival. We are adrift, a wretched throng without a home to call our own. There must be many habitable places overseas. We could venture abroad to aid the remnants of the Nanning people in finding a new haven. The words of Fengqing resonated like a somber bell tolling in their hearts, evoking deep empathy from Zhao Liqiu and her companions. Indeed, who among them, the exiled descendants of Nanning, had not endured the trials of displacement? Initially, Zhao Liqiu mocked Fengqing for his misplaced loyalty, yet her peripheral vision caught the hushed exchange between Li Lianhua and Han Yi, stirring her curiosity. As she absorbed Han Yi's suggestion for Zhao Liqiu pondered, if my lord is so intent on dueling with Li Shangyi, would it not be more convenient if I acknowledged him as my cousin? Might he, for the sake of Li Shangyi, consent to the union? Fengqing's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of martial contests. If Li Shangyi were to accept Zhao Liqiu, would this not grant him frequent opportunities to seek him out and spar openly? Young Master Li, we implore you to assist in verifying our bloodline, to fulfill the long-held aspirations of our clan. As the doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, an elder emerged, cradling a jade vessel amidst the throng of onlookers. He surveyed the assembly and, raising the vessel high, excitedly proclaimed, Young Master Li, he is indeed of our Nanning royal lineage. Zhao Liqiu scoffed inwardly, this fool, did he not consider verifying the bloodline after locating the individual? Can a mere jade pendant ascertain one's true master? Has he not pondered the possibility of forgery or cunning deceit? Beside him, the blood matron inclined her head, echoing, the holy maiden speaks truth. Fengqing has indeed acted with unwarranted haste. In dismay, Fengqing slapped his own face, wishing to vanish into the earth. Why did he not verify the bloodline at the outset? Suddenly, familiar footsteps echoed from behind. He turned to see Wang Lianhua approaching, as if nearly attending a spring outing, yet now the gathering had reached its conclusion. I thought you might not come to see me off, Li Lianhua remarked, her tone calm and devoid of discernible emotion. What, does my lord find it difficult to part with this humble servant? Ultimately, we must part ways. Whether sooner or later, it matters not. Li Lianhua, the world can be treacherous, take care of yourself. Rest assured, this life, however precious, is one you have salvaged, it shall not be easily extinguished. Then, as mountains rise and waters flow, may we meet again by chance. Fang Duobing, unable to contain himself, interjected, Master, please do not be too sorrowful. Li Lianhua turned to Fang Duobing, smiling gently, why should I be mournful? I am not acquainted with them. Fang Duobing paused, then suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, oh right, that is but a matter of another world. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, reflecting on his own folly in involving his master in such matters. As the final episode of the Celestial Screen concluded, rewards for viewing were announced. Li Lianhua was bestowed with the restoration of his martial prowess, robust health, and the alleviation of all ailments. No sooner had the announcement been made than a shaft of golden light descended, enveloping Li Lianhua. Initially, he felt a gentle warmth, akin to the sun's rays on a winter's day. Gradually, this warmth intensified, coursing through his limbs and invigorating his being. Simultaneously, the afflictions that had plagued him for years melted away like snow in the sun, vanishing without a trace. When the golden glow dissipated, Li Lianhua opened his eyes to find his once pale visage now radiant with health, his gaze alight with vitality. Fang Duobing and Yao Emo witnessed this miraculous transformation firsthand. As the golden light faded, Yao Emo hurriedly approached Li Lianhua, eager to check his pulse. Li Lianhua remained composed, offering no resistance, yet Yao Emo's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers trembling as they rested on Li Lianhua's wrist. Initially, Fang Duobing assumed Li Lianhua's restored color indicated his well-being, but seeing Yao Emo's troubled expression, he anxiously inquired, what is it, is my master all right? Yao Emo, seemingly oblivious to Fang Duobing's concern, remained fixated, murmuring in disbelief, how can this be? How can this be? Fang Duobing, growing frantic, grasped Yao Emo's arm, pleading, what is wrong, speak. Only then did Yao Emo snap back to reality, looking at Fang Duobing with a complex expression, his voice laden with incredulity, Master Li. He is well. Well. Fang Duobing blinked in surprise, then quickly grasped the implication, joyfully exclaiming, are you saying my master is truly well? Completely unharmed? Indeed. Yao Emo nodded vigorously, still reeling from shock. Master Li has truly recovered, he is entirely unscathed. In my decades of practice, I have never witnessed such a miraculous event. Fang Duobing's elation nearly propelled him into the air. Glancing between Li Lianhua and Yao Emo, he innocently queried, isn't this wonderful? Why the furrowed brow? My master is well, you should be rejoicing. Yet Yao Mo remained troubled, shaking his head in disbelief, murmuring, but he was just spitting blood moments ago, and now he is healed. This is simply unheard of. Fang Duobing, lacking the art of deception, found himself at a loss to elucidate Li Lianhua's sudden recovery to Yao Mo. After all, Yao Mo could not perceive the celestial screen, and the truth would be met with skepticism. Scratching his head, Fang Duobing stammered for a time but could not articulate a coherent explanation. In contrast, Li Lianhua, unfazed, dusted off his sleeves and calmly remarked, "Regardless, since I am now well, you may take your leave. Your lord shall harbor no objections. Were there any, he would likely come to confront me directly." Yao Mo and Di Feixing, observing this, immediately turned to depart for the Lotus Pavilion. Using his likeness skill, Di Feixing swiftly covered considerable distance, yet after traversing several miles, he abruptly halted. Li Shangyi had regained his strength, but he had not. If he returned now, defeat was certain. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to adhere to the original plan to seek out Guanyin. Chapter 106. The viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. As the celestial curtain drew to a close, Han Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief. The viewing had finally come to an end. Simultaneously, the streaming system, which had been hovering nearby, began to flicker subtly, seemingly preparing to depart. Little 9, I must take my leave. Very well, Little Z, thank you for your hard work. Until next time. The streaming system smiled, its luminescence intensifying before swiftly contracting, ultimately transforming into a beam of white light that vanished from sight. Han Yi watched the streaming system depart until the last glimmer of white light faded away, at which point he redirected his gaze, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of his task rewards and why they had yet to be dispensed. Was it possible that the system had absconded with his rewards? Before he could voice his questions, the system chimed in with an announcement. Ding, you have a new task order, please accept. Han Yi was taken aback. System, you haven't contracted a virus, have you? He asked tentatively. The system's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. Oh, I'm not malfunctioning, this is something I recently learned. Han Yi, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Please refrain from learning everything indiscriminately. It will only lead to trouble. The system appeared even more bewildered. Have you assigned me a new task? No, it's an additional task. The system hastily clarified. Before Han Yi could fully grasp the meaning of an additional task, the system rushed to explain the entire situation. It's like this: our act of projecting the celestial curtain has caused a certain degree of deviation in the original timeline of the small world. That small world holds us accountable, thus requiring us to undertake repairs. The system's tone conveyed a hint of guilt. Han Yi couldn't help but interject, "Isn't it strange if the timeline doesn't deviate?" The system automatically disregarded Han Yi's retort and continued, "The small world wishes for us to guide the development of the plot, ensuring that those who were originally meant to survive can do so in this new narrative." Han Yi posed a question: why was there no such additional task in the previous world? The system responded, because in the previous world, the plot had yet to commence, allowing it to directly pursue a new timeline. However, in this world, the plot is already underway. Accepting this explanation, Han Yi then inquired, how do I enter that small world? The system replied, we can deploy the shells retrieved from the previous world into this small world. Han Yi nodded. Alright, can I choose the deployment location? Indeed, the system affirmed. Then please deploy me near the Lonely Blade. Han Yi ultimately made his decision. Understood. Host. Once everything settled, Li Lianhua found himself with an additional cousin and an incessantly pestering Di Feixing who was keen to spar with him. Jiao Liqiao incessantly trailed behind Li Lianhua, calling out cousin, cousin. Without pause, while Di Feixing, as expected, was relentless in his pursuit of sparring with Li Lianhua, claiming he wanted to assess Li Shangyi's recovery. Li Lianhua, exasperated by the antics of these two lively companions, found himself unable to shake them off and ultimately decided to take them along on his maritime voyage. On board the ship, Fang Duobing and Di Feixing remained at odds, engaging in daily quarrels, while Jiao Liqiao, reveling in the chaos, took sides. The three of them together created a ruckus that surpassed even the most lively of performances. With your meager skills, I can hardly fathom how Li Shangyi took you on as a disciple. Di Feixing scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Fang Duobing, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A meager skill, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of this so-called meager skill, Fang Duobing retorted defiantly, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to confront Di Feixing. Li Lianhua, initially pondering who might be orchestrating their path, and whether the doctor who treated Lu Rujing's eyes might indeed be a certain Wang Gongzi from this world, was abruptly drawn back to reality upon witnessing Fang Duobing and Di Feixing poised to clash once more. He sighed resignedly as he approached to separate the two. Must you both continue this ruckus? We are on a ship, can you not behave yourselves? Li Lianhua rubbed his temples, feeling an intensifying headache. If you won't fight me, then Li Shangyi, you can spar with me instead. Di Feixing pointed accusingly at Fang Duobing, directing his words toward Li Lianhua. Master, look at him, Fang Duobing complained, his face flushed with indignation. What is wrong with the esteemed one? He merely wishes to spar. Cousin, why not fight with the esteemed one? Jiao Liqiao chimed in supportively. Li Lianhua, overwhelmed, sighed deeply. It's all your fault. Even my master is sighing. What is there to sigh about? Let us just have a sparring match. Cousin, how about? Across the surface of the sea, ships sailed in unison toward a common destination, their white sails resembling scattered feathers against the azure sky, gliding forward with the wind and waves. The cacophony aboard gradually faded, swept away by the sea breeze, leaving behind only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the hull and the distant calls of seabirds. Chapter 107. The heavenly dragons ate parts upon the lofty heights of Tianshan, where snow persists throughout the year. A dazzling expanse of white greets the eye. The resplendent sunlight reflects off the snow-covered ground, refracting an even more blinding radiance, causing Han Yi to feel as though he were immersed in a vast, white oblivion. Clad in a flowing white robe, he nearly merges with the surrounding snowy landscape. A piercing cold wind sweeps through, rustling his garments as if attempting to draw him deeper into the boundless snowfield. Han Yi squints slightly, striving to discern the path ahead, yet the glaring reflection of the snow renders visibility nearly impossible. He is left to rely on his instincts, laboriously distinguishing the direction towards the Lingzhou Palace of Tianshan. Had he known better, he would not have donned white attire, Han Yi privately lamented. Although the outfit exudes grace and elegance, it has become a burden in such an environment. Taking a deep breath, he endeavors to quell the impulse to seize the system from his mind and give it a thorough thrashing. He had initially believed that with the golden identity card possessing sentience, he could assume a role of leisurely relishing the beauty of this world without the need for hands-on involvement as before. Yet, to his dismay, this world still demands his active participation, leaving him feeling utterly helpless and even questioning the meaning of life. Fortunately, the tasks within this world are relatively straightforward, Han Yi silently reassured himself. Just then, the system exacerbated his frustration. "Oh, host, you truly are a diligent and hands-on individual." The word diligent was emphasized in an exaggerated tone, causing veins to throb at Han Yi's temples. Good heavens, how dare you utter such a statement? Just as he prepared to employ his lightness skill and gather his energy, the system's unexpected comment startled him, nearly causing his internal energy to falter and his footing to waver, almost plunging him face-first into the snow. He quickly steadied himself, recentering his focus to ensure a safe landing and to avoid the fate of tumbling into the snow. Once stabilized, Han Yi retorted to the system, "Do you think I chose not to use the identity card out of desire? Have you even considered the identity card you drew this time?" The system replied, "What is wrong with it? It's of golden quality, the highest level, and it's male, perfectly aligning with the hostess requirements." Han Yi was nearly driven to laughter by the system's absurdity. "Then why don't you mention the age of the identity card, host? That can only mean your expectations are too lofty," the system countered. Upon hearing this, Han Yi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses upon the system. After painstakingly following the system's map to discover the correct path, Han Yi finally halted his steps. Before him stood a towering peak, its summit perpetually cloaked in snow, reflecting a striking brilliance under the sun's rays. Surrounding the mountain, clouds and mist swirled, creating an ethereal ambience. Han Yi gazed upward, where a few ancient and elegant structures could be faintly discerned atop the cliff. This must be the Piaomiao Peak, he mused inwardly. However, just as Han Yi prepared to advance, two young women dressed in pale yellow skirts emerged from the nearby woods, blocking his way. One was vivacious and lively, while the other exuded a calm and steady demeanor. Though young, both bore an air of confidence that suggested they were skilled practitioners. "Stop right there." The more spirited of the two stepped forward and spoke in a clear, ringing voice, "This is the Piaomiao Peak of Tianshan. Without the permission of Tong Lao, entry is forbidden." Han Yi halted, his expression composed as he cupped his hands in salute and produced a letter from within his robe, presenting it to the two women. "I am Han Yi, sent here by someone to pay my respects to Tong Lao. I kindly request that you convey this letter." The two women exchanged glances, and one of them reached out to accept the letter, scrutinizing it closely. After confirming its authenticity, she spoke, "Please wait here, I shall go inform Tong Lao." With that, she tucked the letter away, lightly leaping into the air, her figure swiftly vanishing up the mountain path. Han Yi watched her silhouette disappear into the misty embrace of the mountain before withdrawing his gaze and patiently awaiting her return. The cold wind atop Piaomiao Peak was biting, stinging his cheeks, yet Han Yi stood resolutely, seemingly impervious to the chill. After a time that felt like the burning of a joss stick, the messenger returned, addressing him, "Tong Lao requests your presence, please follow me." Han Yi nodded, trailing behind the young woman as they ascended the mountain path towards the Lingzhou Palace at the pinnacle. Not long after, they encountered a massive rock inscribed with the words Broken Soul Cliff. Continuing onward, they traversed the treacherous abyss of missteps before finally arriving at the bridge to heaven. Though it was referred to as a bridge, it was merely a chain linking the cliffs on either side of the abyss. After crossing the bridge to heaven, they followed a narrow path upward, and in less than half an hour, they reached the summit of Piaomiao Peak. After walking a bit further, they finally arrived before a magnificent palace built into the mountainside. The palace exuded an imposing grandeur, with flying eaves and intricately carved beams, emanating an aura of solemnity and majesty. Han Yi followed the young woman into the grand hall, where he beheld an 8 or 9-year-old girl seated regally upon a high seat. Despite her tender years, she radiated an aura of authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. "I am Han Yi, here to pay my respects to the Tianshan Tong Lao," he declared respectfully, bowing deeply. "Raise your head so that Tong Lao may see you clearly," she commanded. Han Yi complied, allowing Tong Lao to scrutinize him, and before long, Tong Lao spoke again, "Quite a handsome lad, and your martial arts appear commendable. In that case, descend the mountain and retrieve the 7 treasure ring. Thereafter, you shall become the leader of the Xiaoyao sect." Han Yi grew increasingly perplexed, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Why must I procure the 7 treasure ring? Wasn't my task to acquire a copy of the Xiaoyao sect's texts to ensure the continuity of its teachings?" "Do you harbor doubts?" Tong Lao inquired. Junior is somewhat confused. "What does it mean to obtain the 7 treasure ring and become the leader of the Xiaoyao sect? Weren't you a disciple accepted by the master?" Tong Lao queried, puzzled. Han Yi sensed a misunderstanding and attempted to clarify, "Is there not some sort of mix-up? Didn't the master teach you the Biming divine skill and send you here?" "While I did learn the Biming divine skill from my master, he is not the Xiaoyaozi. Moreover, only the leader of the Xiaoyao sect can learn the Biming divine skill. The letter explicitly states that the 7 treasure ring is to be given to you." "Then doesn't that make you the newly appointed leader by the master, little palace master? It is time for your martial arts training," Mei Jin called, as she routinely sought out Han Yi. "Alright," Han Yi sighed inwardly. Since that day when Tong Lao declared him the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect, coupled with the letter as proof, the people of Lingzhou Palace had taken to calling him the little palace master. Due to his sole proficiency in the Biming divine skill, Tong Lao felt that sending him out would bring disgrace to the Xiaoyao sect. Thus, she began to teach him other martial arts, as well as various skills such as astrology, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She did not expect him to master them all, but he ought to possess at least one or two skills of merit. Thus, amidst the system's laughter, he embarked on a daily journey of remedial study. Once again following Mei Jian to the garden, they moved aside a rockery and entered a secret passage. Mei Jian held a torch aloft as she led the way, deftly activating hidden mechanisms to prevent any concealed traps or poisons from being triggered. The passage was winding and treacherous, spiraling downward. After following Mei Jian for over 2 li, she finally pushed aside a rock on the left side, respectfully stepping aside to let Han Yi enter. Since his first inquiry as to why Mei Jian did not join him, he had ceased to press the matter, for she dared not defy Tong Lao's orders. Upon entering the stone chamber, the walls were polished to a smooth sheen, adorned with countless circles of 2 feet in diameter, each inscribed with various patterns, some depicting figures, others animals, and still others comprised of symbols and markings. Each circle bore a number Jai-er, E-er, and upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be roughly 800 or 900 in total. What he now observed was Jia-Qi, the 6 young hands of Tianshan. Chapter 108 The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 2 Thus, each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Han Yi commenced a new day of martial arts training. Seated cross-legged upon the frigid stone platform, he focused intently on the illustrations etched into the rock face, practicing each movement with precision. The Tianshan 6 Yan palm, embodying utmost vigor, the enigmatic life and death talisman, and the exquisitely intricate Tianshan plucking plum hand, all these martial arts were profound and expansive, captivating Han Yi's every thought. At times, he would enter a state of deep concentration, attuning himself to the flow of internal energy. At other moments, he would sweat profusely, executing the techniques with an effortless grace. Whenever he encountered perplexing aspects, the Tianshan old lady would personally offer her guidance, elucidating his doubts with clarity that illuminated his understanding. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Han Yi's martial prowess had advanced by leaps and bounds, granting him a deeper comprehension of the Xianyao sect's teachings. On a day when the sky was clear and the gentle breeze was soothing, the Tianshan old lady, fully recovered, found her spirits buoyant, mirroring the splendid weather. Strolling through the garden, she was struck by the vibrant scene before her and was suddenly seized by the thought. It was time to seek out Weiyazi. She intended to use Han Yi as an excuse to descend the mountain in search of Weiyazi, confident that with her master's letter as proof, she would not face disbelief. However, before she could put her plan into action, Yupa arrived with alarming news, announcing that Ding Chuanxiu, that nefarious wretch, had audaciously attacked Weiyazi. Upon hearing this news, the old lady was consumed by fury, exclaiming, Li Qiushui, that shameless harlot. Can she not even manage her own dog? Infuriated to the point of trembling, she longed to descend the mountain immediately and rend Ding Chuanxiu into pieces, yet, being a seasoned veteran of the world, her anger eventually subsided into a semblance of composure. She cast a meaningful glance at Yupa and instructed, Go, summon the young palace master. Once Yupa had departed to carry out her command, the old lady turned her gaze to the empty space, as if organizing her thoughts. Moments later, Han Yi arrived, following Yupa, and the old lady informed him of Ding Chuanxiu's vile deeds, stating, Junior brother, as the next leader of the Xianyao sect, it is only fitting that you bear the responsibility of purging our ranks. What? A new task has emerged? After bidding farewell to the old lady, Han Yi embarked on the descent with the weighty duty of cleansing their sect resting upon his shoulders. The Qiaomiao peak towered majestically into the sky, shrouded in clouds that lent it an ethereal quality. The path down the mountain twisted and turned, flanked by dense woods that obscured the sun, with the occasional chirping of birds echoing through the tranquil expanse. Han Yi proceeded with utmost caution, vigilant against any unforeseen perils that might arise. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed persistently in his mind, urging him to adopt a disguise. System host, you will inevitably have to don a disguise. It is better to confront the pain swiftly than to prolong it. The sooner, the better. Han Yi found himself exasperated by the system's insistence and could not help but retort, given the dangers of this world, how can you bear to let a mere child wander outside? What are your intentions? Are you even a legitimate system? I shall report your employment of child labor. Despite his vocal grievances, Han Yi understood that adopting a disguise was an eventuality. He merely sought to delay the inevitable. He feigned reluctance, as if swayed by the system's relentless persuasion, ultimately yielding with a sense of resignation. Summoning the system interface, he gazed at the 3 golden identity cards displayed before him, ultimately selecting the first one, an unassuming little black child, choosing to assume that persona. Chapter 109 of the Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 3 As night descended, shrouded in darkness without stars or moonlight, the forest lay enveloped in an inky blackness, pierced only by the howling wind that swept through the treetops. Along the mountain path, several lifeless bodies lay strewn haphazardly, the ground stained crimson with blood, and the air thick with the pungent scent of carnage. A band of mountain bandits busily sorted through their plundered treasures, each face contorted with malice, revealing their nature as desperate outlaws. The second in command, bearing a cruel scar across his visage, barked in a gruff voice, Hurry up, gather all the valuables, we must vacate this cursed place post-haste. No sooner had he spoken than the previously clear night sky was suddenly cloaked by dark clouds, extinguishing the moonlight and plunging the woodland into profound obscurity. Following this, a series of chilling wolf howls echoed from afar, reverberating ominously throughout the valley, sending shivers down the spine. The second in command's expression shifted, and he muttered a curse under his breath, Damn it! Why must there be a pack of wolves lurking at this very moment? He scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance and commanded, Brothers, we must leave at once, we can linger no longer. As he turned to depart, he was abruptly confronted by a diminutive figure that had appeared on the path ahead, seemingly out of nowhere. The dim light rendered the child's features indistinct, revealing only a vague silhouette. A robust bandit, who typically prided himself on his fearlessness, found himself utterly petrified by this unexpected shadow, exclaiming in terror, "A ghost!" Before his words could fully escape his lips, the clouds parted, and a bright moon emerged, casting its silvery glow downwards, dispelling the darkness of the forest and illuminating the frail figure on the path. It appeared to be a child, emaciated and seemingly so fragile that a mere gust could topple him. Clad in a long robe of fine brocade, the once vibrant fabric was now tattered and stained with ominous splotches of blood, the origin of which was unknown, whether his own or that of another. Were it not for his disheveled appearance, one might have mistaken him for a lost young master from a noble family. With his head bowed, unkempt hair obscured his face, rendering his features invisible. Yet, his slender frame stood upright like a resilient sapling, emanating an inexplicable air of authority amidst the ferocious bandits. "Ah, so it turns out to be a mere whelp, and yet you've been frightened to such an extent," a scrawny bandit jeered, pointing at the burly man. Indeed, a full-grown man reduced to a coward by a child, how utterly laughable. The surrounding bandits joined in the mockery, their derisive laughter echoing through the night. The towering bandit, now crimson with embarrassment, wished fervently for a chasm to swallow him whole. Feeling humiliated, he bellowed, "Damn it, where did this little brat come from? Has he a death wish?" With that, he brandished his large blade and charged toward the child in a fit of rage. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. The child evaded the strike with an astonishing swiftness and agility. Before the man could react, the child lunged at him like a ferocious beast. The slight figure leapt high, tracing a sharp arc in the air, and in the blink of an eye, his hand had seized the man's throat. The bandit barely had time to emit a sound of anguish before the child hurled him away as if he were a mere ragdoll, sending him crashing to the ground several meters away with a resounding thud. The surrounding bandits were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit a whole egg inside. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the only sound being the wind whistling through the trees. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The child's form appeared like a wraith, flitting unpredictably, and in an instant, he was before them, as if guided by some supernatural force. It was then that the bandits recognized something was amiss. The child's eyes were vacant, devoid of life, his face darkened as if smeared with ink, and the exposed skin through the tattered clothing bore an eerie hue, reminiscent of a deeply poisoned being. The foremost bandit, witnessing the child about to strike, felt an alarm resonate within, longing to evade, yet discovered his body weighed down as if leaden, utterly immobilized. In that critical moment, a figure darted past like a whispering breeze, moving with lightning speed to grasp the child's wrist, executing the motion with fluid elegance. The newcomer then pivoted, pulling the child behind him, while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to the nearest bandit. The strike was both swift and fierce, landing squarely on the bandit's chest, sending him crashing into his comrades behind him. Following this, the newcomer paid no further heed to the bandits, instead deftly pressing a finger against the child's nape. The child emitted a soft groan, his body slackening as he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing gently into the stranger's embrace. The rescuer cradled the child with utmost care and turned to leave, only to be confronted by a bandit who struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his chest and pointing accusingly, "Who dares meddle in our affairs, you pale-faced scoundrel?" "Host, he refers to you as a pale-faced scoundrel," the system's voice chimed in. "Han Xiaobai, I can hear you," came the reply. Nearby, several corpses lay scattered, the ground soaked in blood, resembling a gruesome tableau of a hellish battleground. The bandits before him still clutched their bloodied blades, having evidently just committed murder. "Was it you who did this? And if so, what of it?" "Listen, kid, I advise you to mind your own business. We merely sought to acquire some wealth, and who could have known those individuals would prove so easily dispatched?" Another bandit chimed in, his tone dismissive. Having gleaned the answers he sought, Han Yi ceased his verbosity, a glint of steely resolve flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he transformed into a specter, appearing before the bandits with incredible speed, deftly sealing their acupoints to render them immobile. He then produced a finely crafted signal arrow from his robes, pulling the trigger sharply. A piercing whistle shattered the silence of the forest, echoing through the valley. Before long, several crimson figures dashed forth like lightning from the distance, gracefully alighting before Han Yi. It was the subordinates of the Spirit Vulture Palace, alerted by the commotion. "Greetings, young master," they intoned respectfully, bowing before him. Han Yi inclined his head slightly and gestured toward the immobilized bandits, instructing, "Escort these nefarious rogues to the nearest town magistrate for judgment." "Yes." With that, Han Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cast one last glance at the horrifying scene before him, letting out a gentle sigh. Then, with a light spring of his toes, he transformed into a mere shadow, carrying the child away from this perilous place. Chapter 110 of the Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 4. Upon returning to the inn, Han Yi gently placed the child onto the bed. Watching as the strange dark aura on the child's face gradually dissipated, he let out a soft sigh and pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. He silently rejoiced at his timely arrival, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Reflecting on the series of encounters he had faced on this journey, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Initially, he intended to use a doppelganger to assume a new identity, deploying it in close proximity. However, the system, that unreliable entity, had instead chosen a vertical nearby location. Glancing at the map revealed a distance of merely 5 meters, yet in reality, he found himself at the bottom of a cliff. Reluctantly, he had to take a lengthy detour along the mountain path to reach the cliff's base. Upon arrival, he discovered that his doppelganger had stumbled into the forest alone and had encountered a pack of wolves, which heightened his anxiety. To make matters worse, during the struggle with the wolves, the doppelganger succumbed to poison. Though it ultimately vanquished the entire pack, its own lethality surged uncontrollably. Shortly thereafter, he encountered a band of mountain bandits. Had he not acted swiftly, the situation could have escalated to a fatal confrontation. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a movement from the small figure on the bed. The child was awakening. A sense of awkwardness washed over him, as he contemplated how in his previous life, he would only observe his identities from a distance. Now, he found himself embodying an identity while closely observing his own essence, a rather peculiar sensation. The child fluttered his eyelashes a few times before gradually opening his clear eyes, revealing a hint of confusion from his recent slumber. His gaze wandered, seemingly assessing his surroundings. Observing the child's bewildered expression, Han Yi felt an impulse to tease him. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and affected a deep tone, saying, "Little one, you are finally awake?" The child indeed flinched at his voice, shrinking slightly, his eyes brimming with caution and unease. Suppressing a chuckle, Han Yi continued, "I must inform you that I spent 1,000 taels to rescue you from the clutches of the flower-picking scoundrel." Before he could finish, he noticed the child's confusion dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of joy and gratitude. The child struggled to sit up but, weakened, fell back down helplessly. Han Yi quickly extended a hand to support him, allowing him to lean against the headboard. Realizing the identity of his benefactor, the child's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he gazed at Han Yi, silently thanking him for saving him once more. Han Yi was momentarily taken aback by the child's address, instinctively wanting to consult the system. "System, what is happening? Why does he call me benefactor?" "Host, this is part of the background setting between the identity and the host. In this setting, you saved him," the system explained. "Background setting? What setting?" Han Yi was increasingly perplexed, unable to recall such a detail. "It is inscribed on the identity card," the system replied, its tone tinged with a hint of exasperation, as if to imply that he should not have forgotten such a detail. "Where is it written? I do not recall seeing that." Han Yi strained to remember his previous examination of the identity card, but could not recall any description pertaining to this setting. It is widely known in the martial world that the Imo family castle was completely slaughtered by Gong Yiling overnight, save for the castle lord who sought medicine to the north and the Imo family young lady whose whereabouts are unknown. However, the young lord was rescued by an individual, the system patiently elucidated. Han Yi fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "I am that person?" "Indeed, host. You who could possibly deduce that I was that individual?" Han Yi could not help but scoff at the system's overly vague hints. "Why is it impossible to discern?" "Are you not human, host?" the system queried, laced with confusion. Han Yi took a deep breath and decisively blacklisted the system for 3 minutes. Regaining his composure, he turned his attention back to the child, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Delicate features graced his pale visage, evidently still frail. Feeling a surge of compassion at the child's weakness, Han Yi reached out to gently stroke his head, speaking softly, "It is getting late, and I wonder if you are hungry? I have called for hot water. We shall have something to eat, take your medicine, and then rest." The child nodded, his large eyes fixed on him, radiating obedience. Han Yi hesitated, his gaze lingering on the child, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had intended to ask if the child remembered him but reconsidered, realizing that such a query might evoke painful memories. Instead, he opted for a more tentative approach, asking, "Do you know my name?" Without hesitation, the child nodded, his voice clear yet tinged with weakness, betraying his gratitude towards Han Yi. "I know, benefactor said so. Benefactor's name is Han Yi." The child's voice was melodious and refreshing, akin to a mountain spring, yet each utterance of benefactor left Han Yi feeling slightly exasperated. He sighed gently, extending his finger to caress the child's hair, speaking tenderly, "You need not call me benefactor, simply refer to me as brother." Pausing, he regarded the child with warmth before tentatively asking, "By the way, may I call you a you?" The child blinked, his long eyelashes fluttering as if in contemplation. A hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes, but ultimately, he obediently nodded in acceptance of Han Yi's suggestion. At that moment, a light, lively footstep approached from afar, halting at the door, followed by the respectful voice of the innkeeper's attendant. "Guest, the items you requested are ready." Han Yi turned at the sound, responding cheerfully, "Bring them in." As soon as he spoke, the door was gently pushed open, and several attendants entered in an orderly manner, their movements indicating they had undergone specialized training. The lead attendant carried a steaming wooden tub, a snow-white towel draped over its rim, and a faint herbal aroma wafted through the air. Following closely were 2 other attendants, one with a steaming water bucket, and the other with a tray bearing a neatly stacked set of children's clothing and a bowl of steaming clear noodle soup. The room was instantly enveloped in a warm atmosphere, dispelling the chill of early spring. The attendants carefully placed the hot water tub and clothing in the center of the room, then set the bowl of soup on the low table beside the bed, before respectfully addressing Han Yi, "Please enjoy your meal, esteemed guest." Han Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The attendants, recognizing his response, bowed and exited quietly, gently closing the door without making a sound. Chapter 111 of the Heavenly Dragon and the 8 Parts 5 Steam gently wafted from the bath, filling the room with a hazy mist, the faint aroma of herbs mingling with the warm atmosphere, creating a sense of tranquility. Han Yi carefully rolled up his sleeves and tested the water temperature with his hand, ensuring it was not too hot before shifting his gaze to Mou, who lay on the bed. Although the injuries on Mou's body had been superficially tended to, Han Yi decided to first cleanse his skin with a warm towel to prevent infection. He delicately unfastened the clothing covering Mou, revealing the child's frail form, marred by numerous wounds of varying severity, a sight that was truly harrowing. With gentle hands, Han Yi dipped the towel in warm water, meticulously wiping the injuries on Mou's body, fearful of causing him pain. As he worked, he observed Mou's expression and noticed his brow furrowed slightly, suggesting discomfort. He softened his touch and inquired in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Mou shook his head and replied softly, "No, it doesn't hurt, thank you, benefactor." At this, Han Yi let out a slight sigh and gently responded, "I have told you not to call me benefactor. Just call me brother. After a moment's hesitation, Mou obediently nodded. Thank you, brother. Once he had cleansed Mou of the dirt and blood, Han Yi dressed him in a set of clean clothes. Completing these tasks, he moved a low table beside Mou's bed and placed a steaming bowl of noodles before him, softly saying, "Here, have something to eat." As Mou gazed at the fragrant noodles, his stomach let out an involuntary rumble. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he cast a glance at Han Yi before picking up the bowl and eating slowly. Observing Mou devour his meal with fervor, Han Yi's face broke into a contented smile. After Mou finished the noodles, Han Yi poured him a glass of warm water and gently asked, "Are you full? Would you like to eat more?" Mou shook his head, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and quietly replied, "Thank you, brother. I am full." "That is good," Han Yi said, tidying up the bowl and chopsticks and placing them aside. "It's getting late, you should rest early." Mou nodded and obediently lay down. "Is it okay to sleep alone? Do you want to stay with me?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Mou's eyes. Han Yi, noticing, rephrased, "Then I will stay here until you fall asleep before leaving." "Sleep now, do not be afraid, I am here." Only then did Mou feel at ease and close his eyes. Han Yi sat by the bed, quietly watching Mou's sleeping face. The child's breathing was steady, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his eyelids, his face bearing a hint of sickly pallor that could not disguise the delicate features of his brows. As he gazed at Mou's peaceful slumber, Han Yi felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment arise within him, almost leading him to believe he was quite well behaved himself. He could not help but boast to the system, "I am truly well behaved." "Host, is it not possible that it is the identity card that is well behaved, rather than you?" the system reminded him, attempting to pull its host from his self-indulgence. "Mou is well behaved. The identity card I portray is well behaved, this logic is entirely sound." Han Yi adamantly rebutted, deliberately ignoring the mention of the identity card, as if this could convince himself. The system sighed in resignation, deciding to cease its argument, as long as the host is happy. As if suddenly struck by a thought, the system then inquired, "Host, perhaps you should also portray the other two identity cards?" "Now." "Indeed," the system patiently explained, "you are currently the young master of Lingzhou Palace and the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect, taking 3 children back with you, which could also be said to be disciples picked up from outside." Han Yi pondered this carefully and found some merit in the system's suggestion, but he reminded, "I still have the task of clearing my sect to attend to. Can you help me locate Ding Chuanxiu's whereabouts?" "Host, why would you think I could locate Ding Chuanxiu's position?" the system questioned in confusion, as if it had heard something utterly incredible. "Are you saying that while we are on a mission in this small world, you have no means to locate Ding Chuanxiu?" Han Yi asked incredulously. "If the host is willing to spend points, you are so useless. Other systems can do this." Han Yi retorted without mercy, his tone laced with disdain. "I actually do not care too much about where he is now." Han Yi paused, his tone becoming casual. "Anyway, Ding Chuanxiu will go to the Starry Sea. I can just go there directly." The system mercilessly exposed, being stingy does not require excuses. Han Yi shot back defiantly, being useless does not require excuses either. The system Han Yi, and thus, the system and Han Yi mutually blocked each other for 3 minutes in perfect understanding. Chapter 112 of the Heavenly Dragon 8 Part 6. If, prior to simultaneously assuming 3 identities, Han Yi still felt a certain ease and even experienced a delusional sense of self-satisfaction due to his flawless performance, now he merely wished to package these 3 troublesome identities akin to unruly children and dispatch them away, while simultaneously delivering a solid punch to his past self from days ago. Why did he allow himself to be ensnared by the system's deceptive words into portraying 3 identities at once? Why did he invite such unnecessary troubles upon himself? Had he foreseen the current chaotic predicament, he would have resolutely declined from the outset. The system wholeheartedly concurred. "Host, have you finally come to this realization? You had previously been ensnared in a delusion of self-satisfaction, but in truth, it is merely your identity cards that are obedient, not you." Han Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, too fatigued to respond to the system's taunts. The system continued its incessant chatter. "Moreover, host, the current situation is that your identity cards are no longer obedient." Han Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to format the system. He was mistaken, truly mistaken. He should never have heeded the system's insidious words to juggle 3 identities at once. Not only did he need to embody Mou, who bore the burden of 2 distinct internal energies and 2 types of toxins that could not easily disrupt their balance, but he also had to portray the exuberant little tyrant, Tang Wulu, along with the taciturn and territorial Fei, who had just emerged from the mountains. Each of these 3 identities bore a distinct personality, demanding substantial time and energy for him to comprehend and enact convincingly. Particularly, since assuming the identity of Tang Wulu, he felt as though he had been transformed into a more exuberant version of himself, akin to flipping a peculiar switch that urged him to leap about and stir up mischief. Strangely, upon embodying Tang Wulu, he found himself at odds with Mou, who reciprocated the sentiment. These 2 youngsters were inexplicably adversarial, seemingly destined rivals from the very beginning. As Han Yi pondered this, his gaze shifted to the pair engaged in flower picking. "Tang Wulu, steady your hands, do not let the basket fall." Mou's temper, having been nurtured over several days, flared up, and she shoved the flower basket toward Tang Wulu. "Then you do it." "I will do it," Tang Wulu exclaimed as he seized the basket and dashed away. Han Yi observed this scene and sighed inwardly, feeling as though he were inching closer to a state of mental fragmentation. He redirected his gaze to Fei, who was frowning as he practiced his writing, feeling a slight comfort in the boy's steadiness. Thankfully, a Fei remains well behaved. After enduring several days of chaos, Han Yi contemplated devising a strategy to manage these spirited youngsters. The current disorder could not persist. A Fei was indeed a model of tranquility, quietly mastering his letters and even seeking out Han Yi to practice swordplay, truly the most manageable of the three identities. As for Tang Wulu, being from the Tang sect, it seemed fitting to teach him the arts of medicine and poison. As for concealed weapons, that could wait, as it was not his forte. Regarding Mou, the child's health was too frail. He needed to be nurtured back to wellness with medicinal baths. However, his current finances were rather strained. Where would he procure precious medicinal materials? But that mattered little, for Lingjiu Palace was affluent and should not lack such provisions. Yet, the first step of his new plan quickly faltered when a Fei, staring at the paper and brush before him, furrowed his brow even tighter. He shook his head vigorously and stated, enunciating each word in need, it. Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp a Fei's meaning. What, are you saying that once you learn to write your mother's name and your own, you no longer need to continue your studies? A Fei nodded, adding, also, yours. It dawned on Han Yi that a Fei believed he had mastered the writing of their names and thus considered further learning unnecessary. He was both amused and exasperated, patiently explaining to a Fei, but what will you do when you need to write a letter? You cannot simply write names every time, can you? After a moment of contemplation, a Fei produced two neatly folded sheets of paper from his pocket and handed them to Han Yi. Curious, Han Yi accepted the papers and discovered that one bore the character good, while the other read bad. Han Yi System Chapter 113 of Demigods and Semi-Devils 7. After much effort in persuading a Fei to resume his earnest practice of calligraphy, Han Yi felt a slight relaxation of his previously taut nerves, quietly reflecting. Although the initial phase of the plan had not unfolded as smoothly as anticipated, it was unlikely that subsequent stages would follow suit. With this thought in mind, Han Yi resolved to swiftly implement the second phase of his plan, primarily aimed at finding some engaging tasks for the exuberantly spirited and perpetually restless Tang Wulu. He hastened through the lengthy corridor, intending to take a shortcut across the garden to reach Tang Wuli's chamber. However, just as he stepped into the garden, his keen hearing detected a subtle yet distinct sound, a click. This sound was faint, yet it resonated through his senses like a taut string, pulling at his very nerves. Almost instinctively, he sprang lightly from his toes, soaring gracefully into the air and landing firmly atop the garden's roof. At the very spot where he had stood moments before, a series of glimmering poison needles shot up from the ground, akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, silent yet lethal. With a whoosh, the needles pierced the air, embedding themselves deeply into a nearby wall. Several innocent flowers and plants, grazed by the needles, withered instantly, dissolving into a puddle of black liquid. Han Yi cast his gaze downward at the nearly fatal projectiles, falling into a contemplative silence. Within the confines of Lingjiu Palace, the only individual audacious enough to strike at him, the young lord of the palace, was none other than Tang Wulu. Observing the unfolding situation, the system, having arrived at the same conclusion, erupted into raucous laughter. Unable to endure this any longer, Han Yi decisively blocked the system for 3 minutes. Yet, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed once more. This time, Han Yi was prepared. He tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading a concealed arrow that had been launched from the direction of the artificial hill. The arrow zipped past his ear, stirring a gentle breeze that even flirted with a few strands of hair on his forehead. Frowning deeply, Han Yi swiftly drew the folding fan from his waist, snapping it open with a flourish, and cast a vigilant gaze toward the hill, his voice cold as he commanded, "Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Show yourself!" At that moment, Tang Wulu was hiding behind the artificial hill, a delicate concealed arrow in hand, clearly the source of the earlier shot. Upon being discovered, Tang Wulu nonchalantly emerged from behind the hill, casually toying with the arrow while wearing a sly smile, his tone dripping with self-justification. "My father once said, the world is fraught with dangers. One must always be on guard when venturing outside." He paused, his mischievous gaze fixed on Han Yi, laced with a hint of provocation. "I merely feared that your skills might be insufficient to protect me in the future." As he spoke, he brandished the arrow toward Han Yi, as if to say, "See, I'm quite impressive, am I not? Did your father never teach you that concealed weapons should not be recklessly discharged?" Han Yi nearly burst into laughter at the audacity of this boy. He closed his fan, lightly tapping the ribs with his distinctly articulated fingers, producing a crisp sound. In the next instant, he lightly pressed off the ground, his form as fierce as a hawk yet as weightless as a feather, leaping down to land firmly before Tang Wulu. Before Tang Wulu could comprehend the situation, he felt a gentle tap on his head, neither painful nor irritating, yet it stirred a flicker of annoyance within him. What if someone were harmed? Han Yi's tone was calm, yet laden with an undeniable severity. Tang Wulu rubbed his head, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "But you dodged it, didn't you? I didn't even hit you." He looked up, his large, glimmering eyes twinkling with mischief. Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the boy's innocent demeanor. He shot Tang Wulu a reproachful glare, fully aware of the boy's capricious nature, and decided against pursuing the matter further for the time being. "Enough of your dangerous antics. Come with me," Han Yi instructed, reaching out to grasp Tang Wulu. "Why should I follow you?" Tang Wulu waved his small hand dismissively, a proud expression on his face. "Because you currently cannot best me," Han Yi replied, his hand moving with lightning speed to seal Tang Wuli's acupoint. Before Tang Wulu had a chance to react, he found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as Han Yi lifted him up and strode away with purpose. "You'd better put me down. Otherwise, when I recover, you're finished." Tang Wulu shouted in exasperation. Han Yi, however, paid him no heed, carrying Tang Wulu toward his own courtyard. Chapter 114 of the Heavenly Dragon 8 Parts 8. After a considerable effort, Han Yi successfully captivated Tang Wulu with a small trinket gifted by the esteemed Wang, allowing him to settle down, albeit temporarily. Contemplating this, Han Yi rubbed his brow, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. After a brief respite, he turned to execute the final phase of his plan. The image of Mo's obedient demeanor crossed his mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. Yet, as he traversed the garden, a flicker of hesitation emerged. Surely, there would be no unforeseen complications this time. However, he quickly dispelled his concerns, for Ryu had always been sensible and obedient, and he trusted that there would be no mishaps. With this thought in mind, Han Yi quickened his pace towards Mo's chamber. Upon arriving outside Mo's room, Han Yi beheld the sight of Mo sitting gracefully by the window, delicate fingers gripping a brush, diligently practicing his calligraphy. The subtle sound of footsteps reached Mo's ears, causing his brush to pause momentarily. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, his dark, radiant eyes peering through the window to identify the visitor. Upon recognizing who it was, a brilliant smile resembling the sun blossomed on Mo's fair face, and his previously clear eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight, becoming even more enchanting. Joyfully, he called out, "Brother," and eagerly set down his brush, springing towards the door. Seeing this, Han Yi chuckled, "Slow down, I want to run away." "Brother, what brings you here?" Mo tilted his head upwards, gazing at Han Yi with a hint of playful affection in his tone. He gently ruffled Mo's hair and replied softly, "I came to see you. Are you practicing your writing?" "Yes, the characters you taught me, I practice every day," Mo answered dutifully. "Excellent, keep it up," Han Yi encouraged. "How are you feeling today? Is there any discomfort?" "I'm well, brother, you needn't worry." Mo shook his head, responding obediently. Han Yi scrutinized Mo's expression, reassured by his apparent well-being, and relaxed slightly. "That's good to hear," he nodded, speaking gently. "I'll have someone prepare the materials for a medicinal bath shortly to help you with your health." At the mention of the medicinal bath, a flicker of hesitation crossed Mo's previously cheerful face. Memories of recent days flooded his mind. Although the sisters of Lingzhou Palace were respectful and courteous, they often made him feel uncomfortable. That he lowered his gaze to his toes, a faint blush gracing his pale cheeks, and softly inquired, "Brother, may it just be the two of us during the bath?" Observing Mo's cautious demeanor, Han Yi instantly comprehended his concerns. Frankly, aside from him, the entirety of Lingzhou Palace was comprised of women who referred to themselves as maids. Among the three children, only Tang Wulu had adapted relatively well. The other two displayed some resistance towards the maid's advances. Han Yi understood their sentiments, for they were all boys, and being in an environment dominated by girls was inevitably uncomfortable. "Of course," Han Yi assured, offering Mo a reassuring glance. "Just the two of us." He affectionately tousled Mo's hair, akin to soothing a frightened creature. "Please wait here. I'll be right back." As Han Yi turned to exit the room, Mo's anxious heart gradually settled. He approached the window, gazing at the blooming flowers in the courtyard, and his spirits lifted like the bright spring sun. He knew his brother would keep his word, which brought him comfort and warmth. After leaving the room, Han Yi made his way directly to the pharmacy of Lingzhou Palace. In fact, he had already instructed the preparation of the necessary medicinal herbs prior to his arrival. True to its reputation, Lingzhou Palace boasted a rich reserve of rare medicinal materials, and soon, all required ingredients were gathered, each of superior quality, exuding a delicate fragrance. After meticulously inspecting the herbs and confirming everything was in order, Han Yi summoned a few members of the Xiantian sect to assist in transporting a wooden tub filled with hot water to Mo's room. Upon re-entering the chamber, Han Yi was greeted by a rather comical scene. Mo, resembling a startled fawn, darted about the room, his fair face tinged with a faint blush as he evaded the attempts of several Lingzhou Palace attendants who were eager to assist him with changing clothes. "Young master, please don't hide. Allow us to help you," one attendant from the Xiantian sect implored gently, holding clean garments. "Indeed, young master, your evasiveness makes it quite difficult for us," another woman chimed in with a smile. Hearing their words, Mo hesitated briefly, his steps faltering as uncertainty crossed his features. Yet, he quickly regained his resolve, shaking his head firmly, his voice as soft as a whisper but imbued with undeniable determination. "I can manage on my own." Though there were maidservants at home, their fervor was overwhelming, leaving him feeling quite out of sorts. At that moment, Mo noticed Han Yi standing by the door, seemingly observing the commotion. His eyes brightened, as if he had found a steadfast ally, and he cast a pleading glance towards Han Yi, his expression tinged with a mix of grievance and hope, softly calling out, "Brother." Realizing the situation, Han Yi cleared his throat lightly, signaling the overly enthusiastic attendants to retreat. "Ahem, you all may leave. I'll take care of this." The women exchanged glances, stifling giggles, and with courteous bows, they filed out of the room, ensuring to close the door behind them with consideration. Chapter 115 The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 9 The ethereal warmth rose in delicate wisps, forming a gossamer mist above the wooden tub. Han Yi extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the water's surface, warm currents cascading through the spaces between his fingers. He closed his eyes, gradually channeling his inner strength into the water, attuning himself to the condition of Mo within. Two distinctly different toxins entwined like serpents in a fierce embrace, gnawing at each other within his meridians, yet curiously maintaining a precarious equilibrium. The contrasting inner energies swayed like two fragile boats buffeted by a tempest, on the verge of capsizing yet resolutely holding their ground amidst the tumultuous waves. The room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the gentle rippling of water and the increasingly rhythmic breaths of Mo. Han Yi meticulously sensed the flow of each meridian within Mo's body, ensuring that this dangerous equilibrium remained unbroken. Gradually, the tension in his expression eased. Thankfully, all was under control. The medicinal liquid in the tub slowly diluted until it became crystal clear, signifying the complete efficacy of the treatment. Only then did Han Yi release a long sigh of relief. He carefully lifted the unconscious Mo from the tub, checking his pulse with great caution, confirming its stability before finally allowing himself to relax. Fortunately, despite the internal conflict of toxins and energies, the spark of life remained, indicating that his therapeutic approach was on the right track. Thus, Ah Fei spent his days under the sun, immersed in his books, grappling painfully with the convoluted characters, while Tang Wula was like a diligent bee, tirelessly immersed in a world of exotic flora and various concoctions, enthusiastically experimenting with his poisons. Han Yi would occasionally remind him to restrict his experiments to himself and to refrain from involving others from Lingzhou Palace. Although Tang Wula feigned indifference, he nonetheless took the admonition to heart. As for Mo, under Han Yi's attentive care, he underwent his medicinal baths punctually each day, soaking in the fragrant waters, feeling the pain within his body gradually dissipate. Days flowed by in a serene and orderly manner, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. On one such day, Tang Wula appeared with an oddly peculiar flower, its petals a bizarre shade of purple, exuding a faint fragrance that made Han Yi involuntarily sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he shook his head in resignation, well aware of Tang Wula's nature. This was surely the beginning of another round of experimentation with his poisons, and nonetheless, Tang Wula had been relatively composed during this period, but it was time to let him stretch his limbs after being cooped up in research all day. Thus, he casually remarked, "I intend to brew some wine, would you care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Wula's interest was piqued, though skepticism laced his words. "Can you really make it taste good?" Mo, who had been quietly listening, could no longer remain passive upon hearing Tang Wula's doubts about Han Yi. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide with determination, asserting, "Brother's wine will undoubtedly be delicious." "How can you be so sure? You've never tasted it. Perhaps it's not even as good as my poisons." Mo blared at Tang Wula, frustration evident on his flushed face, unable to articulate a retort. Han Yi observed the playful banter between the two and shook his head helplessly. These two lively spirits always enjoyed sparring verbally upon meeting. All right, do you both wish to join or not?" he interjected, halting the impending escalation of their friendly skirmish. "Let us go, who is afraid of whom?" Tang Wula replied with an air of disdain, though his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mo nodded in agreement, looking expectantly at Han Yi. Seeing their eagerness, Han Yi turned towards Ah Fei, who sat in the courtyard, engrossed in a book yet clearly distracted. Ah Fei, who had never been fond of reading, finding the dense text far more daunting than Tang Wula's poisons, immediately perked up at the mention of brewing wine. The thought of brewing meant no reading, something Ah Fei had long awaited. As Han Yi approached, he promptly set aside his book and adopted a serious, attentive demeanor. Before Han Yi could speak, Ah Fei eagerly nodded, expressing his strong desire to join their winemaking endeavor. Chapter 116 of the Heavenly Dragon 8 Parts 10. Having confirmed that all three were willing to accompany him, Han Yi set off from the Lingzhou Palace residence, accompanied by the exuberant Tang Wula and Mo, along with the ever-eager Ah Fei. They chatted and laughed along the way, ultimately reaching a hillside adorned with a profusion of wildflowers. The warm sunlight bathed the entire slope, while a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the delightful fragrance of flowers intermingled with the scent of fresh grass, invigorating the spirit. "This shall suffice," Han Yi remarked, surveying the surroundings with a satisfied nod. "What is so great about this place? There's not even a fruit tree in sight. How can we brew wine here?" Tang Wula retorted with a disdainful curl of his lip. "Today, we shall do something extraordinary. Brew wine from flowers," Han Yi declared. "Flowers?" Tang Wula and Mo echoed in unison, their faces alight with astonishment. "Indeed, flowers," Han Yi affirmed. "The vast array of blossoms here are treasures in their own right. The wine produced from them will not only be sweetly fragrant but may also possess beautifying properties." "Is that true?" The eyes of Tang Wula and Mo sparkled with excitement, particularly Tang Wula, who was most intrigued by such peculiar endeavors. Ah Fei, though silent, exhibited a glimmer of interest in his previously cool gaze. "Absolutely true," Han Yi replied with a smile. "When have I ever deceived you?" "Then let us commence swiftly," Tang Wula exclaimed eagerly. Thus, the four of them divided their tasks and began to gather fresh blossoms. Han Yi took the lead in directing the efforts, while Tang Wula and Mo focused on the picking, and Ah Fei meticulously sorted and arranged the gathered flowers. "Let us begin from that patch over there, filled with delicate white blooms. Be cautious and watch your step, do not trip," Han Yi advised attentively, his gaze fixed upon the nearby sea of white flowers. We know, Tang Wula replied impatiently, pulling the still-dazed Mo along. "Come on, let us race to see who can gather more." Before Mo could react, he found himself being dragged several steps forward, almost stumbling over a small stone in their path. "Hey, slow down." Mo managed to regain his footing and shook off Tang Wula's grip, exclaiming crossly, "Who said I wanted to compete with you? What's wrong, afraid to lose?" Tang Wula challenged, eyeing him provocatively. "Who is afraid of losing?" Mo retorted defiantly, his eyes widening. "I'm game. Let us see who triumphs." "You're the one who suggested it." Tang Wula grinned slyly. "Let us go." With that, he dashed forward like a gust of wind, heading straight for the expanse of white flowers. "Hey, that's unfair!" Mo shouted, quickly giving chase. "Wait for me." As Tang Wula and Mo playfully tussled, they soon arrived amidst the field of white blossoms. Ah, I've picked more than you. Tang Wula boasted, proudly brandishing a large handful of white flowers before Mou. What's so impressive about that? Mou replied, undeterred, bending down to gather even more vigorously. Meanwhile, a Fei quietly followed Han Yi, observing as he navigated through the floral sea, occasionally bending to select the most exquisite blossoms. Hey, Han Yi, you still haven't mentioned which flowers we will use for brewing, Tang Wula inquired curiously as he continued to gather. Well, for the 100-flower wine, we require a variety of blossoms, Han Yi said, feigning mystery with a playful smile. However, each flower possesses its unique fragrance and properties. To craft a fine wine, one must be discerning in the selection. Mou chimed in, you didn't know, the 100-flower wine indeed requires an assortment of flowers for its creation. Han Yi chuckled at their banter, amused by how these two could find a point of contention in any circumstance. Chapter 117 The 8 Dragons and the 8 Divisions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a splendid hue of orange and red, 4 individuals returned to the Lingzhou Palace with their bountiful harvest. Han Yi meticulously washed the freshly picked flowers, discarding those that were unfit, before placing them in the prepared wine jar according to a specific ratio. He then added the snow water collected from the Tianshan Mountains along with carefully selected wine yeast, sealing the jar's mouth with oiled paper, patiently awaiting the fermentation process. Gently patting the jar, he smiled at Tang Wula. Now, we shall leave it to time. Ah, how long must we wait? Tang Wula inquired, unable to contain his impatience. Surely it will take at least a month or two, Han Yi replied with a grin, patting his shoulder. Good wine is never late. Patience is key. Mou interjected coolly from the side, you have no patience at all. If everyone were like you, we'd never see the results. Who says I lack patience? Tang Wula retorted defiantly, it's just a matter of a month or two. I can wait. Every morning, Han Yi would guide a Fei in sword practice, and a Fei displayed considerable talent in this regard, often grasping concepts with remarkable ease. Whenever the swordlight flickered, a sharp glimmer would flash in a Fei's eyes, reminiscent of a newborn leopard, embodying a fearless vigor akin to that of a young calf unafraid of tigers. In the mornings, he would teach Tang Wula how to identify medicinal herbs and concoct poisons. Though mischievous, Tang Wula possessed an extraordinary gift for poison making, managing to create a variety of peculiar concoctions at such a tender age. In the afternoons, Han Yi would administer medicinal baths and acupuncture to Mou. After all, to detoxify him, it was essential for Mou's own body to regain strength first. As evening approached, Han Yi would instruct the 3 children in reading and writing. Despite their differing personalities, all 3 were remarkably clever and quick learners, which brought Han Yi great satisfaction, making him feel that their days were indeed fulfilling. During their leisure hours, Han Yi would take them on excursions to admire the surrounding picturesque scenery, allowing them to enjoy a life of tranquility and ease. However, as this leisurely existence continued, the system began to grow restless. Host, are you planning to retire? Have you forgotten that you still need to clear the sect? When did I ever have a task to clear the sect? Han Yi lazily questioned, reclining in the courtyard with a book in hand, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. But you descended the mountain precisely to clear the sect. Why are you so eager about something that isn't even your task? Han Yi finally lifted his gaze from the book, responding with irritation, do you think it makes sense for me to take a few children to find Ding Chuanqiu? The system, momentarily at a loss for words, fell silent. Seeing this, Han Yi contentedly returned to his reading, although his thoughts wandered to Mou. The first phase of Mou's medicinal bath treatment was nearing completion, and it was indeed time to begin learning something new. Perhaps later he could carve a small wooden sword for Mou to practice with. As he contemplated this, he turned a page in his book. The illustration depicted a swordsman clad in white, engaging in a fierce battle with a gigantic white tiger. Han Yi couldn't help but smile at the cliché plot, finding it amusing yet endearing. The next morning, a ray of sunrise filtered through the window, casting a gentle golden glow across the courtyard. Young Mou had risen early, clutching a small wooden sword hand-carved by Han Yi, eagerly stepping into the yard to practice basic sword techniques. Imitating a Fei, though small in stature, he wielded the sword with impressive form, his youthful face radiating seriousness and focus. Han Yi sat nearby, watching the 2 children with a soft gaze, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Just then, a disciple of the Shantian sect, clad in black, approached Han Yi swiftly, kneeling on one knee, and reported with cupped fists, reporting to the young palace master, I have tracked down Ding Chuanqiu's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Han Yi set down his teacup and inquired nonchalantly, oh? Where is he now? The black-clad woman replied, lowering her head, Ding Chuanqiu has been spotted near the Wushan Mountains, approximately 300 miles from here. If all goes as expected, he should pass through here within 3 days. Han Yi waved his hand, signaling for her to withdraw, yet his brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. Why would Ding Chuanqiu suddenly appear here? The system's voice echoed in Han Yi's mind. Host, is it possible that he is merely passing through? Han Yi paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Are you trying to sing? The system, bewildered, responded, I don't understand. Clearing his throat to mask his amusement, Han Yi shifted the topic. Forget it if you don't get it. You just mentioned he's merely passing through? The system explained, Ding Chuanqiu's stronghold, the Xingsuai, is located in the western regions. He is likely returning to Xingsuai, and this route happens to be a necessary passage. Realization dawned on Han Yi as he shook his head in resignation, silently reflecting. So that is the case, I worried for nothing. Chapter 118 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. 12 The impending news of Ding Chuanqiu struck Han Yi's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of agitation through his thoughts. He rose abruptly, draining the remaining half-cup of tea in one swift motion. The bitter liquid coursed down his throat, sharpening his senses. Turning towards the bamboo grove behind him, he sought solace in its serene environment, hoping it might clear his muddled mind. The nascent sun filtered through the layers of bamboo leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled light upon him, the interplay of illumination and shadow mirroring the turmoil within his soul. As he ambled through the forest, he occasionally halted, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At other times, he gazed skyward, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face, as if in search of answers. In his mind, he weighed the pros and cons. What were his chances of success should he act directly? If he were to fail, how could he extricate himself unscathed? Would a passive observation lead him to miss a golden opportunity? Time ticked away, and the light within the bamboo thicket gradually shifted with the passing hours, causing the scales in Hanya's heart to tilt ever so slightly. Rather than allowing Ding Xuanqiu to continue his reign of terror, it would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly, thus preventing any future calamities. Returning to his chamber, he accessed the system's marketplace interface, exchanging 100 points for Ding Xuanqiu's real-time location for the upcoming days. With this knowledge, he could monitor Ding Xuanqiu's movements and devise an impeccable strategy. Host, there are many valuable items available in the system marketplace. Would you care to explore? The system's voice interjected at an opportune moment, tinged with a subtle hint of flattery. If the host found himself lacking in strength, he could purchase items to enhance his odds. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yi declined, and no need. His tone was unadorned yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. After all, his master was the world's foremost martial artist. He did not require external assistance to confront Ding Xuanqiu. It was only then that the system recognized its host had already become a swordsman. As he refused, the resolute sharpness etched upon his brow resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating an icy chill. Deep within the dense forest, the night was as dark as ink, the heavy shadows resembling a vast curtain that concealed the stars and moon above, muffling all sounds within the thicket. Towering trees loomed like grotesque giants, their twisted branches intertwining to cast expansive shadows, rendering the already dim forest even more foreboding. The night breeze weaved through the trees, producing a haunting sound akin to the whispers of phantoms or the roars of wild beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Ding Xuanqiu moved through the woods with unparalleled agility, his form flitting like a specter, intent on reaching the next town before dawn to find refuge. Yet, just as he was about to traverse the dense thicket, an open clearing suddenly appeared ahead, illuminated by a ghostly pallor under the moonlight, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. A shiver coursed through Ding Xuanqiu as he instinctively slowed his pace, his gaze scanning the vicinity with heightened vigilance. In the center of the clearing stood a figure clad in white, facing away from him, motionless as if merging with the night itself. Alarm bells rang in Ding Xuanqiu's mind as he discreetly gathered his energy in preparation while scrutinizing the figure in white, attempting to discern their identity from their attire and stature. However, the darkness was too profound. He could only vaguely make out the figure's tall, slender frame and snow-white garb, yet their features remained obscured, exacerbating his unease. After all, the ability to silently appear before him without detection indicated that this person's martial prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to circumvent the figure, the person in white slowly turned to face him. In the dim moonlight, Ding Xuanqiu finally discerned the stranger's visage. Though unfamiliar, the sight stirred a tempest within him, for the individual directly addressed him by name. They had come specifically for him. Chapter 119, The Heavenly Dragons, 8 parts 13-inch. Who are you? Ding Xuanqiu inquired, suppressing the unease that bubbled within him, his voice deep and hoarse, as though it were forcibly extracted from the depths of his throat, resonating with uncanny clarity in the stillness of the night. Simultaneously, his right hand stealthily crept toward his waist, where he concealed his most prized concealed weapon. The soft silk cord of this weapon, intricately woven from heavenly silkworm silk and various metallic threads, was as fine as a hair yet possessed an unparalleled sharpness, capable of delivering death unseen, a crucial reliance for his ventures in the martial world. Sensing the pressure emanating from his opponent, Ding Xuanqiu prepared himself for an imminent strike. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as that of a falcon, attempting to discern the truth of the figure before him. The man in white let out a cold laugh. The moonlight illuminated his face, revealing a young and handsome visage. It was Han Yi. I am the one who will take your life, Han Yi declared coldly, his tone devoid of warmth, as if proclaiming the most mundane of truths. His voice, though soft, reached Ding Xuanqiu's ears with remarkable clarity, each word striking him like a heavy hammer against his already troubled heart, weighing it down further. Is it you? Ding Xuanqiu scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping him. You presumptuous youth, do you know who I am? He could hardly fathom that this young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, would dare to threaten his life. Such audacity was truly beyond comprehension. Ding Xuanqiu, the renegade disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, betrayer of his master and destroyer of his ancestors, he is condemned by all, Han Yi stated, each word laced with a chilling coldness, as if echoing from the depths of the netherworld. Ding Xuanqiu's expression shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, though he swiftly masked it. Today, I shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens, ridding the world of scum like you, Han Yi replied with calmness, yet his tone carried an undeniable firmness. What audacity! Ding Xuanqiu laughed in fury. I have traversed the martial world for many years, encountering all manner of storms and tempests, yet never have I encountered a brash young fool such as yourself. His voice brimmed with disdain and contempt, as if Han Yi were not but an ant easily crushed beneath his heel. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant your wish. Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Xuanqiu's figure flickered and he lunged at Han Yi like a wraith. His strike was ruthless and unrelenting, the soft silk cord in his hand resembling a venomous serpent, darting forth in a cascade of silver light aimed directly at Han Yi's vital points. In the face of Ding Chuanqiu's ferocious assault, Han Yi remained remarkably composed. A cold smile curled at his lips as he leisurely unsheathed his longsword from his waist. The blade shimmered with a chilling aura, reflecting the moonlight as if a silver dragon danced in the night sky. Han Yi's swordplay was both graceful and ethereal, yet concealed within it lay lethal intent, as he countered the barrage of silver light with swiftness, blocking each attack with finesse. With such meager skills, you dare to flaunt them before me? Han Yi's tone dripped with disdain. Ding Chuanqiu's countenance darkened at his words. Since his debut in the martial realm, he had rarely encountered a rival capable of matching his prowess with the soft silk cord, yet today, he was scorned by a mere child, which ignited a furious blaze within him. You wretched brat, you seek your own demise. Ding Chuanqiu roared, charging forward once more. This time, he infused his internal energy into the soft silk cord, amplifying its might. Observing this, Han Yi remained unperturbed, employing the Northern Darkness divine skill. A formidable force surged from his dantian, akin to a great whale drawing in water, siphoning away the internal energy Ding Chuanqiu had channeled into the silk cord. Ding Chuanqiu felt himself violently yanked forward by an overwhelming power, his eyes widening in terror as he attempted to retract the silk cord, only to find his internal energy dissipating into nothingness. His complexion paled drastically as he trembled. Impossible, how could you possibly possess the Northern Darkness divine skill? Ignoring Ding Chuanqiu's panic, Han Yi felt the pure internal energy flooding into his meridians, filling his dantian. Ding Chuanqiu watched helplessly, his hard-earned internal energy being drained away, his face growing increasingly ashen, his once vibrant skin withering as if he had aged decades in an instant. Stop, please. Ding Chuanqiu's voice became hoarse and feeble, tinged with a note of desperation. Han Yi, uninterested in his pleas, intensified the operation of the Northern Darkness divine skill. Ah! Ding Chuanqiu let out a piercing scream, his voice imbued with despair and terror. Moments later, his cries gradually faded, his body collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, utterly devoid of sound. Han Yi ceased his technique, standing over the lifeless form of Ding Chuanqiu, his heart unmoved. This old fool has met his end, and it is a clean one. With that, Han Yi turned and departed, leaving behind Ding Chuanqiu's solitary corpse, silently recounting the sins of his life. Chapter 120 of Demigods and Semidevils. 14. The night air was as cool as water, permeating the mountains and forests with a crispness that was almost palpable. Above, a luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery radiance down, elongating the shadows of the trees, which wove together on the ground into a tapestry of mottled light and shadow. Han Yi's figure flitted through the woods with such swiftness that it was almost elusive, only the fluttering of his garments stirred the air, creating a gentle breeze. His lightness of foot was akin to a nighthawk returning to its nest, silent and unobtrusive. He soared through the landscape, a specter of speed, nearly undetectable by those around him. Only the occasional whisper of the night wind seemed to murmur his return. The task of clearing his domain had proven even smoother than he had anticipated, lifting his spirits and lightening his step. He navigated the familiar corridors with ease, the moonlight stretching his shadow long before he finally paused at his door. To his surprise, he heard faint voices emanating from within the room, their clarity striking against the stillness of the night. He halted, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Could there be others inside, who would dare intrude upon his sanctum at such a late hour? Treading softly, he approached the door, discovering it slightly ajar. Through the narrow gap, he caught sight of three little figures gathered around the table, their expressions unusually serious under the dim glow of candlelight. Tang Wula, Mou, and Fei were deep in conversation, a stark contrast to their usual lively selves. Amusement bubbled within Han Yi. What mischief were these three up to, gathering in the middle of the night? Were they plotting something grand? Just as he prepared to push the door open, Mou's voice broke through. When do you think brother will return? It should be soon, right? He is just off dealing with that Ding Chuanqiu. Isn't he? With arms crossed, Tang Wula replied with a tone of conviction, as if Ding Chuanqiu were merely an inconsequential character in their tale. Han Yi couldn't suppress a smile. This lad had quite the faith in him. Fei, seated quietly beside them, remained taciturn, yet his grip on the iron piece in his hand was steadfast, his gaze resolute, silently conveying his support for Han Yi. However, Mou had more to say, only to be interrupted by Tang Wula. What, do you think he is incapable of defeating that Ding Chuanqiu? Tang Wula's expression was one of disbelief, as though he were stating the most obvious fact. Impossible, brother will certainly win, Mou asserted, determination lacing his voice, clearly unwavering in his belief in Han Yi's prowess. Then what are you worried about? Tang Wula queried, perplexed. If he believed Han Yi would triumph, what was there to fret over? I was just wondering if brother might, taking advantage of this opportunity, sneak off to indulge in some treats. At this, Tang Wula fell into contemplation, recalling the spicy and numbing delicacies from days past. He nodded gravely. That is a distinct possibility. After all, last time Han Yi secretly indulged in quite a feast without us. When caught, Han Yi had claimed they were merely children with weak stomachs, unsuitable for indulgence, and had even instructed the kitchen to keep a watchful eye to prevent them from sneaking snacks. Yet he himself feasted heartily, a fact that left Tang Wula quite dissatisfied. So, he is probably off sneaking snacks again. Last time we caught him, he might have decided to just run off this time. The more Tang Wula pondered, the more convinced he became. Fei, rarely speaking, interjected, no, he promised he would bring me osmanthus cake if he ate any of that, stealing snacks, yet he'll bring you osmanthus cake? Han Yi sighed, bemused by Fei's unique perspective, while the other two continued to suspect him of secret indulgences. How outrageous, he had been discovered once, did they truly believe he would be caught a second time? With that thought, he pushed the door open, deliberately adopting a stern expression. What are you three doing up so late? Do you wish for me to hang you all upside down? The moment the three little ones spotted Han Yi, their faces lit up with joy. Tang Wula sprang to his feet, racing to Han Yi's side, his face brimming with excitement. So, how did it go? Did you defeat that old man? Mou and Fei quickly joined him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation gazing into their eager faces. Han Yi felt a warm surge within him. He ruffled Tang Wula's hair, disregarding the protest of "don't mess with my hair," and smiled. Of course, who do you think I am? Dealing with such a buffoon is merely child's play. I knew brother was the strongest, Mou cheered, throwing herself into Han Yi's embrace. Fei, rarely showing emotion, wore a bright smile, his eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation. Han Yi felt a shiver at the intensity of Fei's gaze. Surely he didn't genuinely believe he had gone off to indulge alone. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Ahem, it's quite late. We shall discuss this tomorrow. Now, all of you hurry off to bed." Without allowing for any further debate, he ushered the three little ones back to their respective rooms. Tang Wula attempted to voice another protest, but Han Yi simply grasped him by the scruff and lifted him back into his own room. Chapter 121 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. After resolving the matter with Ding Xuanqiu, Han Yi's life returned to a state of tranquility. However, he was blissfully unaware that the martial world had been stirred into a tempest by this event. This tale begins with a timid woodcutter passing through the forest. Upon stumbling upon the lifeless body, he initially wished to pretend he had not seen it, yet, the gruesome sight of Ding Xuanqiu, with his wide-open eyes seemingly accusing the perpetrator of his brutal demise, terrified the woodcutter into fleeing to the county magistrate to report the incident. The magistrate himself was a man averse to trouble, intending to find a flimsy excuse to bury the case. To his surprise, among the onlookers from the martial world, several sharp-eyed individuals recognized Ding Xuanqiu's identity. The news of his death spread like a drop of water hitting hot oil, exploding into widespread commotion. Who was Ding Xuanqiu, a notorious figure in the martial realm? Though he was cunning and ruthless, his martial prowess was formidable. Who would dare provoke him lightly? His untimely demise naturally left many in shock. The news rapidly disseminated across the land, filling teahouses and taverns where storytellers animatedly recounted Ding Xuanqiu's life, embellishing every detail, from his apprenticeship under the free and easy sect to his betrayal of his masters, culminating in his tragic end. Each narrative was so vividly painted that the audience gasped in awe, showering the storytellers with coins as if they were flowing water. On that fateful day, Ding Xuanqiu was practicing in the woods when suddenly, a shadow flashed by, swift as lightning. Before he could react, a palm struck his chest. The storyteller dramatically illustrated the scene, his folding fan punctuating the tale, and with a snap, he described how Ding Xuanqiu's ribcage shattered, blood spewing forth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The speed and ferocity of the assailant were unprecedented, leaving the audience astounded at the prowess of the unknown hero who could dispatch the nefarious Ding Xuanqiu with a single strike. The audience, captivated and enthralled, began to murmur among themselves. Ding Xuanqiu, a notorious villain, had finally met his match. What a relief for the common folk. Indeed, who was this valiant hero, so skilled in martial arts, deserving of admiration? I heard that the one who killed Ding Xuanqiu was a young gentleman, strikingly handsome, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Is that true? Where did you hear such a thing? From the son of my cousin's second uncle's neighbor, who witnessed it firsthand. Surely that cannot be false. Oh, please, with your knack for gossip, why don't you claim that your cousin's second uncle's neighbor's son is the hero himself? A burly man, unable to tolerate the increasingly absurd boasting, interjected with a scoff. How can you speak so? My cousin's second uncle's neighbor's son truly saw the hero. Enough. Who doesn't know that Ding Xuanqiu practiced the nefarious transformation technique, his martial arts being extraordinarily venomous? Only a handful of elderly masters could contend with him. That pretty boy you speak of would likely be drained of his internal energy before even getting close. As the discussions in the teahouse grew louder, teetering on the brink of a full-blown brawl, the storyteller quickly struck the wooden table to regain the crowd's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the tales of the martial world are often a mix of truth and fiction. Let us simply enjoy the entertainment. However, who exactly is this hero who vanquished Ding Xuanqiu, and will he grace us with his presence again? Stay tuned for the next installment. The storyteller's words left the audience in a state of eager anticipation, yet they could only suppress their curiosity, longing for the next gathering to hear more. Chapter 122 The Legend of the Heavenly Dragon, Part 16 Rumors surrounding the cause of Ding Xuanqiu's demise have proliferated throughout the martial world, with an astonishing array of versions circulating. Some assert that an enigmatic and unparalleled master, whose prowess is unfathomable, was responsible for Ding Xuanqiu's death, capable of taking a life with merely a flick of the wrist. Others claim that a coalition of righteous martial artists banded together to vanquish the scourge of the martial community. There are even whispers that a divine thunderbolt struck, delivering instant retribution upon the malevolent Ding Xuanqiu. In this whirlwind of speculation, the truth is obscured, yet one name remains conspicuously absent from all narratives: Han Yi, as if he were merely an onlooker, entirely detached from the tumultuous upheaval within the martial realm. Meanwhile, the architect of this upheaval, Han Yi, reclined leisurely in his courtyard, basking in the afternoon sun. He held a newly published novel in his hands, engrossed in its pages, occasionally breaking into soft laughter, seemingly impervious to the clamor of the outside world. Adjacent to him, in the bamboo grove, Mou diligently practiced his swordplay with a wooden sword. Although he called it practice, it was merely a series of sword swings, spurred by the invigorating effects of a recent medicinal bath that required an outlet for his abundant energy. Meanwhile, Fei sat at a stone table, his brow furrowed, clutching a brush as he painstakingly penned large characters. His expression, laden with gravitas, might lead one to believe he was grappling with profound dilemmas. Tang Wula was still engrossed in his studies of intricate contraptions and poisons, surrounded by an array of bizarre objects strewn about, yet he reveled in this chaos, wholly absorbed in his own world. Host, when do you plan to seek out Weiyazi? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Han Ye's mind, interrupting his tranquil reverie. Han Ye lazily turned over, nonchalantly inquiring, why should I seek out Weiyazi? He cannot even make osmanthus cake. Of course, it is to obtain the 7 treasures ring, the system retorted. Having disposed of Ding Chuanxiu, Huayazi will surely bestow the 7 treasures ring upon you. Oh? Han Yi finally set down the novel with interest, countering, how do you know Huayazi will definitely grant me the 7 treasures ring? The system was momentarily taken aback by Han Ye's rebuttal but quickly regained its composure, asserting, Huayazi is the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, and the 7 treasures ring symbolizes the sect's legacy. Huayazi intended to pass the ring to whoever could eliminate Ding Chuanxiu. You have fulfilled his wish, so naturally, he will pass it to you, especially since you also possess the North Ming divine skill. Han Yi raised an eyebrow, responding ambiguously, in that case, mark Huayazi's location on the map for me, so I need not expend effort searching. Marking the location requires the expenditure of 100 points, the system calmly stated. What? Points are necessary? Han Yi exclaimed. The system replied matter-of-factly, naturally, information provision requires points. Very well, let me ask you this, does the 7 treasures ring represent the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect? Absolutely, came the system's reply. Isn't it my task to ensure the continuity of the Xiaoyao sect's legacy? The system, sensing an inconsistency, hesitated but confirmed, yes, indeed, that is your mission. Then, since the 7 treasures ring lies with Huayazi, must I not first acquire it from him? Yes, precisely. Thus, I inquired when you intended to seek out Huayazi. Exactly, which is why I requested the location. System, if this is inherently my task, why must I expend points to learn his location? This is different. Providing information inherently incurs a fee. What distinguishes this? You affirm that the 7 treasures ring is the Xiaoyao sect's legacy. Does this not align with my mission objective? Han Yi remained steadfast, pressing his case. The system, momentarily rendered speechless, fell into silence for a brief moment before ultimately conceding, revealing Huayazi's location on the map, with a barely perceptible hint of grievance in its tone. Fine, just this once. It shall not happen again. Han Yi acknowledged with an indifferent response, a tacit expression of gratitude for the system's concession. He scrutinized the location marked on the map, his mind already devising a travel itinerary. With Ding Chuanxiu's demise, it was indeed time for him to pay a visit to the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Furthermore, he could conveniently gather medicinal herbs along the way, for despite the ample reserves of Lingzhou Palace, they could not keep pace with a Yu's rapid consumption. Meanwhile, Su Xinghe had also heard the rumors of Ding Chuanxiu's death and promptly relayed the news to his master, Huayazi. Master, the vile Ding Chuanxiu is truly dead. Su Xinghe's voice brimmed with excitement. For years, Ding Chuanxiu had bullied him with his superior martial prowess, even ambushing his master, and now, with the villain finally eradicated, Su Xinghe felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Huayazi remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, Xinghe, you must descend the mountain to ascertain the veracity of this matter. Yes, master. Chapter 123 of Tianlong Babu 17. Han Yi, having acquired the position of Huayazi from the system, was in high spirits. He began to ponder how he could ensure that the 3 children would have an even more delightful and enjoyable time on this quest to find Huayazi. Reclining in a rocking chair with his legs crossed, a bag of sunflower seeds acquired through unknown means in hand, he cracked them with a satisfying crunch, resembling a bandit chief preparing to lead his young companions on a heist. Ah Lu, haven't you always wanted to explore other places? He proposed. The world of Jianghu was vast. Let us venture forth to witness different landscapes and savor the culinary delights of various regions. What do you think? Are you serious, Tang Wula? Of course, hurry and take out your notebook so we can meticulously plan our route, ensuring this journey is filled with enjoyment and devoid of regrets. As he spoke, Han Yi playfully patted Tang Wula's head, signaling him to cooperate. I've told you not to call me Ah Lu. Tang Wula shot an indignant glare at Han Yi but obediently retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, opening it and handing it over. Are we really going out to play this time? I'm merely concerned that when I call you, you might think I am isolating you, unlike with Ah Yu and Ah Fei, Han Yi explained with a smile as he accepted the notebook. And what do you mean by this time is going out to play? As if I have been keeping you all confined. Tang Wula pouted in discontent, recalling their previous excursions nearby that hardly qualified as a proper outing. That hardly counts, you must be joking. Of course it does. A step outside constitutes an outing. Besides, what if you weren't accustomed to a sudden long journey? I am merely laying the groundwork for your travels, Han Yi chuckled, attempting to deflect. How can I believe you? After some playful banter with Tang Wula, Han Yi finally turned his attention to the notebook, which was filled with a myriad of symbols and markings, colorful lines crisscrossing chaotically. It left him feeling dizzy and bewildered. What is all this, I must ask, Ah Lu, what on earth have you drawn? It appears more perplexing than a treasure map from the Jianghu, he could not help but comment. Of course you wouldn't understand. Tang Wula snatched back his notebook, clutching it protectively as he shot Han Yi a disdainful look. This is our Tang sect's secret language. Secret language of the Tang sect? How impressive. Han Yi feigned astonishment, his tone laced with sarcasm. Why not teach me? Not a chance. Little Mou, who had been quietly observing, finally interjected, so, brother, where exactly are we going? With Mou's question, Han Yi ceased his teasing of Tang Wula and turned to her with a smile. How about we visit Dali and Sanshan? I've heard the scenery there is stunning. Dali? Little Mou's eyes sparkled. I've heard the camellias in Dali are breathtaking, blooming across the mountains, just thinking about it makes me feel delighted. The beauty of Dali extends beyond just camellias. There are also Irai Lake, Butterfly Spring, and the 3 pagodas, among others. We shall visit them all, Han Yi patiently elaborated to Mou. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Little Mou clapped her hands in excitement, brimming with anticipation for the upcoming journey. The previously silent Ah Fei also nodded in agreement. Very well, since there are no objections, let us set off for Dali. Han Yi declared with a smile. As they stepped into the soft light of dawn, they bid farewell to a fleeting tranquility, embarking on their journey to seek out Weiyazi. On the official road, the path paved with blue stones stretched into the distance, flanked by towering ancient trees whose branches intertwined, forming a verdant sea. They proceeded along the official road, at times meandering through bustling towns filled with lively chatter, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere, and at other times traversing serene, uninhabited forests, listening to the chirping birds and the gentle rustle of nature, relishing the tranquility and peace. After a day of exploration, the children found themselves utterly fatigued. That evening, they arrived at a quaint town nestled by the mountains and waters. From a distance, wisps of smoke curled into the sky, and the setting sun cast its golden hues upon the blue bricks and dark tiles, imbuing the ancient town with a sense of serene tranquility. As they entered the town, the scene unfolded like a lively tapestry of local customs and traditions. The streets were lined with shops, each one brimming with an abundance of goods that beckoned passers-by to pause and admire. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, the silk shop shimmered with opulent brilliance, and the antique shop showcased treasures that left visitors in awe. Fresh vegetables, just picked from the fields, boomed a vendor's robust voice, while a nearby stall selling candied hawthorn berries chimed in, candied hawthorn, sweet and sour, just 1 coin for a skewer. Come and have a look, exquisite rouge. From a teahouse came the rhythmic cadence of storytelling, as a storyteller passionately recounted tales of the Jianghu, captivating the surrounding patrons, who erupted into applause and cheers from time to time. A group of children chased and played amidst the crowd, their laughter ringing like silver bells, adding a vibrant energy to the bustling scene. Han Yi surveyed the surroundings, soaking in the liveliness and clamor, before turning to the 3 children. Let us find a place to stay. Nightfall approaches, and you must be weary. Alright, Tang Wula and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 124 of Demigods and Semidevils 18. Fortunately, they were quite lucky. In no time at all, they found an inn that appeared reasonably clean and tidy. They requested several rooms and decided to rest for the night to alleviate the fatigue of their journey. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened, and the inn became increasingly illuminated, bustling with lively chatter. The guests coming and going were a diverse array, including weary merchants and hurried swordsmen, each face reflecting the exhaustion of travel. Han Yi, accompanied by 3 youngsters, found a table by the window, ordered several signature dishes, and engaged in quiet conversation while enjoying the rare leisure of the moment, taking in the view outside. At that moment, the inn's door swung open, and several young disciples clad in blue robes entered. Each wore a long sword at their waist, the tassels swaying gently with their steps, unmistakably hailing from a prestigious sect. Han Yi discreetly surveyed these disciples and recognized them as members of the Qingqing sect, prompting him to keep a cautious eye on them. After all, the world of martial arts was fraught with peril, and it was wise to remain vigilant. Before long, a young man dressed in a blue tunic also stepped into the inn. He was tall and poised, walking with a steady gait, though his features still bore a hint of youth. There was an undeniable air of heroism about him. His attire was distinctly different from that of the Qingqing disciples, yet he exuded an impressive charisma. Han Yi immediately discerned that he was a disciple of the Panglai sect and mused to himself that the inn was likely to become quite lively. The animosity between the Qingqing and Panglai sects was well known throughout the martial realm, and the simultaneous appearance of disciples from both sects in this modest inn could hardly be mere coincidence. Sure enough, as the Panglai disciple entered, several Qingqing disciples exchanged knowing glances, slowly rising to their feet with feigned smiles, surrounding the Panglai disciple. Ah, isn't this the young hero of the Panglai sect? What brings you to this humble abode? One of the disciples remarked with a sarcastic tone, brimming with mockery. Indeed, how could a distinguished disciple of the Panglai sect find the leisure to visit such a small place? Another chimed in, their eyes filled with disdain. In the face of their cold jests, the Panglai disciple remained unfazed, merely casting a fleeting glance at them before attempting to sidestep and find a place to sit. What, we greet you, and this is the attitude you present? One Qingqing disciple obstructed his path, his tone unfriendly. Exactly, you Panglai folks are truly arrogant, another disciple joined in, attempting to provoke the Panglai disciple further. Forgive my rudeness. I am simply weary from travel and seek a place to rest, the Panglai disciple replied with calm dignity, his tone unruffled by their provocations. Travel, you say? I suspect you are here on some secretive mission, one Qingqing disciple sneered, perhaps up to some underhanded dealings? Watching the unfolding drama, the young Tang Wula, although still in his youth, was astute enough to see through their pretenses. Unable to restrain himself, he launched a few scathing remarks, ruthlessly tearing apart their hypocritical facades and exposing their true nature. One of the more impulsive Qingqing disciples, incensed by Tang Wula's taunts, turned a furious shade of red, seething with rage. Without a moment's thought, he drew his sword and lunged at Tang Wula, his moves fierce and merciless, clearly intent on causing harm. You little brat, you're courting death. Chapter 125. The 8 demons of the dragon. Though young in years, Tang Wula has already made notable progress in the art of hidden weapons and poisons of the Tang sect. Observing a disciple from the Qingqing sect charging at him with great fervor, his eyes gleamed with determination. Rather than retreating, he advanced with nimble steps, his form shifting like a wraith, effortlessly evading the disciple's onslaught. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, several gleaming darts appeared at his fingertips. These darts, exquisitely crafted in pitch black, were unmistakably laced with deadly venom. A cold smirk graced Tang Wula's lips as he flicked his fingers, sending the darts hurtling forth like lightning, aimed directly at his assailant's face. The Qingcheng disciple, clearly unprepared for such remarkable prowess from one so young, momentarily froze in astonishment. Only when the darts were nearly upon him did he scramble to raise his sword in defense. However, Tang Wula's darts were both swift and precise. In his haste, how could he possibly fend them all off? A series of sharp clinks resounded as most of the darts were deflected, yet one found its mark, grazing his cheek and causing blood to flow freely. "You little brat, how dare you wound me?" the disciple exclaimed, clutching his face, a mixture of shock and rage coursing through him. Consumed by fury, he swung his sword once more, only to be met with a forceful kick to his chest from Tang Wula, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. The remaining disciples from the Qingcheng sect, witnessing this spectacle, brandished their weapons and encircled Tang Wula, clamoring for vengeance on behalf of their fallen comrade. "You insolent brat, do not be so audacious. Today, you shall witness the might of the Qingcheng sect." Yet, undeterred by the gathering throng, Tang Wula remained composed, his countenance betraying no hint of trepidation. With graceful agility, he evaded their attacks while tauntingly provoking them. "Is this all you've got? You wish to contend with me? Perhaps you should practice for another decade or so at home." The disciples, incensed by his contemptuous demeanor, struck with even greater ferocity, their blows aimed squarely at Tang Wula's vitals. However, he slipped away from their grasp like a slippery eel, deftly avoiding their every strike. The inn descended into chaos, tables and chairs overturned, dishes shattered, with cries of alarm and furious shouts echoing throughout the establishment. Seated at a nearby table, Han Yi held a teacup in one hand while rhythmically tapping the surface with the other, his interest piqued by the unfolding farce. He harbored no concerns for Tang Wula's well-being. The lad was exceptionally clever, and should a true confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be the foolish disciples who would suffer. Indeed, it wasn't long before the once boisterous Qingcheng disciples suddenly changed countenance, clutching their faces in agony as they collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing and emitting pained groans. "Ah! My face, it hurts so much. What is happening to my body?" The previously boisterous disciples of the Qingcheng sect were now in disarray, each one lamenting their plight, the scene chaotic beyond measure. "What on earth is happening? Oh, what seems to be the trouble, everyone? Are you perhaps practicing some new technique on the ground?" Tang Wula's tone dripped with sarcasm. "This technique does seem rather peculiar. Could it be the recently devised frog style of the Qingcheng sect?" Writhing in pain upon the floor, the disciples lacked the strength to retort, only able to mutter incoherent curses. "You rascal! What foul trickery is this?" One disciple, barely able to speak, pointed accusingly at Tang Wula with wide, furious eyes. Tang Wula crossed his arms, feigning innocence as he blinked innocently. "I haven't done anything. Please, do not make baseless accusations in public." Han Yi, witnessing the absurdity, pretended to be astonished, yet his voice was laced with schadenfreude. "Oh dear, how curious, how did it come to pass that the esteemed disciples of the Qingcheng sect suddenly found their faces swollen? Could it be that there are poisonous bees lurking within this inn?" As the disciples of the Qingcheng sect attempted to voice their grievances, a sudden wave of excruciating pain washed over them, rendering them speechless, and they could only lie on the ground, moaning in distress. In a corner of the inn, Su Xinghe, who had merely come at his master's behest to ascertain whether Ding Chuanxiu was truly dead, had no intention of intervening, for the vendettas of the martial world were of no concern to him. Yet, he noticed that the symptoms affecting the Qingcheng disciples bore a certain familiarity. Furrowing his brow, Su Xinghe approached to scrutinize the afflicted disciples. Their faces were swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head, with their skin marred by a profusion of alarming red rashes, presenting a truly terrifying sight. "Indeed, it is that poison," he murmured to himself. Chapter 126, The Heavenly Dragon and the 8 Parts 20. Su Xinghe's brow furrowed tightly, his heart tumultuous as if tempestuous waves were crashing within, making it impossible for him to find tranquility. He was certain that the poison afflicting the disciples of the Qingcheng sect was none other than the notorious Xiaoyaosan, as chronicled in the texts. The very name of Xiaoyaosan signifies it as the exclusive poison of the Xiaoyao sect. This venom is exceedingly tyrannical. Those poisoned feel as though countless ants are gnawing at their flesh, enduring excruciating pain. Furthermore, the faces of the afflicted swell rapidly, itching unbearably, resembling that of a toad. Thus, in the martial world, it is also referred to as toad powder. However, the most insidious aspect of Xiaoyaosan lies not in its agonizing torment or grotesque appearance, but in the fact that it is not fatal. It merely drives one to the brink of despair, rendering life unbearable. Often, those who succumb to Xiaoyaosan choose to end their own suffering, unable to withstand such inhumane torture. The ingredients required to concoct Xiaoyaosan are exceedingly rare, and the antidote is known solely to the members of the Xiaoyao sect. As Su Xinghe's gaze shifted away from the suffering Qingcheng disciples, he began to scan the tavern's interior, seeking even the faintest clue. His eyes swept over the panicked patrons and the seemingly composed innkeeper, ultimately settling upon the handsome young man who had spoken earlier. Clad in garments as white as snow, he stood out amidst the chaos with remarkable distinction. A jade-like ornament adorned his waist, further accentuating his elegant demeanor while exuding an inexplicable air of carefree nonchalance. Moreover, he was seated at the same table as the youth who had just acted, indicating a familiarity between them, perhaps even suggesting they were traveling companions. The more Su Xinghe pondered, the more he felt his suspicions aligning with the truth. Could they be members of the Xiaoyao sect, or perhaps disciples of those two esteemed elders? Judging by their appearance and demeanor, it was indeed possible. Were they also here to investigate Ding Chuanxiu's affair? The thought filled Su Xinghe with unease. At that moment, he noticed that the young man in white seemed to sense his scrutiny, his deep-set eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, revealing no ripples of emotion. Rather than evading his gaze, he slightly lifted his eyes to meet Su Xinghe's inquisitive stare, his thin lips pressed together as if he perceived everything. Han Yi slowly set down his teacup, his long fingers gently tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. He shook his head slightly, a meaningful smile curving his lips, which seemed to carry both a sense of reassurance and an implied warning, signaling Su Xinghe to remain calm. Then, Han Ye's gaze shifted from Su Xinghe to the writhing Qingcheng disciples on the ground, moaning in agony. Indeed, the Qingcheng sect's toad technique is executed with remarkable finesse, almost lifelike. Shall I assist you all in hastening the process? As soon as Han Ye's words fell, he extended his right hand, revealing a tiny, pea-sized pill nestled between his index and middle fingers, its emerald hue radiating a subtle fragrance. With a deft flick of his slender fingers, the diminutive pill traced a perfect arc, accurately landing in the mouth of the first Qingcheng disciple struck by a dart. Initially, this disciple writhed in pain, his body curled tightly like a boiled shrimp, yet before he could comprehend what had transpired, the pill had already been ingested. A refreshing sensation instantly coursed through his entire being, miraculously alleviating the searing agony as if it had never existed. In disbelief, he widened his eyes, staring at his hands, feeling the transformation within his body, momentarily forgetting to react, even neglecting to continue his lamentations. What have you given me?" he stammered, at a loss for words, his gaze fixed on Han Yi, filled with astonishment and confusion. "Why, merely something beneficial," Han Yi replied languidly, reclining against the back of his chair, speaking with an air of nonchalance as if merely performing a trivial act. "This antidote is indeed a rare treasure." The other Qingcheng disciples, who had been observing cautiously, remained uncertain of Han Ye's intentions. They wondered whether this pill might be a new poison, one that could plunge them into even deeper despair. However, upon witnessing their companion's miraculous recovery, each of them clung to the hope of salvation, as if grasping at a lifeline. "Hero, please spare my life. I implore you to grant me an antidote." One disciple, enduring immense pain, struggled to plead with Han Yi, his pallid face slick with sweat, his voice trembling as he bore the weight of his suffering. "I shall not dare to offend again. I beg you, have mercy." Another disciple joined in, tears streaming down his face as he desperately implored Han Yi for clemency, hoping for the chance to receive the antidote. "Truly, we have learned our lesson. I beseech you, spare us," the remaining disciples echoed, collectively pleading for Han Ye's compassion. Chapter 127 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Han Yi gazed upon the group of Qingcheng sect disciples before him, who were weeping profusely and pleading desperately. He did not immediately acquiesce to their requests, instead narrowing his eyes slightly, his profound gaze sweeping across each visage, as if he could penetrate the depths of their fears and desires. He gradually raised his right hand, his slender fingers lightly tapping against the armrest of the chair, once, twice, thrice, each tap resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of the Qingcheng disciples, heightening their anxiety. After a moment of silence, Han Yi leisurely retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from within his robes. The vial was crystal clear, faintly radiating a hint of emerald light, unmistakably suggesting that its contents were extraordinary. He did not hasten to uncork it. Instead, he gently placed the vial upon the table, handling it as if it were a treasured artifact. "I can provide you with this antidote." Han Ye's voice was calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, "but what will you offer in exchange?" Upon hearing his words, the disciples of the Qingcheng sect suddenly brightened, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They struggled to rise from the ground, frantically rummaging through their garments for various valuables, fearful that what they produced would not be sufficiently precious to sway Han Yi. Han Yi merely observed their frantic gestures with cold eyes, refraining from accepting their offerings. As he remained unresponsive, the Qingcheng disciples grew increasingly flustered, jostling one another in their eagerness to present their most treasured items before Han Yi, hoping to earn his approval. After what felt like an eternity, Han Yi finally uncorked the vial and poured out several emerald green pills, deftly flicking them into the mouths of the Qingcheng disciples. Having completed this task, he coldly uttered, "Now, be gone." "Thank you, young hero. Thank you, young hero." The Qingcheng disciples, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to their feet, disregarding their disheveled garments, and hurriedly rolled away, terrified that Han Yi might change his mind. In their haste, they stumbled over one another, falling to the ground, yet they quickly rose again, continuing their frantic flight without daring to pause. Tang Wula observed their chaotic retreat and then glanced at the composed Han Yi beside him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Are you truly letting them leave just like that?" Han Yi tucked the porcelain vial away and replied nonchalantly, "What else would you have me do? After all, they are disciples of the Qingcheng sect." Tang Wula hesitated before voicing his concern. "Are you not afraid they will return with reinforcements?" Han Yi, with a hint of amusement gracing his lips, responded, "They would have to find us first." Tang Wula found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized that with Han Ye's capabilities, evading the Qingcheng sect's pursuit would be a trivial matter. Besides, Han Yi rose to his feet and patted Tang Wula on the shoulder, remarking, "It's really nothing. Are you suggesting we keep them here for a meal?" With that, Tang Wula ceased his inquiries. Once the Qingcheng sect members had stumbled away, Han Ye's gaze then fell upon Su Xinghe, who had remained silent and distant. He regarded Su Xinghe thoughtfully, musing, "By all accounts, Su Xinghe should be considered my junior nephew, as I am now a disciple of Weyazi, and Su Xinghe is Weyazi's student." This thought brought a chuckle to Han Yi. How amusing it was that he, the uncle, appeared significantly younger than his junior nephew. Observing Su Xinghe, who was considerably older, Han Yi reflected on the peculiarities of hierarchy, realizing that he had suddenly assumed the role of an elder. Gathering his thoughts, Han Yi approached Su Xinghe with a smile, saying, "There are too many eyes here, let us find a more private place to converse." Su Xinghe lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Han Yi with depth before nodding slightly in agreement. At that moment, a disciple clad in the attire of the Panglai sect stepped forth from the crowd. He had been silently observing the unfolding events, taking in every detail. Approaching Han Yi, he bowed deeply with utmost respect and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, young hero, for your timely intervention. I am immensely grateful." Han Yi slightly turned aside to avoid the bow and, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, "There is no need for thanks, it was not I who came to your rescue." As he spoke, he gestured towards Tang Wula, indicating that it was he who had offered assistance. The Panglai disciple, upon hearing this, quickly turned to Tang Wula and bowed once more, speaking earnestly, "Thank you, young hero, for saving my life." Tang Wula waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "I merely acted out of disdain for their actions. It was not an act of rescue." Han Yi found the exchange between the two amusing, hastily intervening, all right, it was merely a trifling effort, there is no need for such formality. Young hero, you should return swiftly, lest your master grow concerned." Upon hearing Han Yi's words, the Panglai disciple ceased his expressions of gratitude, bowed once more to Han Yi and Tang Wula, and then departed. Chapter 128 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. After the disciple from Panglai departed, Su Xingha's gaze flitted between Han Yi and Tang Wula, ultimately settling on Han Yi. He scrutinized Han Yi from head to toe, noting his youth yet exceptional demeanor, which piqued his curiosity. Su Xingha clasped his hands in greeting, his tone laced with a hint of inquiry. "Esteemed young hero, may I inquire about your esteemed teacher?" He paused momentarily, seemingly gathering his thoughts, and continued, "It is truly impressive to witness such skill at such a tender age." Han Yi offered a faint smile, poised to respond, when he noticed Su Xingha's intense gaze fixed upon him, as if awaiting something. A spark of inspiration flickered within him. He decided to maintain an air of mystery and replied, "Mr. Su, given the multitude of onlookers here, it would be prudent for us to converse in a more private setting." With that, he resolutely led Su Xingha upstairs without allowing for any dissent. Although Su Xingha felt perplexed, he had no choice but to follow Han Yi's lead. The three younger individuals, though bewildered, trailed behind Han Yi as they ascended. Upon reaching one of the rooms Han Yi had reserved, he closed the door once everyone had entered and turned to Su Xingha, stating, "Mr. Su, let us sit and converse at our leisure." Su Xingha nodded and took a seat at the table, his gaze never straying from Han Yi. Han Yi chuckled softly, pouring a cup of tea for Su Xingha before leisurely saying, "Mr. Su, were you not inquiring about my teacher?" He deliberately paused, then continued in a relaxed manner, "To be candid, I too am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." "Is this truly the case?" Su Xingha asked, his disbelief evident. "You are indeed one of our Xiaoyao sect's disciples? May I inquire as to which senior you are affiliated with?" "Well, you might find it hard to believe," Han Yi teased, observing Su Xingha's increasingly eager expression, before continuing at a leisurely pace, "I would consider myself your senior." Su Xingha was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of incredulity as he scrutinized Han Yi, who appeared to be barely in his 20s. "How could this be? You do not resemble one of my master's juniors. Does it not seem plausible?" Han Yi chuckled at Su Xingha's dubious demeanor. Su Xingha opened his mouth, poised to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words, as the young man before him appeared far too youthful. "Might I ask, esteemed young hero, do you possess any credentials? If your claims are mere fabrications, our Xiaoyao sect is not one to be trifled with." Sensing the skepticism in Su Xingha's expression, Han Yi produced a letter and said, "Credentials, I certainly have. However, this letter must be delivered to my elder brother Wayazi, it is not for your eyes." Upon hearing this, Su Xingha became even more convinced that Han Yi was speaking nonsense. "Young hero, I have spent several decades within the Xiaoyao sect and have never heard of my master having a junior. Your assertion seems far-fetched," he concluded, pausing to let his implication linger. Anticipating Su Xingha's reluctance to believe him, Han Yi remained unfazed, instead smiling brightly as he revealed a jade pendant from his clothing and presented it to Su Xingha. "Mr. Su, do you recognize this object?" Su Xingha took the pendant, examining it closely. The jade was pristine white, warm to the touch, intricately carved on one side with a phoenix poised to take flight, lifelike in its detail, while the reverse bore the words Lingjiu in bold, vigorous strokes, unmistakably identifying it as the token of Lingjiu Palace. Naturally, Su Xingha was familiar with Lingjiu Palace, especially since its leader was his own master. "If you are indeed a member of Lingjiu Palace, why do you claim to be my senior?" Han Yi seized upon Su Xingha's question, grinning as he replied, "It is quite simple. Because I truly am your senior." Su Xingha was left speechless. Having lived for several decades, he had never encountered someone who could so confidently refute a claim, yet do so with such audacity. Chapter 129 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Upon observing Su Xingha's expression of skepticism, Han Yi remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of composure. He understood Su Xingha's apprehensions. However, some matters are beyond explanation, only first-hand experience can instill conviction. Thus, he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with certainty. "There is no need for you to rush, Mr. Su, in due time, you will come to comprehend. After all, when you meet Wayazi, you will inevitably refer to him as your Shu." Su Xingha found himself ensnared in a web of confusion by Han Yi's words, yet his curiosity intensified. Just as he contemplated further inquiries, Han Yi deftly shifted the topic. "Mr. Su, have you come here regarding Ding Chuanxiao?" Su Xingha was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Han Yi was aware of this matter. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, I have come to ascertain the veracity of Ding Chuanxiao's demise." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in Han Yi's eyes, and he smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, I too am on my way to meet my senior brother, perhaps we could journey together, it would be prudent to have a companion along the way. Intrigued by Han Ye's identity, Su Xinghe's interest was piqued upon learning of his intention to seek Guiyazi. He mused to himself, should I accompany him, I may unravel the mysteries that plague my mind and discern his true intentions. Thus, he readily agreed, and the two forged a partnership. As they traveled, Su Xinghe's gaze frequently fell upon the frail figure of Xiao Moyu beside Han Yi, curiosity etched upon his features. He noted Xiao Moyu's pallor and weakened breath, indicating an underlying ailment. Moreover, each night, Han Yi personally prepared medicinal baths for Xiao Moyu, utilizing rare and precious herbs, with techniques that were decidedly audacious, further piquing Su Xinghe's interest regarding Xiao Moyu's identity. Taking the initiative, Su Xinghe proposed to examine Xiao Moyu's condition. Han Yi, naturally, did not refuse, allowing Xiao Moyu to extend his hand for Su Xinghe to take his pulse. With utmost care, Su Xinghe placed his fingers gently upon Xiao Moyu's wrist, focusing intently as he examined the boy's health, yet, as his investigation deepened, his brows furrowed in concern. He discovered that Xiao Moyu harbored not only two distinct and potent poisons within but also possessed two entirely different internal energies, a most rare and perplexing phenomenon. Even with his extensive knowledge, he found the situation exceedingly challenging. Retracting his fingers from Xiao Moyu's wrist, Su Xinghe's expression turned grave. Mr.Su, what do you discern, is there an issue? Han Yi inquired. Though he harbored some confidence in his treatment approach, he recognized that Su Xinghe's expertise, stemming from his Xianxia lineage, might yield invaluable insights. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinghe began, the pulse presents an extraordinary anomaly. Oh, in what regard? Han Yi inquired, intrigued, for this was the first time he had heard anyone remark on Xiao Moyu's pulse in such a manner during his attempts to heal him. It appears that within this child resides two disparate internal energies. Su Xinghe paused, as if weighing his words. Moreover, I have detected two distinct and lethal poisons. One is chillingly cold, while the other is exceptionally domineering. They restrain one another yet simultaneously erode each other's essence. Were it not for the precarious balance achieved at present, he may not have endured thus far. This is indeed a lengthy tale, Han Yi remarked calmly, as though he had anticipated Su Xinghe's diagnosis. With a gentle sigh, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Moyu's hair and recounted the boy's intricate and tumultuous history, sharing the hidden chapters of his past. Naturally, certain details were deliberately omitted, glossed over with ambiguous phrases. Upon concluding, Su Xinghe could not help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, I never imagined such occurrences could manifest in the martial world. Indeed, hence my resolve to restore his health, Han Yi affirmed with unwavering determination. Yet, Su Xinghe's expression betrayed his concern. The dual poisons, compounded by the conflicting internal energies, rendered resolution an arduous task. Mr.Su, do you possess any solutions? Han Yi inquired. Alas, I currently lack a definitive remedy. Su Xinghe pondered for a moment before continuing. However, it seems that the medicinal materials you employ might be intended for a radical transformation? A flicker of admiration glinted in Han Yi's eyes as he nodded. Indeed, Mr. Su, your insight is astute. Nevertheless, this method is perilously risky. A mere misstep could lead to. Su Xinghe left his thought unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. I am aware, Han Yi replied, his demeanor steady. However, beyond this, I am bereft of alternative strategies. Seeing Han Ye's unwavering resolve, Su Xinghe refrained from further discouragement, sighing deeply as he turned his attention to Xiao Moyu. Since you are resolute in your intentions, I shall not speak further. Yet, I find this method rather intriguing. I wonder. He paused, casting a curious glance at Han Yi. Han Yi responded without hesitation, of course, Mr. Su, should you wish to collaborate, it would be beneficial to have companionship in our research. Initially concerned about his limited abilities, Han Yi was relieved to welcome Su Xinghe's willingness to join him. Upon hearing Han Ye's response, a smile graced Su Xinghe's face as he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, this is splendid, truly splendid. With that, he approached the table, picking up a brush and inscribing his insights and understanding of medical and toxicological practices over the years, sharing them with Han Yi without reserve. In kind, Han Yi shared his methodologies and thought processes regarding Xiao Moyu's treatment in meticulous detail. Thus, Han Yi and Su Xinghe engaged in discourse for the better part of a day, ultimately solidifying the treatment plan for Xiao Moyu moving forward. Chapter 130 of The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 24. Once the treatment plan for the young Moyu was established, Su Xinghe and his companions set out once more, making their way towards the location of Ding Chuanqiu's demise. The journey of several days was neither excessively long nor particularly short, and they swiftly arrived at a quaint little town nestled at the foot of Mount Wushan. This town, built against the mountainside, featured modest dwellings with curling wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, exuding an aura of serene tranquility that starkly contrasted with the imposing cliffs of Wushan. They found lodgings at an inn within the town, and Su Xinghe ventured out alone to gather information. He made his way to a local tea house, ordered a pot of tea, and while savoring his drink, listened intently to the idle chatter of those around him. Have you heard? A notorious villain met his end here not long ago, exclaimed one patron. Indeed, that fiend, known as Ding Chuanqiu, was slain by a young hero, replied another. And where lies the body of that villain? Ah, it rests in the charity graveyard, of course. Upon hearing these discussions, Su Xinghe felt a stirring within him and took the initiative to inquire further. Eventually guided by their directions, he made his way to the graveyard located on the outskirts of the town. The graveyard lay to the north, in a desolate area overrun with weeds, where a chilling breeze whispered an eerie ambience. The dilapidated walls resembled frail old men, trembling in the cold wind. A few withered trees stood solitary around the graveyard, their gnarled branches resembling the outstretched claws of specters, sending shivers down one's spine. As Su Xinghe stepped through the crumbling gate, a wave of putrid decay assaulted his senses, causing a wave of nausea. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for an extended period. Several ramshackle buildings leaned precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. After a thorough exploration of the graveyard, Su Xinghe finally discovered a relatively intact structure tucked away in a corner. He pushed open the door, and a musty odor wafted out to greet him. Inside, a solitary, thin coffin lay on the ground, its lid ajar, revealing the faint outline of a figure within. Approaching carefully, Su Xinghe gently pushed aside the coffin lid, and the familiar visage of Ding Chuanqiu emerged before his eyes. He lay quietly within the coffin, his complexion darkened, clearly having been deceased for some time. Gazing upon the corpse, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Xinghe. In the past, he had been dull-witted and disinterested in martial arts, while Ding Chuanqiu possessed extraordinary talent and far surpassed him in skill. Ding Chuanqiu had often wielded his superior abilities to oppress him and had even committed the heinous act of ambushing their master. Each of these memories vividly etched in Su Xinghe's mind. Now, witnessing Ding Chuanqiu's lifeless form, all the animosity and resentment within him transformed into a cascade of laughter that soared to the heavens. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed, as if releasing all the pain and grievances that had accumulated over the years. After his laughter subsided, Su Xinghe approached to inspect Ding Chuanqiu's remains more closely, ultimately concluding that Ding Chuanqiu had perished from having his internal energy completely drained by the North Ming divine skill. He found himself lost in contemplation. Throughout their recent interactions, Su Xinghe had come to realize that Ding Chuanqiu had fallen at the hands of Han Yi, yet he had never anticipated that Han Yi would possess the North Ming divine skill. A bold hypothesis surged forth in Su Xinghe's mind. Could it be that what he had claimed was true? Was he truly his master's uncle? The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were renowned for their ability to preserve youth. His master and several of his uncles and aunts had all maintained their youthful appearances, and it was entirely possible that this young hero Han Yi resembled them in that regard. However, lacking any concrete evidence and having never heard his master mention such a thing, Su Xinghe resolved to wait until he could consult his master before drawing any conclusions. Chapter 131 of Demigods and Semidevils 25. Having bid farewell to the eerie mortuary, Su Xinghe and his companions set forth once again, journeying towards the secluded cave of Huiyazi. Throughout the journey, Su Xinghe's mind was perpetually occupied with the enigma surrounding Han Ye's identity and the origins of his mastery over the North Sea divine skill. The mountain paths were treacherous, they traversed rugged terrains and dense jungles, ultimately arriving at Huiyazi's hidden retreat. After several days. Turning back, Su Xinghe clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Han Yi, saying, "Young hero Han, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he entered the cave alone to report. "Master, your disciple has returned," Su Xinghe stated with reverence. Huiyazi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon Su Xinghe, and inquired softly, "Xinghe, you have returned. How did you fare?" "Reporting to master, I have located Ding Chuanqiu's corpse, and it has been confirmed beyond doubt," Su Xinghe replied. Huiyazi acknowledged, seemingly anticipating the news. "Master, there is another matter I wish to report." Su Xinghe paused before continuing. "A messenger from my martial uncle has arrived." Upon hearing Su Xinghe mention his senior sister, Huiyazi fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable time, he finally spoke, saying, "Let him enter." At Huiyazi's words, Su Xinghe promptly rose and made his way back outside the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he addressed Han Yi, who was waiting outside. "Young hero Han, master invites you inside." As Han Yi stepped into the cave, a refreshing chill enveloped him, dispelling the fatigue of the journey. Illuminated by the light filtering through the cave entrance, he beheld a man seated cross-legged upon a stone bed, resembling a finely sculpted jade statue, clad in immaculate white robes, unblemished and pure. He stood in stark contrast to the ruggedness of the cave. His visage was as radiant as jade, exuding a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of heroism that rendered one hesitant to meet his gaze. His sword-like brows and starry eyes were deep and penetrating, as if harboring boundless wisdom. Long, raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and a beard of 3 feet in length bore not a single strand of white, further enhancing his ethereal and transcendent presence. Han Yi took a step forward, bowing respectfully, and announced, "I am Han Yi, the junior disciple, paying my respects to the esteemed Huiyazi." As he spoke, Han Yi retrieved a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands, the envelope boldly inscribed with the words "For Huiyazi's eyes only" in a striking calligraphy, unmistakably penned by the Tianshan Tonglao. With both hands raised above his head, Han Yi reverently stated, "This is from Tonglao, entrusted to me for delivery to the esteemed elder." Huiyazi extended his hand to receive the letter, his gaze sweeping over the script on the envelope, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, reminiscent of nostalgia and contemplation. He slowly opened the envelope and extracted the letter within, scrutinizing its contents. Huiyazi read with remarkable speed, absorbing the letter's message comprehensively. After a moment, he raised his head, fixing Han Yi with a piercing gaze, and asked in a solemn tone, "Have you mastered the North Sea divine skill of my Xianyun sect?" Han Yi, unwilling to conceal the truth, replied, in response to the esteemed elder, "I indeed practice the North Sea divine skill." Huiyazi nodded, taking a moment to appraise Han Yi once more. Observing his handsome demeanor and commanding presence, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With a gentle smile, he removed a ring of ancient design from his finger and handed it to Han Yi, saying, "This is the emblem of leadership for my Xianyun sect, the 7 treasures ring. I now bestow it upon you." As Han Yi accepted the ring, Weyazi waved his hand, saying, "You need not be overly humble. My senior sister has spoken highly of your exceptional talent and your mastery of our sect's profound skills. You are destined for greatness." Subsequently, Weyazi summoned Su Xinghe into the cave, stating, "Xinghe, this is my junior brother, and henceforth, your martial uncle. I have entrusted the leadership of our sect to him, and you must assist him diligently." Though Su Xinghe had anticipated this revelation, hearing it directly from his master still took him by surprise. Over the days spent with Han Yi, he had discerned that while this young hero might be somewhat unconventional in his ways, his kind heart and unfathomable martial prowess rendered him a suitable leader for the Xianyun sect. "Xinghe, why do you hesitate? Quickly pay your respects to your martial uncle," Weyazi prompted, noticing Su Xinghe standing in a daze. "Yes, master," Su Xinghe replied respectfully, stepping forward to bow deeply before Han Yi, stating, "Disciple Su Xinghe pays his respects to his martial uncle." Chapter 132 of Tianlong Bubu 26. Upon receiving the ring, Han Yi became the new leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Weyazi gazed at the imposing young man before him, and a heavy stone in his heart finally lifted, yet, there remained a tender spot within him, a sanctuary for a captivating woman, one who haunted his dreams and eluded his grasp. Han Yi, with keen perception, sensed an ineffable sorrow lurking beneath Weyazi's calm exterior, a melancholia born of life's vicissitudes, as if a long-buried secret lay beneath, waiting to be unearthed and unleash tumultuous waves. "Brother, you appear to be weighed down by thoughts," Han Yi ventured cautiously, concern lacing his tone. Weyazi, taken aback by the directness of Han Yi's inquiry, fell silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. That sigh was laden with a multitude of helplessness and bitterness. "Brother, you are unaware," Weyazi began slowly, his voice deep and husky, as if it emanated from a distant horizon. "The tenet of the Xiaoyao sect is freedom, yet once entangled in the web of love, true freedom becomes elusive." Han Yi understood that Weyazi referred to the complex entanglements between him and Li Qiushui, the Tianshan Tonglao. Thus, he remarked, "Brother, these days, sister often mentions you." Pausing to gauge Weyazi's reaction, and seeing no sign of displeasure, he continued, "Sister has always kept you in her thoughts. The past, with its myriad disputes, has not faded from her memory." Weyazi remained silent, but a flicker of pain crossed his gaze. Recognizing he had touched a sensitive nerve, Han Yi softened his tone, saying, "Now that we are united as brothers, and the Xiaoyao sect has been restored, it is time to untangle the knots between you both." After allowing a moment for Weyazi to absorb his words, he added, "Sister is unaware that you are alive, she merely holds a glimmer of hope to find you. Her letter, which sent me in search of you, was but a wish cast into the vastness of fate, with little expectation." Looking earnestly at Weyazi, Han Yi suggested, "Why not personally visit Lingzhou Palace and clarify the past with sister, let her understand your true feelings, and grant yourself a chance for liberation?" He refrained from elaborating further, knowing some matters are best left for Weyazi to confront and resolve independently. Upon hearing Han Yi mention Tianshan Tonglao, a complex expression flitted across Weyazi's face, nostalgia, guilt, and helplessness mingled therein. He slowly raised his right hand, gently massaging his brow, seemingly seeking solace from his internal turmoil. After a lengthy pause, he lowered his hand and turned to Su Xinghe, speaking in a calm tone, "Xinghe, you may withdraw. I have pressing matters to discuss with your master." Su Xinghe complied respectfully, rising to take her leave and granting space to Weyazi and Han Yi. Once her figure vanished from sight, Weyazi finally spoke, his voice tinged with resignation and bitterness, recounting the tangled love and hatred of yesteryears. "In those days, both senior sister Wu Xingyun and junior sister Li Qiushui harbored feelings for me, leading to enmity between them. To win my affection, junior sister schemed against senior sister, causing her to fall into madness. Subsequently, senior sister retaliated, disfiguring junior sister, while my true affection lay with Li Songhai, the sister of Qiushui. He lifted his gaze, filled with reminiscence and regret, lamenting, "Alas, though the petals may yearn, the stream flows indifferent. She harbored no romantic feelings for me. In the end, I chose to wed Li Qiushui, who bore a striking resemblance to her, believing I could lay the past to rest and embark on a new life." Weyazi's tone was laced with bitterness, yet, "I was gravely mistaken, I was horrendously wrong." He shut his eyes in anguish, unwilling to revisit those painful memories. On our wedding night, gazing upon the face so akin to hers, I found myself unable to deceive my own heart. I told myself to cherish Qiushui, as a means to atone for my regrets. Weyazi opened his eyes, guilt and self-reproach swirling within them. However, the more I endeavored to forget, the clearer her visage became in my mind, an indelible presence. I ultimately realized that some feelings are irreplaceable, some individuals, once missed, remain lost for a lifetime. Weyazi sighed deeply. Now, many years have passed, she has married and found happiness, while I remain ensnared in the prison of my memories, unable to break free. Senior and junior sisters, they toiled endlessly for my sake, clashing and competing, yet it all came to naught. His voice was steeped in despair. How could I not understand? To them, I am but an obsession, a stubborn yearning for what cannot be. Han Yi spoke with calmness, yet his words were piercing. "Brother, if you recognize that sister and the others labor for a love that has long soured, why permit them to continue in this futile pursuit? You are aware that this affection only brings them pain and suffering. Why not sever their hopes entirely and liberate them from this hopeless chase?" Weyazi fell silent, Han Yi's words striking like a sharp blade, piercing the softest part of his heart, leaving him speechless. He knew all his past indecision had harmed these two devoted women, yet how could he face them? How could he atone for his mistakes? After a prolonged silence, Weyazi retrieved a portrait from his bosom, depicting the woman he had long yearned for, Li Songhai. In the painting, she donned a gown as white as snow, her features exquisite, her lips curved in a gentle smile, reminiscent of an ethereal orchid, elegant and untainted. Weyazi gazed longingly at the portrait, his rough fingertips tenderly tracing her visage, as if to etch her unparalleled beauty into his very being. It was a beauty that, despite the passage of time, would never fade, filled with a beguiling softness. Time seemed to reverse, transporting him back to the day they first met, a moment of instant attraction, a subsequent deep affection. Yet, it was unfortunate that the prince had desires, while the goddess remained a dream. He owed them too much, and the burden of this karmic debt weighed heavily upon him. His tone was steeped in bitterness, as if speaking to Han Yi, yet also murmuring to himself, "Please deliver this portrait to sister. Upon seeing it, she shall understand." Chapter 133 of Demigods and Semi-Devils 27. Han Yi took the painting scroll into his hands, his fingertips brushing against the cool silk of the parchment. A faint, lingering fragrance wafted from it, as if it were emanating from the figures within the artwork. Imbued with a subtle melancholy, he gently rolled up the scroll and carefully tucked it into his bosom. However, Han Yi harbored another matter in his heart that he wished to discuss with his senior brother, yet, seeing his brother lost in reminiscence, with furrowed brows and a forlorn expression, he pondered quietly that perhaps this was not the most opportune moment to broach other subjects. It would be prudent to take his leave for now and revisit the matter at a later date. As Han Yi prepared to stand and bid farewell, he noticed Wu Yazi emerge from his reverie, raising his head to fix his penetrating gaze upon him, as if he could see through Han Yi's thoughts. Wu Yazi sighed softly and inquired, "Didn't you have two matters to discuss with me? What about the other one? You may speak of it now." At these words, Han Yi felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his senior brother had sensed his hesitation and was reluctant to burden him further. Acknowledging this, Han Yi clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Please, I wish to hear your thoughts." Wu Yazi gestured for Han Yi to sit down for a more detailed conversation. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi began, "Senior brother, after descending the mountain, I took in 3 children, one of whom is named Mou. He suffers from a peculiar poison and has endured a tumultuous fate." He paused, a shadow of worry crossing his brow. "This child has a pitiable background, and I had intended to do everything within my power to heal him. However, the nature of this poison is odd and cannot be resolved through ordinary medical practices. My cousin, Su, and I have discussed his condition and devised a treatment plan, but the final step requires the assistance of someone with profound inner strength to expel the toxins from his body." He gazed intently at Wu Yazi, whose abilities were unfathomable, and earnestly requested, "I humbly ask for your help." Upon hearing this, Wu Yazi furrowed his brow in thought. Being well-versed in medicine, he understood the dangers of 2 types of lethal poisons intertwining, compounded by the need to balance 2 conflicting internal energies, especially in a child. The risks and complexities involved were beyond the reach of conventional healing methods. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally assess the child's condition before determining whether he could offer assistance. "Bring the child to me so that I may take a look," he instructed. Han Yi, heartened by his senior brother's willingness, went outside the cave to fetch young Mou, gently calling, "Ayu, come and greet your esteemed uncle." Little Mou obediently approached Wu Yazi and, with utmost respect, performed a courteous bow, his fragile voice tinged with weakness. "Greetings, esteemed uncle." Wu Yazi regarded the pale boy before him, whose spirit shone through despite his pallor, and a flicker of compassion stirred within him. He gestured for Mou to sit, then extended his fingers to lightly rest upon the child's wrist. A torrent of chaotic energies coursed through the pulse, causing Wu Yazi to draw a sharp breath. The child's condition was far worse than he had anticipated, the 2 poisons intertwined like venomous serpents, gnawing at his vitality. Once he concluded his examination and delved into the details of Han Yi and Su Xingha's proposed treatment, his brow knitted once more, deep in thought. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, "The child's condition is more intricate than I had surmised." He paused, then continued, "Your approach is correct, but the 2 poisons, one cold, the other fiery, are in a delicate stalemate, which is what has allowed the child to survive thus far. To cure him completely, we must use inner strength to expel both toxins, seal the meridians with silver needles, and subsequently employ medicinal herbs to restore his health." Upon hearing this, Han Yi was overwhelmed with joy and eagerly asked, "Does this mean you are willing to assist?" Wu Yazi nodded, stating, "This child is fated to be connected with you, thus, I shall do my utmost." With Wu Yazi's agreement to treat young Mou, Han Yi decided to temporarily stay with the 3 children at this location. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were renowned for their intricacy, and Wu Yazi had seamlessly integrated both healing arts and martial prowess, excelling in the art of injury treatment and poison neutralization. Each day, he summoned his profound inner strength, combined with rare medicinal herbs, gradually forcing the 2 toxins within Mou's body into a singular location, ultimately expelling them. This process was fraught with peril. Any misstep could nullify all efforts and even endanger the child's life. Yet, Wu Yazi remained focused and composed, as if everything were well within his control. Han Yi observed and learned from the side, silently admiring his senior brother's skill. Although he possessed knowledge of medicine and toxins, he had little practical experience compared to Wu Yazi, who was a master in his own right. "Senior brother, your medical expertise is truly remarkable. I am in awe," Han Yi exclaimed with genuine admiration. Wu Yazi responded with a modest smile, saying, "It is merely the surface of the art. If you are interested, there are several medical texts at Xingha's place. You may delve deeper into them together." Encouraged by this opportunity to learn, Han Yi readily agreed, believing that acquiring more knowledge could only benefit him. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a soft whisper akin to tender murmurs. Han Yi sat by the window, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows upon him. In his hands lay a weathered medical book, his brow slightly furrowed as he seemed lost in contemplation over a challenging problem. "The medical arts of the Xiaoyao sect are indeed profound," he murmured to himself, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Ever since Wu Yazi encouraged him to study the various texts alongside Su Xingha, Han Yi felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Though he had no interest in the martial arts manuals, he found himself captivated by the vast array of miscellaneous texts. Meanwhile, the other two children were thoroughly engrossed in their newfound passions, particularly Tang Wula, who, as a disciple of the Tang sect, had a penchant for mechanisms and poisons. Su Xing had treated Tang Wula as Han Yi's apprentice, providing him with related texts on traps, hidden weapons, and divination. This delighted Tang Wula immensely, akin to a little mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, spending his days buried in books and the apothecary. If not for Han Yi reminding him about meals, he would likely forget to eat altogether. Although A Fei was solely interested in swords, he would still obediently sit and listen to whatever others taught him, knowing he could not outmatch them in strength. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yi treated young Mo Yu while fervently devouring books, to the extent that even the system was astonished by his diligence. "Host, why are you working so hard?" the system inquired. Sighing, Han Yi continued to flip through the pages. "I simply wish to avoid letting the middleman take advantage." Of course, Han Yi was not motivated by a desire to save the world. Rather, he believed that acquiring genuine skills was more worthwhile than merely trading points with the system for certain abilities. Who knows, perhaps one day he could break free from its control and seize his own destiny. Chapter 134 of the Eight Dragons, Part 28. Within the valley, where the seasons are perpetually spring-like, warm and gentle sunlight filters through the bamboo grove, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Time flows swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several months have slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers. Unbeknownst to them, Han Yi and his companions have resided in this place for over a few months. Throughout this period, Xiao Mo Yu has diligently adhered to his daily medicinal baths, and today marks the culmination of his detoxification process. As the first rays of dawn light streamed through the window, illuminating the room, Han Yi rose early and made his way to Xiao Mo Yu's chamber. Gazing upon the resilient young boy before him, his heart brimmed with solace. "Yu, today is the final day of your medicinal bath, are you prepared?" Han Yi inquired softly, his tone imbued with a hint of anticipation and concern. Xiao Mo Yu slowly opened his eyes, his clear gaze shimmering with determination. He nodded, his voice resonating with eagerness. "Brother, I am ready. I have awaited this moment for a long time." Tang Wula had also been waiting nearby, and upon seeing Xiao Mo Yu awaken, he exclaimed with excitement, "At last, you are on the mend. I am eager to witness your swordsmanship in the future." The typically taciturn A Fei approached Xiao Mo Yu's side, silently offering his unwavering support through a gaze filled with encouragement. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Xiao Mo Yu, with Han Ye's assistance, gradually rose and made his way toward the prepared bath. The tub was filled with a specially concocted herbal solution, emanating a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. This aroma, a harmonious blend, was not unpleasant. Rather, it invigorated the senses. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mo Yu inhaled the soothing scent, which instilled a sense of reassurance and anticipation within him. He turned to Han Yi, his eyes brimming with hope and trust. With Han Ye's help, Xiao Mo Yu slowly disrobed and gently lowered himself into the herbal-infused tub. The warm liquid enveloped his body, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Wu Yazi had also arrived, seated in a wheelchair beside the tub, his hands resting on Xiao Mo Yu's back, channeling his profound inner strength to aid in the expulsion of residual toxins from Xiao Mo Yu's body. As the medicinal properties gradually permeated his being, Xiao Mo Yu felt a warm current coursing through him, dispelling the cold and pain that had long plagued him, granting him an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. His eyelids grew heavy, consciousness began to wane, and ultimately, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As the sun dipped slowly behind the mountains, the clouds in the sky were painted a brilliant red, resembling a roaring flame, casting a warm glow throughout the room. The gentle light filtered through the window, softly illuminating Xiao Mo Yu's face, rendering it a rosy hue. His eyelids fluttered slightly, long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings, and at last, he gradually opened his eyes. He felt an invigorating energy coursing through his entire being, as if a warm current flowed within him, alleviating the ailments that had long afflicted him, bringing forth unprecedented comfort and lightness. He tentatively wiggled his fingers, then his arms. Each movement was infused with strength, no longer stiff and sluggish as before. Seated by the bedside, Han Yi observed Xiao Mo Yu's transformation with keen interest. Upon witnessing his awakening, a smile of relief graced his face as he inquired with concern, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Hearing Han Ye's voice, Tang Wulu and A Fei immediately gathered around, their expressions a blend of anticipation and concern, all hoping for Xiao Mo Yu to fully rid himself of the torment of poison and grow joyfully as a normal child. Xiao Mo Yu, feeling the remarkable changes in his body, beamed brightly, his excitement palpable as he asked, "Brother, am I cured?" Han Yi nodded gently, his voice reassuring, "Yes, you are well. From now on, you can learn any martial arts you desire." Xiao Mo Yu's eyes sparkled with hope and aspiration, and without hesitation, he declared, "Then I wish to learn the sword." "Of course, you may." Chapter 135. The Heavenly Dragon and 8 Parts 29. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years have passed, and who among the martial realm does not recognize the illustrious name of the Xiaoyao sect? After all, the Xiaoyao sect not only considers talent but also appearance when accepting disciples. It is widely rumored that they take in only those who are destined to become future immortals, residing amid the misty peaks of Tianshan, each one resembling a celestial consort. The common folk, having seen little of the world, believe this wholeheartedly and, during festive occasions, they often turn towards Tianshan to offer their prayers, seeking the blessings of these immortals. Those well-versed in the ways of the martial world naturally pay little heed to such tales, having no excessive thoughts on the matter. After all, the Xiaoyao sect acts in a mysterious manner and seldom mingles in the affairs of the martial realm, though a few of their renowned disciples have made a name for themselves. Among them are the 8 friends of Hangu, 8 disciples under the guidance of Su Xingha from the Xiaoyao sect, each possessing extraordinary skills, not to mention their martial prowess. These 8 individuals excel in various arts. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even the study of flora, fauna, and aquatic life, none are unskilled. Dubbed the Eight Friends, they share a bond akin to that of brothers, becoming a celebrated tale in the martial world. Of course, apart from the Eight Friends of Hangu, the most famous are the current direct disciples of the Xiaoyao sect's leader. It is common knowledge among martial artists that the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect will undoubtedly emerge from among them. Indeed, the Xiaoyao sect is immensely renowned. The storyteller struck the wooden block, his voice resonating, capturing the attention of everyone within the tavern. The Xiaoyao sect not only boasts formidable martial skills but also selectively recruits aesthetically pleasing disciples, leading to rumors that every disciple is more handsome than the legendary Panin, embodying the essence of beauty that could outshine the moon and flowers. Tang Wula listened to the storyteller's words and couldn't help but chuckle, lifting his cup to take a sip before turning to the stoic Afei across the table, teasingly inquiring, "Afei, what do you think our entrance criteria for the Xiaoyao sect truly is, martial prowess or looks?" Afei cast a blank glance his way, lowering his head to continue sipping tea, ignoring Tang Wula's playful banter. Unperturbed, Tang Wula resumed listening to the storyteller, who passionately recounted, the Xiaoyao sect is shrouded in mystery, residing atop Tianshan amidst the clouds, a place unreachable by ordinary mortals. Each disciple possesses remarkable martial skills, like the Poison Prince, Tang Wula, whose mastery of toxins is both sublime and elusive, or the young Xiaoyao Prince, Mou, who has already grasped the sect's martial arts to perfection at such a young age. And then there is the Swift Sword, Afei, whose swordsmanship is so exquisite that a single stroke could claim a life, instilling fear in the hearts of many. At this juncture, the storyteller intentionally paused, sipping tea to clear his throat before continuing. Moreover, there exists a rumor in the martial world that the sect's leader has a favored young disciple, a true prodigy of martial arts destined to inherit the leadership of the Xiaoyao sect. However, the identity of this young disciple remains a mystery to all. Listening to the storyteller's praises, Tang Wula found it amusing but maintained a composed facade, delicately sipping from his cup to mask the hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Afei, on the other hand, remained oblivious to the storyteller's words, sitting quietly as if the outside world held no significance for him. At that moment, a young hero clad in dark attire entered the tavern, a long sword sheathed at his waist. His strides were steady, exuding an exceptional grace, and a hint of sternness adorned his handsome face. Unperturbed by the storyteller's discourse, he ascended the stairs directly towards the private room where Tang Wula and Afei sat. This individual was none other than Mou. As the door to the private room swung open, Mou entered, and Tang Wula jested, "Is this not our Xiaoyao prince? What brings you here to listen to tales?" Mou, disinterested in his banter, gracefully approached the table, taking a seat opposite Tang Wula. With elongated fingers, he lifted the teapot to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea, speaking in a calm tone, "My brother sent me to find you both. He says it's time to return." "Return?" Tang Wula echoed, his tone laced with undeniable surprise. Though he had anticipated this day would come, he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly, considering their junior sister had only recently completed her training. Indeed, they had a younger sister, one chosen by their master to be the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon hearing the word return, Afei's usually impassive expression finally flickered with emotion. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Younger sister?" Mou understood the implications of Tang Wula and Afei's words. Setting down his teacup, he explained in a calm tone, "What my brother means is that he will leave first, and we will wait until our younger sister finishes her training before proceeding. I believe he simply wishes to rid himself of the burdens of leadership sooner." Tang Wula interjected with a smirk. Afei responded with a quiet signifying his agreement. Mou, upon hearing Tang Wula's comment, closed his eyes in resignation, recalling the years of terror instigated by their younger sisters and Tang Wula's penchant for poison and hidden weapons. Unable to suppress himself, he remarked, "You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you teaching our younger sister the art of poison making, my brother wouldn't be so eager to flee." Tang Wula set down his cup, defending himself. He never wanted to be the leader in the first place, so how can you blame me? Besides, the martial world is fraught with danger. If our younger sister has an interest in toxins and concealed weapons, what harm is there in teaching her? It is but a means of self-defense. Mou scoffed at Tang Wula's rationalizations, countering, "Self-defense? Just look around. Because of you, has there been anyone remaining in the vicinity of our dwelling these years, and those disciples from Lingjiu Palace and the Xiaoyao sect, who among them does not turn pale at the mention of poison? How can that be my fault? Clearly, they are simply too weak." Tang Wula insisted, his tone devoid of any hint of guilt. Mou was about to retort further when Tang Wula interrupted, "Alright, enough of this, let us consider how to explain things to our younger sister instead." Mou shot Tang Wula an exasperated glare but chose to remain silent, knowing that arguing with him would yield no fruitful outcome. Afei continued to sit quietly, listening to their back-and-forth exchange, perceiving it as mere noise. Chapter 136 of the 8 Parts of the Dragon. Duan Yu found himself relentlessly pursued by the members of the Wuliang Sword sect. In a state of panic and desperation, he inadvertently tumbled into a secluded valley, where he initially believed his demise was inevitable. However, to his astonishment, the valley revealed a hidden paradise. It became apparent that this gorge was not a dead end. At the valley's floor lay a flat expanse concealing a smooth stone wall. The wall gleamed like a mirror, and faintly, the silhouettes of a man and a woman engaged in swordplay emerged. The flickering swordlight seemed to harbor immeasurable power, captivating Duan Yu, who could not resist the urge to observe closely. As he gazed, he discerned that the direction indicated by the sword shadows on the wall appeared to conceal a profound mystery, ultimately pointing towards an inconspicuous rock. Intrigued, he attempted to push the rock, and to his surprise, it revealed an opening behind it. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage and ventured inside. The interior space exceeded his expectations, revealing a spacious stone chamber. Gentle light streamed in from the left, and following its source, he discovered a massive crystal, transparent and radiant, which illuminated the entire stone room with the celestial light from outside. As Duanyu surveyed the chamber, he noticed a stone table at its center, accompanied by a stone bed adorned with soft satin fabric. In one corner of the table lay a bronze mirror, alongside a few hairpins and combs, suggesting a woman's boudoir. He mused to himself that this must belong to the lady depicted in swordplay on the stone wall, perhaps a celestial beauty. As a mere mortal man, he thought it best not to perish in this place and inadvertently offend the fair maiden, preferring to meet his end outside. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed the reflection from the bronze mirror illuminating a section of the stone wall that seemed to harbor a fissure. A spark of curiosity ignited within him, and he approached, pushing against it with all his might, which indeed revealed a door. Beyond the door lay a winding stone staircase descending into the unknown depths. Duanyu cautiously traversed the steps, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stillness of the cave. After descending approximately a dozen steps, he encountered another tightly shut stone door, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. His curiosity piqued, he reached out to push open the heavy door, revealing a woman clad in palace attire, wielding a long sword with its tip pointed directly at his chest. Startled, Duanyu stumbled back a step, but as he focused on the scene before him, his fear began to ebb. The woman, dressed in simple garments with her hair elegantly styled, appeared almost as if sculpted from white jade, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes brimming with emotion, reminiscent of a living being. Duanyu was taken aback, unable to contain his admiration, and exclaimed, "Celestial sister." He stood transfixed before the jade figure, perceiving her as an embodiment of nobility and grace, which filled him with reverence intertwined with a budding affection that gradually morphed into obsession. "Celestial sister, I pay my respects," he murmured, seemingly bewitched, and knelt before her. As he bowed respectfully, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her footwear, where he noticed inscribed the words, "Bow 1,000 times, to command me." Without a second thought, he perceived the celestial sister's request as a divine decree, and he began counting as he earnestly prostrated himself. Upon completing 1,000 bows, he felt dizzy, and the jade figure before him appeared to blur. At that moment, he felt the mat beneath him crack open, and upon glancing down, he saw a silken bag emerging from the fissure. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the bag and opened it, revealing a message inscribed on the silk, "Eliminate all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." He was aware of the Xiaoyao sect's renown and recalled having encountered one of its disciples, whose celestial demeanor had been striking. No wonder she shared a connection with the celestial sister. Duanyu pondered that the celestial sister must have suffered at the hands of her peers, hence her desire to take on a disciple to fulfill her unaccomplished aspirations, yet he vehemently opposed the idea of murder. The individuals who had wronged her were undoubtedly villains, but he hesitated, recalling that the extraordinary disciple he had met was likely not among those who had tormented her. If he were to harm an innocent, it would only add to the injustices. With a sigh, he concluded that rather than inciting conflict within the martial world, it would be more prudent to offer daily prayers, hoping to comfort the celestial sister's spirit and wishing for her to release her resentment and attain peace. As for the martial arts manual contained within the silken bag, he had no intention of practicing it. After all, a martial artist lacking a chivalrous heart would merely wield their skills as tools for malevolence. However, he worried about the potential for others to discover the bag and incite further bloodshed, resolving to carry it away to prevent any further strife. He tucked the bag into his cloak, bowed thrice to the jade figure, and turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary sigh that echoed through the cavernous expanse. Duanyu hunched his body and stealthily emerged from the cave, momentarily blinded by the harsh sunlight, which compelled him to squint. Once he adjusted to the brightness, he beheld the breathtaking scene before him and gasped in astonishment. A magnificent river surged and roared at the foot of the mountain, its waters tumultuous and majestic. Was it not the Lansong River? Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was perched high above, a good 10 yards from the river's surface, and the path leading down was treacherous and fraught with peril. Gazing downward, the rushing waters made him feel dizzy. The only way to descend was to use both hands and feet to navigate the protruding rocks and tree roots, inching his way down. The jagged stones scraped against his hands and feet, causing him discomfort, yet he dared not grow careless, fearing a misstep could plunge him into the river below. After a laborious climb, he finally reached the riverbank, panting heavily and soaked with sweat. Nevertheless, the image of the celestial sister remained etched in his mind, and as he caught his breath, he meticulously observed the surrounding terrain, committing it to memory. He resolved that after rescuing others, he would return to this place annually to keep the celestial sister company, ensuring she would never feel lonely or isolated. At that moment, a melodious and cheerful voice rang out from behind him. "Hey, you over there, you look rather disheveled. How did you manage to climb up from down there? Surely you didn't fall and then climb back up, did you? Ha ha ha." Chapter 137 of Tianlong Babu. Duanyu was taken aback, momentarily believing that the fairy sister had manifested. He quickly turned around, only to discover a young girl clad in a purple dress crouching not far behind him. The girl appeared to be merely in her teens, with a beautiful countenance and a pair of lively, sparkling eyes that were curiously examining him, accompanied by a playful smile at the corners of her mouth. "How did you climb up from below?" she inquired again, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. It was only then that Duanyu realized he was standing on a protruding rock by the riverbank, nearly 2 meters away from the girl. Startled by her sudden appearance, he involuntarily gasped and instinctively leaned back. However, his limbs were already weak. With that backward lean, he lost his balance and, with a splash, fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, the girl erupted into laughter, doubling over as she pointed at Duanyu, exclaiming, "Why do you look so foolish?" Duanyu lay sprawled on the ground, feeling the heat rise to his face, wishing desperately for a hole to swallow him whole. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt so weak that he could not move for quite some time. Oh dear, have you truly knocked some sense out of yourself? The girl, noticing his prolonged struggle, ceased her mockery and approached him, extending her hand in an offer to assist. Duan Yu glanced up at her and was met with a pair of bright, sparkling eyes filled with mirth, the corners of which exuded a sense of mischief. He was secretly astonished. How could such a charming girl exist in this desolate wilderness? Thank you for your kindness, but I shall manage on my own, Duan Yu replied, avoiding her gaze, lowering his head to evade her hand, and slowly pushing himself up from the ground. You truly are a bore, mistaking kindness for disdain, the girl retorted, not angered by his refusal, but merely pouting as she retreated to her previous position, crossing her arms and watching Duan Yu with a glint of amusement in her eyes. Once standing, Duan Yu dusted off his clothes and suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about the girl's identity. He therefore asked, "May I ask your name, fair maiden? What brings you to this place?" Upon hearing his question, the girl erupted into laughter once more, as though he had told a particularly amusing joke. I say, are you truly daft? What I am called and my purpose here is of no concern to you. Duan Yu was rendered speechless by her retort, managing only an awkward smile. As the son of the prince of Southern Town, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by those around him. He had never encountered a girl so sharp-tongued, leaving him unsure of how to respond. I am called Az, and you? She finally asked, her curiosity piqued as she observed his discomposure. I am Duan Yu, he replied, relieved that she was willing to engage in conversation, and promptly introduced himself. Duan Yu, you say, quite a refined name, though you appear rather foolish. Az assessed him without reserve. Duan Yu found himself at a loss, caught between amusement and exasperation, and could only helplessly scratch his nose, unsure of what to say next. You haven't yet explained what brings you here. I saw you climbing up. Are you not someone who fell and then climbed back up? Az, noticing his embarrassment, was once again inclined to tease him with her cheerful inquiry. Duan Yu was momentarily taken aback by her question, rendered speechless. Surely, he could not confess that he had stumbled into a valley and encountered a fairy sister. Such a confession would only serve to reinforce the notion that he had indeed lost his wits. However, if he were to speak the truth, how could he explain why he was being pursued and why he found himself in this remote wilderness? Moreover, Zhongling was still awaiting his rescue. He could not afford to linger here any longer. His thoughts raced like lightning, and after taking a deep breath, Duan Yu resolved to temporarily conceal this extraordinary encounter. He quickly rose, bowing respectfully to Az, and earnestly stated, "Fair maiden, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." He added with concern, "Furthermore, considering this desolate area, it would be best for you to return home soon and not linger out here." Chapter 138, The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 32. As he gazed at Duan Yu, her eyes twinkling with a sudden idea, she feigned a look of fear and, with a pitiful tone, exclaimed, "But there are no villages ahead or inns behind. As a frail woman, what shall I do if I encounter ill-intentioned individuals?" Upon hearing her words, Duan Yu felt a pang of hesitation. Indeed, as his concerns held merit, it seemed rather improper to leave her alone in such a desolate place. Thus, he nodded in agreement and said, "Very well, if you do not mind, dear lady, I shall accompany you. However, may I inquire where you intend to go?" "Splendid," exclaimed Az, her face instantly transforming into a beaming smile, completely erasing her earlier expression of fright. "I do not know where I am headed. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Duan Yu, observing her whimsical demeanor, could only sigh in resignation and acquiesce to her whims. The two embarked on their journey together, with Az skipping ahead and Duan Yu leisurely trailing behind her. As they walked for a while, Az noticed Duan Yu limping along and couldn't help but ask, "Pray tell, why do you walk so slowly? Do you lack martial skills? If you cannot even wield martial arts, how do you intend to rescue anyone? Who is it that you seek to save?" Duan Yu sighed, the story lengthy, and briefly recounted the matter concerning Zhongling to Az. Upon hearing this, she burst into laughter, her joy infectious as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "So, you are off to save your beloved? My, Duan Gongzi, who would have thought that beneath that clumsy exterior, there lies a suitor?" She elongated her tone, her voice dripping with playful mockery. Duan Yu's face flushed crimson at her words, and he hurriedly stammered, "And no, it's not as you say." "Oh dear, how shy you are." Az laughed heartily at his flustered state. "But if you lack martial prowess, how will you rescue anyone?" Duan Yu found himself at a loss for words, his face burning as he lowered his gaze and murmured, "In any case, although I may lack martial arts, I can still deliver messages." As their figures gradually receded into the distance, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows. Unbeknownst to them, a figure in white had quietly appeared at the riverbank where they had just conversed. He observed their departing silhouettes with a gaze as profound as the stars in the night sky. Tall and poised like a pine tree, with a countenance as handsome as jade, he wore pristine white robes that seemed untouched by the dust of the world, as if he were a celestial being stepped out from a painting. "Host, will you not linger a while longer?" The white-clad youth, known as Han Yi, did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently smiled, his eyes resting on the lively purple figure in the distance. The sunset's glow enveloped her, draping her in a golden veil that accentuated her enchanting beauty. She was the girl he had rescued from the clutches of human traffickers, and his devoted disciple, Az. "There's no need," Han Yi replied, retracting his gaze with an air of undeniable conviction. "I have brought her here. Now it is time for her to experience and grow on her own." Yet, the system seemed poised to express more, only to be interrupted by Han Ye's raised hand. "I believe she can manage," he stated firmly, his eyes brimming with trust and anticipation for Az. "Very well, the system is about to initiate the detachment procedure. Please prepare yourself, host." Han Yi nodded slightly, closing his eyes to feel the surging waves of energy around him. In an instant, his form transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the evening glow, leaving only a gentle breeze that stirred a few fallen leaves, swirling them into the distance. As if sensing something, Azzy, who had been leaping ahead, abruptly halted instinctively. She turned her head to gaze at the spot where Han Yi had vanished. The sun had dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds with a resplendent orange hue, while the river flowed steadily eastward, everything appearing tranquil and serene, devoid of any anomaly. However, Azzy understood that her master, who had descended like a celestial deity to rescue her from suffering, had departed. "Whatever is the matter, Miss Azzy?" Duan Yu, noticing her sudden stillness, inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it is nothing. Duan Gongzi, do walk a bit faster." Azzy replied, shaking her head and redirecting her gaze as she continued onward. "I shall do my utmost," Duan Yu responded, though his mind was filled with questions. He quickened his pace to keep up with her. Chapter 139 Settlement of the Dragon World. When Han Yi opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in an expansive void. This emptiness was as familiar to him as his own existence, a characteristic scene of the system's space. Countless streams of data traversed like shooting stars, shimmering with a cold luminescence, as if whispering secrets of the cosmos. The system welcomed the host back to its domain, announcing the commencement of task settlement. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent light screen materialized before Han Yi, displaying the settlement information of the recent task settlement card status in use, estimated return time, unknown deductions for stagnation points, 300 task completion reward. 1000 role-playing reward, a 1500 installment repayment, 1000, first installment, current available points, 4700 inch 4700 points, not too shabby, at least it's on the rise, Han Yi mused, feeling a slight sense of reassurance in his heart. After resting for a moment, he sensed his spirit rejuvenating considerably and resolved to challenge the next world. He addressed the system, commence a new task and draw an identity card, and please, let us avoid having any children this time. I've had my fill of that in the last world and could use a break. Understood, fulfilling the host's wish. The system's voice was as cheerful as ever, though this time it bore a hint of youthful exuberance. Han Yi was taken aback by this sudden shift. Have you malfunctioned? Does the host not appreciate it? You did not express such sentiments in the last world, claiming they were adorable, the system replied, sounding quite aggrieved, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy. Enough with the antics. They are children, and you are a system, how can they be compared? Han Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, host, the next world is of the young man, the white horse, drunken spring breeze. At that moment, 3 cards appeared before Han Yi, 2 golden and 1 purple. The golden card boldly displayed the name of Yi Guqing, while the purple card bore nothing but a question mark, causing Han Yi to furrow his brow in confusion. What is this question mark card doing here? And what else with the arrow in the lower right corner? Can I upgrade? Han Yi scrutinized the purple card with caution, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. Indeed, this is a mysterious card that can evolve later. The system's voice returned to its usual cheerfulness, although Han Yi sensed a hint of amusement lurking within it, definitely a concealed chuckle. Evolve? In what context? The system's tone was innocent. Host, we are a legitimate system, it merely refers to a normal progression and upgrade. A legitimate system would not draw 3 children for me after I expressly requested not to have any female identity cards, Han Yi retorted, unflinching in his rebuttal. The system's voice feigned innocence. Wherein have we failed to meet the host's wishes? Han Yi couldn't help but laugh at the system's audacious defense. So you thought it was appropriate to present me with 3 children, then? It certainly does not contravene my wishes. Enough of the banter, let us get on with it. What is the task this time? Han Yi decided to cut through the pleasantries with the system. Task 1. Rescue Yidingji, Task 2 Rescue Xiao Ruofeng. The system returned to its serious tone. Very well, ensure the plot is transmitted to me, let us begin. Han Yi rubbed his temples, bracing himself for the impending challenge. Understood. Shall I load the identity cards? The system inquired. Han Yi gazed at the 3 cards before him, 2 golden and 1 purple, the latter still shrouded in mystery. His curiosity about the secrets hidden behind this enigmatic card intensified. I'll take the purple one, Han Yi declared, pointing at the mysterious card. Since I'll have to play the role eventually, I might as well unveil what this question mark card entails. Very well. Chapter 140. The young man and the white horse drunk on spring breeze. 1 inch. Behold, this is the sword hilt my father has gifted me. A tender voice resonated in the air, accompanied by the soft rustling of fabric, as if something delicate was being placed upon a gentle cloth. What does it feel like to touch? Another youthful girl inquired eagerly, her tone brimming with anticipation and excitement. May I give it a try? Yungu, is this the sword you shall wield in the future? A third voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of envy. Indeed. My father mentioned that once I mature, he will forge an unparalleled sword from this hilt, and I shall traverse the rivers and lakes with it. The first voice brimmed with pride and dreams of the future. As consciousness gradually returned, it felt akin to slowly surfacing from the depths of the ocean. The surrounding voices grew clearer, intermittently reaching Han Yi's ears, whispering like secrets shared or echoing through a veil, hazy and distant. He struggled to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as though weighed down by immense boulders, heavy beyond measure. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light. Confusion enveloped Han Yi's mind. Where am I? Should I not have already entered a new world of tasks? Why do I hear the voices of children? The sounds grew increasingly distinct, imbued with the innocence unique to youth, which only deepened his bewilderment. What is a sword hilt? A peculiar term flickered through his mind, igniting a wave of unease within him. An ominous premonition quietly crept into his thoughts, entwining like vines around his consciousness, inducing a palpable sense of trepidation. Suddenly, he felt as if his body was lifted by some unseen force. The surrounding darkness swayed momentarily, as if something had darted past him, before settling into stillness once more. Have I been lifted? A jolt of alarm surged through Han Yi as he fought to struggle, only to discover that his body was entirely unresponsive, as though ensnared within a confined space. I have been picked up. The realization spread through his mind like wildfire, consuming his every thought. A sudden epiphany struck him, flooding his heart with an indescribable absurdity. Could it be that I have transformed into a sword hilt? The thought struck him like a thunderclap, overwhelming him with shock and disbelief, as waves of astonishment threatened to suffocate him. Then, Yungo, will you always carry this sword hilt with you? The voices continued, as if discussing a matter of great significance. Indeed, all of this is for. Despite the ongoing chatter, Han Yi could no longer absorb the words. Suppressing his fury, he called out, "System, come forth." The voice of the host system emerged weakly, tinged with a hint of trepidation. I shall explain, please listen. Clarify this situation at once. Han Yi demanded coldly, taking a deep breath. Well, you see, the system stammered, when you entered this world, you chose to load a mysterious card that can evolve, hence what? Han Yi impatiently urged. Thus, your current identity is rather special, the voice dwindled, as if reluctant to elaborate. Han Yi, exasperated, chuckled in disbelief. Yes, it's quite evident that it is special now. Explain why it has come to this? The system's voice grew increasingly hesitant. Host, this cannot be entirely blamed on me. The card's design is such that it generates an initial identity capable of evolution, based on the surrounding environment and interpersonal relationships. And then? Han Yi felt a gnawing sense of foreboding. And then, when you first entered this world, you descended from the heavens. Descended from the heavens? So? Han Yi's heart raced, dread swelling within him. So, you were seen by Yu, who mistook you for a fallen star, and then, host, you became a sword hilt, which he took back to present to his son. Chapter 141. The young white horse drunk in the spring breeze too. Sighing helplessly, Han Yi let out a barely audible breath that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens, pressing down on him and rendering him breathless. Host, do not lose heart. Becoming a sword embryo is quite commendable. At the very least, you still have the opportunity to become a sword spirit in the future. The system, sensing Han Yi's despondent mood, hastily spoke to comfort him, striving to lighten the atmosphere. Moreover, you are currently the sword embryo of Yidingji, which will greatly assist you in completing your tasks. Just think, if you become his sword, you can protect him at all times and no longer need to worry about failing your mission. Besides, you have other identity cards to embody. If this one doesn't work, we can simply switch to another. There's bound to be one that suits you. The system rambled on, hoping to uplift Han Yi's spirits. However, it seemed that Han Yi remained unmoved by its words. He sighed once more, his tone laden with helplessness and bitterness. System, you do not understand. What do you mean I do not understand? The system retorted, somewhat indignant. I am a highly intelligent system, knowledgeable in both celestial and earthly matters, aware of everything. I understand all that you say. No, you do not understand. Han Yi interrupted the system, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. You are merely a system, you have never experienced human life. You cannot comprehend the emotions that bind individuals, nor can you fathom the profound loneliness and helplessness. He paused before continuing. Do you realize that humans are social creatures? They require communication and the ability to experience the joys and sorrows of life. Brother Yun, my father is going too far. I told him you have a sword embryo, and asked him to help me obtain one, and he actually said I was dreaming. A frustrated voice emerged, brimming with discontent. Moreover, he even threatened to hit me. Dong Jun, did your father strike you? No, I ran straight to Grandpa. The children engaged in lively banter, their voices vibrant and spirited, starkly contrasting with Han Yi's current sentiments. Listening to the chatter of the children outside, Han Yi sighed again. To the system, this time, Han Yi's sigh seemed to carry an added layer of desolation and solitude. The system longed to join them, to frolic and savor the beauty of the world together. Yet, the host was merely a cold sword embryo, incapable of conversing with others or partaking in their merriment. Presently, the host felt utterly powerless. The system, increasingly empathetic towards its host, decided to open its modest treasury, hoping to uncover some item that might assist him. Suddenly, in a corner of its little vault, it discovered an unused item, a disposable deceptive tool that could induce dreams. Host, I have found a solution, the system exclaimed with excitement, its tone brimming with hope and exhilaration. Having sighed for a considerable time, feeling as though he could no longer contain himself, Han Yi paused before inquiring with curiosity, what solution? The system cleared its throat and endeavored to explain in a calm tone, I have a tool that allows the host to designate someone to enter a dream, and it is classified as a deceptive tool. What does that mean? Han Yi asked, puzzled by the system's reference to a deceptive tool. The system patiently elucidated, it means that in the dream, any lies spoken by the host have a certain probability of becoming reality in the waking world. The more individuals that enter the dream, the higher the success rate. Such a tool does not sound like something I could afford, Han Yi remarked. This is merely a one-time test version, consider it a gift from me to the host, the system generously declared, before hesitating momentarily, as if wanting to say something more. What is it? Han Yi pressed. There are a few limitations, the system finally admitted. Sensing the system's hesitation, Han Yi, who had initially sought to take advantage of the situation, instead spoke gently to console it. It's alright, this can be considered a gift from you to me. I will not disdain it for having restrictions. Reassured by the host's words, the system divulged the limitations of the item in one breath. If the host wishes to use this item, you cannot speak the truth within the dream, nor can you specify which lies will become reality. Furthermore, the lies that manifest in reality will be drawn from all the lies spoken by the host within the dream, and each lie can only become true once. Initially, only one person can enter the dream, and each time a lie comes true, another individual can. After all, it was a free item, and the ability to induce dreams was sufficient. He decided to generously praise the system. System, you are truly remarkable, to possess such a wondrous tool. Han Yi marveled, his tone filled with surprise and gratitude. You have been a tremendous help. However, I still have some questions that I would like to ask you. Han Yi paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Regarding the use of this item, what happens if I inadvertently speak the truth in the dream? Actually, nothing will happen. The host will be the master of the dream, but all spoken words will be fabrications. However, if a truth is uttered, the skill will be forcibly cancelled, and the master of the dream will no longer be you. I see. Now I understand. Can I use this item now? Of course, please state the person you wish to enter the dream. Without hesitation, Han Yi replied, Yi Yu. Chapter 142 of The Youth on the White Horse. Drunk in the Spring Breeze, Part 3. After Yi Yu finished handling the day's official documents, he returned to his room, dragging his somewhat fatigued body. He hastily washed up and soon fell into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he felt the warmth of sunlight gracing his face, causing his eyelids to involuntarily flutter. Reluctantly, Yi Yu opened his eyes, but the blinding light was momentarily overwhelming, prompting him to squint. As his vision gradually cleared, he discovered that he stood in the center of his courtyard, where familiar surroundings were bathed in sunlight, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. A cool breeze swept through, sending a shiver down Yi Yu's spine. Looking down, he noticed he was still clad in the white nightgown he had worn to bed. He could not recall how he had arrived in the courtyard or whether he had a habit of sleepwalking. No one had ever mentioned such a tendency to him. I don't recall being a sleepwalker, Yi Yu murmured to himself, his tone laden with confusion and intrigue. He strained to remember the events of the previous night but could not ascertain how he had ended up in the courtyard. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, he caught sight of a familiar figure slowly approaching from the far end of the corridor. The person, tall and handsome, donned a dark blue uniform that accentuated his remarkable demeanor, none other than himself. Yi Yu was momentarily frozen in place, his mind swirling with questions, utterly bewildered by the situation. He opened his mouth, wishing to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. What astonished him further was that the other Yi Yu seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, walking straight through his ethereal form without leaving a trace. What on earth is happening? Shock and confusion intertwined within him, momentarily leaving Yi Yu at a standstill. However, being a general for so many years, he had weathered countless storms and quickly forced himself to regain composure. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and tentatively raised his right hand, wishing to confirm whether he was merely hallucinating. To his astonishment, his hand passed through the other Yi Yu's body without encountering any resistance. He then tested the surrounding flowers and trees, discovering that his hand could penetrate them as well, as if he were nothing more than a transient shadow devoid of substance. Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze flitting between his hands in search of any semblance of reality. He blinked vigorously, yet everything remained vividly clear, unchanged. In a bid to ensure he was not dreaming, Yi Yu lifted his right hand and struck himself sharply across the face. The resounding crack echoed, and a stinging pain instantly radiated from his cheek, causing him to gasp. It hurts. Does this mean I am not dreaming? Is everything unfolding before me real? Just as he prepared to scrutinize the other self once more, a frantic figure rushed in from the distance, interrupting his thoughts. Recognizing it as one of his personal guards, an unsettling premonition surged within him. Before he could inquire, the guard reached the other Yi Yu, panting heavily as he reported, General. It is bad. The Qing King, accompanied by the chief eunuch Zhuo Qing, has surrounded the general's residence with a troop of soldiers. Yi Yu's heart plummeted as if plunging into an icy abyss, a chill creeping from his soles to the crown of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He realized that a colossal trouble was descending upon him, encircling him entirely. Indeed, the news brought by the Qing King struck Yi Yu and his other self like a bolt from the blue, leaving them dizzy with shock. The Qing King had actually proclaimed an imperial edict, accusing him of treason. Such a grievous injustice. Fury erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, raging through his chest. Disbelief weighed upon him like a boulder, rendering him breathless. He had devoted his life to the nation, fighting valiantly on the battlefield, achieving remarkable feats, never once contemplating that his fervent loyalty would be sullied by such baseless accusations. Yet, despite his anger, he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch as the other Yi Yu, with hands identical to his own, resolutely grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing forth the gleaming blade with a swift motion. The sword gleamed menacingly, reflecting his determined visage, contrasting starkly with Yi Yu's pale and powerless countenance. With the sword poised at his neck, the other Yi Yu displayed no hesitation, as if he had long since cast aside the fear of life and death. Only indignation over the unfounded charges and a steadfast belief in his own innocence shone in his eyes. Yi Yu's heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, squeezing tightly, leaving him nearly breathless. But he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness the crimson stream erupt from the other self, staining his chest and the stone-paved ground beneath him. He understood the choice made by his other self and concurred with his decision. In such a dire predicament, the only path to vindication lay in sacrificing oneself to affirm one's innocence. Yu even silently prayed, hoping his sworn brother, the current Emperor Tian, could comprehend his plight and see through the Qing King's true nature, restoring justice to him. He could not fathom that the brother with whom he had shared life and death would so easily doubt him. He preferred to believe that all of this was a trap laid by the Qing King, born out of jealousy and resentment after his failed attempts to win him over. Chapter 143 The young man on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze. For in the depths of his heart, Yu repeatedly prayed, yearning for a miracle to unfold, hoping that Emperor Tian could see through the intricate schemes of the Qing King and restore his innocence, granting justice to the Yi family. He could vividly imagine the emperor's righteous fury upon discovering the truth, his command for a thorough investigation, and his personal visit to the Yi residence, where he would uplift his wife and vehemently denounce the Qing King's malevolence. However, as time ticked away, what arrived was not a decree of clemency, but rather news more despairing than he could have ever anticipated. The piercing voice of a eunuch drew near, proclaiming the emperor's edict. Each word struck Yu's heart like a heavy hammer, nearly rendering him breathless. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees Yu is accused of treason. With irrefutable evidence, the man above the age of 7 shall be executed on the spot, while boys under the age of 7 and female relatives shall be exiled to the frontier. Thus decreed. Darkness enveloped Yu's vision, and he felt on the verge of fainting. He could scarcely believe that this was the decision made by his once steadfast brother-in-arms. The somber tolling of bells echoed from the palace, each chime resonating deep within his soul, heralding the impending doom. The imposing threshold of the Yi residence was effortlessly shattered by soldiers resembling ravenous wolves, sunlight glinting off their swords, reflecting a chilling gleam that illuminated their numb and cold faces, devoid of any compassion or sympathy, replaced instead by an absolute obedience to orders and a morbid thirst for blood. The soldiers' boisterous shouts mingled with the sharp clamor of clashing blades, reverberating through the air above the Yi estate like a death knell, transforming the once cheerful courtyard into a hellish landscape. Cries for mercy intermingled with curses, despair and terror permeating the atmosphere, weaving a prelude to a tragic spectacle. The venerable steward, loyal to the core, attempted to obstruct the soldiers with his frail body, only to be mercilessly felled by one of them, blood instantly staining the flagstone floor, his eyes wide open until death, filled with disbelief and indignation. The usually gentle and orderly maidens now fled in terror, desperately seeking refuge from the impending calamity. Their faces were etched with fear and hopelessness, yet, before the ferocious soldiers, they were as fragile as candles in the wind, falling victim to the bloodshed without exception. Those brothers who had fought alongside him, each striving to protect their families, ultimately succumbed in a pool of blood. Yu could only watch in horror as his heart felt ensnared by an invisible hand, the pain rendering him nearly unable to breathe, yet powerless to intervene. In the end, he beheld his still youthful son, crying out for his father and mother, extending his tender little hand towards his wife, who was being forcibly taken away by the soldiers. The 3 elder sons, already over the age of 7, were brutally executed before they could even resist. The glint of the sharp blade flashed coldly, and Yu's heart felt as if it were being torn into fragments. He rushed forward, intent on shielding his son from the fatal blade, but could only watch helplessly as it pierced through him, mercilessly claiming his child's life, the crimson blood gushing forth, staining the child's garments and blurring Yu's vision. In that moment, Yu felt as though his world had collapsed, the reality before him began to twist and shatter, the once beautiful memories disintegrating into shards, dissipating like ashes in the air. The anguished screams of his son echoed repeatedly in his ears, akin to demons from hell, tearing at his eardrums and devouring his sanity. The soldiers' indifferent faces morphed into grotesque masks, mocking his helplessness. His wife's desperate cries pierced his heart like daggers, leaving him in unbearable agony. Suffocating sensations enveloped him, despair akin to icy waters dragging him into an abyss of flames of rage ignited within his chest, longing to incinerate everything before him. Regret coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, suffocating him. He yearned to scream, to roar, to vent the torment within, yet no sound escaped his lips. Suddenly, the world shattered like a broken mirror, disintegrating into fragments as darkness consumed all. Then, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness, awakening him from the nightmare. Yu jolted awake, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his garments. Disoriented, he glanced around, realizing he lay in bed, surrounded by the familiar furnishings of his room, gradually coming to terms with the fact that it had all been but a nightmare. Turning his gaze to the side, he found his wife watching him with concern etched upon her face, her gentle voice laced with worry. "My dear husband, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare?" A tremor coursed through Yu's heart. The fear and sorrow from the nightmare lingered, only to be replaced by a euphoric relief at having regained what he thought lost. Unable to contain the surge of emotions within, he abruptly reached out, enveloping his wife tightly in his embrace. His movements were rough and urgent, as if attempting to crush her into his very being, completely disregarding the usual restraint and gentleness he maintained. The suddenness of the embrace startled her. She gasped, instinctively raising her foot and delivering a kick that sent Yu tumbling off the bed. Chapter 144 The young man on the white horse drunken with spring breeze. Yu was violently kicked off the bed, landing in a disoriented heap on the floor. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain, his gaze fixated on Madame Yi, his eyes brimming with disbelief and profound terror. Startled by his expression, Madame Yi hurriedly descended from the bed, reaching out to support him while anxiously inquiring, "Husband, what has happened? Please do not frighten me." Yu grasped Madame Yi's hand with such force that it seemed he might crush her bones, and his voice was hoarse, echoing like a wail from the depths of hell, as he implored, "My lady, tell me this is not true. It is merely a nightmare, is it not?" Madame Yi was taken aback by his sudden outburst. Instinctively retracting her hand, however, she quickly regained her composure, returning his grip, her palm icy against his, heightening her concern. She gently reassured him, "Do not be afraid, my husband, it was merely a dream, and dreams often deceive." Yet, Yi Yu found no solace in her words. The cruel images from the dream clung to him like a relentless curse, shattering his spirit. He continued to clutch Madame Ye's hand tightly, as if he were a drowning man grasping the last vestige of hope, his grip nearly fracturing her bones. His voice trembled with an unmistakable fear as he asked, "My lady, what of the children? Are they safe?" With that, he attempted to rise, determined to find their children and ascertain their safety. Madame Yi, caught off guard by his sudden movement, staggered slightly, and in the dead of night, she exerted her strength to hold him back, saying, "It is the middle of the night. The children are asleep. Why disturb them? Come, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." She guided him to a nearby table and poured a cup of steaming tea, offering it to him. Yi Yu accepted the cup, but the scalding tea did nothing to warm his frigid hands. He merely stared vacantly at the floating tea leaves, lost in a sea of thoughts. Born into a military family, he had trained in martial arts and swordsmanship from a young age, and had faced countless life-and-death challenges on the battlefield, forging a heart of unwavering resilience. Yet, this dream had instilled within him an unprecedented fear and unease, as if the horrors he had witnessed were stark reality. The fragrant steam wafting from the tea could not dispel the gloom enveloping Yi Yu's heart. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his tumultuous heartbeat, aware that his current demeanor must appear frightful, yet he found himself unable to regain control. The dream was too vivid, every detail etched into his mind like an indelible scar. He recalled the inferno that raged in his dream, the flames illuminating the night sky as if it were midday, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood and charred flesh. He remembered the individuals he had desperately sought to protect, only to see them fall, one after another, into pools of blood, unable to catch a final glimpse before being consumed by the merciless flames. He could still hear the echoes of his awakening, the heart-wrenching cries of Madame Yi and the children reverberating in his ears, piercing his heart like a dagger, leaving him in unbearable agony. Madame Yi was horrified by his disheveled state. She had never seen him so vulnerable. Typically, he exuded calm and steadiness, as if he could withstand any calamity. Now, however, he resembled a helpless child, his gaze filled with fear and confusion. "My husband, what have you dreamt?" Madame Yi implored, gripping his hand tightly, her voice laced with urgency. Yi Yu met her concerned gaze, yearning to reveal the depth of his fears and the horrors he had encountered in his dream, yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to voice them. Should he confess that he had dreamt of their family's demise? Chapter 145 of The Youth on the White Horse. Drunk in the spring breeze. 6 In the end, Yi Yu swallowed the terrifying dream back into the depths of his being, withholding it from utterance, for he wished not to burden his lady with fear. He grasped Lady Ye's hand tightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, as he implored, "My lady, I wish to see the children, will you accompany me?" Observing his unease, Lady Yi gently acquiesced, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Yi Yu was blessed with 4 sons, each a cherished piece of his heart. The anguish of losing them in his dreams compelled him to seek their presence and assure himself of their safety. The room of his eldest son, Yifeng, lay at the easternmost end. As he softly pushed the door open, the dim candlelight revealed Yifeng peacefully slumbering, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with each breath. Yi Yu approached the bedside, leaned down, and tenderly caressed Yifeng's cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. Next, he visited the chambers of his second son, Yilin, and his third son, Yi Senator. Each room was enveloped in tranquil silence, save for the gentle sounds of their breathing. Yi Yu lovingly stroked their foreheads, absorbing their warmth, as if this simple act could dispel the fears conjured by his dreams. After ensuring the well-being of his youngest son, Yi Yun, who was but 6 years old, Lady Yi once more grasped Yi Yu's hand and softly reassured him, "See, the children are all well. You merely had a dream. Dreams are often reversed. Do not dwell upon them." Yi Yu remained silent, nearly embracing Lady Yi, closing his eyes, yet his mind incessantly replayed the scenes from his nightmare. He was unaware whether this was an omen or merely a figment of his imagination. The following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Yi Yu awoke from his slumber. The vividness of the previous night's dream lingered in his mind, leaving him restless and unable to find peace. He donned his outer garments and resolved to practice at the martial training ground, hoping to dispel the shadows that clouded his heart. As he traversed the stone-paved path leading to the training ground, Yi Yu's thoughts remained tumultuous, swirling like the morning mist that refused to dissipate. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the people bustling about him, seeking solace amidst the ordinary cadence of daily life. By the roadside, several loyal soldiers marched in formation, each exuding vigor and confidence, their armor glistening reassuringly in the morning light. Not far off, the elderly steward directed the servants, his voice resonant and commanding, ensuring the household affairs were organized with precision. A few young maidens strolled by in pairs, their faces radiating youthful exuberance, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the crisp morning air. Every countenance bore the freshness of dawn, vibrant and genuine, standing in stark contrast to the chilling terror of his dreams. Upon reaching the training ground, Yi Yu seized a spear and commenced his drills, executing movements with a fierce grace, yet his heart remained unsettled. During a brief respite, Yi Yu's attention was drawn to a young soldier practicing swordsmanship nearby. This soldier, named Yi Xing, was in his early 20s and possessed considerable talent, earning Yi Yu's admiration. He recalled how Yi Xing had once confided in him about his betrothed back in their hometown, who awaited him due to her mourning obligations, delaying their wedding for another year. When recounting this, Yi Xing's face had glowed with happiness, prompting Yi Yu to jest that he should hone his skills to protect his future bride. However, in the haunting vision of the previous night, Yi Xing lay bloodied in the courtyard, a grotesque wound marring his chest, crimson staining his armor and the ground beneath him. Yi Yu vividly remembered how, when intruders stormed the estate, Yi Xing had attempted to intervene but was restrained by those around him. In the chaos, even without drawing his sword, he had been mercilessly slain, not on the battlefield, but within the safety of Yi Manor. In his final moments, Yi Xing had clutched a pouch tightly in his hand, a token of affection bestowed upon him by his betrothed. He had once vowed to bring her home in triumph. Reflecting on this, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced Yi Yu's heart. He set aside his spear and approached Yi Xing. Yi Xing, come here for a moment, Yi Yu called to the soldier engaged in practice. Yi Xing, hearing his name, hastily placed his sword down and approached with quickened steps, bowing respectfully. General, you summoned me? Indeed, Yi Yu nodded. I recall you mentioning that you have a fiancé Yi in your hometown who was observing mourning, is that correct? Yi Xing's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied in a hushed tone, yes, General. The surrounding soldiers, having overheard their exchange, paused their activities and began to tease Yi Xing jovially. Oh, is that not Yi Xing? What is this, missing your wife-to-be? Ha, it seems he has been pining for her, eagerly awaiting their wedding day. Indeed, just look at him, his face is as red as the morning sun. Embarrassed, Yi Xing lowered his head, his face aflame with shyness. Observing this, Yi Yu chuckled and patted Yi Xing's shoulder, saying, when the time comes for your wedding, do inform me, I would be delighted to partake in the festivities. Thank you, General. Chapter 146. The young boy in the drunken breeze of the White Horse 7. The sweat poured forth on the training grounds did little to alleviate the gloom that enveloped Yi Yu's heart. Instead, it only heightened his restlessness and unease. He resolved to visit his sons, hoping that their presence might dispel the persistent shadows clouding his mind. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the study. The study was nestled within a quaint, independent courtyard, graced by an ancient osmanthus tree that was in full bloom, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Upon pushing open the door to the study, he found his eldest son, Yi Feng, diligently studying alongside his second son, Yi Lin, and his youngest, Yi Qing. The children's voices rang out, clear and melodious, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring. Yi Yu chose not to intrude, softly closing the door behind him and standing outside the window to observe. Yi Feng already bore a semblance of his father's demeanor, exuding a composed and reserved air. In contrast, Yi Lin and Yi Qing, being younger, displayed a more vivacious spirit, occasionally glancing up towards the window. As Yi Yu stood there, quietly listening to the harmonious sounds of their reading, a sense of calm began to wash over him, soothing the turbulent emotions within. Father, are you all right? At some point, Yi Feng had approached the window, concern evident in his gaze. Hearing his son's voice, Yi Yu met his eyes, filled with worry and care, which warmed his heart. He shook his head, forcing a semblance of a smile as he replied, I am fine, I still have some matters to attend to. You all continue your studies. Yi Feng nodded obediently and returned to his desk. After leaving the study, Yi Yu felt a significant sense of tranquility. Perhaps it was indeed merely a nightmarish vision, yet, whenever he sought to convince himself to disregard it, the chilling gaze of the Green King and the haunting images of bloodshed would resurface in his mind, refusing to fade away. Deep within, Yi Yu silently admonished himself he must remain vigilant against the Green King, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with deadly precision. Furthermore, the suspicions and coldness exhibited by Emperor Tian resonated in his ears like a warning bell. Despite his unwavering loyalty and the illustrious feats he had achieved for the Emperor, all he had received in return was suspicion and wariness, leaving a bitter taste in his heart. Indeed, the adage accompanying a sovereign is akin to being with a tiger would forever hold true. Lost in thought, Yi Yu suddenly heard the faint voices of children behind the rockery, their tones low as if deliberately hushed to avoid detection. Is your father frightened by a dream, Yun? A youthful voice queried, tinged with curiosity. Perhaps. My mother mentioned that my father was quite startled, calling out in the middle of the night, pleading for it to stop, another voice responded. Adults are truly timid, no wonder they need our mothers to sleep beside them, the second voice chimed in, as if in agreement. Yi Yu turned and circled around to the back of the rockery, discovering indeed that his two little ones, Yi Yun and Bai Li Dongjun, were crouched there. Would you like to experience a sound thrashing? Then, Yi Yu's voice carried a hint of playful threat as he feigned a stern expression. Upon seeing their father's face darken with mock severity, both Yi Yun and Bai Li were taken aback. Run! They exclaimed in unison, and in a flash, like startled little rabbits, they bolted away. The two little rascals dashed off with remarkable speed, and Yi Yu, not inclined to pursue them, simply shook his head in resignation as he watched their retreating figures. These mischievous little ones were indeed becoming ever more unruly. Chapter 147. The young man on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze ate as night fell. The Yi residence gradually descended into a serene quietude. Yi Yu, wearied to the bone, reclined upon his bed. The echoes of children's laughter seemed to linger in his ears, and an involuntary smile played upon his lips. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting nightmare. With such thoughts, Yi Yu slowly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself enveloped in a warm ocean, a sensation of unparalleled ease and comfort washing over him. Gradually, he became aware of a howling wind rushing past his ears, its intensity increasing as if infused with a strange power, pulling Yi Yu from his reverie. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to discover himself amidst a desolate landscape. Beneath him lay dry, coarse gravel, the searing heat penetrating through the fabric to his skin. In the distance, sparse shrubs dotted the terrain, lifeless under the relentless sun's glare. The wind howled fiercely, causing his garments to flap violently, while the parched grass bowed under its force, undulating like waves. Yi Yu glanced down at himself, still clad in his sleepwear, and an unsettling sensation welled within him. Was this scene not reminiscent of the dream from the previous night? To ascertain whether this was indeed the same, he instinctively reached out to grasp a nearby withered tree, only to find his hand passing through it without resistance. Yi Yu compelled himself to remain calm as he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to discern his location. Alas, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the undulating mountains in the distance, standing like ominous black barriers upon the horizon, amplifying the desolation with an air of foreboding. At that moment, a ferocious gust of wind carrying grains of sand swept past, breaking the silence with distant murmurs of commotion. He squinted, striving to discern the figures obscured by the swirling sands. Yet, due to the distance, he could only make out a vague silhouette of a group slowly making its way toward him. As the procession drew nearer, he gradually recognized them, a contingent of soldiers, approximately 50 in number, clad in armor and wielding long spears, their expressions grave and their steps synchronized, unmistakably seasoned warriors. Following closely behind them were a group of individuals dressed in prison garb, their hands bound with coarse hemp ropes, trudging forward with great difficulty under the soldiers' watchful eyes, their disordered steps leaving mottled imprints upon the sandy ground. Upon closer inspection, the prisoners appeared ragged and weary, stumbling as the wind and sand battered against them. They seemed utterly powerless to resist, enduring the relentless onslaught of the elements, their conditions evidently the result of harsh trials. Among them were numerous elderly, weak, and women with children, trembling in the wind and sand, a pitiful sight that was hard to bear. A sense of dread gripped Yiyu's heart as an ominous premonition arose within him. He endeavored to discern the faces of the prisoners, yet the distance thwarted his efforts, leaving him with only indistinct outlines. Anxiously, he awaited the moment the procession would draw closer, feeling his heartbeat quicken, as if it might leap from his chest. At last, the group approached sufficiently, and Yiyu's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the familiar figures among the captives. They were his family. In that instant, memories of the bloody scenes from his dream the previous night flooded back to him. Could this dream be a continuation of the horrors he had witnessed? Suppressing his rising fear and unease, Yiyu resolved to observe further. He yearned to discover what cruel reality these dreams were destined to unveil. The procession continued onward, arriving at the banks of a torrential river, where the soldiers began to compel the prisoners to cross. The crowd erupted into chaos, cries and pleas intertwining, echoing across the barren wilderness. Yiyu's gaze fixated on the figures of his wife and child, desperately searching for any glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he saw his young son, Yiyun, jostled amid the turmoil, staggering a few steps before tumbling into the rushing waters. Yiyu's heart constricted violently. His first thought was of the cruel Emperor Taiyan, who would not even spare a child. He dashed toward the riverbank, yearning to grasp his son, only to despairingly realize that his hand passed right through Yiyun's body, the icy river water slipping through his fingers, leaving him with nothing tangible to hold. Yiyu could only watch helplessly as his son struggled in the water, his frail arms weakly thrashing at the surface, sending forth but a few insignificant splashes before being mercilessly swallowed by the current. Fear and helplessness contorted Yiyun's youthful face. He opened his mouth to cry out but could only emit faint whimpers, quickly drowned out by the raging waters. Despair enveloped him like the frigid river, tightening its grip around his being. Rage ignited within him like a fierce inferno, and he unleashed a series of anguished roars at the dreamscape above. Why must I witness such a scene? Is this the conclusion you wish to reveal to me? To force me to watch as my loved ones are taken from me one by one? As if in response to his anguished queries, the surroundings began to warp violently. The river, the wilderness, the crowd, all seemed to be molded and torn asunder by an unseen hand, dissolving into chaos. In the next moment, Yiyu found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, still a desolate wilderness, overgrown with wild grasses and strewn with jagged stones. Yet, unlike before, he spotted his son, Yiyun, lying quietly upon a patch of withered grass. Though his complexion was somewhat pale and his lips faintly tinged with blue, the gentle rise and fall of his chest indicated that he was still alive. A surge of joy coursed through Yiyu as he rushed forward, eager to embrace his child, only to find his hands passing through Yiyun's body, rendering him incapable of making contact. It was then that he remembered. He remained merely a spectator, an observer powerless to intervene in the unfolding dream. His gaze fell upon a figure not far from Yiyun, who, presumably, had rescued his son. The man was clad in immaculate white garments, strikingly pristine in such an environment. His back turned to Yiyu, he bore a long sword at his waist, its scabbard adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, glimmering with a cold light. Even without seeing his face, Yiyu could sense the formidable sword energy emanating from the man, akin to a slumbering lion, poised to unleash tremendous power at any moment. A sense of awe gripped Yiyu. Could this be a sword immortal? Chapter 148. The young man on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze. 9. At that moment, Yiyun awoke, his gaze wandering in a daze before settling on the figure of the man in white. He struggled to sit upright. Who are you? Yiyun inquired weakly of the man in white. Hearing Yiyun's question, slowly turned around, his eyes resting on Yiyun as a faint smile graced his lips. Yi Guqing, your uncle. Yiyu suddenly awoke, realizing that dawn had broken, the melodious chirping of birds wafting in from outside the window. The scenes from his dream lingered vividly in his mind, particularly the white-clad swordsman who had introduced himself as Yi Guqing. Yiyu pondered the dream repeatedly, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Yi Guqing, this name was unfamiliar to him. Could it be that, during the family's flight from the northern fortress years ago, other kin had been left behind, and this Yi Guqing was one of them? The more he contemplated, the more incredulous he felt, yet deep within him brewed a premonition that Yi Guqing might indeed exist. To verify his suspicions, Yiyu promptly summoned his deputy, instructing him to send someone to investigate the whereabouts of Yi Guqing, particularly focusing on the border between Baiman and Bailey, where they might uncover valuable information. As you command, the subordinate replied. The border town of Baiman lay nestled in a desolate landscape, perpetually battered by wind and sand. The houses were low and dilapidated, and dust swirled through the streets. The townsfolk were mostly rugged men, brimming with a hearty spirit but lacking in eloquence, toiling daily for their livelihoods. Further north stretched the vast and boundless Baiman grasslands, where winters were long and frigid, fierce winds howled, and snow blanketed the ground. Summers brought swirling sands and unbearable heat, rendering the landscape desolate. Yet, amidst such a rugged and untamed land, a swordsman in white emerged. He stood tall, his demeanor ethereal, standing in stark contrast to his surroundings. What set him apart most was his pristine white attire. In the midst of the dust-laden baiman, his garments remained untainted, as if he had stepped forth from a celestial painting. The white-clad swordsman ambled alone through the town until he stumbled upon an inn. This was the only establishment in the town offering accommodations, a sanctuary for weary travelers and merchants alike. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man, his weathered face bearing the marks of a life spent in such harsh conditions. His skin was darkened by the sun, etched with the passage of time. The innkeeper's wife was a plump woman, always warmly greeting each guest, her words imbued with the characteristic boisterousness of the northern folk. The inn's business was modest, barely scraping by. As the white-clad swordsman entered the inn, a strong mingling of the scents of alcohol and sweat assaulted his senses, clashing with his cool demeanor. He frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the inn's meager furnishings before finally resting at the front counter. Approaching the counter, he addressed the innkeeper, who was absorbed in calculations, saying, "Innkeeper, I seek lodging." The innkeeper lifted his head, appraising this out-of-place guest, and inquired, "Dear sir, are you seeking a room? Is there availability?" "Is there a vacant room?" the swordsman asked, his voice clear as jade, distinctly out of harmony with the rough environment. "We only have ordinary rooms, would that suffice?" the innkeeper replied. "That will do," the swordsman answered. "Very well, if you would follow me," the innkeeper nodded, stepping out from behind the counter and leading the swordsman to a relatively cleaner guest room. Later that evening, the swordsman settled at a table in a corner of the first floor. He surveyed his surroundings. Several tables were occupied by patrons, most of whom bore the marks of hardship, loudly consuming inferior liquor while discussing various tales from the martial world. The white-clad swordsman found little interest in their chatter, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning his focus. "Dear guest, would you care for something to eat?" the innkeeper's wife inquired, wiping a grimy cloth across the table. "What do you have?" the swordsman asked. "We only serve simple noodle dishes." "Perhaps a bowl of Yangchun noodles would suit you," the innkeeper's wife suggested. The swordsman nodded. "Then I shall have a bowl of Yangchun noodles, please."